Just for swiping a few spare coins, the young pickpocket was hung upside down on a sword by a guy who looked like a thug, just to make an example of him. He was as fierce as a demon god, with the appearance of a grizzled middle-aged man, but he was only 15 years old. I, the sand god. Oops, Katza, caused a silent panic wherever he went, because in their eyes, his aura overwhelmed other players, looking just like a dungeon boss from a monster manhwa. However, they had no idea that he was actually the subordinate of the guy in the gaudy, lime green shirt walking beside him. Our protagonist, a high ranker in this manhwa world, was originally a player ranked 97th out of 300 million people in the Labyrinth City. During character creation, instead of buffing his own power, like everyone else, Lee Ho-yeon went against the grain, pouring all his buffs into his subordinate just to see if the world would be amazed. He thought for sure he'd dominate the entire server this time, a common goal for many manhwa protagonists, but who knew the result would be this liability that was scary just to look at. Katza, despite being Lee Ho-yeon's subordinate, was told by the system that once his trust stat dropped too low, the underling would snap his master's neck. And so today, just by following his order to catch the young pickpocket, he didn't hesitate to put on this brutal display of torture. Facing Katza's gaze, which was filled with doubt about his strength, Lee Ho-yeon was scared, but he didn't show it, instead growling, "Why are you making such a scene?" His intention was just to get the money back and let the kid go, but somehow, Katza ironically interpreted it as confiscating all of his assets. And then the inevitable happened. After switching roles from victim to robber, Lee Ho-yeon leaned down and whispered to the young pickpocket, "From now on, do you still want to steal?" Seeing the boy shake his head and promise not to do it again, he added another line, "That's not what I want to hear." What he was actually thinking of were pleas like a sick old mother, 2 starving siblings, and a few days. Basically, any sob story that could move someone's heart, so he'd have an excuse to let him go without Katza noticing. Unexpectedly, before the kid could even open his mouth, he loudly got physical first. "You brat, are you going to cough it up or not? The master wants you to pay him tribute. He wants you to hand over 90% of everything you steal from this moment on." Holy cow, that was just ruthless. He was talking way too much, and was so aggressive he almost drew his sword to strike the kid down. Lee Ho-yeon, watching from the side, was horrified but couldn't intervene in time. When everything was over, the system panel in front of him displayed a notification. Because you commanded your subordinate to oppress others, you will now gain a new stat. Dignity, stat activated. Lee Ho-yeon was scared times less of his underling, but Lee Ho-yeon didn't dare let it show. Now that he had this new dignity stat, he could hold his head high and continue being terrified. Then, after the kid promised to pay his tribute in full, he was let go. Now, the whole group followed a strange girl to a place that looked quite run down. At that moment, he thought to himself, strange that the Guantang Guild should be a high-rise building in the middle of a bustling city center, right? How can it be so dilapidated like this? As the door opened, his eyes were met with a crowd of thugs, with scarred faces and tattoos all over their bodies. Lee Ho-yeon hadn't even had a chance to wipe his sweat when the troublemaker spoke up. "What are you looking at? Keep staring and I'll send you all to the afterlife right now." "Amazing. Good job, pal." Lee Ho-yeon, the supposed hero of this manhwa, stood behind Katza, his face pale as a sheet, and hurriedly turned to ask the person, "By the way, where are you taking us?" She answered nonchalantly, "Isn't this the place you were looking for? The criminal guild." "Well, we're screwed." As Ho-yeon held his head, unsure how to proceed properly, Kag suddenly gave a malicious smile. He praised him for his godlike calculations, planning to eliminate the girl after they were done. Hearing that, he panicked, but quickly regained his composure and explained to him that the guilty pickpocket was different from this girl. So if they harmed an innocent person like her, they would immediately get a wanted warrant from the authorities, and that's no joke in this kind of manhwa. Hearing that, Kag didn't object anymore. He turned to yell at her for a bit and then sent her away. The unwelcome guest was kicked to the curb. Over here, the tavern owner broke the silence. "Hey you, do you want to join the guild?" The battle-hungry youth heard this and nodded decisively. Everyone here held Kag in high regard, so the fact that he was asking to join was perfectly normal. The price was set at 5 gold coins for a wooden tag that served as identification. Kag refused and immediately flew into a rage. "You dare offer us this piece of junk for 5 gold coins? Are you trying to mock me and my master?" The moment the words "my master" left his mouth, the entire tavern began to whisper, everyone thinking that for someone so large and fierce to obey a weak-looking guy was utterly absurd, a common trope in many a manhwa. Someone spoke up, "What's so special about that guy that he has to obey his orders?" The person opposite him immediately chimed in, "To be alive and have such a mighty warrior under his thumb, maybe that guy has something more to him than his weak appearance. But why is he dressed like that, looking just like a newbie from outside?" The moment he finished speaking, he received a divine slap from the powerhouse Kag, who struck him quite hard. causing the slanderer's mouth to bleed non-stop. As if that wasn't enough, he added, "This bastard wants to go and meet his maker. Maybe I should just take care of everyone here at once, huh?" He had a short fuse, so without another word, he immediately reached for his sword. Luckily, Ho-Eon stopped him midway, otherwise he would have taken them all down one by one. Getting back to the main point, like any good manhwa protagonist, Ho-Eon looked at the tavern owner and told him to find a mission for them. The man complied and immediately opened the system panel. It stated that many rats had appeared at the junkyard, and their job was to collect 100 rat tails to get a reward of 30 cup. Additionally, there were 2 other missions, collecting guild fees and patrolling. Looking at all 3 missions, Ho-Eon felt the rewards were pathetically low, not worth spending a bunch of time on at all. However, if he had to choose one, he would rather choose collecting guild fees as it seemed more promising. The choice was made, and then a young man who was supposed to be their guide appeared. He was Hoon, known as the guild's biggest debtor. He led the 2 to the market alley of the slums. The shop owner's name was Bill, and he cheerfully ran out to greet them, thinking they were there to sell something. Seeing the filthy hand extended, in front of them, Kag, unlike the disgusted Han, cheerfully stepped forward and took it. He smiled brightly, but the more delighted he looked, the more the other person suffered. A powerful electric current suddenly ran through his body, and in no time, the large man collapsed, without even letting out a sound. The system, a staple in this kind of action manhwa, then displayed that the old goods shop owner had just died due to his delay in paying his debt. Ho-Eon watched and cursed inwardly. This guy is a walking disaster. He just killed an NPC with just a hand shake. Placing the collected gold coins on the counter in front of the stunned tavern owner, the first mission was complete. Yet for some reason, his gaze towards Cain was full of vigilance. After a moment of Cold War, he finally spoke up and asked him, "Friend, I didn't think you'd do that to that Bilu guy. What was your purpose in causing all this trouble?" Hearing this, Cain deflected the question to his master, saying it was because he wanted it, and then refused to say anything more. This time, it was Ho-Eon's turn to speak. He explained to them that there wasn't much to the mission. He had simply completed what he had accepted, and that was all. Left with no choice, the bartender could only offer 2 official badges for the required price of 10 gold coins, adding that each badge was magically crafted to distinguish each member and that the user could learn skills through the criminal guild. However, one first needed to achieve enough contribution points to meet the skill requirements. Ho-Eon didn't think much of it and reached out to take them. Unexpectedly, the man suddenly snatched them back, not forgetting to smugly say that he needed to wait a moment for him to record his name and information. Ho-Eon's face darkened instantly, knowing the man was deliberately teasing him. Seeing this, the other party immediately tried to smooth things over. "You look like you want to tear me apart for that joke." All right, I'll provide information about the guild-managed lodging." The moment he finished speaking, the hothead lunged forward, grabbed him by the collar, and yelled, "A joke? You said it was a joke, right?" He ignored the free lodging, ignored everything else in the world, and insisted the bartender apologize properly to his master until he was satisfied. The man opposite him was the guild's secretary, so of course he wouldn't accept this, and casually asked Cain, "Don't you think you've gone too far?" And then, "You're done for. You're so screwed." This remark hit Cain hard. He immediately drew his sword and, in a classic manhwa move, split the bar counter into several pieces right in front of everyone. The customers were scared out of their wits and fled in chaos, while the bartender's face turned paler than a ghost, stammering an apology for his rude behavior just now. But no matter what he said, it didn't satisfy him. Not until the man pulled out a large bag of gold coins did Cain pause for a moment for his master to consider. Unexpectedly pocketing a whole 100 gold coins, Ho-Eon was naturally speechless with joy. But little did he know that through Cain's eyes, it looked like his mood was even worse than before, leading him to receive a violent longsword with +3 strength. He was naturally thrilled with such a great item, but just as he cleared his throat to show his satisfaction, his troublemaking, disaster-courting subordinate went berserk again, wanting to kill the man because he thought his master was dissing the sword as a piece of trash product. I'll take this shameless bastard's head as an example for the others. His actions followed his words, and Ho-Eon, on the side, couldn't do anything in time. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, a mysterious girl appeared to stop him, a plot device common in many manhwa. She and Cain started bickering non-stop from their very first meeting. Well, isn't this great? A psycho has shown up in the guild. "Hey, blockhead, what's your name?" Cain, with his sharp tongue, was no saint either, and retorted, "Cain, state your name, woman." The other party then repeated his words, adding her own title. "This lowly woman's name is Lena, your highness." Ho-Eon, watching the exchange between the two, felt a chill run down his spine. This whole tense standoff felt like a scene from an action manhwa. According to the system window, this hothead had been through, so if he hesitated before someone, it meant their power was not to be underestimated. not ordinary at all. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered something and immediately clutched his head, screaming, "Damn it! Was that a high-ranking member of the guild?" With that speed and those power stats, he guessed to himself that this girl was not to be trifled with. Seeing the situation was getting a little out of control, Ho-eon immediately spoke up. "Lena, when a salesperson makes a mistake, is it the store's fault or the employee's fault?" Not only that, but he also added that since he recognized the man's mistake, wanting a sincere apology was only natural. However, what he didn't expect at all was that Lena presented her badge to argue that someone who intends to become an official member of the guild cannot be called a customer. The two of them were probationary members of the guild, so in the end, they were just part-timers who cleaned the floors and windows. Ho-eon was silent and didn't answer right away, feeling a bit bitter about having his pride wounded by a girl like that. He couldn't take it anymore, in a classic power move you'd see in a manhwa. He immediately brought out a large bag of money and said, "Hey, have you ever seen a part-timer for the guild who has over 500 gold coins?" The girl's eyes widened as she replied, "Couldn't you just open your own shop? Why are you working part-time for the guild?" At this point, the king of brainwashing, a classic manhwa protagonist, finally used his supreme skill, explaining to her that he was working for hire because he needed experience and customer information, knowledge that even money couldn't buy. It was incredibly effective. His image in her eyes changed completely. Even his character name, Windhammer, was super cool. Lena was completely convinced, a scene straight out of a manhwa, and stopped protecting the employee, despite the tavern keeper's desperate pleas. Before leaving, the girl didn't forget to throw a line back at him, saying, "You're an imbecile, and I'm quick-witted. Wouldn't the branch manager prefer me over you?" Just as the upstairs door closed, red blood splattered everywhere. Katza, in a move typical of a dark fantasy manhwa, had been waiting for that moment and immediately chopped off the man's head, raising his own reputation by 10 and Ho-eon's by 20. "It's just a game. Why is it so stressful?" he thought, contemplating his own bleak future. Ho-eon couldn't hold back anymore and scolded him. "You've gone too far. You've messed everything up. Do you realize what you did wrong?" Who would have thought that despite being the master, he'd be sharply retorted by that guy? "I don't think that the life of this insignificant employee could appease my master's anger, but that bastard deserved it." Next, he grinned with satisfaction. "Please forgive me for this impulsive act." Ho-eon clutched his chest, speechless. Just listening to him made his chest ache with anger. This kind of master-servant dynamic is a staple in many manhwa. Just then, Lena suddenly poked her head out just to praise him, saying, "I've never met anyone as cold-blooded and ruthless as you." She then walked closer and stated the purpose of her return. "I am 16 years old, and my specialty is protecting important people and assassinating despicable people. I also have connections with the criminal underworld. I am Lena, an assassin, and I'll become a super beautiful and adorable person in the future." Her introduction is so dramatic, perfect for a manhwa character. Getting to the main point, she made a direct offer. "Could I be the talent you're currently looking for?" Ho-eon stood there listening as that conceited girl praised herself, and he was at a complete loss for words. He facepalmed and sighed out loud. "Oh my god. Combine these two, and I'm surrounded by troublesome people." Although his disdain was obvious, the girl didn't give up and continued. "Your crazed murderer has. This trope of the protagonist attracting weirdos is so common in the manhwa world. So you're saying you'll create a shadow organization and destroy the world? If it's truly an organization as amazing as that, it's definitely 100 times more interesting than that shabby criminal guild." Faced with her enthusiasm to become his subordinate, Ho-eon flatly refused. "I have nothing to offer you, but go find what you truly desire on your own." However, when that crazy girl heard it, it somehow translated to "do whatever you want." And just like that, so nonsensically, he gained a new subordinate, along with a level up and 3 charisma points. Ho-eon had a dumbfounded look on his face, staring at the two of them, and a thought involuntarily popped into his head: a crazy murderer and an assassin he had just acquired. The ego of Katza. After Lena enthusiastically insisted on handling everything there, Ho-eon immediately dragged Katza out of the tavern. On the way, he thought about his subordinate who wants to take people's heads off at the slightest provocation and sighed in exasperation. If he kept maintaining that attack-on-sight mentality, his character would be deleted sooner or later. He had poured 300 million into a side character, so he had to keep him around at all costs. The two of them went straight to the Bram Adventurers Guild. After waiting in line for a while, it was finally their turn. Speaking with the guide, the person presented him with 2 identification items that adventurers could use in the labyrinth city and asked him to put a drop of blood on the watch for the system to integrate and display the user's skills and traits. From there, the guild would recommend a selectable class based on the calculated abilities. Before the blood was even dropped and the information displayed, Katza suddenly shouted, "You useless bunch! You will witness the memorable power of my master, along with a blood-soaked watch the likes of which you have never seen before." Initially, Ho-eon was startled, not understanding why that clueless guy was shouting so loudly, But then he saw the crowd fall silent, their faces filled with tension, and he became strangely calm. He drew his dagger, thinking to himself, "They're afraid of me because, in this manhwa, I have 4 fixed stats that ordinary people wouldn't dare touch. It doesn't really matter, because at my core is an allure so powerful that even I am afraid of my own strength." The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Being someone who could command a killer as savage and insolent as Cax was truly impressive, but reality slapped him hard without missing a beat. What appeared before his eyes was the list of classes sent by the system after analyzing his stats. He had expected something grand, but who would have thought it would be scammer, imposter, and armed robber? Ho Eon trembled and turned around, coincidentally meeting the gaze of his bloodthirsty subordinate, Cax. Faced with a look that was 80% suspicion and 20% indifference, not even his charisma skill could save him this time. Ho Eon thought about the things he had done since arriving in the labyrinth world. Besides intimidating civilians, beating up criminals, and sending a few people to the afterlife, he hadn't done anything good for society. The thing is, Cax did all of it, yet he naturally reaped all the infamy. Just thinking about it was so frustrating. While Ho Eon was busy lamenting this unfair manhwa-like twist of fate, he suddenly noticed the system window had changed. Cax looked overjoyed, while he quietly asked the girl in front of him, "Why did things suddenly change like that?" The girl finally answered, "The integrated system usually uses limited information to suggest a list of titles, but when it uses extended stats instead of basic ones, it takes a little more time. It has only just now finished displaying. Compared to the 3 lame titles from before, this one looked a bit more glamorous. After some calculations, the title he received was Boss, a name straight out of a power fantasy manhwa, giving him the highest authority to command the organization's members with a supreme aura. The stronger the members, the stronger the boss would become. As for Katza, the title he possessed was Judgmental Murderer. At this point, even Ho-Yum was no longer surprised or bewildered by any of it. The two of them continued on their way to the Adventurers Guild waiting room. There, the thuggish young man who always caused trouble and gave the boss a bad name started his usual habit of threatening everyone around him. Ho-Yun screamed internally every time he opened his mouth, "If he causes trouble here, the elite members of the Adventurers Guild won't let us off the hook." Is this idiot acting so arrogant just because he received a title from the main command guild? According to the system board, the more people Katza takes down, the stronger he gets, a classic manhwa trope, which perfectly suited his current murderer class. He told himself this couldn't be allowed to happen, turning to his subordinate only to conclude that this bastard was truly like an extremist character from a dark manhwa. Suddenly, a man unexpectedly held up a large bag of money and shouted, "I have this stack of money I forgot to deposit at the bank. 1 silver coin and 30 cooper. Fantastic." Hearing this, Katza's eyes lit up as he immediately resorted to robbery. "The reason you need to keep money in a bank is to keep it safe, right? Well then, I'll keep it safe for you." The entire crowd heard this and felt like they'd been struck by lightning on a clear day. As for the main victim in this affair, he clutched his money bag and scrambled to run away, not wanting to lose everything. Unfortunately, he didn't get far before taking a knife to the shoulder, causing him to lose his balance and collapse to the floor. Faced with this sudden turn of events, many trembled and cried for their mothers. As the boss, in a situation that felt like a twisted manhwa plot, he felt it was time for him to do something to stop this. He immediately deployed his special ability, Activate Aura, attracting Cat X's attention. He turned around and was met with Ho-Yuan's look of utter constipation, and his brain immediately jumped to a conclusion about his boss's feelings. "You bastards, can't you see my boss is bored?" With that, he brandished his sword menacingly. "I will give you all one chance to relieve my master's boredom. If you fail, I will deal with each and every one of you." The first person to speak up tried to entertain them with a pun, but the room fell dead, silent, with only Ho-Yan bursting out in laughter. However, seeing Katza's stunned expression, he instinctively covered his mouth, thinking he had gone too far. Next, he switched back to his scowling face to explain that it wasn't funny at all. But he knew if he hadn't laughed, his subordinate would have wiped them all out, a grim ending for any manhwa extra. So, he clapped loudly and plastered a wide, commercial smile on his face to save the lives of the trembling people before him. Unexpectedly, this trick actually fooled Katza. Seeing his boss so happy, he was satisfied and decided to let the others off the hook. He then announced, "If you are willing to offer your lives to achieve what you want, then nothing is impossible. If you desire something, then do everything in your power to obtain it." Finally, he ended with a threatening ultimatum. Any piece of trash who can't do that is not allowed to leave this room. And so, the twisted game of entertainment continued until late at night, when Ho-Yon and Katza finally stopped their immoral bullying. The late-night wind was cold enough to freeze one's assets. Ho-Yoon shivered uncontrollably and subtly asked the man beside him how he could be so calm. To his surprise, Cast replied, "How could a man who has wielded his sword all over the world possibly yield to some pathetic wind? All right, if my guy says so, I've got nothing." After hearing that, he could only shut up, unable to complain any further. As the two were walking, Cass was suddenly inspired to praise him for being so indifferent to the strong winds despite wearing only shabby clothes. Our hilariously unlucky protagonist, a true manhwa star of misfortune, didn't bother to reply. He was in so much pain he was about to collapse. He silently cursed himself for being cold enough to turn purple, yet his thoughtless subordinate didn't even offer him a cloak. He looked at the sparkling outfit on the man and fumed. After all that expensive stuff was paid for with his stocks. In a moment of frustration with nowhere to vent, he conveniently kicked a nearby trash can. The can rolled over several times, and just as the lid popped open, he coincidentally found an acquaintance hiding inside. Lena, knowing she'd been discovered, flopped onto the ground and started whining. On a cold day, I searched for you all over the Adventurers Guild, but I couldn't find you. I was so tired of waiting, so I decided to take shelter here. Ho-Eon knew she was full of it, of course, so he called her out immediately. Really? But you could have waited inside. Only then did she realize her cover was blown. But then she switched to complaining about how the boss was in a warm room while she was freezing out here waiting for him. Then she got to the main point. Those audacious fools and members of the criminal guild too, they've openly allied with the Adventurers Guild already. If you encounter any member of the criminal guild, something will definitely happen. Disaster striking out of nowhere, unexpectedly. Thinking of the mission he had given her, Ho-Eon immediately asked how it was progressing. Seeing her useless, dumbfounded expression, his blood instantly boiled, and he ordered Cass immediately. Throw this piece of trash into the bin, now. Without a second of hesitation, the useless girl was stuffed back into the trash can by his subordinate, just like in a comedy manhwa. Not only that, he enthusiastically placed a huge boulder on top with a deeply satisfied smile. Once that was done, the two men left, satisfied, leaving the girl to fend for herself. Before long, Lena managed to catch up to Ho-Eon and Cass. She explained to him that she had gathered all the valuables in the guild right after the two of them left. Next, she stored them in a spatial bag in the branch manager's office to stage the scene as if the instructors, or mercenaries, had done it. She even intentionally faked an employee's death. However, she had some bad luck halfway through and coincidentally ran into the branch manager, causing everything to fall apart, and she ended up becoming a suspect. After hearing the story, Ho-Eon felt like he was trapped in a frustrating manhwa plot. He turned to leave the girl, reasoning that she had failed the very first mission she was given, but before he could even take a step, he was softened by the beauty's tears. In the end, he had no choice but to bring the deadweight along and find a place for them all to spend the night. One double room and one single room. The single must have a bathtub. Ho-Eon said as he placed a handful of gold coins on the table. However, the innkeeper told him that since it was late, there were only 2 single rooms available for rent. The money was already paid. While heading back to the room to rest, he was just about to decide to sleep with Cass when he suddenly remembered his debt-collecting handshake with the goitered shop owner, and his brain immediately imagined a scene where Cass sleepwalks and accidentally kicks him just once. This whole manhwa would be over. That's why he decided to tell his special subordinate that he couldn't share the room, Cass. After hearing that, he asked back, "So you want me to kill the innkeeper? If I make a scene, you won't sleep well. Are you sure?" When he saw him shake his head no, he immediately thought of another reason, one that involved the assassin Lena. However, in the murderer's mind, the reason he was being so nice to her was to make her lower her guard before tearing her to shreds. Tonight, seeing him getting more and more out of line, Ho-Eon didn't want to continue and turned away, saying as he walked, "That's not it, you idiot. I just plan to sleep at a different inn instead of this one." Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind him that Lena was still useful, so he shouldn't do anything reckless. After a good night's sleep in a large bed, the next day while he was still sound asleep, Katza suddenly appeared and yanked away the warm blanket. Good heavens, he thought his subordinate had come to wake him up, but he never expected to see him having committed murder first thing in the morning. He turned pale and asked immediately, "You just killed someone? Speak up." Katza replied, "A total of 7 of them, not a single witness left." "Oh crap, this is bad." Ho-Eon remembered what he said last night and immediately thought this guy must have offed Lena too. Just as he was panicking, she suddenly swooped down from the ceiling, and not only that, she even boasted that she was certain he was an important figure in the future, so she had taken the trouble to stand guard last night to prevent him from being assassinated. Watching Lena and Katza peacefully arguing with each other, he suddenly found this scene a bit cute. This chaotic dynamic was like something from a comedy manhwa. Broken furniture on the floor that he realized these two were cute in a disastrous way, not in a cuddly one. Also that morning, at the Adventurers Guild, Katza bumped into some strangers who had just returned from the dungeon. Instead of apologizing or letting it go like a normal person, he asked, "Did you just dare to give my master a dirty look?" The quirky Lena standing next to him enthusiastically chimed in, "Oh boss, that guy dared to look at you with a perverted gaze. Tell the butcher to take care of him." In the end, they successfully scared the guy witless, making him flee for his life. This was like a scene out of a gangster manhwa. Ho-eon could barely handle one, and now there were two of them. Frustrated, he pretended not to hear and told them they would now go to the labyrinth and start the beginner's quest right away, because their main job was to level up and acquire items. Right now, he knew it was the only way to stop Katza and Lena from slaughtering others just to show off their strength. This whole situation felt like a real-life manhwa. Once they had high ranks and good items, their reputation would spread, and anyone who wanted to cause trouble would face dire consequences. Looking at Katza with a strength stat of 20 and an assassin with a nearly infinite inventory, Ho-eon secretly imagined the scene of monsters being completely annihilated by them, while his job was to just point and give orders from behind with a grin on his face like a true manhwa protagonist. Information panel, the quest in this stage was of basic difficulty. In essence, they just needed to cut off goblin noses and bring back as many as possible to get 5 cups for each nose. He smirked slyly, then entered the dungeon gate for beginners with the other two. Not long after entering the labyrinth city, Katza commented, "Look at this pile of corpses. Here, it seems these foolish adventurers were taken down by something. Perhaps it was monsters from the depths of the labyrinth, an orc or a minotaur, maybe even a troll or an ogre." Suddenly, Lena pointed and shouted, "Ah, goblins are looting the corpses over there. It's our time to shine, you little rascals." Katza was overjoyed and quickly drew his sword. However, he hadn't even had a chance to show off when Lena quickly snatched both kills, and to top it off, she spoke with a smug tone. "What's the big deal with 2 small monsters like these? Anyone would be salty about getting their kills stolen, and X was no exception." His face flushed with anger, he cursed while swinging his sword, vowing to teach Lena a lesson for her words. "That girl wasn't one to back down either," she said. "I dare you. Come and get some if you think you're good enough. You're not as fast as me anyway. In battle, you don't fear a strong enemy, you fear your own teammates suddenly wanting to fight each other." Hoon watched his 2 bickering subordinates in a panic. Are these guys nuts? We're supposed to be fighting monsters, and now they want to kill each other. Then Hoon grabbed his head in anguish. This is not the time for infighting. These 2 troublemakers. Lena put on an excited face, twirling and prancing around X. This whole scene was like a chaotic manhwa. Meanwhile, Hoon was hiding in a corner, hoping for the best. It was a classic case of being caught in the crossfire. With a party experience multiplier of 78, the goblins were quickly and neatly taken care of. This was the difference between other players. And Hoon, he utilized his subordinate's power to level up with ease. Hoon happily turned to them with a bright smile. This manhwa protagonist had it easy. He praised Lena. "You did pretty well." The girl, upon being praised, seemed to have a nerve struck, pointing at X with a challenging tone. "Heh, the master praised me, unlike someone else." Hoon panicked again, using his exasperated expression. "To stop the impending war, I meant it was good, but just average. Next time, be more careful and cooperate with each other, okay?" He thought speaking up would bring some peace, but the more he talked, the more these two pushed their luck. Hoon shouted in frustration, "Stop it. Arguing is just a waste of energy. If you keep this up, we won't be able to reach the deepest part of the maze, and I can't hunt." Lena excitedly walked over and replied immediately, "So does that mean our master will lead the way for us?" Hoon got carried away, his mouth running faster than his brain as he answered with a confident look. "Yeah, it's no big deal. As your master, I'll go first and clear the path. You two just follow me." After saying that, he panicked, breaking out in a cold sweat. He realized, "I'm so screwed. What the hell did I just say?" To keep his 2 subordinates from getting suspicious, Hoon had to try to grit his teeth and bear it, saying he was fine. His synchronization rate with the old version was only 40%. He was truly screwed. How could he be fine? Seeing her master fight for the first time, Lena was overjoyed, jumping up and down. "Yay, I bet you're incredibly strong. Maybe our master is an even better assassin than me." Then the girl pointed forward in excitement. "Oh, just in time. There's an old goblin over there." Hoon's face went pale as a ghost, drained of all color. This manhwa was getting too real. He wearily carried his sword and moved forward. His mouth had really gotten him into trouble. Why did he have to act so foolishly when he could have been comfortably leeching experience? Facing the old goblin, a former leader holding a large, crude sword, Hoon was clearly getting cold feet. But since he was already in it, he had to see it through. Screwing it all, he charged forward with his sword. However, before he could even do anything, the goblin whacked him on the head with a loud thwack. Feeling this wasn't going well, he swung his sword towards the sky, luckily landing a slash right on the goblin's stomach. Hoon panted heavily, tiredly thinking he had killed it. But no, the old monster looked at him once and then just bolted. The young man chased after it for his dear life, repeatedly shouting for it to stop. He threw his sword forward, hoping for a one-shot kill like in the movies. But no, The sword had just left his hand. It clattered to the ground after barely a meter, and even though he was incredibly embarrassed, afraid of losing respect in front of his two underlings, he had no choice but to walk over, pick up the sword, and return with his head hung low, bracing for a fit of rage, and for his subordinates to leave him like some unknown NPC when Kak suddenly spoke up. "You fight better than I." Imagined, "My lord, you must have surpassed your own limits." Lena, who witnessed this whole Manhwa-like scene, found it incredibly strange and whispered to Kax, "You're saying this surpassed your imagination? Just how terrible was our master before?" Hit with that cold splash of reality, a dejected Ho-Eon told her to forget it and walked away like a soulless wanderer. Seeing her master's impossibly gloomy face, Lena knew she had messed up and shouted unconsciously, "Wait, master, are you sick? Seriously?" In a shallow area of the labyrinth, to ease the awkward and tense atmosphere, Lena naturally threw her hands in the air and shouted enthusiastically, "I'm Lena, 16 years old, and I'm still growing, so I get to sleep and I don't, and have to stand guard." As soon as the words left her mouth, the group ganged up on her. "Cut the crap. You wench. Are you saying our sick master has to stay up all night to watch over you?" That was the response she got from her slaughter-loving teammate the moment she spoke. Ho-Eon, feeling like a misunderstood Manhwa protagonist, desperately wanted to say he wasn't sick, but he couldn't bring himself to say it out loud. He tried to explain to Lena that even though Kax looked a bit like he was in his 50s, he was only 15 years old, so as the elder, she had to take the night watch. Hearing the number 15, she clutched her stomach and laughed like crazy. "What? No way. He looks like that, and you're telling me he's younger than me? He looks like a 30-year-old middle-aged man." Feeling insulted, Kax refused to back down, preparing to draw his sword for a showdown. To change the subject, Ho-Eon turned to scold Lena. "It's your fault. We're stuck here tonight." An assassin without any navigation skills, how useless. Though rebuked, Lena insisted she wouldn't learn that skill, claiming it was cheap and not cool at all. Kax's face hardened like steel, furious on his master's behalf, and he growled threateningly, "Master, instead of that useless wench, I, Kax, have a safe way out for us." Safe was nowhere to be seen. This whole Manhwa adventure was just this madman destroying everything around them, which blocked the new path and nearly got them all killed. He couldn't let the troublemaker and his female counterpart keep rambling any longer, so Ho-Eon acted like a proper master and told them to shut up. I anticipated this and prepared enough food for 2 days. The two of them looked as if they'd been brought back to life. Lena once again showed off her talent for sarcasm. "Wow, just as I thought, master is so amazing. But shouldn't we have brought a map?" Hitting a sore spot, Ho-Eon was left speechless. It was truly the most humiliating moment ever. After a round of bickering, like a scene from a gag manhwa, Ho-Eon still ended up miserably, standing guard for the two troublemakers. He silently cursed them as scoundrels. "I didn't get any sleep yesterday because of them either." Ho-Eon realized they had to get out of the labyrinth as fast as possible, because if this manhwa arc dragged on too long, monsters could attack and their recovery items were running low. Suddenly, he glanced over at Lena's sleeping spot and, what the heck, she was nowhere to be seen. Thinking back to when she had excitedly declared she needed to sleep and wouldn't stand guard, Ho-Eon felt a sting of bitterness, his face scrunching up. Did she really run away? So who's going to take my shift? Just as he was fuming, she suddenly popped her head out from nowhere, scaring him half to death. Her admiring gaze was filled with a mix of defiance and trust, since her master took care of everything from her food to her sleep, which gave Lena an idea to teach him a skill for survival. A skill transfer is a rare event that only happens if an NPC has a high level of trust in that person. Even if a player spent a ton of gold on an NPC, they still might not agree. It looks like Ho-Eon hit the jackpot this time. He gave a sly smile and asked what she wanted to teach him. Lena excitedly said she would teach him a special assassination skill of an assassin. The girl licked her dagger excitedly, explaining that the trick to assassination is to quickly get a hold of the target. Then in one swift motion, she held it to her master's neck to demonstrate, and find their weak point to kill them as quickly as possible. The important thing is, you must be so fast and precise that the target doesn't even realize what's happening. After scaring the life out of Ho-Eon, she finally got to the main point. She demonstrated for him, and whoosh, in a classic manhwa move, the dagger instantly flew into the wall, leaving a perfectly round hole in it. "See? Now, do that 1,000 times." Ho-Eon was completely stunned. He couldn't even see how she did it. "What do you mean 1,000 times?" Lena was still trying her best to help her master practice the thrust, explaining that not touching the wall was the most important part. If you accidentally stab the enemy's weak point too hard, blood will gush out like a fountain, and the murder weapon will be identified. Oh dear, if you don't run away, you'll be caught by the guards and hanged. She said this while making a throat-slitting gesture, making Ho-Eon feel like he was the butt of a joke. In any case, he understood the key points now. Just be gentle, gentle, and precise. But nope, Ho Eon had absolutely no talent for this. Just a few minutes later, he was panting like a dog, earning Lena's scornful laughter. Ha 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 ha, master. You truly have no talent for being an assassin. Ho Eon died a little inside, feeling more and more useless in this Manhwa world. In the middle of the night, the two of them were laughing like maniacs, disturbing Kag's sleep. He woke up, yawning widely, and called out, "Master," snapping Ho Eon to his senses. Kag suddenly pointed ahead. "There's an expedition team here." The moment they saw their figures, the other team immediately turned tail and ran, not giving Ho Eon a chance to even say hello. He could only reach out and scream hopelessly in his mind. "Stop! Tell us the way out of here! Run! Away! They're the thugs who destroyed the path last time." That was all Ho Eon managed to hear. Just then, the system sent a notification for a surprise event, a classic Manhwa trope. Capture the labyrinth expedition team alive. After reading this, our hero immediately turned to his subordinate, Kag. Instantly understanding his master's intent, Kag nodded sharply. "Yes, I will capture them at once." As soon as he spoke, he shot off after them without a moment's hesitation. Lena, watching this incredible Manhwa-like burst of speed, couldn't help but be impressed, suggesting her master should learn that skill for self-defense. She then asked if he wasn't worried. Ho Eon didn't get it. "What is there to be worried about?" he asked her in return. Lena replied coldly, "Shouldn't you be more worried about us? Kag is chasing them, so he can't possibly keep track of our location while running." Ho Eon's brain finally caught up, and it hit him like a ton of bricks. Neither he nor Lena knew the way. If they lost Kag, they'd end up as skeletons in this dungeon, a grim fate for any Manhwa protagonist. Ho Eon panicked and shouted, ordering her to immediately run with all her might. "We have to catch them, no matter what." He sounded impressive, but his performance was another story. Less than 3 minutes later, Ho Eon collapsed on the ground, completely exhausted and out of breath. Lena stood beside him, looking at him with a worried and pensive expression. "Master, are you sick? Like, if you overexert yourself, will your heart explode and you'll die?" Ho Eon was weak, but Ho Eon didn't want his subordinate to know, so he pretended to be genuinely ill. Now, they had no choice but to pray that the troublemaking panther would bring back the explorers. However, before they could even start praying, the little panther had already caught them. Those people were good at finding their way, so they would surely return. Seeing Lena's joyful attitude, Ho Eon suddenly became thoughtful, asking her what she wanted to do after they got out of here. He had seen her goodwill when she taught him assassination skills, so he wanted to praise her a little and reward her with something. Even a small thing would be fine. Lena froze for a few seconds, then suddenly her eyes widened and she looked at her master with clarity, answering decisively and coherently, "I want to eat delicious food." With this incredibly mundane answer, Ho Eon felt she was quite pitiful. Her past life must have been very hard. But this was actually a great deal for a subordinate. He chuckled sinisterly on the inside but maintained a magnanimous facade, nodding in agreement to buy her delicious food. But his joy lasted only a few seconds before a bright red notification popped up, proving a troublemaker is always a troublemaker, just like in a manhwa. Warning: Kag has killed an explorer. Ho Eon was so furious he could go crazy, gritting his teeth to endure the bitter frustration. In the end, this guy still caused trouble. As if he wasn't angry enough, a cheerful Lena pointed ahead, saying there was a group of explorers over there. Oh, this team had 3 people, and they looked quite decent. Seeing Ho Eon's disheveled, ghost-like appearance, they immediately went into a defensive stance. "Miss, please come over here. That guy is very dangerous. You trashy bastard. How dare you take those young ladies as hostages?" Lena and Ho Eon had no idea what was going on. Were these guys insane or something? He didn't have time to deal with them. He hadn't even gotten a wink of sleep since last night. If this continued, Kag would arrive and mercilessly kill all of them. And then, they would be targeted by the entire Explorers Guild as criminals, a truly tragic ending. It was a classic bad ending for a manhwa protagonist, and so it would be game over. While he was wondering how to handle the situation, Lena suddenly adopted a playful tone, acting as if she had really been kidnapped, making the situation even more perilous. The hunters thought it was real and immediately shot an arrow at Ho Eon, then charged forward, eager to rescue the hostage. The master was so scared he almost wet himself, but the little troublemaker was still smiling gleefully as she casually pushed the young man aside to dodge the attack. Seeing their opponent dodge their teammate's blade, one of the explorers concluded that Ho Eon was no ordinary person and declared this a life-or-death battle. Oh my god, what the hell is going on with this plot? This is like a poorly written manhwa. Before stepping up to be the hero and save the damsel, the guy holding the sword even took the opportunity to confess to his teammate. He acted as if taking one more step would mean certain death, showing off his romance to everyone. After that, They became even more fired up, aggressively charging forward with a sword, bow, and spear. Ho Ian was cornered, and in this critical moment, he was bewildered, unsure of what to do. It wasn't just the troublemaker Lena, who wanted to greet them with death and present their heads to her master, but Kag on the other side was just as bad. He skewered another explorer, making his master's face turn pale with horror. Thanks to his subordinate's killing spree, Ho Ian gained some experience, and suddenly his level went up, unlocking a new skill, Master's Aura. This was the kind of power-up you only see in a manhwa. Ho Ian had scored big time, laughing savagely. A Master's Aura that could command respect from minions and strike fear into enemies. He didn't hesitate to activate it right away, and Lena cheerfully praised him. Master's face looks like someone who kills 50 people a day. Ho Ian had no idea what kind of compliment that was. He was curious about what his face looked like now, a common trope in many a manhwa, but decided he'd check a mirror later. He thought they would freeze in fear, but to his surprise, when he opened his eyes, they were looming right in front of him, leaving Ho Ian standing there stunned. Luckily, Lena was quick enough to pull him aside, saving his life, but no, it wasn't over. They ignored everything and continued to brandish that ridiculously long sword towards him, showing off. Just as things were getting intense, those guys suddenly froze like statues, not moving an inch. Ho Ian thought his skill had worked, but nope. It was Katza looming behind them, a classic manhwa power move. What are you doing? Is that a toy sword? And you can guess what happened next. Ignoring the cutesy girl hovering around, sniffing all over him, asking if he just killed someone. Katza approached to report to his master that the scoundrels he was chasing were people who would kill and rob other adventurers, so he had skewered them and taken all their weapons. Ho Ian, quite intimidated, asked his subordinate, "I don't understand. If they really hunt other adventurers, why did they run from us?" Katza answered nonchalantly, "Master, of course, it's because your face looks like someone who slaughters 50 people a day." At this point, he understood. An answer that hit rock bottom, a truly tragic manhwa protagonist moment. Ho Ian used that very face and turned to the group of adventurers standing there. "I have a question. When you look at my face, what comes to your mind?" The guy was so scared he could have wet his pants, unconsciously replying, "My number is up." Before the master could even react, Katza flew into a rage on his behalf, like a loyal guard dog in a manhwa, and aggressively approached them. "You ungrateful bastards, I let you live and you think you're safe? You look at the master's face and only think your number is up? You truly don't have a shred of honesty. There's no reason to let you live anymore. All of you will die here." Ho Ian freaked the hell out, tears streaming down his face like rain. Without thinking, he turned his kills 50 people a day face towards the adventurers and yelled, "Katza, stop. That's enough. This is your punishment for your dishonesty. Clean the blood off the weapons Katza brought." As soon as he said it, the atmosphere became very awkward, a cold wind sweeping past, a scene straight out of a comedy manhwa. Ho Ian, dejected with nothing left to lose, thought, what a painful reality. And finally, thanks to the help of that adventurer group, they found their way out. According to what they revealed, the gatekeepers outside were no better than thieves. They would check and take 10% of the profits they earned. Katza suggested just killing the gatekeepers to get it over with, while Lena excitedly proposed using a honey trap. Ho Ian got a headache listening to them and decided to let the adventurer team member lead the way. Katza even added a bonus, "If you fail, you will die," which made the guy just want to dig a hole and run away from here as fast as possible. The maze gate was finally opened, and as expected in this Manhwa world, the gatekeepers really did have the intention of blatant robbery. But thanks to that guy's glib tongue, they got out safely without losing a single hair. The moment they were out, Katza immediately started trouble. He looked at the guy from before with a furious expression. "It seems you got everyone through by lying that you were the one who killed the adventurer hunters, but you're not planning on stealing the credit too, are you? By lying that you were the one who killed the adventurer hunters, but you don't intend to steal the credit too? Our experiment, right? Like master, like servant." The subordinate had barely finished his threat before they had a chance to be scared, and Ho Ian added on, "It's fine, we can just sell all three of them as slaves." After hearing what this master and servant duo said, they looked more and more like they'd lost their souls. CT laughed like a madman. He had learned the fierce skill, and CT's infamy increased by 5, a classic stat boost in any good manhwa. Ho Ian's infamy increased by 15. The two of them stood there laughing joyfully like a couple of lunatics. The group quickly headed to the Adventurers Guild to claim their mission reward. Additionally, they also reported dealing with the adventurer hunters. However, the thing was, the staff member gently reminded them that the guild would also try to take 10% of the money they reported receiving, just like the gatekeepers. So she proposed a wonderful solution. She would be listed as the one paying them, an offer that was too good to pass up. Ho Ian agreed immediately. At this rate, like a true manhwa protagonist, he could just sit in one spot and rake in the gold. To celebrate this victory, as promised, he took his two troublemakers to a high-class hotel to celebrate. Lena was as happy as could be, constantly praising her master as the most wonderful person in the world. Last time, you left us behind and came here alone. Is there something wrong with my stingy master? Did you make some money somewhere? A compliment that was highly insulting, but since he was in a good mood, he let it slide for now. Before the feast began, Ho-Eon made a very difficult request to the two of them. From now until we leave this place, do not cause any trouble. It sounded easy enough, but easy for whom? With these two, it seemed a bit iffy. The chaos they bring is worthy of its own manhwa series. Telling them to burn down the entire hotel might have been faster. It hadn't even been a few seconds, and these two blockheads were already fighting like cats and dogs to the point where a server had to step in and stop them. Finally, with the restaurant's help, the once-in-a-millennium lavish feast was held. However, the two of them had the faces and bodies of adults, but they were still young, so they couldn't drink any beer or wine. He suggested Lena learn the pathfinding skill, but she refused. The rejection made Ho-Eon a bit sad, so he picked up his beer and chugged it in one go, in his head silently thinking that no matter how good he was to his subordinates, they would never listen. Seeing their master drinking so heartily, CT suddenly flew into a rage, shooting up like a rocket. "Master, did you just drink a whole glass of beer? You can only have one sip. Why do you have to accompany us? You're in a very dangerous situation because your illness is getting worse and worse." Ho-Eon sat there dumbfounded, not understanding what the hell this guy was talking about. He was still perfectly healthy. As if that wasn't enough chaos, the dramatic girl joined in, creating a scene worthy of any drama manhwa, crying tragically as if he were about to die. She demanded CT do something immediately to save their master. And so, this crew then found a priest somewhere and dragged him back to treat Ho-Eon. However, there was something a bit off about this priest. His face looked incredibly shady as he introduced himself as Luvik from the guild, the Priests of the End. Ho-Eon could tell something was strange right away. People with this profession were quite rare in the previous game, hiding themselves very well, a detail this manhwa captures perfectly. But a priest from a sect called the End was something he had never heard of. They must have been established recently. To dispel his suspicions, Ho-Eon told him to preach his doctrine to him. The collapse of the world, if you die, a part of your body, the illness in that part of the body will also disappear. The end is inevitable, whether it is hindered by illness or not. Hearing this proclamation, Ho-Eon knew he was truly screwed. His face was the picture of misery. Even if he wasn't sick before, he was about to be now. Basically, the guy just said he was going to send him to the next life. Ho-Eon tried to do some damage control, explaining that he only had a single glass of beer and was very grateful for the help, but begged him to take the money and leave. The moment this priest saw the money, he suddenly yelled out, "Oh God of the End. This humble servant Luvik. This is the first time I've been rewarded for bringing infamy to the church." He suddenly, excitedly declared that he couldn't just accept the money for nothing, so he would help liberate him. Watching this psycho, it felt like Ho-Eon was trapped in a horror manhwa. To perform his ritual, Ho-Eon was scared, stiff, his face drained of all color. He covered his face with his hands in despair, thinking that this was really the end for him. Oh, but when he opened his eyes, nothing had happened to him. However, that wasn't quite right. Outside the window, the one who took the hit was some random dude. They still hadn't figured out what happened when the priest flew down to check and then announced with an excited voice, "He's dead." Katza immediately went after him, demanding that he complete the rest of the treatment method. Upstairs, Ho-Eon was still utterly confused, while Stai cried out in despair, "Forget about all that sickness. I'm the one who's going to die." And for some unknown reason, these two crazies suddenly started brawling. This whole scene was like something out of a wild manhwa. That priest wasn't what he seemed. He was surprisingly strong. He was able to block Katza's attacks with his bare hands and even made him struggle. Good heavens, with a move straight out of a battle manhwa, he created a powerful gust of wind with his cloak and managed to block a fatal blow from Luvik, nearly giving his master a heart attack. Observing the situation of the battle, Ho-Eon realized something was wrong. The priest was getting weaker. No, he was faking it to wait for an opportunity. The bastard was hiding a shadow spear behind his back, a classic manhwa villain move, planning to take Katza down with him. The stronger the enemy, the more one must target their vital points. But in reality, Katza could easily avoid those weak spots and recover using magic. Ho-Eon suddenly panicked. If his subordinate died here, his life as a gamer would be ruined. Ho-Eon realized he had to do something, anything, to stop this insane fight. The bastard priest was still grinning smugly, and Lena was eagerly waiting for the troublemaker to lose, while Ho-Eon found himself in a desperate situation, racking his brain and thinking, "Damn it, I only have one option left." He then strained his vocal cords and screamed at the top of his lungs, "The guards are here." In that moment of distraction, Luvik was struck. He took a full combo and absorbed several attacks from Katza. The impact was earth-shattering, leaving the priest flattened on the ground, his mouth agape in terror. Katza laughed maniacally, overjoyed. I've dealt with the insolent priest who dared to try and harm my master. However, his joy was short-lived. He had truly jinxed himself, because right after Ho-Eon's shout, the guards really did show up. Katza was tied up, and naturally, the two upstairs were no exception. All three were taken to the station for questioning. The troublemaker still held his head high, looking down on everyone, while his master was miserably being interrogated and pressured to take the blame for everything. To make matters worse, the girl was crying her eyes out, worried about the fate of their Demon Guard Corps. Ho-Eon tried to explain that it was all a misunderstanding, that he was sick and his subordinate had brought that madman over, and so on. However, the whole story sounded too much like a fantasy manhwa, so the police didn't believe him and insisted that he was trying to collude with that end cult, and things went awry, which is why the fight started. Damn it all. That sounded more plausible, and it was clear they were being viewed as dangerous elements if no one stepped forward. To testify, Ho-Eon's adventuring career would be as good as over. If they wanted a witness, they'd get one. The police said they would bring one, but it would be a witness to testify to their crimes, not to save them as he hoped. A beautiful purple-haired girl, looking like she walked straight out of a manhwa, stepped inside. Oh, it was Erin, the employee from the Adventurers Guild who had cooperated with Ho-Eon before. She quickly turned the tables on the police, saying they must be mistaken, as Ho-Eon was the righteous man who caught the adventurer killer in the labyrinth and received a reward, so there was no way he would cooperate with a priest of the end. She threatened the officer, saying that if he convicted Ho-Eon as a threat to the city, something would happen to the officer's career achievements. The officer pretended to stroke his chin and thought for a moment, but in the end, he had to release these lunatics. Who knows if it was luck or not, but getting to see the sun again felt like a once-in-a-lifetime blessing in this Manhwa world. Aaron smiled brightly, congratulating them with a smile as bright as a flower, yet it looked incredibly sinister. With this, I think you've become a guild member now, right? After saying that, she vanished without waiting for a word of thanks. Although her actions were rather strange, he didn't want to think about it any further. Ho-Eon was just too exhausted. He yawned widely, dreaming of his soft bed and wanting to get a good night's sleep. But life isn't a fairy tale. Shark looked at his master with eyes full of tender, loving care. Master, it's time for you to receive serious treatment. Ho-Eon's spirit faltered upon hearing that, wondering what on earth he was talking about. This whole situation felt like a ridiculous manhwa plot. He tried to explain that he was fine and just needed a good night's sleep to recover, but no, Shark didn't believe him. He scooped up his master in his arms in one swift motion and dashed straight to the healing sect. You are not well at all. We must treat Master's condition at all costs. At first, Ho-Eon protested, not intending to go along with this, but just lying still and letting others heal him was also a form of rest, so he suddenly decided to play sick. The deacons tried to use their healing spells on Ho-Eon, but no matter what they tried, they couldn't seem to dispel the curse, looking at each other with bewildered and frightened eyes. Well, of course they couldn't detect a curse. He wasn't afflicted by any damn curse to begin with. One of the two deacons suddenly exclaimed, "It's impossible." This caused the men standing nearby to scowl and growl menacingly. The dramatic tension was palpable, just like in a manhwa. Impossible. You're a high-ranking and powerful priest of the healing sect who doesn't even get holidays, so how is it that it's impossible is all that comes out of your mouth now, huh? They tried to explain that they needed more time, but Shark was hot-tempered and impatient, so he refused, demanding they bring a high-ranking priest, otherwise their fate would be the same as that priest of the end. Ho-Eon lay motionless, about to intervene, when from outside another priest, a mid-rank priest, slowly entered. Is that him? The patient harboring that powerful, unknown curse. His face looks so pale. Is it because of the curse? He used his hands to try and heal Ho-Eon, but this strange man only startled the young man even more. He suddenly put on an extremely serious expression. Huh, how can this be? First, my name is Yelen, a mid-rank deacon of the healing sect. The curse your master is afflicted with comes. I can't even sense it. This is the most difficult curse of all, a highest level curse. Seeing the pained expression on Elenen's face, Ho-Eon thought something was seriously wrong with him, but that wasn't the case. After hearing this group's verdict on his body, he just wanted to scream and curse them under his breath. He knew it. There's no such thing as a curse like that. These foolish people. Fools. Elenen's face fell, and he hurriedly turned to leave, muttering that he had to call the archbishop to examine this case right away. As things were spiraling into a mess, Ho-Eon had to step in, call the man back, and then dismiss the entire group out, stating he wanted to discuss his condition privately with him in Elenen's personal study. He didn't want to admit that he was bluffing, so Ho-Eon resorted to threatening him to make the sect abandon his treatment. He put on a stern, steely expression and emphasized every word. I'm sure you've heard of the reputation of my subordinates. Not even the Bram army can do a thing. I'm the only one who can control them. If you people fail and I die, where do you think my subordinates will wreak their havoc? He initially thought the threat would scare him, but it didn't. To the priest's ears, it twisted into a completely different, tragic tale, a misunderstanding straight out of a manhwa. Elenin began to weep pathetically, as if he'd realized his life mission, believing that Ho-Eon was cursed because he was trying to protect others by keeping a band of villains in check. This explained his haggard appearance, which was worse than that of an ordinary person. At this point, he was too exhausted to correct him, so he just thought, whatever, let's just go with it. No longer bothering to speak, Ho-Eon helplessly turned to leave. But then, the story suddenly took another turn. Elenin called out to him and transferred a bit of his power, hoping to slow the curse's progression. Oh, suddenly, receiving the enhancement magic from the healing sect, Ho-Eon felt completely refreshed. His face was glowing, his pores tightened, and all his injuries were healed. Even more peculiar, this priest was so strange that he invented a divine command in his head and decided he had to fulfill it, requesting to join Ho-Eon's party. This kind of plot development is a staple in the Manhwa world. He said that he didn't need money or status and begged to be allowed to travel with them. A healer is an incredibly essential member of any party. Hiring even a mid-level priest would cost a fortune, but this man didn't want money. For some special reason, Ho-Eon could use him freely without any potion fees or hiring costs. This was absolutely insane. He began to feel that something wasn't right. Thinking about his party, which was forming like a typical Manhwa team, made him shudder. With all this good fortune piling up, Ho-Eon wondered if he was truly this lucky. There wasn't just one or two suspicious things about this system. He suddenly wondered, is this some special treatment for a former high-ranking explorer? As much as he wanted to accept immediately, he knew those scheming directors would. If he tried to become an explorer again, they would bleed him dry. No, he couldn't let things proceed in this direction. Even though Elenin was a great asset, Ho-Eon was very sorry. He gave a blunt refusal, leaving the priest heartbroken and crying for hours. That night, at a restaurant in a back alley of the Bram district, Lena glanced at Ho-Eon and exclaimed, "Master, why is your face so radiant, yet your expression is so gloomy?" See, chewing noisily beside him, chimed in, "That woman's right. Is something making you angry?" Ho-Eon clutched his head, looking miserable. "To be honest, I can't really blame anyone right now, but the truth is, our team makes a mess out of the smallest things." As soon as those two heard that, they turned to curse each other out loudly, just as the young man had predicted. A dejected Ho-Eon told them to stop, saying he had already said he wasn't blaming anyone, and that blaming each other was pointless. There was a better way, but he had been too sensitive, and that way was the art of negotiation. And so, Ho-Eon demonstrated the ultimate skill he had just learned. He called the owner over and said something and asked for a discount, and to the astonishment of the two troublemakers, he was given free drinks. Ho-Eon smiled brightly and turned back, gesturing boastfully. See, negotiation is the easiest way to get what you want without violence. It's a skill straight out of a diplomacy manhwa. Katza heard this and slammed his hand on the table as if he'd just discovered the meaning of life. Get what I want? Using negotiation? I completely understand your meaning, master. He immediately beckoned the owner over to begin his own negotiation. Ho-Eon realized this was about to go south fast. This troublemaker was about to cause problems again. Oh, for crying out loud. Katza paid no mind to his master's expression and continued aggressively. Hey, owner, you must be confused, right? What he really wants. Haven't you read the news? He just got out of the station. Even after destroying an entire city, he got compensated and then released. The owner was a hothead himself. He was a thug too. So these cheap tricks didn't faze him one bit. With a loud bang, a whole gang of criminals hiding inside revealed themselves. Now then, esteemed guests, why don't you show us what you're made of? We're going to show you a real good time. Seeing he was about to satisfy his violent urges, in a scene worthy of any action manhwa, Katza was absolutely ecstatic. He pointed his sword forward in excitement. Let's negotiate. Time to take what I want. I'll take this whole bar. And when it comes to troublemakers, there's never just one. Of course, Lena couldn't be left out of the action. The girl jumped up excitedly, yelling, "Me too, me too." A helpless Ho-Eon in the back tried to stop them, but it was no use. This chaotic team dynamic is a staple in every manhwa. That's not what I meant at all, you idiots. And you'd think these thugs would be tough, but they turned out to be just small fry gangsters. Half their number fell in just a single attack from Katza. The owner realized something was off and yelled for his men to spread out, to avoid the devastating sweep of their opponent. But the guy's observation skills were lacking. Lena's shadow was lurking right behind him. She wore a hungry expression, licking her dagger as she pressed it against the owner's neck, asking if he remembered her. How could he possibly remember at a moment like this? He just answered instantly, "Who the hell are you?" The situation grew more and more chaotic, with the entire bar now a complete mess, filled with terrified screams and cries for help, people yelling at each other to run. They're monsters, straight out of a horror manhwa. And a moment later, although he didn't understand the situation, the owner and his underlings were tied up and kneeling right at Ho-Eon's feet. He bowed his head and apologized. "I was wrong. How could I not realize how tense you were with that serious look on your face? Please forgive my insolence." The young man pointed towards Lena, who was grinning over there. "It's too late for regrets now. By the way, this subordinate of mine, how do you know her?" Hearing the question, the owner answered nonchalantly, "Ha ha, of course, I know her. She was a high-ranking officer in our criminal organization. One day, she suddenly single-handedly wiped out an entire squad of ours and then vanished without a trace. It's a classic manhwa backstory. Right now, she's a fugitive, with a huge bounty on her head in our organization." Ho-Eon, his face turned ashen. This was a complete disaster, a plot twist worthy of a manhwa. Damn it, this is exhausting. So that means all this time, the incident where I took the fall for Katza, it's not over yet, and they're being hunted by that criminal organization, but they've been outlaws for a long time anyway. So now there's no turning back. In that case, he might as well go all in and become a true devil in their eyes. Ho-Eon, with a face that looked like he could kill 50 people a day, approached the owner. "My subordinate is a wanted fugitive, so your organization has been chasing us all this time, then being a member of the organization and also a witness to keep you alive is of no use anymore, is it?" he said, then coldly turned his back, leaving a few words of instruction for her, telling the damsel to clean up properly, not like last time. Knowing she was about to make a corpse out of him, the owner was terrified. Screaming in the hopes of receiving some mercy, he said that his organization was currently in trouble ever since Lena left. The organization's reputation has been fading away. It all started with a new kid, who was strange but very cunning, with a silver tongue like a snake that won over all the core members, and he even proposed a new business model for the organization. When that idea started turning a profit, their once bustling hideout began to see fewer visitors. Gradually, they stopped making any money, so the organization fell into a state where only the small fries remained. This is a classic plot development in many a manhwa. According to rumors, that kid was just an ordinary pickpocket. Hearing about a pickpocket, Ho-Eon was suddenly reminded of an acquaintance. But he put that thought aside for now and continued listening to the man's explanation. "I can see the infinite potential in you, sir. Your overwhelming power that fells everything in a single blow. The prestige of a master with such a terrifying face. If you become the new master of our establishment, you will surely restore the glorious reputation this criminal organization once had." The whole setup feels like the beginning of a great manhwa series. As Lena was rolling up her sleeves, Ho-Eon surprisingly told her to stop and actually agreed to the offer. How surreal. Lena couldn't believe it. She was shocked to her core. To intimidate them, Ho-Eon activated his master's aura and approached with an awe-inspiring presence. "If you wish to prolong your lives, then offer me your loyalty, and you will be reborn." Scaring them so badly, they nearly wet their pants. Ho-Eon finally took over the restaurant, turning it into his territory. This power fantasy is a staple of the manhwa genre of his own. Now he had pawns, subordinates, and a territory, meeting all the conditions to establish an organization. So the young man came up with a name, the Hyuksin Association. In Sino, Vietnamese, it means Black Mountain, which sounds incredibly lame and dull. With the organization established, the young man received a large bonus of experience, points, and skills. This is very common in a system, manhwa. She curiously asked her master what he planned to do next. Ho-Eon confidently declared that the guiding principle for the Hyuksin Association's actions is to conquer the labyrinth. The damsel seemed unsatisfied, complaining that it sounded a bit too mundane for a criminal organization. To make these two troublemakers fully believe in the future he was preparing, Ho-Eon put on his master's face and spoke with great flair. It's a classic power move you'd see in a popular manhwa. Of course, money and power are important, but that is only a small part of what I seek. In the labyrinth, there are many extremely powerful monsters whose strength is on a completely different level from the people here, compared to seizing those fleeting worldly possessions. Don't you want to tame those monsters instead? The plot of this manhwa is getting interesting. Now, let's go. It sounded absurd, but also somewhat reasonable. Psychologically manipulated, the two troublemakers didn't even bother to think anymore and excitedly scrambled to follow their master, to the utter bewilderment of the restaurant staff. This whole scene feels like a perfect chapter in a manhwa. Meanwhile, in a slum village in the district to the west, news that the Bach restaurant was completely looted in just half a day spread quickly among criminal circles and reached the ears of that brat, the owner's son. The kid, completely clueless, assumed that another organization, a powerful one, had emerged, and it was time for them to intervene. And indeed, the kid had recently found himself a very seasoned and formidable-looking bodyguard to accompany him, and upon hearing the news, he immediately rushed to the restaurant to cause trouble. Meanwhile, Ho-eon and his crew were basking in their newfound fame as Underworld Kingpins. It was a whole different level, like something out of a manhwa. Now, wherever they went, people looked at them with wary eyes, a scene straight out of a gangster manhwa that he'd never experienced in real life. Not bad at all, Ho-eon mused, imagining a future of wealth and prosperity, sitting on a mountain of money after gaining more attention, and expanding the organization's scale. He got a little carried away, so he said a few cool-sounding things to get a handle on and his two troublemakers, but in return, he received a rebuke from his female subordinate. "You're getting a bit carried away, just because right now you look like a boss." "Sir, I understand how you feel, but the game has only just begun. There's no need to end it so soon." Suddenly, his crew became strangely pragmatic. Ho-eon felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head, deciding to go buy a map first. But before he could even enter the maze, a blaring red warning suddenly appeared, stating that there was an intruder. The restaurant, the Black Mountain Guild, was under attack. Damn it, this manhwa plot is moving fast. They had to rush back immediately, just in time, for some action. That brat was ordering his lackey to take care of the restaurant owner. Luckily, Katza returned in time, intervening just in time to save the man's head. "Oh, so it's a familiar face." The kid pointed forward and clutched his stomach, laughing smugly. "Phew, I knew it was you guys, the disgusting thugs who took my gold." Katza hadn't yet processed what was happening, a giant question mark appearing over his head like in a gag manhwa. "I'm about to remember, but I forgot. Why is there a kid here?" Being so painfully forgotten, the kid angrily and resentfully brought up the painful memory. "Haha, hilarious indeed. You say you don't remember who I am, but I will never forget that day. The day you hung me upside down and carried me all over town. I'll never forget that humiliating day." Now that he mentioned it, Katza remembered, and he still felt angry just thinking about it. "You're the one who stole from my master and humiliated him last time. You're that pickpocket, right? You finally remember. You brute who only knows how to use force." The two sides were about to continue their verbal sparring like characters in a tense manhwa, when outside, Lena and Ho-eon came rushing in. Lena angrily yelled and cursed, "Hey Katza, slow down. Our master, who's as slow as a mule, is going to be exhausted to death. What a subordinate to have, only good for taking jabs at her master." Before they could even rest, on the other side, the muscular bastard Thomas, a lackey of that kid, charged forward and delivered a powerful blow to Katza, sending him flying through a wall and knocking him flat. One would think Ho-eon would rush over to check on his subordinate out of concern, but no, he glared at the pickpocket kid with pure hatred. "All right, good job. My guild hall, you did a great job wrecking it, you little bastard. I'm going to finish you myself." Lena, afraid her master would die from shock, had to pretend to hold him back. Seeing this, the kid pushed his advantage, laughing with contempt. "Haha, you don't even care about your subordinate's current condition." Being criticized, Ho-eon became even more furious, wanting to leap forward and go all out against the kid. "My subordinate is stronger, there's no way he'd die from just that." Hearing his confident assertion, the kid began to recount the achievements of his partner, Toma Fong, a renowned adventurer who had reached the deepest floors of the labyrinth, but he lost all his comrades and failed at the threshold of the abyss. By some miracle, he managed to escape the labyrinth alone and survive. However, the feeling of guilt for abandoning his comrades drove him mad, and it was this very kid who led him out of the circle of guilt and even gained the trust of the administrators. The kid was still rambling on and on about his achievements. Meanwhile, the audience over here was yawning their heads off at that bland sob story. Ignoring this terrible tale, Lena approached the storyteller with an innocent expression. "I think you might have a misunderstanding. Is there anyone here protecting you? I wonder." Lena doesn't know. "But if you just stand here alone like this, who would care about that subordinate of yours? And our master hates loudmouths." With that, she raised her knife to slit his throat. But unfortunately, at that moment, that guy Toma rushed in from a distance, grabbing her face with all his might. Just when it seemed like she was a goner, Katza made a stunning comeback, suddenly getting up, grabbing his opponent's leg, and slamming him backward. Even though he had just been attacked and was now coughing up blood, he didn't care. Katza was still fired up, glaring at his opponent with eyes like daggers. "Now pick up your weapon. This fight is mine." A system message, straight out of a manhwa, appeared stating that Katza wanted a one-on-one duel with Toma. The two comrades hugged each other in fear. Ho-eon felt something was wrong, getting alarmed by the way these two were fighting. He looked at Lena with a pleading gaze. "Would it be okay for you to jump in and help him now?" The girl was scared but didn't say anything, frozen for a good few seconds. Lena specializes in quick assassinations, so I don't think it's a good matchup. Besides, if you still want to keep your remaining subordinate, you understand. Ho-Eon didn't want to hear any more of it, snapping back at her angrily. You talk too much, you coward. With his dungeon crawling experience, Toma nearly had the upper hand. It was a crazy turn of events, like a scene from a wild manhwa. Unbelievable that the big guy was continuously beating Katza to a pulp. A bright red warning message appeared again as his subordinate took damage from Toma Liat Fong. Katza was sent flying quite a distance. The kid hiding under the table popped out to taunt them. See that? See that? Heh heh. You deserve it. What was it you said before? Didn't you say your subordinates never die? Just like in some epic manhwa. At this rate, he should be chopped in half. Now, Toma looked their way. Go. Tremble in fear before absolute power. They are cowards who let their comrades sacrifice himself right in front of them. The mention of comrades seemed to make this Toma guy even more bloodthirsty. It seemed like they had touched a raw nerve or something. Facing this giant, Ho-Eon and Lena were petrified for a few seconds. He couldn't understand what was suddenly happening. Who would have known that events he considered insignificant just because they belonged to the game's prologue would come back like a butterfly effect to haunt him in this real-life manhwa? Now, it was hopeless. With no other choice, seeing her master's face pale with fear, the beautiful Lena had to take action. She excitedly activated her illusion skill, a classic manhwa move, dancing and spinning wildly like a top, weaving around Toma, who was preparing to swing his sword for a swift slash when he was stopped again. Oh, it turns out Katza was still alive and had pushed her away. Who gave you permission? What right do you have to stick your nose in this, you wench? This is my fight. It's true what they say. You don't fear a strong enemy, you fear a teammate. ... Just as she was about to help, she got shut down. Katza rushed in to fight the guy barehanded, like two wrestlers in a fighting manhwa, but this battle was different. He began a verbal assault to brainwash his opponent, saying that teammates meant nothing. Only the master is supreme, the master is number one. With a master, you can never lose. I have no idea what kind of manhwa philosophy this is. It was unclear if it was working, but Toma suddenly flew into a frenzy, and a torrent of magic began to burst from his body. His past trauma had been struck, and tears of regret streamed down his face. Then, as if absorbing the philosophy Katza taught, he let out a tragic scream and collapsed, to the astonishment of the others. And so the frenzied battle came to an absurdly anticlimactic end. However, Toma was not the only one to collapse. Katza also passed out from his severe injuries and excessive blood loss. Katza was taken to the hospital for treatment. In a dream, he had a nightmare that because he fought and killed so crudely, he was reprimanded by his master. It was not suitable for their group, and he was kicked out. He jolted awake from the terrifying nightmare. A classic trope in any dark fantasy manhwa. Beside him was a note from Ho-Eon. Katza, come find me at the city hall as soon as you have recovered. He angrily picked it up and crumpled it in his hand. Meanwhile, at the city hall, Ho-Eon and Lena, along with the pickpocket kid, were there to collect the reward for killing the wanted hunter. That hunter had been a major landlord in the eastern slums, but Ho-Eon's share was minuscule, as the rest of the man's wealth had ended up in the pickpocket kid's hands. Furious, Ho-Eon drew his sword, ready to fight the kid to the death. Having lost his leverage, the boy was bullied by the adults. Terrified, he clutched his head and pleaded, "Please have mercy. If you let me live, I will become your slave." The system announced their arrival at Toma's East District estate, just like in a system-based manhwa. Ho-Eon's group had fully assembled. He looked around and said, "Is this all there is? Because I do not see any houses or valuables worthy of a master." Ho-Eon turned with a menacing look and called out, "Hey Jave, explain just what is going on here." Jave was put in a very awkward position. Looking at him, he replied fearfully, "I know I am a slave, but why are you calling me Jave? That is not my real name." Hearing Jave talk back, Ho-Eon exploded with anger. "You shut your mouth. How dare you argue with me? I call you Jave because it is shorter than calling you slave, understand?" Lena also chimed in to bully Jave. "Do you get it now, kid? His lordship is going berserk." Jave clutched his head in fear. "I understand, sir. My name is Jave from now on." But that was not enough to quell Ho-Eon's rage. "And why is this place so destitute? Are you trying to shift the blame onto me? Or do you have a death wish?" Jave pleaded tearfully, "Please, just give me one more chance." While they were arguing, Clash spotted something. It was a teddy bear, impaled by rebar from a construction site. She stared at it for a long moment before asking, "Why is something like this here?" This was a truly grim image, even for a dark manhwa. Ho-Eon, who was about to kick Jave, stopped at her question. "I bet this place is full of things like that, because that is the regret and the fear of Toma's labyrinth." Lena suddenly burst out laughing, which annoyed Ho-Eon. There is no way people actually live here, so there is nothing to find. But Jave remains serious and cautious, is still more important. "Don't let your guard down. Some parts of the building could be quite dangerous. There might even be poison traps, but Lena sighed in disappointment, saying this building wouldn't be worth anything. However, Hoon thought it would be amazing to own such a vast piece of land, but he didn't think he could possess a place as important as this building. And so, a huge question popped into his head. What should I do now? Good Luck's voice broke Hoon's train of thought. Actually, you could just destroy this entire area. Good Luck's suggestion made everyone fall silent. Hoon immediately had a thought. If I think about it, she's right. That would solve all the problems. I remember this is the beginning part of the labyrinth. This feels like the start of a new Manhwa arc. But if it were that lunatic Zera, he would have just smashed his way through, destroying all the traps along the path. Besides, this place is impossible to manage. After demolishing the entire building, I'll hire an architect to build a special hideout to build a base for the Black Mountain Guild. I have enough money anyway, but if I want to build an amazing base, then I'll have to save up penny by penny. Thinking about a glorious future made Hoon stand there laughing like a lunatic, causing everyone to look at him with disdain. Seeing this, Good Luck whispered to Lena, "Is he always this unhinged?" But Hoon paid them no mind, simply thinking to himself, "I need to hurry. I still have to meet up with Zera. I can't wait to unleash that ability." The two women were still in a corner, observing and whispering to each other. "He seems even worse now." "I think so too." Hoon's triumphant laughter could probably be heard from far outside the building, and still be audible. The system, a staple in this kind of manhwa, announced a labyrinth world tip for the hideout. A hideout building will provide many additional powers for all members. A typical hideout only provides a place to rest, but choosing different building materials can grant various incredible attributes. New construction and repairs will have different completion times. A new build might take 1 month, but you can use gold to speed it up. Meanwhile, in the Labyrinth City's town square, Sarah was silently making his way through the crowded streets. He paid no attention to his surroundings, just walking quickly. But he suddenly remembered Hoon once said that a true winner must be flawlessly elegant, which made Zera furious. This kind of philosophical clash is common in a great manhwa. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey, you there! The fellow with the magnificent sword on your back. That's right, I'm talking to you." Realizing he was being addressed, Zera turned around. As soon as he turned, Xera asked, "What the hell? What do you want?" The man sneered at Xera and replied, "Watch your mouth, kid." But Zera's temper wasn't one to back down from anyone, so he shot back. "If you don't want an early trip to the afterlife, I suggest you continue on your way." However, the other man wasn't scared at all. In fact, he seemed excited, and replied, "I believe I'll never die." At that, Sarah lunged forward. "Are you crazy? Are you trying to provoke me?" The man who provoked Zera, named Beal, continued to question him. "Haven't you heard the rumors? On this very street, a one-on-one duel between two wielders of peerless swords took place in the eastern slums." Hearing this, Sarah realized something. This is a classic setup for a confrontation in many a manhwa. Beal continued, "The news has been spreading like wildfire in my district, but it seems there were no witnesses, any proof at all. People thought the remaining traces at the scene were evidence of a magnificent sword fight between two masters." After hearing this, Zera didn't rush to judge, just became a bit more thoughtful, while Betsu was extremely excited and continued, "But I don't agree with their assessment. I think it was all just a common brawl." Hearing that, Zera became a little agitated. He started cursing and asked, "Why would you think that?" Betsu threw a kick towards Zera in an instant and replied, "Because there was no martial art or physical impact between the two sides during the fight. Punches and kicks must be at the right place and the right time, and a fluid stance determines the nature and flow of the entire match, a concept familiar to any manhwa reader. That duel lacked the elegance and grace of a true martial arts bybook, which is why it devolved into a brawl." After a moment of lengthy explanation, Betsu looked at Zera and asked, "So what do you think? You're just like them, a user of a very large sword, right? Why don't we talk about learning the bybook one, and leaving it as a legacy for future generations in a historic battle like this? Don't let this golden opportunity slip away. Register now at the GM room and you'll get a lot of promotions." This time, Zera was truly angry and replied, "Shut up." Betsu seemed to feel a shiver of fear run down his spine. Zera growled, "Fine. Now show me how that stuff you just talked about works." Back in the Labyrinth City's East District, at Toma's building, the domain of Piercing Y, something flew by at great speed and hit the wall. Lena, who witnessed the scene, was very excited, clapping continuously and praising, "Well done, you seem to be a talented person." The system, a staple in this kind of manhwa, then announced that the subordinate, a slave of the Black Mountain Guild, had completed the basic assassination skill. Lena even laughed loudly, pointed at Hoon, and said, "See? Your slave is even better than you." Kled, who was sitting in a corner, suddenly spoke up, "So when will this capable subordinate you mentioned arrive? My work hours are already over." Hearing Kled say that, A fire of anger ignited within him, and he thought, that foolish Jira, what the hell is he doing? This whole Manhwa-like delay is infuriating. Hoyan immediately concealed his angry emotions to negotiate with Kled. First, I would like to sincerely apologize to you, but Kled, I have a question. Kled smirked and replied, don't waste my time. So Hoyan didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, on the way here, although I was of no help, I noticed the severe conflict in the East District. Above all, a certain madman known as an adventurer was lured by a petty thief to create chaos in this area. Until now, I'm certain that City Hall has given up on resolving this issue. Fortunately, an unknown criminal gang has dealt with this problem, but the situation hasn't improved much. It's a classic setup for a political manhwa. I've seen a government escort who is so dedicated that they would stay late after work. Could it be that City Hall has recognized the abilities of my subordinate, Zira, and you are plotting to resolve the situation by prolonging our time here? Kled chuckled softly and said, I must admit, you are very sharp for the boss of a newly emerging gang. We didn't have high expectations for you. As she was speaking, she suddenly blushed and replied, but the reason I volunteered to stay after my shift is partly due to my personal feelings. Kled's answer, accompanied by her shy expression, turned Hoyan to stone on the spot. He also blushed, and his mind started racing in a classic manhwa moment. Why did she suddenly say that? In the golden age of machinery, the difficulty of the game's 5th-generation labyrinth world increased significantly from the early days of the dungeon. Therefore, possessing a precious high-level item was very important to boost each character's attribute stats. In the player introduction, players would receive a sword of the ancient landlord while enjoying farming activities and many other events, and at the same time, this led to a disparity among most players. To balance the quality of the game's players, it depended on the assets they accumulated. The free-to-play players tried to overcome this inequality through effort. These players, like heroes from a classic manhwa, found each other and created a martial arts system together. The reality is that they tried to improve a gamer's control through martial arts training. It was a commendable effort, but Bo's martial arts dojo was filled with loud noises. The expressions of the students there were not very cheerful, and even Bo was extremely panicked and trembling. A red belt student had been beaten so badly his head was stuck in the wooden floor. A brutal scene straight out of a manhwa. The one who did this was probably Sega. He seemed very excited. This is certainly interesting. So this is the martial art you were talking about? Bu saw his fellow student beaten headfirst into the ground and angrily explained, no, the essence of Bibukwan is not to physically impact a wise person. Sega sneered, Bibukwan? The name sounds disgusting, more like the name of a bug. He delivered a harsh remark that left Bo frozen in place as if stunned. This time, Sega walked straight up, grabbed Bo by the collar, and said, everything is starting to get boring. I'm not interested in little guys like larvae. Bring me someone worth fighting if you don't want this fitness center to be destroyed today. The others present at the scene immediately became terrified. My God, that bastard said we were recruiting new members. Not a thug, we're doomed. A person with large feet approached very aggressively, a classic manhwa entrance. He shouted, who's causing a ruckus? How dare you cause trouble and be so loud in this sacred training hall? The newcomer was probably also a master at this dojo. Sega saw that the new arrival looked like a more worthy opponent than Biu, so he quickly tossed Biu aside and rushed towards the master. Who are you? Are you the strongest one here? The sun gradually set behind the mountain, creating a beautiful sunset in the city, but inside the dojo, they couldn't appreciate the evening scenery because the two of them were busy staring intently at their opponent to size them up. Their 4 eyes met with sparks flying. A classic manhwa showdown, as excitement built in Sega's mind. He broke into a very amused smile, the bright sunlight shining directly into Biu's training hall. Suddenly, the newly arrived master looked at Sega with tears welling up in his eyes. He suddenly burst into tears and ran away. Everyone in the dojo saw this and ran to comfort him. Did he scare you? This is why you shouldn't imitate the master's voice. Don't worry, young man. Our master will teach him a lesson. Sega was furious this time, his rage palpable like a top-tier manhwa villain. He shouted, are you kidding me? The atmosphere seemed to freeze, and everyone seemed to hold their breath as they looked at Sega, who was seething with rage. I came here with great expectations, but I didn't expect things to be this terrible and disappointing. The person who made me join this useless journey claimed that I would achieve immortality by mastering this martial art, like a tough bug. Right? Now, do you understand the gravity of the situation you're in? The only way you fools can prove your claims is to live well, no matter what I do now. The trainees, and before anyone else do, were thunderstruck. Everyone was trembling with fear. One of them threw his ID tag on the floor, cursing, damn it, I'm leaving this guild. Before anyone else do, seeing this, asked in a panic, what the hell do you think you're doing? That's a badge proving you're a member, a very proud member of this dojo. The guy burst into tears. All this time, I believed that with enough effort, I could overcome any obstacle. But the trainee who just spoke sobbed, pointing at Zega and shouting, but just look at this terrifying monster right here. Look closely at his arrogant attitude. He's just a newbie and only 15 years old, and despite everything, his stats are already so high that he can easily defeat average adventurers like us. Moreover, he has a terrifying item like that. He's a silver rank player created by spending billions of won of real money in the game, like a whale character in a manhwa. Before anyone else do, upon learning of Zega's identity, muttered in fear, "No way." The other guy added, "On top of that, he's a henchman." "You know what that means, teacher? He's just someone else's errand boy," he cried out. "If the henchman is this strong, how much stronger must his master be? I bet he's some high-level jerk who likes to enjoy attacking innocent people." Over where Hoyon was, his ears started burning. Are they talking trash about me? If we keep fighting against him like this, we'll all end up dead one day. We're just chaff. We're just at the mercy of a passing breeze. Everyone there understood that things had taken a turn for the worse. The trainees began to waver. Seeing this, before anyone else thought, the trainees are being swayed. This kind of overwhelming pressure, it's like something out of a horror manhwa. A monster like him. Who could his master be? I hope he doesn't have to get involved in this matter. Zega, seeing the blonde guy talking too much, grabbed him. The cowardly guy cried and begged, "Let me go. I have nothing to do with this dojo anymore. Why are you so desperate?" With that, Zega slapped him so hard it looked like it would dislocate his jaw. The blow was so painful that tears streamed down his face, but he couldn't utter a sound. Zega, feeling very satisfied after the hit, said, "Clearly, effort alone can't overcome one's inherent limits." Hearing that, the guy replied, "That's just how the world works." Zega let out a refreshing smile and said, "By denying this truth, you've made yourself into something truly worthless. Struggling to escape from yourselves, you're just a pathetic group." The whole scene feels like a classic manhwa moment. So what is the true meaning of despair? He gave another cunning smile, looked at everyone, and said, "If I'm wrong, it's simple. You just need to prove that you are perfectly immortal." Hearing such an absurd condition, left before anyone else do speechless. Have I brought a cruel demon into my own dojo? Another ID tag was slammed down. All the trainees threw their tags away in unison. "I'm leaving. I don't want to die here just for martial arts." They cried miserably. If you really think about it, he's right. Instead of having to grind for items, I was blind and wasted my life here. Before anyone else started to panic as he saw the trainees leaving one by one. At this rate, we're going to lose so many trainees. Amidst the chaotic scene, a determined voice spoke up, shouted, "That's enough, don't touch the trainees." This voice successfully caught Sarah's attention as another person from the dojo appeared. Meanwhile, at Toma's building in the East District, Lena was excitedly pointing at something, shouting, "Sir, get away from that woman." Hoon, still blushing and dumbfounded, thought to himself, what on earth is she talking about? Right, I probably shouldn't stand so close to her. Just then, the woman flashed a radiant and beautiful smile, saying, "Did I do something wrong?" Lena, furious, rushed towards her. The two women stood face to face, with Lena having the upper hand, questioning, "Who are you really? What scheme are you plotting?" Good Luck was not to be outdone, calmly replying, "I knew there were a few suspicious things about you from the start. You think you'll get a pass just because you have a big chest." The ridiculous question made even Hoon's face freeze. Why did they suddenly want to fight each other? This was like a scene from a dramatic manhwa, and Jave was on the side, eating popcorn and enjoying the drama. Lena continued with a fearsome expression, moving closer to Good Luck and asking, "I heard the conversation between you two earlier. What was it? Personal feelings? You're planning to bleed my boss dry, aren't you?" Lena couldn't control her emotions any longer and pulled out a knife, saying, "A guess is just a guess. The only reason our gang grew so fast is because we don't care about the law. You get it." Hoon, terrified, tried to stop Lena. "Stop. You can't do that." She glared at him, seething. "Are you serious? Do you really like girls like this?" But Hoon just quickly explained, "Don't you dare interfere with a public official carrying out her duties." Hearing Hoon's explanation only made Lena even more furious. "Tell me, is it me or her? Choose." Hearing the ultimatum, Hoon thought in fear. What kind of unreasonable manhwa plot is this? Good grief. How did things escalate so suddenly? I can't let it go on like this. Good Luck sat in a corner looking smug, while Hoon thought, in situations like this, when conflicts arise in a guild, things usually unfold as a negotiation event. A moment ago, Good Luck suddenly flirted with me like that, trying to gain an advantage in the negotiation. Although I have to admit, she did make my heart flutter a little. In any case, as long as I have the ultimate move, the attraction skill, it's a given that I'll be the one who wins this negotiation. But that's not all. It's not the ultimate goal I'm aiming for. Good Luck just sat still and smiled. Lena, pale with rage, screamed, "Why have you suddenly become so disgusting? What is there to even think about?" Indeed, Hoon was still thinking. He really wanted to use domination to test his perception. With perception, One can see the invisible and know the unknowable. A person can't truly become stronger without this ability. My original plan was to counter good luck with my attraction and win the negotiation, and by doing so, increase my negotiation level and also obtain perception. I keep thinking, but I still don't know how to resolve this situation. His face was covered in sweat. Faced with two beauties, what will Hoon's choice be? He thought to himself, since when did this become a choose-your-woman battle? Unbeknownst to him, Jave was thoroughly enjoying watching Hoon's struggle. He even had a box of popcorn ready to watch the show. Back at Bisu's dojo, a man's voice shouted out, "That's enough! Don't touch those trainees!" In the afternoon, as the sun began to set, a tall figure gradually. Someone approached. Sejia was a bit annoyed, watching closely to see who this person was. To his surprise, Bisu was utterly shocked when this person appeared. He shouted, "Master, I think you're not feeling well." The newcomer was Gato, probably the strongest person in this dojo. He said mysteriously, "It's hard to believe you came all this way just to cause this destruction. Even with that incredible power of yours." Then he shouted angrily, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Jia's power suddenly erupted with an intensity straight out of a manhwa, forcing Baeksu behind him to shield himself with his hands. The power was so immense that Baeksu exclaimed, "My god, it's insane that he can create such a strong gust of wind with just his spiritual energy." Jia became excited and asked, "Do you really want to know what my plan is? Do you really want to know?" With that, Jia took a fighting stance. He was ready to fight. A single stomp of his foot shook the building, and the wooden floor beneath him instantly shattered into pieces. The students behind him were knocked back by the force, screaming in panic, "The floor is breaking. Everyone, be careful." The more excited Jia got, the less he controlled his power. "I really enjoy the pleasure of overwhelming these weaklings." Gato, on the other hand, was unaffected by Jia's power, and he calmly prepared a technique to counter him. His hands moved swiftly, as if creating something. Gato was more serious this time, getting into a ready stance. Gato was trying to cast some kind of spell, shouting, "You bastard, I can no longer tolerate this anymore." With that, Gato unleashed his technique towards Jia, the wind explosion. A storm raged as Gato's wind attack formed two giant blades. The colossal blades hurtled towards Jia. He didn't have time to dodge, only thinking, a messy victory like this is unacceptable. Suddenly, in that life or death moment, Hoi On's words echoed in his mind. A true victor must be elegant, perfect. With that thought, he smiled confidently. Jia didn't dodge Gato's attack but directly blocked it, much to Gato's astonishment. Not only did it fail to injure Jia, but the backlash hit Gato hard. He tried to regulate his breathing to stabilize his body. However, Gato was dismayed to see Jia emerging from the smoke. Gato was utterly shocked to see him still alive and well before him. On the contrary, Jia was even, holding Bisu up by the neck like a trophy. Then Jia said in a raspy voice, "Now this is a perfect victory, isn't it?" Gato shouted angrily, "Stop! How dare you harm my family?" But Jia just replied, "Does that mean I just have to avoid getting hit?" But Gato ignored Jia and ran to hold Baeksu. "Hey Baeksu, wake up for me." Hearing this, Jia interjected, "Don't worry, he told me he wouldn't die." Gato angrily looked up and yelled, "You cruel bastard! Who the hell are you? I want your name and your title." After a moment of thought, Jia finally introduced himself. "I am Jia, from the Black Mountain Society." Upon hearing this, Gato asked in surprise, "The Black Mountain Society? I've never heard that name before. A gang that houses someone as wicked as you must be, some shady organization." Hearing Gato insult the Black Mountain Society, Jia couldn't hold back and yelled, "Shut up, you damn old man. I'm not dealing with you anymore." Seeing Jia leaving, Gato shouted, "Where do you think you're going? The fight isn't over." Jia didn't look back, replying, "What a bunch of losers. I came here to learn martial arts for combat, to prove I am a master. Even martial arts have their flaws. I've lost interest now, so don't waste any more of my time." Gato trembled with rage. His fists clenched tightly in anger, but he was powerless. From the outside, you would think the martial dojo was very peaceful today, but no one knew that Gato was furious, asking, "Does that mean you'll leave in peace and not cause any more harm to this dojo? When did I ever say that?" Jia replied with a detestable look, a response that made everyone who heard it freeze in fear. Jia continued, "The sunlight is brilliant. From this moment on, I, Jia, will conquer this place." Gato, enraged, pointed wildly and screamed, "No way, I will not let you do that. That is not something I will allow. If you want that to happen, you'll have to step over my dead body first." The students, as if understanding what their master wanted to imply, immediately charged towards Jia. "Everyone, do whatever it takes to stop this evil man." Meanwhile, at the Toma building in the East District, Lena was pouting, "Fine, do as you wish. Go have fun with that City Hall employee, capture her huge heart, Hoon cleared his throat and said, I am truly grateful to you. I'm also very glad to have a subordinate like you. The system detected the hostile thoughts in Lena's mind. What are you going to do? If you really do it, I will kill you. If you are truly happy being with her, then you and I are done. You are so frustrating. Why? Can't you figure it out yourself? Boss, you've been single since the day you were born. What is it that you want? Why are you being so contradictory? Hoon looked over at Good Luck and asked, what does she mean by that? What does single since birth mean? I can't believe I have such a dull subordinate. Hey, Good Luck, what do you think? Suddenly, Good Luck blushed, giving him a suggestive look as she replied, I must admit that you are a good man, Winham. The system immediately relayed Good Luck's feelings and thoughts to Hoon. This Manhwa-like ability let him know she was thinking that he was a different, kind person, which made her very interested in him. Hearing this, Hoon jumped for joy. Lena, beside him, was confused when she saw his series of strange actions and asked Good Luck, he's letting his imagination run wild again. To be honest, I don't like him like this. Good Luck completely agreed. The system suddenly reported, Good Luck and Lena's affection level had decreased by 1. Hoon went from ecstatic to panicked, going crazy when he saw that notification. So he thought to himself, I'm going to lose my mind. Back at the Bibo Gim Dojo, Zijia was beating people to his heart's content. He was like a demon from a manhwa, striking anyone he met. Zijia seemed to be venting, wildly beating anyone within his reach. Even though he was alone, facing all those people was nothing to him. The once peaceful dojo today, it was thrown into chaos by Zijia. The Bibo Gym sign also fell due to the shockwaves from him, a dramatic detail perfect for a manhwa. The sign even broke in two. The floor also cracked everywhere because of Zijia. With just one hand, Zijia was able to hoist Gato up. The system immediately announced, Zijia has defeated Gato, the master of Bibo Gim. Zijia's power has increased a little bit. After defeating the martial arts master, Zijia's fame increased by 100 and the reputation of the Black Mountain Guild, a key faction in this manhwa, also increased by 50. Back at the dilapidated Toma building in the East District, Hoon was extremely surprised when he saw a manhwa system notification that the fame of Wimire had increased by 50. At this moment, he immediately understood the problem. What the hell is that damn Exijia, the villain of this manhwa, doing now? Slow footsteps approached and inadvertently stepped on the dojo's broken sign. Hoon's expression darkened as he became extremely bewildered, witnessing the dojo before him, its main doors gone, and people planted headfirst into the floor in a scene straight out of a brutal manhwa. House, countless people were injured and scattered about. Lena was also extremely surprised and exclaimed, why is this place such a mess? Jave witnessed the scene before him and hesitantly asked, what happened here, do you know? But Hoon was just as clueless as Jave, and he replied, I don't know anything either. All I know is that according to the system, this building now belongs to us. Lena, standing beside them, was very excited. We hit the jackpot. Not understanding the situation, Hoon randomly found someone to ask, who happened to be Basu. Hey you, what on earth just happened here? Basu asked fearfully. Don't tell me you're also from the Cheese Guild? Hoon's face turned intimidating. My guild is called the Black Mountain Guild. Gato was lying incapacitated on a bed, but he had to sit up upon hearing the name, the Black Mountain Guild. They're a bunch of cold-blooded, ruthless monsters, like villains from a dark fantasy manhwa. He panted, saying angrily, why? Of all places, why did they choose this place, built with our blood, sweat, and tears, to take over? When my GM is the least successful business in this area, I feel it's all a mistake. I've lost all my strength and hope. With that, Gato collapsed to the ground. Hoon was utterly confused. Wait, what did I do? Behind him, Lena was whispering into Jave's ear, I don't know what's going on, but he is the perfect face for a manhwa villain. Meanwhile, Hoon sighed wearily and replied, whatever happened, I have absolutely no interest in this dojo of yours. Hearing this, Basu urgently asked, what are you talking about? Who are you to say that after everything that's happened here? Hoon replied with a deadpan expression, I am Wee Mayor, the guild master of the Black Mountain Guild, and you better remember that from now on. First, let me apologize for the incidents that occurred today. This was just an impulsive act by my subordinate. Everyone couldn't believe their ears. What? There's no way. Hoon's expression remained unchanged. Furthermore, I am a man busy with grand goals to achieve, so it's a great endeavor that you couldn't possibly understand. Basically, he wanted to buy his own house. Lena, beside him, started teasing him again. You also want to become the Demon King. Provoked, Hoon strained his voice and shouted, no, I don't. Not at all. In any case, I don't have the time or interest for a sweaty dojo like this, especially one that isn't even profitable. Now, I may be your landlord, but I have no intention of replacing the tenants. Therefore, you can all continue with your own activities. Everyone who heard this was stunned by Hoon's words. Gato, however, was gritting his teeth in anger. Then he shouted, "How can you be so calm talking about it like that, leader of the Black Mountain Guild?" Hoon mumbled, both annoyed and angry. "What? I just showed him mercy, and he's taking it as an insult?" Gato lowered his head and replied slowly, "Let me tell you the truth then. The reason why Big Bow Gym is no longer as active as it used to be is all because other dojos have stolen our students." As Gato spoke, Hoon seemed to understand the problem already. So he replied, "I bet that happened because your gym doesn't offer as many perks to customers as other places." But Gato immediately retorted, "That's not all of it." Then he slowly said, "True martial arts is about honing one's combat skills, but also recognizing the importance of iron discipline so the gym can compete. How it focuses on practical experience and trains its students in brutal killing techniques. I'm not sure. Could it be the thrilling appeal of their unique marketing strategy? But the trainees who couldn't stand Bibo Gym's traditional methods left to join that gym, so in this situation, Gato bowed his head and shouted, loudly, "But if a rumor gets out that all of our members were defeated by a strong bully like Chow, the gym is finished and was incredibly amazing." Hoyon suddenly asked, "What, Chow?" Lena immediately replied, "He might be right now." Hoyon thought to himself, "That bastard Zera has made a mess of things again, just like a villain in a manhwa." What was he thinking, running around and wrecking places like this? While he was thinking, Betu and Gato suddenly started kowtowing repeatedly. "I beg you, could you please consider taking over this dojo?" Lena, standing nearby, laughed gleefully. "You might be a clueless fool when it comes to matters of women, but you're quite attractive to those worried guys, like a magnet, huh?" Hoyon angrily shouted, "I am not." Like that. But Bisu didn't give up. "Please, I'm even willing to hug your leg." "Ew, that's disgusting. Stay away from me." Jave, who was beside them, spoke up. "If a rumor spreads that this dojo is a subsidiary of the Black Mountain Gang, we'll be labeled as a group of losers." Hearing this, Hoyon exploded with anger, thinking, "Damn it, why does my life feel like a dramatic manhwa?" He looked down, between his legs. Suddenly, Gato tried to crawl between them, startling Hoyon into shouting, "All right, I'll consider the situation. Here, so please just stop. Then I am very grateful to you." Hearing Hoyon say that, Bisu's tears started pouring down like rain. "I can't believe the master is enduring this humiliation to save us. Everyone, on my command, together. Let's crawl between his legs." Lena and Jave couldn't help but feel nauseated watching this scene, as they all took turns crawling between Hoyon's legs. This greatly amused Lena. At least they have great teamwork, like characters in a comedy manhwa. Good heavens, by now it had gotten completely dark compared to before. Everyone was then dragged off to practice martial arts, leaving only Hoyon, whose soul had left his body from exhaustion. "My subordinate Zera, where is he?" Lena, acting like a stoic manhwa protagonist, didn't care about Hoyon's condition. She was solely focused on martial arts and just replied vaguely, "We are very busy, as you can see. We have a whole mess to clean up thanks to that destroyer." Betu said, "I think he'll be back after wrecking this place. I assume he was done with his business after smashing our dojo. I assume he was done after achieving his goal. However, what he said really bothers me. He asked if this was a perfect fight. Then, Betu said, who would have thought that Swindler had a heart of stone, like some manhwa antagonist? Are you trying to get into martial arts through us? And is that why you're taking charge? I advise you to stay away from Trong Hak's dojo." A question immediately formed in his head. Why would he say that? Why would he be so considerate towards the people who just destroyed this place? Something wasn't right, so out of suspicion, Hoyon immediately used his penetrating eyes, a classic manhwa power, to see the situation clearly, to see if these people were hiding any ulterior motives. Suddenly, his eyes filled with panic. Then, Hoyon turned to look at Lena and shouted, "Lena, we need to go to Trong Hak's gym now." Hoyon's face was filled with panic. He's in danger. At that moment, in the central area of this labyrinth city, the moon was high in the sky, and people were still bustling on the streets. But inside a certain building, people were still engrossed in. They were practicing kendo. They were also practicing martial arts together. This was the main hall of Trong Hak Gym, a scene straight out of a martial arts manhwa. Its walls were covered with wooden swords and real swords, just martial arts. The man standing above, observing, is the master of this dojo, Zhang He, known for his signature skill, the piercing blade. Outside, someone had just entered and hurriedly called out, "Master Zhang He, I am Vado, the coach of this gym." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Zhang," he replied with his head lowered. "I know. I was told about what happened, and I can't believe there was such a commotion during my absence." Vado bowed his head and replied, "It was my fault because we were careless. We never would have known there was still an expert like that, straight out of a manhwa." Hearing this, Zhang He turned and asked, "An expert? That sounds strange. because from what I was told, he's just a murderer. Vado seemed a bit hesitant. After a moment, he replied, "It was my negligence, sir." Without a word, he suddenly threw a punch, causing Vado's nose to gush blood like a fountain. He looked at the old man viciously and said, "How pathetic, Vado. Could you be any more pathetic? Do you have any idea of the humiliation I had to endure at the association's meeting?" The question left Vado completely speechless. He continued, "If this happens again, what can I expect from someone with such a lowly background? It seems I can't even trust you with basic tasks anymore." Despite being hit, Vado didn't dare to show any defiance and became even more respectful, replying, "Allow me to reiterate the extent of the damage, sir. An unidentified individual infiltrated the gym, caused a disturbance, and harmed many people. But luckily, we managed to capture him." The old man frowned and continued, "Did that thug use a series of moves very similar to the techniques from Master Gatto's Big Book 1? He suddenly burst out laughing. "You say Big Book 1? I'm a little surprised he's still alive. Excellent. Well then, now I have a legitimate reason to seek Gatto. I'll give you one more chance, so make sure the intruder is securely detained until I return. People of your origin don't even deserve a single chance. I'll let it slide this time, but don't disappoint me again." Hearing this, Vado immediately replied, "Yes, I understand, sir." At that moment, in a basement within He's dojo building, Sejia was tied up but still brimming with power. The men from the dojo looked on, every one of them terrified. "So is that rumor true?" Sejia smiled at them and said nothing. They continued to gossip. "I can't believe he's the one who defeated Toma in the East District. If so, he's considered a top priority on the association's wanted list, a real Manhwa-level threat. But wait, why would someone that strong, a character you'd only see in a Manhwa, get caught so easily by you guys? I mean, the only one who can face Toma in our gym is the master." Sejia suddenly spoke up. "So is everyone in your gym that weak? How disappointing." A man who looked quite similar to Zhang He, his disciple named Junmu, spoke up, "Don't you try to provoke us. You're just a prisoner, nothing more, nothing less, so don't talk so much. In any case, if what you're saying is true, what happened to the kid who used to run around with Toma?" Sejia thought for a moment, then replied, "I'm not sure about him either." Elsewhere, Jave suddenly whispered to Hoon, "Boss, I need to use the restroom." But Hoon bluntly replied, "Do I look like I have time for your every little request?" Jave cried out in fear, "I get it. I'll just handle it myself, okay?" Meanwhile, Sejia had given an answer to Junmu. "I bet my leader has already brainwashed that kid, and our lord even turned him into a slave anymore." Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. "What? But he's just a little kid. What kind of cold-blooded monsters are you?" Junmu suddenly became enraged. "You don't deserve the privileges of a prisoner. I'll end your life right now." Junmu lunged forward. "Go die, you bastard." However, Sejia wasn't afraid of the blade at all. Instead, he smirked contemptuously at Junmu's haste. "Is that so?" It was then that Junmu realized something was happening behind the scenes, that he was unaware of, and that something was Lena. She popped up from below, conveniently splitting his sorrows in two. Oh wait, I mean splitting his sword in two. Junmu's sword. Afterwards, Lena landed a kick that sent him flying. Sejia was delighted by this sight, while Lena, on the other hand, was solely focused on completing her mission. She suddenly turned and said, "Hey, shut your mouth." Sejia still couldn't stop, his gloating, laughing as he said, "Long time no see, my girl. Thanks for taking care of these mongrel flies for me. Do you think you'll serve me in the future?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lena replied, "Of course not. Just look at you. Not only captured and tied up, but you still love to talk nonsense. But anyway, what the hell is going on with you? What a waste of potential. You used to care so much about your life when a knife was at your throat. What brought you here? A perfect fight." The answer, a mere 5 words, sounded like the title of a new manhwa and left Lena completely baffled. What now? You basically mean taking no damage, right? Got it. I'll do whatever it takes not to get hurt. What's the big deal? Why are you suddenly acting like some ascetic monk who can't be harmed? Besides, what do you plan to learn here? None of these scoundrels look particularly special or interesting. Anyway, stop hanging around these smelly dojos, and stop trying to swim against the current. Learn from my experience, as someone who is 1 year older than you. That's my sincere advice. Mocked like this, Sejia became furious. "You're such an unreasonable woman." Lena didn't get angry. She just replied, "Don't get mad. If you're so confident, then show me." Sejia did not disappoint her. He just tensed his muscles, and the ropes binding him snapped in a dramatic manhwa fashion. "I told you this would be a perfect fight, so how about a bet?" Lena, very excited, proposed, "Whoever gets hurt first becomes the other's pet. What do you think?" Just at that critical moment, a voice called out, "Wait, my fight isn't over yet." With that, Junmu drew his sword and declared, "I will." not let you destroy this dojo. I am Junmu, the swordsmanship instructor here, and I will cut you into pieces, even if it costs me my life. His declaration was so intense, it felt like a scene from a martial arts manhwa. An awkward silence suddenly filled the room, and all three of them seemed to hold their breath. After Junmu's declaration, both Sejia and Lena heard it and replied cheerfully in unison. Perfect. So we have another volunteer. Junmu saw that the two people in front of him were not only unafraid, but were actually excited. This made him the only anxious one among the three. The two of them looked like beasts from a monster hunting manhwa, pouncing like lightning. A piercing scream echoed throughout the dojo. A while later, in the secret training room of the Black Dojo, next to the Labyrinth City Square, Sejia returned unharmed. Hoon asked in utter surprise, "What did you two say? Are you guys serious?" Hoon's face fell, thinking things had gone south. Lena, however, said casually, "The Black Dojo turned out to be an organization under the largest crime syndicate. As a former member of a crime guild, I wonder, why did I forget about that?" Suddenly, she blushed and called out, "Hey Seiya, it looks like we've stirred up a hornet's nest. We're in real trouble now, aren't we?" Hoon and Jave, witnessing this ambiguous display from the side, were petrified and speechless. Seeing this, he asked, "Since when did you two get so close, Lena?" With sparkling eyes, she replied, "Well, it's like this. This muscle man here lost a bet to me." She couldn't hold back a fit of laughter, while Seiya could only blush and stay silent. The one who looked completely shattered right now was actually Hoi-on. Seeing the two fooling around, Lena said with an adoring face, Now, my good boy." Seiya retorted angrily, "Only for today." The other two, forced to watch this PDA, secretly wondered how much worse things could possibly get. Flashback to a special event, a building almost completely shrouded in darkness, with only a single sign hanging outside. A sign simply inscribed with the word Black. Inside was the newly completed Black Mountain Tavern. A man seemed to have just finished a series of exhausting tasks, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He placed his hand on the bar, sighing in relief. Finally, it's all done. Two employees behind the counter couldn't help but let out an emotional cry. This scene in the manhwa was so touching, as the man was overwhelmed with emotion, bowing his head slightly as tears welled in his eyes. "We finally did it." With that, the three of them hugged each other and began to sob uncontrollably. The other employees, seeing this, couldn't help but start sniffling too. The man tried to hold back his tears of happiness as he choked up. "My lifelong dream was to open a shop, and today, it has finally come true." An employee pulled out a handkerchief and blew his nose loudly, also finding the situation unbelievable. The Black Mountain Guild, who destroyed their old place, turned out to be quite kind. He nodded slightly in agreement, wiping a lingering tear from the corner of his eye. If they were still under the thumb of a criminal gang, the man wouldn't have even dared to dream of this scenario. The plot of this manhwa is full of unexpected turns. At this, he turned to look around the tavern. The taxes were now significantly lower, and they also had autonomy in managing the establishment. The man recalled the faces that were once his nightmares, but now they seemed strangely saintly. These words immediately made the employee wiping a glass freeze on the spot. Is this why they say life is like a box of chocolates? You never know what you're going to get. After speaking, he put on a mysterious expression. Who would have thought that a nobody who only ever cleaned up after criminal gangs could now actually use? This kind of character development is what I love about this manhwa. His sense of taste and aesthetic eye in business. As he said this, the man's world seemed to light up, and he excitedly spun around several times in extreme joy. It felt as if life couldn't possibly get any better. Finally, he enthusiastically declared, "The Black Mountain Tavern is officially open, upholding the spirit of the Great Black Mountain Guild." At that moment, a vision of a bustling tavern appeared in the man's mind, one that would even solidify its reputation as. The art in this manhwa really brings these moments to the best tavern in town. Just as he was thinking this, the door swung open and a pair of feet stepped inside. He immediately assumed it was the first customer and got so excited he tripped over his words, "Welcome to the Black Mountain Tavern. We offer friendly food and delicious service here." Suddenly, the man fell silent as he got a clear look at the person who had walked in. The newcomer was bent over, panting, and didn't seem to understand what he was saying. A few seconds later, the man's mind finally clicked as he remembered who this kid was, but Jave's shout cut him off. Win Mayor, the master of the Black Mountain Guild, has ordered everyone to assemble, from the members to the mysterious man. If it wasn't an emergency, why did he look as serious as a manhwa protagonist? Jave didn't answer his question, but just relayed Hoon's words that he would know once he got there. A moment later, at Soma's Sheen Peak Manor, the man walked over and glanced at a paper taped to the wall, its contents from Weimire. It demanded he completely destroy this place before his own glorious return. The man held the paper, and stood there, stunned. Looking at the scene before him, the devastated and ruined space seemed to swallow his mind, making him oblivious to his subordinates behind him making a ruckus after accidentally getting caught in a trap. In the man's mind, he couldn't help but wonder why the boss treated them like mere servants. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Lena was, gleefully scratching Sage's chin like a puppy, making him tremble while having to endure it. This chaotic manhwa-like scene before them left both Hoon and Jave speechless, unable to look directly. Suddenly, the deafening sound of the system rang out, warning of an attacker, causing his expression to change instantly. A mysterious energy, like an aura from a powerful manhwa character, flooded in from the door, quickly, overwhelming the space where they stood. Seeing it, BXU immediately thought of something but wasn't sure and tensed up, asking Gato if that powerful energy was emanating from Zhang Hao, who was somberly approaching. As soon as Gato saw the newcomer, he immediately recognized him and exclaimed his name in shock. Zhang Hao spoke calmly. "Long time no see, my former senior brother." As he finished speaking, his expression darkened. "I'm sure you know why I came here alone, don't you?" Gato immediately froze, stuttering, as he tried to speak, but Zhang Hao cut him off. "No matter what you say, it can't be explained away." He spread his arms and walked forward slowly. "You left the dojo, criticizing it for losing the essence of martial arts, only to become a pawn for a bunch of pathetic street thugs." These words immediately made the three eavesdroppers freeze. Lena smiled reassuringly at Hoyon and Seja, who were grinding their teeth in anger, looking like they could rush out at any moment. At this point, Gato finally sighed, admitting that his life hadn't gone the way he had once hoped. As he said this, Gato's gaze became resolute, glaring at Zhang Hao. "I don't have much time left either, but isn't your situation even more dire than mine? You stole the Grandmaster's secret technique and modified it on your own, while your dojo is famous for training henchmen for criminal gangs." He lowered his head slightly, as if restraining himself from exploding. A second later, Zhang Hao growled for him to shut up. He blamed Gato for leaving, a pivotal moment in their shared story much like a dramatic manhwa. "All I did was put an end to someone who no longer wished to live." Hearing these ridiculous words, Gato snorted coldly, asserting that one of the reasons the Grandmaster didn't pass it down to them was because Zhang Hao had lost his trust by neglecting his training and indulging in debauchery. The word debauchery immediately made him snap, exposing that Gato left the dojo because he got into trouble with women, causing Gato to stammer in panic. How did Zhang Hao find out about that? He didn't bother to answer and directly challenged Gato to a fight. Seeing him confidently accept, the three eavesdroppers stared in astonishment, their jaws dropping. Are these guys acting out some third-rate action manhwa or what? In just as a blink of an eye, Zhang Hao and Gato had taken their stances, facing each other. The atmosphere was as tense as a drawn bowstring, and they didn't hesitate any longer. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately started the fight, swinging his arm forcefully to create a dazzling line of energy. In midair, that technique was like a powerful blade, tearing through the wind as it rushed towards the old man. Gato gritted his teeth, glaring at the energy that was as sharp as a sword hurtling towards him. Only when it was an arm's length away did he calmly swing his hand to unleash his own technique. In the blink of an eye, Gato launched a spectacular counterattack, shattering Trong Hak's move. The two energies collided, creating a shocking explosion, but when the smoke cleared, his figure reappeared, looking neat and completely unaffected by the blast. Trong Hak angrily hissed through his teeth. "Is this really the entirety of the ultimate martial arts techniques you poured your heart and soul into after betraying the brotherhood between us?" Gato couldn't help but be astonished seeing that he was completely unharmed by his attack, and couldn't stop himself from muttering that Trong Hak was a bastard. He recalled the incredible technique his opponent had just used. Meanwhile, the three people hiding behind the door were watching extremely enthusiastically, even having prepared popcorn to snack on. Hoon couldn't hide the sheer astonishment on his face, marveling at the dramatic action scenes that had just unfolded, just like in a manhwa. In contrast, Extra gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, only to be immediately scolded by Lena for taking his anger out on the popcorn, sending it flying everywhere. Suddenly, police sirens blared continuously, along with shouts demanding the two of them to stop, as they were not allowed to fight in the street without an official permit. Then, that police officer turned to instruct the others, wait for the smoke to clear, then immediately arrest them with irrefutable evidence of their crime. After waiting for a moment, the smoke that filled the sky finally dissipated, revealing the figure of a person standing there. Trong Hak was seen grimly turning his head to glare at them with eyes full of killing intent. One of the police officers was instantly stunned, recognizing his identity, and looked over at Extra, who was sporting a hair-raising smile. Behind Gato, someone couldn't help but exclaim, "I know that ferocious man back there." The police officer who seemed to be the leader said in a low voice, "The leader of the largest guild in the criminal organization and the master of a newly formed guild that has reached a notoriety level of over 1,000 appearing in the same place." At this point, his sweat was pouring down like rain from the tension. "We're in a dangerous situation. Let's just wait and observe them for now." At this moment, the commotion from the fight had attracted many curious civilians who gathered to watch. as if this was a live-action manhwa, with cheers and applause ringing out endlessly. Someone even took the opportunity to sell popcorn as if they were watching a performance, not a fight. Seeing this scene, Hoon and Lena's jaws dropped in surprise, while Extra just laughed with great interest. On the other side, the police also quickly realized something was wrong, hastily giving orders to ensure the safety of the civilian onlookers. Seeing the situation gradually spiraling out of control, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in tension. Hoon observed the massive surrounding crowd. It was obvious that the reputation of the Black Mountain Guild would depend on the outcome of this manhwa-like battle. But the problem was that right now Gato's health wasn't in the best condition, as he could be seen coughing intermittently this whole time. In terms of martial arts, Gato was also weaker than his opponent, so no matter how you looked at it, their side was at a disadvantage. At this moment, Extra suddenly activated his eloquent speaking skill, shouting wildly, "Listen up, you blockheads! Are you witnessing a legendary, flawless battle straight out of a manhwa? He etched into history forever?" His words immediately made everyone turn to look at him with confused expressions, while Hoon next to him looked at Zira in a panic, not understanding why he suddenly spouted such nonsense. The once lively atmosphere suddenly fell silent like a still-life painting, a dramatic pause worthy of a manhwa, followed by whispers and discussions about being called blockheads. But it was clear that among the three, only Hoan was panicked by the glaring stares of everyone around. The scene that followed was unexpected, as the excited citizens overwhelmingly admitted their own ignorance, stating that this was their true nature. Seeing this, Lena immediately turned to look at Zara with admiration. "You have grasped what the audience wanted to hear." This made Hoyan's expression even more unsightly, his mouth agape, wanting to scream out loud that it wasn't true, but he couldn't get the words out. On the other side, Trong Hak and Gato stood frozen, staring at each other in a classic manhwa showdown, ignoring the police who were busy calming the agitated crowd. He spoke coldly, "So it has finally come to this. One of us must die for this to end." At these words, the old man fell silent for a moment, then let out a soft sigh. Then, Gato's eyes widened with determination, deciding that this time, he would be the one to strike first. With that, he immediately roared, "Sealed chaotic art, first form." In a classic manhwa move, Gato dashed forward like lightning, simultaneously swinging his arm to unleash a violent strike at Trong Hak. His eyes remained wide open, watching the technique approach right in front of him, but when it made contact, Trong Hak's body instantly dissolved like smoke, leaving Gato to stare in startled amazement. As the smoke gradually dispersed, he suddenly realized he was using an illusion technique, a common trope in this kind of action manhwa, which was also why Trong Hak had created a smokescreen to surround. Thinking this, Gato hastily turned his head to search, where the hell was he hiding? While he was distracted, Trong Hak launched an attack from behind. Gato could only sense his aura. At this moment, Hoyan couldn't hold back any longer, shouting a warning for him to watch his back. Thanks to that warning, Gato managed to raise his arm in time to block Trong Hak's surprise attack. The clash was as intense as any manhwa fight seen, and he immediately moved back a distance, leaving the old man to cough. The surrounding onlookers angrily cursed Hoyan for interfering in the match, even shouting that their side had cheated. Even Zira felt his master was a bit hasty. He pushed the matter aside and asked him if he saw that, causing Sarah to look over in confusion. He shouldn't have looked, because the moment he did, he was stunned. On the other side, Gato was staring in astonishment at his arm, from which a strange energy was emanating. Something wasn't right with the attack he had just blocked. At this moment, he angrily whipped his head around and cursed, "Trong Hak, you bastard! What the hell did you do to the Grandmaster's ultimate technique?" He glanced grimly at Gato. There has always been a contradiction in the Grandmaster's martial arts. Trong Hak slowly raised his hand. "I'm sure you've realized it too, especially the way the Grandmaster stubbornly clung to tradition." But before he could finish, Gato loudly cut him off. "Even if that's true, you have no right to turn it into a vulgar martial art that only focuses on taking others' lives." Hearing the word vulgar, Trong Hak immediately swung his arm in anger. "All I did was unlock its infinite potential. That's all." At this point, he suddenly flashed a cunning smile and said, instead of explaining, "I'll demonstrate the fourth form of this unique manhwa style myself." It was Jung Hwan's one-point suppression technique. As he announced it, Gato's face immediately changed color, his eyes widening in astonishment. In the blink of an eye, his technique struck Gato directly, leaving him no time to react, and he could only let out a cry of pain. Seeing this, Hoyan immediately panicked and cursed, while in stark contrast, the crowd roared with delight, cheering even more enthusiastically. At this moment, Gato clutched his chest, gasping for breath. What the hell was that technique just now? Suddenly, a wave of energy surged from his left. A stream of energy drew his attention, and he realized Jung Hwan had teleported behind him at some point without him noticing. The show isn't over yet. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his arm and landed a critical blow squarely on Gato's back. Gato's eyes rolled back in agony. Seeing this, the other two remained completely unfazed, while only Hoyan's face turned pale. with panic. Strange streams of aura began to rise from the spot where he was hit, just like what had happened with his arm earlier. After observing for a moment, Exra suddenly exclaimed, "I finally see it, Master." His nonchalance immediately infuriated Hoi-On, who exploded. "Is this really the time to be thinking about that? Do you have any idea what will happen if Gato is defeated?" Hearing this, Exra just chuckled with great interest. Just now, when that guy attacked, Gato clearly tried to dodge. As he finished, Lena immediately chimed in, "That's right, Gato definitely dodged it, and the timing was absolutely perfect." Hearing this, Hoi-On was a little confused because he also saw it with his insight skill, but so what? He still got hit. Lena didn't know either. At that moment, Exra's eyes suddenly flashed. The core of a perfect battle in this manhwa is more profound than I had imagined. Hearing him say he would observe more closely, Hoi-On's blood boiled with anger. Shouldn't you at least be doing something? Back in the arena, Gato's steps grew unsteady, as if he was about to collapse, and then, without any warning, he let out a cough, and fresh blood immediately poured out like water. Seeing this, Jung Hwan suddenly understood why Gato had said he didn't have much time left. He smirked smugly. "So this is why you used a thug from the Black Mountain Guild to lure me here." Gato, now in a cold sweat from the pain, glared at Jung Hwan. "I didn't want you to find out this way." Hearing that, he burst into maniacal laughter, raising his hand to unleash an attack. "Who cares? It looks like we're going to end things right here." Gato. On the other side, Gato also struggled into a fighting stance, ready for battle. Our fight has dragged on for far too long. It was clear Jung Hwan didn't take Gato seriously at all, a common trope in this kind of manhwa. He sneered as if victory was already in his grasp. Across from him, Gato was gathering all his remaining strength to unleash a technique. "I hope you will. Give it your all until the very end." Seeing this, Hoi-On was once again startled in horror, and he rushed forward in a panic, yelling to stop Gato. Seeing the technique gradually taking form, he yelled in desperation that Gato couldn't possibly use that technique, but it was too late. Gato swung his arm, creating a sound like the air itself was tearing. Seeing this, Jung Hwan's eyes widened in astonishment, and he couldn't help but wonder, what in the world is that? He had never seen such a masterful control over energy, the kind you only see in an epic manhwa. A blindingly bright stream of energy began to spread out. Could this be the concentrated wave technique, focused to its absolute maximum? He speculated while shifting to the side. If that's what it is, then Jung Hwan would rush forward like a bolt of lightning, determined to strike first and destroy Gato's attack, but it seemed as if he had miscalculated, only to see the man seemingly waiting for this exact moment. "Thank you for delivering yourself right to me." Tronghak's pupils constricted. He finally realized Gato's plan to take them both down together, but it was already too late. A powerful light enveloped the entire area, forcing the onlookers to shield their eyes as the finishing move of the ultimate B-Book 1 was activated. Betsu screamed Gato's name in tearful agony, while the police officers had to fall back to shield themselves from the blinding light. The crowd of onlookers was frozen in astonishment, while on the other side, Zero laughed loudly like a madman. Ho-Ainon couldn't even comprehend what had just happened. The whole confrontation was as epic as any manhwa battle. A moment later, as the light gradually dissipated, it revealed a figure, standing tall in the center of it all. He didn't know who it was, but the sight left him utterly speechless. The surrounding crowd was stunned into silence, and the police officers were also frozen, staring at the scene before them as a wave of energy swept through the air. Tronghak waved his hand, smirking mockingly at Gato. All that for show, and it was still useless. With that, the expression on his face grew even more excited. "So, who's next?" Tronghak suddenly pointed towards Ixera, asking if he wanted to be his next opponent, which stunned those nearby. At that moment, Betsu jumped out from nowhere, crying and demanding justice to avenge his master's death. But just as he finished speaking, Zera shut him down. "Get lost, you little punk." After Betsu was knocked unconscious on the ground, he slowly asked Tronghak, "How the hell did you do that?" He stared at the man's slightly distorted face, genuinely curious as to how Tronghak managed to stand completely unscathed after that attack. Surviving a finishing move like that is pure manhwa logic. He didn't answer Zera's question, instead narrowing his eyes as if recalling his identity. After a moment's hesitation, Tronghak remembered that Sira was the mercenary the Bibo Dojo had sent to them before. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder how Zera had escaped. The question immediately triggered Lena. She excitedly raised her hand, scratching Zera's chin and boasting that she was the one who got him out. Speaking of which, Lena couldn't help but scoff smugly. "I never thought the criminal gang I was once part of would become so pathetic." This whole scene felt like it was ripped from an action manhwa. She truly thought those people had some skill, but in the end, Tronghak's crew couldn't even lay a single finger on her. Lena smiled, comparing his men to the common street thugs she used to deal with. She even insulted Trong Hak's dojo, calling it a training ground for failures. These words immediately enraged him, causing Trong Hak to grind his teeth in fury. Do you have any idea what the consequences of your words will be? Hoyan was also seething with anger, impatiently yelling for Lena to shut up before things got worse. As he spoke, Trong Hak's attention immediately shifted to him. Seeing this, Hoyan tensed up and calculated, if this keeps up, that major event from the Manhwa will be triggered. With that thought, he decided to loudly announce his identity to try and negotiate, but Trong Hak cut him off. Stay out of this, you small fry. He snarled. I don't take orders from weaklings like you. These words left Hoyan so shocked his jaw dropped. This manhwa never fails to deliver dramatic reactions. Even Sarah beside him was provoked, hissing through his teeth as he cursed Trong Hak for being a bastard. A second later, he lunged forward, demanding to know how he dared to speak like that. Lena eagerly chimed in, How could you? How could you say such harsh words to a fool who's terminally ill? As he spoke, Zhang Hao had a sudden realization, which meant he's a true master, but suffers from power outbursts, and the most shocked person right now is Hoyan. He couldn't understand why they were taking it this far, only to see Trong Hak across from him mistakenly believe that Gato was fighting to his last breath, because his new master was weakening from a serious illness, and his words thundered in Hoyan's ears. He wanted to curse Trong Hak for being such a fool and getting so easily led on, but then he suddenly changed the subject. It seems we've talked enough, haven't we? With that, Trong Hak gave a sinister smile, putting his entire dojo on the line to challenge them in this real-life manhwa showdown. Living up to his expectations, Sejia immediately accepted, also betting their dojo amidst the excited cheers of Lena. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers, and the police officers seeing this had to rush to control the crowd. While the lead officer pursed his lips in thought, no one noticed Bisu still lying on the ground sobbing. What right do you people have to do this? On a clear, breezy night, inside a very ordinary house, the system announced a group event to consolidate reputation and play a crucial role in conquering the opposing forces. Illegal activities were permitted, police surveillance was reduced, and the system required Hoon to defeat each rival organization one by one and become the king of the underworld. In the face of this information, he just coldly fell silent. Right now, they were at the newly opened Black Mountain Tavern, and Hoyan calmly asked Sejia what made him push things this far, turning it into a dramatic manhwa scene. He only saw Sejia smirk with delight, replying with a short phrase, a perfect battle. Hearing this answer, his expression immediately became hard to read, and Lena behind him didn't seem surprised, just bursting out laughing and calling him an idiot. Hoon couldn't believe Lena's words that Sejia just wanted to achieve victory without any damage, but he quickly confirmed it. If a coward avoids an attack out of respect, then it can't be considered zero damage. Sejia said he was able to figure everything out during the battle with Trong Hak. Even when facing Gato's relentless attacks, he exuded an unshakable composure, like a protagonist from a fighting manhwa. At this point, Sejia couldn't contain his excitement, revealing his plot to take over Trong Hak's dojo and force him to reveal his secrets. With that, he burst into crazed laughter. In this situation, Hoon could only cover his face in helplessness. The obsession with Sejia's power had reached the limits of madness. He wondered if a subordinate should interfere with a player's affairs to this extent. So far, everything had gone according to plan, but honestly, Hoon felt it was all due to sheer luck, and thinking back, this damn thug kept preventing him from playing his own way. Hoon fell into a state of panic, as this chaotic plot was more stressful than any manhwa he had ever read. All his past achievements would become meaningless. At this thought, Hoon was completely stunned under Lena's curious gaze, and he suddenly instructed her that he would be right back, so she should wait there and not cause any trouble. With that, Hoyan immediately logged out of the game, returning to reality. He lay on his back on the bed for a long time, as if he hadn't fully regained consciousness, and a moment later, Hoyan slowly sat up on his familiar bed. He gently removed the VR headset, letting out a weary sigh. A headache immediately shot through, causing Hoyan to groan and hold his forehead. He glanced around the room. There was one day left before the match. That was equivalent to one day in the real world. With that thought, Hoon decided to go outside for some fresh air. On the streets, towering skyscrapers couldn't hide the beautiful, clear blue sky. He picked up a massive hamburger. Watching Hoon devour it like he was starving, Eden couldn't help but wonder why a top-tier gamer who earned a ton of money would eat like that. As soon as he heard his good friend's concerned question, "Is something wrong?" Hoon, his mouth full of food, immediately froze, and then tears started to stream down his face uncontrollably. Seeing Hoon suddenly start sobbing, Eden panicked and pressed him. "Did you ruin your gaming career?" After saying that, he showed some sympathy, sighing about how the newest version of the game Maze City, a title popular enough to be its own manhwa, is causing a stir at his company lately. According to Eden, they not only upgraded the maze dungeon but also the daily life areas, and a dangerous gang is causing chaos right from the early stages. He wasn't sure how they would handle it, but it seemed even the game masters had given up and were just waiting to see what would happen. As he said this, Wyden suddenly remembered the rumor that Hoon had refused the offer to keep his #1 rank. Why did you choose to start from scratch instead of building on your previous achievements? Hearing these questions, Hoon just silently sipped his drink. Getting no response, Eden could only marvel at his friend's addiction to the game. Just then, Hoon took the straw out of his mouth, but his first question was about the game masters giving up, which Eden had just mentioned. Hearing this, Iden was stunned for a moment before muttering Hoon's name. Faced with Hoon's indifference, Iden pursed his lips as if in deep thought. He rested his chin on his hand, trying to look cool. As someone who loves the game Maze City more than anything, I believe your actions will contribute significantly to keeping the game peaceful. The world of this game has taken a dark turn, like a plot from a thriller manhwa, and is more dangerous than ever. As your past self, Rodel Arago, who achieved the #1 rank through altruistic and righteous gameplay, a positive influence is crucial. Eden looked straight at Hoon, affirming his words. Hearing this, Hoon just frowned slightly, as if lost in a world of his own. His stream of memories stopped at the moment he stood in Maze City as Rodius Arago, and his class at that time was Orphanage Director, an unconventional role for a manhwa protagonist. When necessary, people can become as strong as they wish. Nutritional supplements, performance-enhancing drugs, stamina boosters, body conditioning serums, and countless other things. We have now reached an era where the needs for basic nutrition, physical training, and sleep can be perfectly met without lifting a finger while playing virtual reality games. Are humans seeking a new challenge to keep up with their own infinite potential? A theme often explored in Manhwa. Humanity had created a completely different world, transcending all limits of reality, and he had experienced every possible outcome in that realm. Hoon walked down the street, looking around curiously because it had developed so much. The reason he left it all behind to return to the real world was for information that could only be gathered in real life, especially since Hoon had a friend who was an intern at the Korean branch of the company that developed Maze City. The two sat quietly next to each other at the dining table. In his mind now, the only thing that remained was the reason the game masters had to flee, a major plot point in this unfolding manhwa. Must be a failed project. The more he thought about it, the more impossible it seemed to Hwaian, who glanced at the dejected Iden beside him. His love for this game was undeniable, and thinking of this, Hwaian smiled faintly. But you know what, my friend? Your own good friend is the one sabotaging the game. He quickly composed himself, then casually smiled and reassured Wyden that there's always a way to handle things. At this point, Hwaian suddenly changed the subject, asking about his recent situation in the game. Eden immediately covered his mouth, secretly revealing that he was working for a criminal gang, though just as a subordinate. But according to him, Eden had managed to secure a pretty decent position. But as soon as he finished, he suddenly exploded. Turns out, my superior is a real madman. Then, Eden recounted how the man let his anger get the best of him, even betting the entire dojo, much to Hwaian's bewildered expression. When he heard the name Black Mountain Society just being formed from his mouth, it was a plot twist straight out of a manhwa. Eden continued to lament his situation, not realizing his friend across from him had frozen solid, his fist clenched so tightly it trembled. Hwaian cracked a chilling smile. That's the information I needed. Meanwhile, at the massive headquarters of the Trong Hack Dojo, 3 people stood in a line before a man leaning against a pillar. Junmu gently massaged his hand, not forgetting to thank Vaden. I nearly died from the discomfort. Seeing his calm demeanor, the old man immediately reminded him, are you aware of the consequences of your mistake? Hearing this, Junmu flared up. We have to do something before Master Trong Hack finds out. That thug has gotten much stronger than when we first caught him. Before he could finish, Vaden cut him off with a cold glare, a classic move in any action manhwa. Gato is dead. Master Trong Hack took care of it himself. I also heard that Thug was at the scene at the time. Hearing this, Junmu broke out in a cold sweat, but the old man paid him no mind and indifferently revealed that he had bet the entire dojo on a challenge against that thug. But Junmu's train of thought wasn't normal. He excitedly grasped at straws. Does that mean we're safe now? Seeing this, Vaden could only turn away helplessly, muttering about Junmu's foolishness. The moon stood out starkly against the starry night sky, illuminating the space below. Vaden strode along a dirt path, with no other sound in the night but his own footsteps. Vaden grimly calculated there was no way he could lose. As long as those people didn't know about Trong Hack's secret technique, the advantage was still theirs. The more he thought, the more his eyebrows furrowed, tight enough to crush a fly. Vaden recalled the moment he was struck on the forehead. He said it was fine, but was it really okay? Suddenly, smoke appeared from nowhere, swirling around his feet, making Vaden whip his head around. He stood silently for a moment as if waiting for something. A moment later, Vaden sensed someone in front of him, but Lena had already teleported behind him, a classic ambush scene from a fantasy manhwa. By the time Vaden startled and glanced back, it was too late. Inside the town, a pained scream suddenly echoed through the silence. A short while later, he was tied up, sitting on the ground and panting, and the player behind the identity of Coach Vaden of the Trong Hack Dojo was none other than Iden, a twist worthy of this entire manhwa. He coughed lightly, looking at the group of people blocking his path. Lena spoke first, half-threatening and half-coaxing Vaden to reveal the secret technique of the Dark Intersect. Hoyan stood by silently, just glaring grimly at Vaden, clearly not one to submit easily. "You bastards, you're just a bunch of street corner failures. Who do you think you're dealing with?" After saying that, Lena suddenly lunged forward, startling him. "Keep rambling and I'll kill you. If you were really that important when I was in the gang, I would have known about you." Suddenly, Hoyan yelled, "That's enough, Lena." And what he got in return were punches and kicks full of fury from her. Lena screamed that she would kill Vaden because he was just a stubborn old man who did nothing but brag. A moment later, Hoon seriously pushed her aside. "I know exactly who you are. Vaden. We come from the streets. That doesn't mean we're uninformed." His expression grew darker, showing his genuine disappointment. Hoon asserted that the Dark Intersect technique he witnessed was a martial art straight out of a manhwa, but it was like an illusion, capable of neutralizing all physical attacks. The more he spoke, the more sweat poured from Vaden's head. But is this all you can do as someone trained in that martial art? Isn't it simply because you were blinded by power and success to the point of neglecting the most important thing, training? His face had darkened by now. At this point, suddenly, Hoon mentioned Jijia, who was yawning widely, saying that because Vaden was so insignificant, he was getting bored to death. Hearing this, Zijia not only didn't stop, but yawned a few more times. Vaden, tied on the ground, looked up at them in a daze. A moment later, he finally retorted, "It's true that when you learn martial arts, you should only pursue strength and talent, but maintaining integrity in a decadent world like this isn't easy. But are you any different?" Hearing that, Hoon's expression immediately changed. Vaden mentioned that Hoon's subordinate, Xejia, had stats on par with a top-tier player from a popular manhwa. He asserted firmly, "There's no way you could spend such a large number of shares, unless you were once a top-ranked player yourself. You yourself abandoned your integrity as a gamer, only to now rely on a subordinate just to engage in illegal activities." These words immediately startled Hoon, as if he had been publicly exposed. For a few seconds, he froze, then Lena excitedly stepped forward, praising Vaden for being quite perceptive. Hoon was still pondering his words about having abandoned the integrity of a gamer when Zijia suddenly let out a huge yawn, cutting off his train of thought. He decisively drew his sword and placed it on Vaden's neck. "You're just hastening your own death by constantly rambling about those tedious principles." At this point, Xejia gritted his teeth. "I don't care about your martial arts or secret techniques for pathetic weaklings like you. You just need to swing your sword 10,000 times before a fight." These words immediately ignited Vaden's fury. He furrowed his brows, glaring as if he wanted to eat Zijia alive. Suddenly, Vaden loudly declared that he would reveal the secret technique of the Dark Intersect. Seeing the scene before him, Hoon could only feel helpless and apologize to his friend in his heart. Not long after, at the BBO Dojo, the base of the Ancient Guild, quite a few people were inside watching Vaden's actions. Xejia stared at him grimly without a word, only seeing Vaden's raised hands suddenly light up. The core foundation of the Dark Intersect, the martial art of the demonic path. He held his arm forward, concentrating a huge amount of energy into his fingertips, then used them like blades. With that, Vaden waved his hand, and instantly a stream of energy like a sword slash struck the floor, sending wood splinters flying everywhere. He approached the gash that was radiating a strange aura on the floor. That's why conventional martial arts knowledge can't predict its range of attack. It's the kind of power you'd expect to see in a manhwa. However, the need to maintain intense focus to control the energy makes it difficult to use for long periods, leading to a major disadvantage in mobility. Hearing this, the other two couldn't help but be surprised, muttering in agreement that it was so, but Jang Hyuk is the only one not limited by that. According to Yiden, he overcomes this weakness thanks to his sharp reflexes, masterful evasion skills, and an innate, flexible control over his energy. He hadn't finished his sentence when Betu suddenly sobbed and shouted that he couldn't take it anymore. With that, he turned to criticize Hoon for letting Eden teach the very martial art that took Gato's life right in his dojo, and not surprisingly, Betu once again got a face-altering slap from Sega. After dealing with the nuisance, he returned to the main topic. Does that mean Jang Hyuk has no weaknesses? Hearing about the lack of weaknesses, he pondered for a moment, then replied that it seemed to be the case because Jang Hyuk's attacks are so fast and sharp that all his opponents try to defeat him with overwhelming destructive power, but that decision is precisely their mistake. They were deceived by Jang Hyuk's speed, a speed so fast it was almost an illusion, like something out of an action manhwa. In the end, no one has ever been able to land even a single hit on him. After a thorough analysis, Wyden concluded that the solution was very simple. Sega remained silent, staring at him, waiting for his next words. You just need to be faster than Jang Hyuk. This answer was surprisingly simple, As soon as Lena heard it, she smirked triumphantly, claiming to be the faster one. Hearing this, Eden gently rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Considering that Jang Hyuk's best student was easily subdued by you, it makes sense. Upon receiving confirmation, Lena immediately got excited and gloated at Sega. Don't spout any more nonsense about a perfect match. From now on, just call me Your Majesty. Faced with this situation, Hoon got so agitated he almost called Yeden by his real name but quickly corrected himself. Do you mean Lena should be the one to fight Jang Hyu, not Sega? This information immediately threw him into a panic. This is bad. Lena is currently being pursued by a criminal gang. If this were a secret mission, I might consider it, but a match with Jang Hyuk would attract way too much attention. With that thought, Hoon glanced at Sega, who was grinding his teeth as if about to explode. In this situation, he was truly at a loss for what to do. This whole scenario felt like a complicated manhwa plot. While his mind was racing, Lena suddenly turned around excitedly and called out. Looking over, he was startled back to his senses and followed her instructions without understanding. He saw Lena twirling and spinning, learning the ultimate technique of the Jang Hyuk school. Hoon watched her try again and again, wondering why Lena was so fascinated by it. After she had demonstrated enough, she finally stopped to ask for an evaluation and received praise for being quick and agile from Yeden. Seeing this, Hoon was at a loss, his mouth agape and speechless. His expression turned grave. First, he praised Lena's skills, then intended to tactfully advise her to let Sega handle this matter, but before Hoon could finish his sentence, Lena cheerfully ran over, asserting that she could do anything. Then, she started acting cute. It's not just that musclehead who's talented, right? The atmosphere suddenly went silent for a moment, the two of them looking. Lena stared without a word, while X-Ra turned slightly to look at Hoon, awaiting his decision. After a moment of careful thought, Hoon called her name in a low voice. Facing Lena's childlike, excited expression, he still tried to explain that she would have to bet her life on this match, giving Lena a chance to reconsider. Hearing this, she just gave a deep smile. Then, to the astonishment of the other two, Lena cheerfully spun and leaped around like a character from a manhwa. Risking my life is not a problem. Suddenly, she jumped right up to Hoon, startling him into backing away slightly, only to see Lena cover her mouth and whisper mischievously, "As long as I win this match, I can become your #1 right-hand woman, right?" After hearing that, Hoon's expression as he looked at her was a bit hard to read, as if he had just realized something that made his face turn serious. Perhaps Lena had always been anxious about not having made any significant contributions to the guild, but this was understandable, because compared to her, Seiju was a nearly perfect subordinate, someone who had almost reached the highest rank. But in the previous version, his specialty as Rodel Idgo was training characters and turning them into powerful warriors, a classic manhwa protagonist skill. Hoon was lost in thought, ignoring Lena, who was swaying back and forth in front of him, when he suddenly recalled the words of Yen, who had criticized him before. Thinking of this, Hoon pressed his lips together, hesitating. In that case, maybe this was his chance to bring Lena into the fray despite the risks. Suddenly, a splash of blood on his face snapped Hoon back to reality. Shocked, he looked in that direction, only to see X-Ra had just killed Yen with a single sword strike. He fell with his eyes wide and mouth agape in astonishment, a truly shocking manhwa moment. Accompanying this was his bone-chilling smile, and finally, the horrified, speechless gaze of Hoon, watching his best friend collapse. He screamed Yen's name silently in his heart. At that moment, in a place no one noticed, Badu was crying out his master's name in his usual posture. Meanwhile, in the Eastern District, the second base of the Black Mountain Guild, formerly Toma's mansion, was being renovated. The repairs were nearing completion, and everyone was focused on their work. Just then, Good Luck stood watching the scene, lost in thought, before smiling and reporting through her earpiece that the Black Mountain Guild's base had almost completed its reconstruction. What was noteworthy was the plan to take over all the criminal gangs by eliminating them. This kind of grand ambition is common in a crime manhwa. Hearing this, the person on the other end was silent for a moment, then CL received instructions to continue monitoring and reporting. In a luxurious study, a man clasped his hands and muttered, "I can't believe they're actually planning to swallow the criminal underworld whole." He gritted his teeth, his body trembling with rage. There's no way he would do that. Night fell over the dojo's main headquarters, where a voice echoed in Trong Hak's presence. There is only one day left until the battle with the Black Mountain Guild. In the first infiltration by the guild's core members, a manhwa-style sneak attack, an instructor was seriously injured. In the next attack, most of the trainees under Jun Mu were defeated, and currently, Instructor Vaiden's whereabouts are also unknown. Finally, the voice concluded that they had suffered significant losses. Despite saying this, she didn't forget to console Trong Hak, expressing her faith in his strength. But if Vaidan truly betrayed us, the situation would be drastically different. Hearing this, a murderous glint flashed in Trong Hak's eyes, a classic manhwa cliffhanger. He stood silent for a long moment, as if contemplating something. After a while, Trong Hak finally turned his head. "I can feel. Are you also doubting my decision?" At this, he stared straight ahead, guaranteeing in a gruff voice that it wouldn't affect the outcome of the war. Zhang Hao admitted that he only promoted Vadon to a high-ranking position for political reasons, having never truly valued the old man's martial arts. Most importantly, Vadon had witnessed the time when he was lost in depravity, indulging in worldly pleasures. The old man's presence was a constant reminder of that shameful past, a backstory worthy of any tragic Manhwa character, determined to return to the right path. Because of that, Zhang Hao has eliminated nearly all of his past mistakes. Speaking of which, he narrowed his eyes dangerously. I even killed my sworn brother Gatto, who was once family to me, with my own hands. As he finished speaking, Zhang Hao fell silent, clenching his fists tightly. Seeing this, the mysterious person simply bowed his head in silence, then turned to leave a moment later. I hear that guy Sarah has subdued Lightning Wind Soma. Zhang Hao walked over to a rack of swords, staring intently at them, as if weighing his options before reaching for one of them. It seems this is not a matter that can be taken lightly. It was a cool, clear night, with the bright moon shining in a starry sky, creating a picturesque scene, yet no one knew what darkness it truly concealed. This kind of ominous foreshadowing is classic in a martial arts manhwa. Huayan stood on a high platform, loudly declaring that since things had come to this, he was officially announcing that they would attack Zhang Hao's dojo immediately. Hearing this, the students below were stunned, and Bizu was the first one to speak up. Didn't you schedule a duel with Zhang Hao for tomorrow? Do you have any idea what the consequences are for breaking a warrior's honor? In response to his outburst, Huayan frowned coldly. I don't care. Don't forget that a surprise attack is also a valid tactic. This statement immediately made BSU explode. What do you mean you don't care? Then doesn't Master Gatto's noble sacrifice for us become meaningless? The classic conflict between honor and pragmatism is a popular theme in many manhwa series. Clenched his fists with a crackling sound, as if ready to land another punch on him. With that thought, he knelt on one knee to face Psu. Listen, it seems you still don't understand the situation. Hoon activated his skill, Leader's Pressure. Have you forgotten what kind of organization the Black Mountain Guild really is? If you're not satisfied, then you should have tried to win from the very beginning. Then, he proceeded to activate his support skill, Persuasion. I hear Zhang Hao's dojo is linked to a criminal gang, so why should I have to bother with something like honor? This use of game-like skills is a common trope in system manhwa. After verbally shutting Bisu down, Hoon shot back to his feet and activated another skill, Rhetoric, drawing everyone's attention. Gato, the man who took in a bunch of outcasts like you, died after transferring this dojo to Wimea. He shouted powerfully, so from now on, you must, by any means necessary, be absolutely loyal to the Black Mountain Guild. Is that clear? The sheer charisma from this speech could make him the protagonist of his own manhwa. Hoon showed some understanding, acknowledging that not everyone was ready to accept this reality. As soon as he said he would give them a chance to decide, Bisu was visibly startled. His next words placed a heavy psychological burden on them, saying that if they were to leave, their forces would be no match for Zhang Hao's. This kind of ruthless logic is what separates the side characters from the main players in this manhwa. Are much help anyway, are you? All I need is this one exceptionally capable subordinate. This is a cold but effective way to manage a guild. A common scenario in an action manhwa. It makes no difference whether you're here or not. These twisted words successfully manipulated Beck's Yu, making him trembling to the point of tears. At that moment, Huayan suddenly stepped forward, saying that in other words, the Black Mountain Guild has no place for the mediocre. He practically roared in a fit of rage. You worthless trash. You just hang around the dojo doing nothing. Those who lack the drive to improve are nothing but a burden. Don't bother me anymore. Get lost. After he spoke, the atmosphere in the dojo fell silent, tense as a violin string. Lena smirked, looking at Huayan, who was sweating profusely from the tension. You're quite good with your fancy words. Just then, a student hastily tried to withdraw, feeling he had no future, despite the others trying to stop him. Suddenly, Sira swung his arm, throwing something straight ahead, a sharp dart embedding itself right in his back, causing blood to gush out as he let out a piercing scream of pain. Seeing that student collapse to the floor, the others were stunned. Only Baksu cried out to him in despair. Zira was seen smirking with a savage grin, a truly villainous look straight out of a manhwa. It seems you've misunderstood the master's intentions. Who said you could leave without paying a price? If you can't prove your worth, you're no different from a dead man. These cold words made the students' faces turn pale. The master's meaning is that you can leave, but you'll be leaving horizontally. Meanwhile, the one whose words were being twisted, Huayan, was sweating bullets, not expecting things to escalate this far. He looked at the disciples in the dojo sinking into despair. At least what Zira did was having an effect, a dark plot twist in this gripping manhwa. Their faces were filled with terror. I wanted to make this bunch of trash a little more useful. The wound he inflicted also caused those around to freeze in fear. The dojo was filled only with Zira's wild laughter. Nothing is more effective than spreading fear. At this thought, the system, a classic manhwa element, immediately announced that all members of the Bibo Dojo had submitted to Hoi-an. He had successfully raised everyone's morale before the battle. Reading this notification, Hoi-an mused, I have the right to do this, don't I? Soon, a new day dawned, with the sunrise casting its light over the town of Peace. Today, the people seemed more excited and lively than on other days, and the police were also present, patrolling the streets to ensure security and order. Today was the scheduled duel between the Black Mountain Guild and the Cheong-hak Dojo at Bram Square, the setting for a climactic manhwa showdown. Standing beside Cheong-hak was his disciple, Run-mu, who couldn't help but complain about the Black Mountain Guild being late. Hearing this, Cheong-hak didn't speak, merely gazing silently into the void. He recalled the words of that mysterious woman. She had judged that involving the dojo in this was a bit hasty, but that was just the opinion of a criminal gang. But even she couldn't understand why Cheong-hak was so obsessed with the Bibo Dojo. Didn't it all end after you killed Gato? Wasn't everything supposed to be over then? Hearing this question, he didn't answer and just looked at her silently. Is there something that makes you unable to let go? Remembering this question, Cheong-hak's expression immediately changed, and he tightened his grip on the sword, his mysterious past, a key part of this manhwa. A powerful aura enveloped it, visualized with the epic flair of a high-stakes manhwa. Suddenly, someone shouted, the Black Mountain Guild has arrived. The sound of steady footsteps echoed on the street as countless students marched like a disciplined legion, an epic entrance worthy of a manhwa protagonist, with the one leading them being none other than Hoi-an and his two capable subordinates. As soon as he saw them, Run-mu bristled. How dare those cowards move the match up by one day? On the opposite side, Hoi-an somberly called Lena's name. Then, in less than a second, a shadow, like a flash of lightning, she closed in and swung her sword in greeting before Cheong-hak could even prepare. The moment he regained his senses, Lena's face was right in front of him. Lena swung her sword, cutting an arc through the air, but Cheong-hak nimbly dodged it. He glanced at her with contempt, thinking that with such a feeble ambush, she didn't stand a chance. In response, Lena gave a mischievous smile, saying that she had landed a hit. Only then was he astonished. He realized a gash had appeared on his chest, emitting strange wisps of energy. Immediately after, Cheong-hak coughed, spitting up a large mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Jun-mu immediately screamed his name in a panic. At the same time, on the opposite side, Hoon was watching tensely. The atmosphere suddenly became so quiet that only the sound of the wind could be heard, just like a dramatic manhwa panel. A moment later, Cheong-hak spoke. The technique you just used. He gritted his teeth in fury. That's from the Cheong-hak school, that bastard. And Don, it seems they've truly betrayed us. Hearing this, Lena suddenly gave a cryptic smile. Hey, Mr. Snake Eyes. In the blink of an eye, she teleported in front of him. There's no time for daydreaming. As she finished speaking, a sword slash came down decisively, splitting something that looked like fabric in two. The thing that was just sliced in half was the outer coat flying through the air from Cheong-hak, while he himself had vanished. Out of nowhere, a shadow skimmed across the ground with the speed of wind. Before Lena could even realize it, Cheong-hak suddenly appeared, raising his hand to grab her head. Lena quickly swung, and her sword down but only hit empty air, because he had already zipped away. She immediately lost her balance and fell face first onto the ground. Then, Lena was suddenly seen clutching her stomach, groaning in pain. Seeing this, Hoon immediately yelled her name in a panic, though he was also puzzled. He had clearly seen Cheong-hak aim for Lena's head, but she was injured in her stomach. Hoon looked at the man standing in a grim stance and considered a possibility. Could it be that he was going easy on Lena? Just as he thought, Lena couldn't possibly fight Cheong-hak alone. With that thought, Hoon immediately called out to XG, signaling him, as it seemed he had no other choice. But on the other side, Lena suddenly shouted, Wait! This made even Cheong-hak, who was preparing to strike, stop in surprise. She was seen struggling to stand up, panting as she exposed Hoon's intention to send an XG. After saying that, Lena turned to look at him with a smirk. Just you wait, I will prove it to you. Her attitude immediately angered Hoon, causing him to yell furiously. This is not the time to show off. You can't take him down alone. This scene startled Cheong-hak, as if he were sinking into a certain memory. Back then, he was just a crybaby, trembling as he demanded to prove himself to his Grand Master. At that time, a young Cheong-hak had shouted through his tears, insisting that Gato wasn't the only one who could excel at everything. Recalling those images, he suddenly froze like a statue. At this moment, Jun-mu rushed over to bring a sword to his master. Suddenly, the sound of something cutting through the air by his ear snapped Cheong-hak out of it, not realizing that Lena had already thrust her sword forward, asking him what he was thinking about. Now, Cheong-hak was fully alert, gritting his teeth as he looked at her. The tip of Lena's sword was only inches away from his throat. My master is watching, and you dare to lose focus? At this moment, The person she called master was seething with frustration. You fool, you should have just stabbed him without any warning. Junmu, who was focused on the battle, suddenly noticed something. On the other side, Hoon had ordered Seija to help Lena. Upon receiving the order, he charged in with a loud laugh without hesitation. Seeing this, Junmu rushed forward to intercept. His sword swing was immediately blocked by Seija's blade, the two sharp weapons clashing with a shower of sparks, a classic manhwa visual. Seeing it was this kid, again, he gave a contemptuous smile. Junmu angrily demanded to know why he dared to interfere in his master's fight. You're the one who should stay out of my business. Let me teach you a lesson, Seija retorted instantly. In the end, Hoi-an could only gape as he watched him fight someone else instead of helping Lena. At the same time, on the other side, Trong-hak swung his sword into the air. Seeing him raise his sword, she quickly raised her hand to block the slash, which cut a line across her cheek, making Lena scream in pain. Seeing this, Hoon immediately panicked and yelled her name. Trong-hak didn't stop and slashed again, but this time Lena managed to dodge. She landed in a spot far from his blade. Seeing this, Trong-hak didn't continue swinging his sword and let out a sigh. On her side, Lena was also bent over, panting from exhaustion. This scene immediately caught the attention of Junmu and Seija, who were fighting nearby. They saw Trong-hak unleashing his ultimate technique, the piercing slash. Equipped with Grandmaster Trong-ril's sword, his damage, power, and attack range were now all significantly enhanced. Hoon then realized in horror that Trong-hak was a swordsman, which would greatly reduce Lena's chances of winning. Meanwhile, Lena had lost her usual playful demeanor and became serious. The shift in tone was like a turning point in a manhwa. A second later, she raised her sword, darting towards him like a blur. In the blink of an eye, they swung their swords as they passed each other, moving so fast that only a flash of light was visible between them. The atmosphere fell strangely silent once more. Lena was the first one to speak, gritting her teeth as she turned to glare at Trong-hak. You're despicable. With those words, Lena collapsed to the ground, with a resounding thud. Seeing this, Hoi-an was so stunned he was left speechless with his mouth agape, while the person involved, Trong-hak, simply stared with pursed lips, saying nothing. Suddenly, Lena started coughing violently on the ground, along with dark red blood. He then grimly approached and placed his sword against her neck. It seems I got careless. I originally intended to finish you in one blow. With that, Trong-hak pointed his sword down. Then I guess it's time to end things, right? Then, Lena could only watch with wide eyes as the sword tip rushed towards her, accompanied by the piercing, desperate scream of Hoi-an. In the blink of an eye, fresh blood gushed out like a fountain. Mid-air, Hoi-an was frantically running towards Lena, screaming her name. Suddenly, a black cloak zipped past, and Hoi-an froze. He was stunned to realize it was Seija. He flashed a wicked grin. At the very moment Trong-hak put the sword to Lena's neck, Seija had stopped the blade with his bare hand. On Seija's face, his cunning smile remained. He had switched to massacre mode, a power-up that made this manhwa even more intense. Lena glanced over her face, pale. A moment later, Seija smacked the sword from Trong-hak's grasp, then immediately seized Trong-hak by the neck and squeezed hard. Lifting Trong-hak off the ground, he genuinely seemed to want to choke the man to death. Lena yelled angrily, scolding Seija, I almost kicked that bucket. If you were going to interfere, you should have done it sooner. What took you so long? Hoi-an thought in stunned silence. Good grief, what did I just witness? Since when did Seija learn Blink World? Moreover, Trong's dodging skills. This whole manhwa is getting insane. Zhang Hao was frozen, whispering with wide eyes, the skill that you bastard are using right now. Before he could finish, Seija raised his hand to unleash an attack, roaring in a classic manhwa fashion. Witness the true skill of B-Book W. This is the secret of B-Book W. Zhang Hao took a direct hit from Seija's BB floor and crashed to the ground, causing the earth around him to crack. Hoi-an and Lena were stunned speechless by the sight, as dust and smoke billowed everywhere, terrifying the surrounding martial artists as well. Hoon silently wondered, since when did he learn that move? By the way, was it really necessary to shout so loudly? After taking a full blow from Seija, Zhang Hao cried out in pain. Seija turned and announced, listen up, all you weaklings gathered here, this is the true punch you should be pursuing in your free time. The nearby martial artists could only stand there, frozen, like characters in a dramatic manhwa, as Seija continued clenching his fists and roaring, interested in learning it, you can learn all these secret moves at the B-Book gym for just 10 silver coins. Hearing this, Hoon and Lena froze, completely speechless. Hoon's eyes widened. He really couldn't understand why this bastard was suddenly advertising their gym. What happened to him during their short time apart? Two hands clasped, sealing a bond of camaraderie, as two martial artists from two rival guilds were shaking hands. Hoi-an made eye contact with them, completely bewildered by this manhwa-like twist. Some time ago, at the sparring location, the Black Mountain Guild and Zhang Hao's gym had a confrontation. Lena couldn't wait. She excitedly charged forward. As the fight between Lena and Zhang Hao unfolded like a page from a martial arts manhwa, the other artists gossiped about Zhang Hao, believing him to be the leader of a criminal gang. Lena was sent flying, causing Hoyon to panic. That looked painful. That was no joke. At all. Junmu shouted, "Master Zhang Hao, your sword." Meanwhile, Lena laughed gleefully. "How dare you lose focus?" Like that, seeing the situation, the martial artists figured they didn't need help. Suddenly, someone from Zhang Hao's gym came to pick a fight. "Hey, you, underlings from the Black Mountain Guild, while your leader is out there fighting, you all look pretty relaxed." A martial artist suddenly realized the speaker looked familiar, and it turned out they were acquaintances who had both been trained by Gato. Both were very happy to see each other again in good health. They no longer cared about the fight and immediately set up a table for a feast, deciding to drink until they dropped. While the two comrades were chatting happily, a scene common in many a manhwa, Hoyon helplessly shouted from a distance, "No way." The comrade from Zhang Hao's gym asked, "Where's Kang Bu? Should I even be asking?" The comrade from the Black Mountain Guild replied, "Because of the drastic changes at the gym recently, he left." The two comrades raised their cups to drink away the sad news. The martial artist from the Black Mountain Guild held his cup, took a sip, sighed, and said, "Nobody cares about the well-being of a mere henchman. Other than the change in my uniform color, everything else is the same. If I had known this would happen, I would have joined Zhang Hao's gym sooner. The conditions there are pretty good. Back then, I was too concerned with saving face, but ironically, we also became a criminal gang. It's a shame it ended like this." Returning to the heated battle scene, the main plot of this manhwa continued as Seja was in a one-on-one fight with Junmu. Seja charged forward and knocked Junmu's sword away, ultimately defeating Junmu, one of the executives of Zhang Hao's gym. Afterwards, Seja rushed to stop Zhang Hao from stabbing Lena, which brings us to the opening scene of this manhwa recap. The two guys from before realized it was time to clear the feast table. They also scheduled a time for a proper fight, and then shook hands, and said, "Let's just be friendly with each other." The young man from the Black Mountain Guild added, "We just learned Trong Hak's flow before coming here." The scene shifts to Exia shouting an advertisement for the Bibo Dojo, followed by a segment where two young men from rival guilds shake hands, and then Hoyon sees it and is utterly shocked. Hoyon glances at Zira, wondering why he lost his composure like that in that moment. Or did he think this was a chance to completely defeat the Trong Hak Dojo? But then again, the purpose of the fight wasn't destruction. It was a bet to decide who would take over the opponent's territory, so it would be fine if both sides were unharmed. However, Hoyon gritted his teeth in anger. That didn't mean they were allowed to be friendly with the enemy. Traitors must be punished. The killing intent radiating from Hoyon was straight out of a manhwa, and the two young men froze in fear. Lena laughed, saying Hoon's face looked just like Zera's, but he told her to be quiet. Hoon said to them, "I understand you were once close companions, but you are still just students who happen to hone your martial arts skills together. From your facial expressions, I don't think I need to bother with your response. I might as well take this opportunity to teach you a lesson. Come on." Hissing with a wicked smile, "Betrayal only leads to death," a classic manhwa villain line. Seeing this situation, the martial artist from the Black Mountain Guild could only shut his eyes tightly. He apologized to his friend and got into a fighting stance. The action in this manhwa heated up as skills activated for all members of the Bibo Guild, while Trong Hak's flow enhanced the attacks of the Black Mountain Guild. Just then, Trong Hak shouted, "Stop!" Hoon turned back in surprise. That guy X gritted his teeth at the interruption. Trong Hak covered his face and reluctantly admitted, "I have lost." Trong Hak returned to his guild after the match. Vado criticized Trong Hak. "Do you still not understand how things work in the dungeon? It's all about politics. A common theme in this manhwa, so don't be so narrow-minded." Junmu also worriedly shouted, "Cooperating with a criminal gang, as a martial warrior pursuing a great cause. How could you say such a thing?" Another martial artist calmed Junmu down, telling him not to let a lowly street thug bother him with his pathetic words. Trong Hak angrily roared, "All of you, be silent." Trong Hak instructed Vado, "Contact the guild immediately. I trust you will secure a favorable negotiation for us." Vado respectfully obeyed. Watching Vado leave with a cunning and triumphant look, Junmu was stunned. It was a classic manhwa betrayal. Junmu said in a panic, "Leader, why do you still let that old man do as he pleases? I mean, colluding with a criminal gang, this has gone too far." Trong Hak calmly posed a question. "Junmu, what do you think is the secret behind the dojo's rapid expansion right after I left Grandmaster Trong Hak and founded it?" Junmu suggested it was because the leader fearlessly advanced a martial art that was traditionally very restrictive, making it accessible for everyone to learn and significantly expanding its practicality. Junmu continued proudly, Our instructors are also so attractive that they captivate the female martial artists. The other martial artists sighed at this. I don't think you're worthy of saying that with your looks. Junmu hastily clarified. Haven't you seen the reviews posted by the students? Trong Hak spoke up. In my opinion, you weren't much better than that pathetic street thug before. Don't criticize Vado in front of me again. Junmu cried out in confusion. But what does that have to do with protecting the great cause? Trong Hak glared. So what is that great cause? Exactly what do you, martial artists, have, so far, who has laid down their life to protect this so-called great cause? Junmu was stunned and couldn't say anything more. Trong Hak continued. Outside, the fierce attacks of the labyrinth monsters, a common threat in this kind of manhwa, are increasing every day. Meanwhile, criminal organizations hunting down ordinary players continue to wreak havoc. But what are we doing in the midst of this mess? All attention is focused on the great cause, never paying heed to matters beyond the scope of this dojo. There is no great cause here. It's just a cowardly excuse to escape from reality. I created the Trong Hak style to fight against this, a classic setup for a martial arts manhwa. If we remain bound by things like the great cause and conventions, there will be no chance of survival. Therefore, if my words don't greatly affect you, then feel free to leave this dojo. At Trong Hak's dojo, it was now evening. Junmu said with a serious face, regardless of what training methods you used before, from today onwards, abandon them all. Martial arts without real combat is no different from a performance. You must train to fight the enemy and emerge victorious. That is what the Trong Hak style, a staple of action manhwa, aims for. In a private room, V-Don was shocked. What do you mean by that, leader? Trong Hak's expression darkened, looking truly terrifying, like a villain from a dark manhwa. V-Don continued his words, ensuring Trong Hak's influence within the organization is paramount. Now, he wonders why Trong Hak refused to deploy their forces. V-Don thought that doing so would prevent them from becoming a criminal gang. Trong Hak immediately unleashed a blast of magic straight into V-Don's stomach. Trong Hak frowned. It's disappointing that you still can't grasp my intentions. Seeing how eager you are to seize that little bit of power, it's clear you have a long way to go. V-Don's face turned pale, and he hurriedly admitted his mistake. Trong Hak warned, if you lose your composure over this issue in front of me again, you will lose even the little power that you gained by begging me. V-Don asked for permission to leave, and he slunk away. Trong Hak covered his face and sighed, his expression revealing his exhaustion. Trong Hak questioned himself, Grandmaster, am I on the right path? This internal struggle is a central theme in this manhwa. Was tranquil. The Soul Reaper approached Trong Hak and said, you look quite distressed. You have finally reached the goal you've pursued for a long time. You will have a one-on-one duel with your eldest brother. A classic manhwa showdown. Has the information reached the criminal gang yet? I asked you to keep my current condition a secret. The Soul Reaper wondered, why keep it a secret? Is it because you don't want them to discover your vulnerable side, or is it because of the commitment you made to your leader? A secret that adds so much depth to his manhwa character. Trong Hak shot a glare as if he wanted to eat the Soul Reaper alive. Trong Hak frowned. Just report to me on the current situation. A new day had come. The sunlight gradually enveloped the entire town. Countless people had gathered in the arena. Trong Hak knelt before the trio of X, Hoon, and Lena from the Black Mountain Guild. Hoon spoke up. So you're saying you were a bad guy in the past, and your profound efforts in collaborating with the criminal gangs stemmed from a desire to use martial arts as a tool to reform misguided, right? And this was to honor a promise to your leader? You. Trong Hak gestured that Hoon was correct. It was a secret pact known only to the leader and him. However, after the monster, he infiltrated the training room bragging about a perfect fight, and after sparring with Gato, I finally gave up. I really don't want to delve any deeper into the meaning behind the words flaw and combat. Hoon and Cha looked dazed. Lena playfully nudged Cha. Looks like your effort to achieve a damage-free fight, huh? You made a lot of people feel bad. Trong Hak shouted. Even though I remember my promise to the leader, I was still swallowed by darkness without realizing it was my mistake. Cha didn't care and just yawned. Hoyan had a bewildered look on his face, but Trong Hak believed that a person who could control demonic subordinates like Hoyan, a rare power in this manhwa, was fully capable of getting out of this slump. Trong Hak yelled, I'm sure you understand. If you win in front of a large crowd like this, future guild applicants will flock to the Black Mountain Guild. Hoon frowned, deep in thought. Trong Hak begged Hoon to continue the noble cause, that the leader and he couldn't finish. The atmosphere in the training grounds suddenly became suffocatingly silent. Junmu painfully gritted his teeth and cried out, Master Trong Hak? Hoon's face froze, unsure how to respond, and he just cursed internally, thinking, what a terrible day. Meanwhile, in the eastern town, the construction of the Black Mountain Guild's second base was complete. Everyone was ecstatic. Good Luck quietly gazed out the window, adjusted her glasses, and flashed a cunning smile. The Black Mountain Guild had subdued their enemy in a fair fight. The crowd buzzed with discussion. So which guild won? Was it the one with the black uniforms? The outcome of the battle would quickly spread far and wide by those who witnessed it. The Black Mountain Guild's reputation increased by 300, and the reputation of Wild Mayor, the guild leader, rose by 1,000, a classic power-up in any manhwa, despite the fact he hadn't actually done anything. The infamy of Cha, a key member, also rose to 650. He obtained a special stat, Perseverance. Cha's gifted combatant trait was upgraded by this special stat, unlocking a new trait, Martial Genius. Outside the eastern wall of the Labyrinth City, a classic manhwa setting, Hybel strolled forward. Leaving a grunt riddled with arrows gasping for breath, Hybel exclaimed, "How dull, so boring," as he turned to glance back at the whimpering grunt. The man's entire body trembled as he struggled to call for help. A shock this severe was enough to damage his real body. A merciless arrow flew straight into the center of his chest, finishing him off. Hybel coldly watched the man, his face devoid of emotion. Hybel cried out in frustration, "Not interesting at all, you're too weak." A few days earlier, Lena had come to the eastern wall to scout. Hybel sat intently on a tree branch, observing and preparing to take his shot. Lena walked around and remarked, "This is a top-tier hiding spot, absolutely perfect." Hybel sensed that Lena was letting her guard down, and quickly fired an arrow at her. But Lena deftly caught the surprise arrow. She spotted the sniper and immediately retaliated. The whole scene felt like it was straight out of an action manhwa as Lena powerfully threw the arrow right back where it came from. The arrow returned with terrifying speed. Hybel hastily activated his concealment skill, temporarily becoming invisible. He broke out in a cold sweat, his heart pounding with terror. Lena switched to combat mode. "Show yourself, you damned rat." Back in the present, Hybel pensively looked at the cold corpse. Suddenly, he noticed a crow bringing a new assassination quest. The crow cawed loudly, as if telling Hybel to quickly get to work. Hybel headed for the city gate. His first task would be to find that wench from the other day who dared to threaten him. Just kidding. It was another peaceful new day in the eastern town, a rare sight in this monster-filled manhwa, as warm sunlight gently streamed through the window panes. The atmosphere was bustling inside the main headquarters of the Black Mountain Guild. Hoyon thought to himself that this was grand enough to be called a proper headquarters, not just a simple guild. The way Hoyon gathered his subordinates into a combat unit is a classic tactic in this kind of manhwa, commonly referred to as a party play session. The main purpose of forming a party lies in the buffs, where members can receive additional buffs from associated facilities. A core mechanic of this manhwa is that the more expensive and impressive the facility, the greater the enhancement. Real estate never betrays you. Hoon had also moved into a new house now, and he was very excited. "I'm going to have a fresh start with a new heart and renewed determination." A cloud of dust and smoke billowed out, making Hoon whip his head around in surprise. Jave and Lena were training so hard they'd broken the floor again. Jave, a member of the Black Mountain Guild, had been learning the flow of darkness from Lena. Lena excitedly boasted to Hoon, "This kid has some serious potential, master." Hoyon gritted his teeth, "That insolent brat. I give you food and a place to stay, and this is how you repay me?" Jave was scared stiff and quickly apologized. Jave trembled. "I was just copying what she taught me. I didn't think things would suddenly happen like this." Hoyon exploded. "So what? You little punk, what were you trying to prove? Who gave you permission to destroy this brand new pristine building just for that?" Jave held his head, sobbing. "I didn't mean to react so crudely, but Lena was the one teaching the flow of darkness to everyone in the training room, so I wanted to learn too." Lena beamed. "I guess I have a knack for teaching." "Ha!" Hoyon turned and shot Lena a death glare. Lena snapped and beat Hoyon to a pulp. "You're so annoying. You know I'm this talented, and you still have me babysitting some cable-stealing kid." Hoyon gasped for breath. "Why are you suddenly so angry about this?" Lena instantly entered combat mode and threatened, "You better answer carefully." Hoyon, scared out of his mind, quickly worked his brain at full capacity. Hoyon reluctantly gave his answer. "It's obviously because I didn't want to send you to a place filled with a bunch of guys." Lena's mood brightened instantly. "I knew I was super adorable and special to you, but you should still make use of your subordinates' talents, you know." Meanwhile, Jave thought to himself, what exactly is Winnemayer's scheme? Of course, I know countless players join the guild, inspired by Xja's incredible power, which is legendary in the world of this manhwa. I bet most of them will quit once they experience his difficult personality. Is that what he's been aiming for this whole time? He's the type who hates the hassle of having too many subordinates. If that's not it, then is he trying to form an elite organization of those who survive Xja's brutal training? It felt like a plot from a dark fantasy manhwa. Suddenly, Jave noticed something strange on the roof dome. There was a figure aiming a bow and arrow in their direction. It turned out HPO had used a stealth skill to sneak into the Black Mountain Guild's headquarters. Jave yelled in a panic, "Master, behind you." Hoon curiously turned his head to look behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, H-Po fired an arrow straight at Hoon. The shot hit its mark, and Hoon cried out in pain. A system warning for a critical state appeared, a common feature in this kind of action manhwa. If you take damage exceeding the system's threshold, it can cause physical shock to your real-life body. Witnessing this, Lena screamed in terror, "Master." The scene shifted to late afternoon. The flock birds flap their wings and fly away. On the deserted street, there isn't a single soul. The river ripples, and the surrounding scenery is peaceful. Is writing something. He grumbles, "That bastard Happel, I gave you so much money, he'd better do the job right." Vaden strolls down the street, lost in thought. Happel appears from behind, approaching Vaden and asking, "You look a bit worried." Vaden turns around, glaring daggers at him. Vaden points at Happel and criticizes, "I just heard the news. Why didn't you do as I told you? I specifically hired you to assassinate Sarah. I even paid you in advance. It's a handsome sum, so why did you attack Wilhelm? Don't tell me you forgot your target, Happel." Happel calmly crosses his arms and replies, "Calm down. I did some reconnaissance and found the man who controls Sarah. That's why I took care of him. I decided to launch an attack strong enough to affect him in the real world. Right now, he can only wait helplessly." However, Vaden still wouldn't let Happel's breach of contract slide. Happel casually replies, "My nickname is the Human Hunter. I didn't get that title by fighting monsters like some manhwa protagonist." Vaden is speechless. What the hell is this guy spouting now? Vaden starts to walk away, but not before telling Happel, "Since you didn't respect the contract, I won't be paying you the remaining amount. If you want this money, you better go eliminate the correct target." Happel glares, looking displeased. Vaden narrows his eyes. "What's with that look on your face? Don't think I'm clueless. I've already found out about your pathetic past. This whole situation reads like a dramatic manhwa. From the Sage Guild, didn't you run into Lena, the subordinate who's always by Wilhelm Mayer's side, and try to assassinate her? Lena is on a criminal syndicate's wanted list. You failed the mission to assassinate her, so I'm certain you want revenge. But here's the confusing part. The logical move would have been to go after Lena, but instead, you shot that idiot Wilhelm Mayer. Were you scared when you saw her?" Vaden continues to speculate, stroking his chin, "Or was it because you felt jealous?" Happel remains silent. Perhaps in that moment, seeing Lena's happiness, seeing her bright smile, Happel decided to switch targets. Vaden says to Happel, "That girl is like a classic manhwa heroine, not just beautiful, but strong too. And on top of that, she gave you your first taste of defeat. Could it be that you wanted to take your anger out on the man she serves?" Happel didn't want to hear Vaden yap anymore. He furiously makes a move, drawing an arrow and holding it to Vaden's throat, but the old man blocks it in time. Vaden smirks mockingly. "You're so easy to read." Happel frowns at him with disgust, puts away the arrow, and says, "You were almost a dead man. Attacking you would only tarnish my reputation. Since you're connected to the 6 great powers, I guarantee both Lena and Sarah will be eliminated, so get the money ready." With that said, Happel turns sharply and leaves, ignoring Vaden's calls for him to stop. Happel just glances back to give Vaden a loving look, then he activates his stealth skill and disappears. Vaden clutches his hair in frustration and yells, "That bastard. This whole manhwa-like situation is driving me insane. There's no one I can trust. I tried so hard to sort out this mess, but that bastard Happel just keeps complicating things. He said he plans to kill both of them. But what if he acts impulsively and gets caught? This entire manhwa plot will unravel, and he'll reveal I hired him. What if everything collapses like last time? No way, my plan hasn't even started." His expression darkens. "I only have one option left. I have to seek help from the 6 great powers." Scene change to the healing temple in the labyrinth city. This manhwa scene opens with Hoon on a bed as priests work tirelessly to treat his chest and abdomen. Hoon's wounds are meticulously bandaged, while the priests continuously activate pain suppression, restore his energy, and also heal his injuries, bringing his physical condition back to normal. Priest Ilan exclaims, "My God, are all the leaders of criminal gangs like him?" "Oh my," Lena panics. "What's wrong?" His face always looks that way. Yelan explains, "I was just exclaiming. An internal injury this severe must be incredibly painful." Lena excitedly approaches and says, "Master loves things that are risky and painful." Hoon sits up, saying, "It's not that painful. There was no need to bring me here." Yelan frantically shouts, "Hoon, lie down and rest." Priest Yelan says worriedly, "This injury is shockingly severe. You mustn't forget that the ancient curse you are enduring could pose a threat at any moment." Hoon reassures him, "I promise nothing will happen." "You're overthinking it." Lena is filled with fear. "What ancient curse? Are you really going to die, Master?" Hoon is helpless. It's just another complication. He holds his forehead and sighs. "I specifically told you to keep this a secret, not to let my subordinates know, Yelan." Priest Yelan then realizes his mouth went a little too far. Lena sobs, Why do you always hide things from me? I always hit you because I didn't know anything. Anyway, I hate you. If you become the Demon King again, I won't care. Hoon is scared to death, turning to Yelan. She's losing affection for me by the minute. Do something. However, in a classic Manhwa trope, Yelan is not good at understanding women. Yelan stammers out, "Lena, please listen to me," but is immediately slapped repeatedly by Lena. "You're the second person I hate, got it?" Yelan clutches the golden cross hanging on his chest. He wants Lena to understand that all Mayor wanted was for his subordinates not to worry about his pain. Yelan closes his eyes tightly. However, as a subordinate, it is also painful to realize that one has not paid attention to the master's pain. Sobbing, Lena agrees with the priest and turns to ask, "Hoon, what about you, master? I know you might find me untrustworthy, but at least let me know when you're in pain." Lena wails, "You were lucky to escape death before, but now you could drop dead any minute. This isn't some heroic Manhwa, because you are a stupid, cursed fool. What am I supposed to do now? I can't believe I'm teamed up with such a weakling." Seeing his affection, points continue to plummet. Hoon's jaw drops in despair as he thinks, "I shouldn't have let Yelan handle this, because he's a lifelong bachelor. It would be terrible if Lena decides to leave the guild. What should I do to make Lena feel better?" Yelan advises Hoon, "At this point, you might as well give up all worldly desires and follow the path of a priest." Hoon yells, "Priest, my foot. Stop being ridiculous, father." Hoon thinks to himself, if Lena leaves me, the female players in this city will soon start seeing me as a failure. If that happens, the Black Mountain Guild will be left with only men, and soon the guild will collapse. It's a common downfall for guilds in this kind of manhwa. Hoon shudders. I can't let the guild deteriorate to such a pathetic state. Lena is still wailing like a child. No, worse than a child, because Jav beside her isn't crying. Hoon glares, "Damn it, I have no other choice but to use this method." His angry hand immediately grabbed the other's expensive clothes. Hoon gritted his teeth and cursed, "Yelan, you stupid fool." As he was berating the other man, the system announced the activation of a leader's charisma, a classic Manhwa power-up. Yelan trembled and pleaded, "Please don't be angry anymore, May. If you disturb the sanctity of the shrine, the knights will be summoned, and they will be mobilized by the link system. You and I will be in a lot of trouble if that happens." Heeding the warning, Hoon finally chose to relent. "Got it, I'll be careful." After calming down, he turned to the person beside him and said, "Look, Lena." A beautiful sapphire necklace was presented before her. He handed such a valuable item to Lena. In this Manhwa world, the system immediately displayed the item description. Recovery necklace. Anyone who wears it will have their wounds healed. Yelan, now panicked, realized, "When did you take that?" Hoon looked at the item wondering, in his hand. "Oh, I didn't realize this was such a good item. I thought a priest's pouch would only contain mundane things." Yelan stammered, Don't tell me that's what happened. Such a brazen act of theft. If I had given it to you to smooth things over, it would prove that Bram's Shrine of Recovery had colluded with a criminal organization, and the organization would have to launch an investigation. But if you stole it, that's a different story. It's no longer a crime serious enough to require the organization's approval." Hoon was bewildered. What is all this nonsense? Yelan suddenly burst into tears, moved. "Mayor, I'm so moved by your consideration. I'm confident that no other leader in the labyrinth has a heart as generous as yours." Suddenly, the system announced that his favorability with the intermediate priest had increased by 15, leaving Hoon utterly confused. At that moment, Jave suddenly spoke up. "I'm sorry, but I think we're getting sidetracked from our main mission." Lena clenched her fists and yelled like a warrior princess. "That's right, who said I would accept the necklace?" To everyone's surprise, she refused. "I don't want it." Hoon instinctively asked, "Then why were you waving your hand?" Lena replied awkwardly, "Just leave me alone." Yelan then advised him, "You should persuade her to accept it." Lena's expression immediately brightened. "The priest is more considerate than you are." As the necklace was passed to her, the system updated that Lena had obtained the recovery necklace, and his favorability with Lena increased by 25. Hoon's simple mind was filled with doubt. It's so hard to understand what women want. As if remembering something, he turned to Jave. "What was the important thing we forgot?" The question immediately made Hoon realize, who was the one who tried to assassinate you? The Manhwa scene then shifts to the Black Mountain Guild's training hall, where young men lie beaten on the dojo floor. Only Sierra remained unscathed. One person trembled as he crawled towards the door. "This hellish life. I have to escape, if only just this one time." Instantly, a hidden weapon embedded itself in his back. The young man died, to the horror of the others. A vicious Zira sneered, "Pathetic weakling. You were free to enter, but leaving isn't so simple." Another trainee screamed, "I didn't come here to suffer like this. All I wanted was to learn the martial art I saw in the square. I had no idea that I and everyone else would have to fight." This monster. This is insane. This isn't martial arts. It's clearly torture. Sira, like a true Manhwa villain, replied with utter contempt. Nonsense. Martial arts? You make me laugh. Without strength as a foundation, it's all nothing but cheap tricks. Despicable. All right, I'm still far from reaching my destination. This time, you will all have to face this sword. He violently swung his sword, cracking a section of the wooden floor and causing all the trainees to flee in a stampede of pained groans. Was unleashed. We're really going to die. How can we face this kind of training? Zaya was like a killing machine, relentlessly brandishing his sword at them. You think no one is capable? The truth is, you're all just weak. A strange beam of light shot out against the flow of the fleeing men, and that power precisely struck Zaya's body and exploded. Suddenly, taking damage, Zaya painfully coughed up a few drops of blood as the red notification panel continuously flashed. The ambush has struck a weak point, 50% bonus critical damage added. The dojo door had opened, and everyone desperately fled. Happel entered, holding a crossbow. Your ability to read moves is pathetic. The rumors about your incredible strength are wild, but you're actually nothing special. This is the first time someone has dared to speak so disrespectfully to Zaya. Happel raised his weapon and continued, I heard some news before coming here. You're the one who took down Toma. If I take your life here, I wonder if it will be recognized as an achievement. Zaya seized the opportunity for a preemptive strike. You won't get the chance. However, Happel also quickly raised his crossbow. You fool, doing that only exposes your weakness. Are you some amateur Manhwa character? Zaya created two opposing currents of wind by making a cross slash with his sword. Happel immediately sensed the danger, air pressure. Is he trying to deflect the arrow's trajectory? I can't shoot in this situation. Zaya smoothly glided past Happel's position, and some wood splinters were blown away by the wind. His weapon had been broken in two, leaving Happel in despair. How can he display such great power while being seriously injured? It's like something out of an action manhwa. He finally drew a melee weapon. Damn it. I have to do it this way. The system notification appeared, hidden state activated. Happel quickly dashed behind his opponent. I have to hide and aim for his blind spot. Suddenly, Zaya unexpectedly changed direction, moving to the side, and he casually grabbed Happel's head and lifted him up like a small animal. Suddenly outmaneuvered, Happel was in disbelief. My stealth ability allows me to hide myself. How could you find me? His opponent mercilessly grabbed his head and spun him around several times in the air. A demonic voice spoke. It's called instinct. The dojo suddenly erupted with a massive explosion, a scene straight out of a manhwa, and at the same time, mysterious figures had arrived in the front courtyard. Rasputin mused, I don't think Happel can handle this alone. Do spoke doubtfully. Why did we have to get involved with this troublesome black gang? Ramen coldly reminded them, under any circumstances, don't let your guard down. That guy has power on par with a high ranker from a top-tier manhwa. Mago was extremely contemptuous. A newcomer wants a high position. In every manhwa I've read, guys like him look rather tasty. All of them moved forward with great vigor at the call. It's time, let's move out. Inside, Zaya directly grabbed Happel's head and slammed it hard onto the wooden floor. He spoke nonchalantly, I forgot to ask something. Who the hell are you? Who was bold enough to send you? After speaking, his cruel hand released him, letting him get some air. After taking a breath, Happel panted in response, You think you've won just because you took me down? This isn't some simple manhwa where the hero always wins. The cold-blooded man's patience, however, was non-existent. Enough! Answer me now. Although he was in a pitiful state, Happel still managed to mock him. You can rampage all you want, everything, but ultimately you're still just a newcomer to the labyrinth. I'm sure you have no idea about the terrifying existence of the other factions. Thanks to your reckless actions, villains who were once enemies have now formed a group. You've been blinded by your own power and have attracted more enemies to yourself. Even if you kill me right now, you'll meet the same fate soon enough. Shiejia pondered for a few seconds, then replied coldly, You talk too much. Suddenly, a huge explosion blasted, scorching hot air inside, and the people just mentioned by Hell officially appeared. Mago Chami twirled two fireballs in her hands. Hello, newbie. Did we arrive at the right time? After saying that, she pointed her finger, sending the magical flames hurtling towards him, while a long tail suddenly appeared in midair. Nosferatu suddenly leaped out for a surprise attack. Just as Shiejia swung his sword to counter the blow, Nosferatu quickly flipped backward. The weapon in Ramen's hand began to emit a faint purple light. Then, as the weapon activated, a barrage of dark lightning bolts was summoned. The terrifying skill name was called out, Domain Subjugation Heavy Sword. The four bolts of electricity quickly merged into one mass of power. Shijia's powerful sword stroke slashed through, severing those magical links. The sword was spun at a precise angle, and using its momentum, Shijia threw the weapon straight ahead. The more the sword spun, the more the aura around it condensed. The art in this manhwa must be epic. At this moment, Rasputin had to join the battle, using the pillar in his hand to directly knock away the sword's power. Raman took that opportunity to charge forward and confront Shijia head-on. A dark slash cut diagonally across his torso. Dark Thunder Strike. Shijia couldn't withstand it and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Raman's ego swelled. Oh, how disappointing. It seems the rumors about you were all fabricated. You should be grateful we didn't come here to kill you, although I really want to finish you off right now. Lucky for you, the leader of the 6 great powers wants to recruit you. Your choice is very simple, death or kneel in submission. Shijia's cunning laughter suddenly rang out. Are you kidding me? This is a classic Manhwa trope. You want me to serve 2 masters at the same time? A slender hand reached out in front of him. Oh, darling, don't worry about that. Your master is already dead. The announcement plunged Shijia into darkness. Du excitedly adjusted his glasses. The weak should be allowed to witness the truth. The glasses then projected a heartbreaking illusion. His 2 eyes constricted, and his whole body nearly froze solid. Raymond explained briefly, that move definitely finished him. You have no other choice. Suddenly, the wrath began to surge within Shijia. He slowly stood up and said, all right, then let's go together. Mago sneered. I didn't think you'd agree so easily. Perhaps the rumors about you aren't quite right. However, Shijia's voice grew even lower. What are you thinking? I'm saying that you pieces of trash should go down to hell and serve my master. The 2 of them immediately frowned at his defiance. He was like a demon going berserk, screaming wildly. Shie's berserk attribute had been activated. Raman didn't hesitate and grabbed his 2 weapons to attack. I don't think you have any choice but to come with us. Unlike the chaos elsewhere, Jave lowered himself and kept sniffing the ground. After a moment, he made a deduction. I'm getting close. The scent is, this manhwa is getting intense, clearer. Lena suddenly realized this seemed to be the way to the Bibo gym. Only Hoon was deep in thought about the kid named Jave. Searching for someone using a stealth skill was truly difficult. He was proving his worth like a protagonist in a manhwa. He suddenly asked Jave if he suspected anyone, possibly even someone who had a grudge against me. The boy hesitated, uncertain. You've built a bad reputation among criminal gangs, so it could be anyone. But there is one clue. This smell is like a sewer, and it's getting stronger, as if it's right next to us. Suddenly, Jave turned around warily, his body erupting with power as he slammed his hand on the ground. Earth-shattering strike. He was immediately trapped by his power. He shouted in confusion, how did you see me? My stealth skill is supposed to make me undetectable. Jave innocently replied, I guess it was instinct. Healy was utterly desperate for being exposed twice. Again, I thought I had finally escaped that mess. Ultimately, he was completely surrounded. In this situation, Lee had no choice but to be honest. Zijia was my original target, but I couldn't just let you 2 wander around. Lena furiously yelled, you should have shot me. Since I was the one hitting on him, why would you target my weak boss? He suddenly changed the subject. But how are you still alive? That arrow was powerful enough to kill a high-level monster. The master of the Black Mountain Guild truly lives up to his reputation. Your frail appearance really hides your inner strength, a classic manhood trope. I think I can entrust Lena to you. Though Hoon appeared calm on the outside, he was in immense pain. The only reason I wasn't injured was my pathetically low synchronization rate, 20%. He composed himself and continued, you must be shocked to see me alive. But anyway, I have a few questions. Who commissioned you for this assassination? And why did they target Zijia? Lee mumbled, professional ethics prevent me from disclosing client information. Lena immediately threatened him. So, you want to die, huh? Hles suddenly conceded, I can tell you all something about Zijia. I'm fairly certain that monster is over there. The group was gradually losing strength, and Zijia's situation, as he speculated, was fatal. Smoke and dust from the ruins filled the air. Zijia had been demolished into a pile of rubble. Du panted, I didn't expect him to take things this far. This battle is intense, like something out of a manhwa. Perhaps the rumors about him being a top-tier master aren't baseless. Mago also remarked, I've never seen anyone as persistent as this guy, a true manhwa warrior. Suddenly, Zijia coughed up a mouthful of blood from his throat, a sight that put Ramen on alert. Zijia got up once again. You think you've taken me down? I thought you dogs had some skill, but is this all you've got? Ramen immediately warned, watch your mouth. How long are you going to maintain this stubborn attitude? I'll give you one last chance. Right now, the one known as the Soul Reaper is the greatest. That person came from the distant Far East and quickly conquered the 6 great powers, a story worthy of a manhwa. They have been interested in you since the last meeting of the 6 great powers. Those rambling words were somewhat hollow to Zijia. He replied with contempt, are you suggesting I serve the bastard who took the life of the master I revered? Ramen continued cunningly, that's right. Consider the benefits, it would be the right decision, but I'm guessing you won't want to submit, will you? Zijia smirked with delight, you know me. Seriously, they want to go on a killing spree again. We'll send you on your way and then destroy you. His eyes sparked with hatred, B-bomb observation, teleport, and then Zija gathered another source of power. A great power in the center of his chest, the ultimate skill, B-bomb observation zone. Suddenly, their vision was engulfed by the light from the power, the immense pressure, forcing those who wanted to attack to retreat. Rama gritted his teeth, not knowing how to react at that moment. Hoon received a notification that Zija was using the ultimate B-bomb skill, a classic trope in this kind of manhwa, and his whole body suddenly froze in shock. Seeing this, Lena urged him, "Let's go, don't just stand there like an idiot. And why are you trembling all over?" Hoon ran off like a madman. "No. Oh my god, don't do it. I can't let this happen. I've poured my entire gaming life into him. Please, don't tell me he's trying to take the enemy down with him." The immense power was about to overflow from the martial arts hall. Rama said worriedly, "He's trying to self-destruct. Everyone, quickly focus on defense. I've never seen a subordinate sacrifice their entire life to follow their master. This is like something out of a historical manhwa. Just who is this guy named Weemayor?" Franken shouted a warning, "I will lose my life if I continue. Everyone run." Iraq had already anticipated this, which is why he sent me here. I received orders to self-destruct immediately if the opponent does the same. I guess this is goodbye? Good luck, everyone. Rama never expected his side to suffer such a loss. His eyes were filled with hatred for Zija. Suddenly, an unexpected blast of power shot out from the side, and Franken was slammed against the wall by it. The end result, for him, was being knocked unconscious. The newcomer spoke slowly. "I was wondering who was causing a ruckus here. If I had arrived a little later, this place would have become a complete mess. I had hoped to live peacefully after all these years of wandering, but it seems I'm being forced back into that life." After speaking, Saito turned and asked, "This friend here doesn't really want to self-destruct, does he?" "Get some rest. Saito will handle it now," Zija said angrily. "I forgot to tell you guys, stay out of my fight." But the system notification confirmed that the 4 instructors of the dojo, personally selected by Zija, would now join the battle. This man's plot keeps getting more intense. Saito replied confidently, "But I think you'll leave this fight to us, right?" Soa lifted her weapon, which was as large as her body, and said, "Now that things have come to this, I'll be borrowing your sword for a bit." The situation changed again, causing the other side to be momentarily confused. Zija spoke with satisfaction. "Finally, in terms of numbers, it's fair." Rama cautiously glanced around. "Who are these bastards now? Anyway, one of them is a famous villain from the labyrinth, I think. Could that person have a plan to recruit these players? Damn it, now we've stirred the hornet's nest. This manhwa is getting more complicated. But anyway, they've lost their leader. When you lose your leader, only panic and collapse await. I just need to get through this damn situation." However, in a classic manhwa move, Saito suddenly teleported in front of him. He provoked his opponent, "Are you sure you have time to daydream?" At the same time, his teammate Rosbetten was also intercepted. Soa had also and her prey to play with, Mago. A slash from the skill Big Boot Shockwave Kick was also unleashed in the confrontation nearby. Rama couldn't believe how quickly the initiative had been seized from his side. He felt like a side character in a bad manhwa. Seeing that Seja's side's power seemed to have quadrupled, while he was lost in thought, a powerful blow suddenly slammed straight into Ramen. A grim premonition of death quickly flashed through his mind as a shadowy figure appeared at the entrance. Ramen considered it carefully. It was best to retreat now and counterattack later. The smoke gradually began to clear, and Hoyan's figure slowly came into view. The unexpected event at the dojo was like a scene from a manhwa as he looked around bewildered. What the hell is going on here? As soon as he identified the boy, Ramen was shocked that the dead body had come back to life. A question that puzzled him. Didn't they say this guy was dead? How is he still alive? His mind was in turmoil, so Raymond decided to take a reckless action. He would end everything by attacking with his black arrow spear technique. Each spear, condensed with dark power, was about to strike him. Seeing this, Lena casually helped Hoyan dodge the blow by slapping him in the face. Even though they were on opposing sides, both Saito and Raymond were stunned by that save. Confusion quickly spread through Raymond's mind because he had dodged it, even after suffering a fatal wound. Seija stepped forward with a devilish grin, just as I expected from this master. "So this is what happened?" He burst out laughing, then mocked his opponent because that technique didn't finish Hoyan, but instead activated his ultimate martial art. On the other hand, Hoyan was sweating with anxiety, not understanding a word he was saying. Saito violently grabbed Raymond's head. Ultimate martial art? Then everything is clear. People like him often become seasoned warriors, a classic trope in any action manhwa. Hoyan stood still in confusion without saying anything. He felt relieved that Zija was alive, but he didn't understand what he had done. Seeing the training hall in ruins, Hoyan grew even more worried. The system displayed the facility's status, durability at 15.1%. The structure was damaged beyond repair, and reconstruction was inevitable. The group waited silently for the next move. I don't know who sent you, but you were all supposed to die here. However, since I have no benefit from your deaths, I will give you a chance to save yourselves. Immediately, Hoyon demanded they pay for all the costs to repair the training hall. Lena was very impressed with the offer. The master is so generous. This was a development worthy of a manhwa protagonist. Those bastards should have been punished. They then heard another demand. Go and report this to your master. Ramen muttered, trying to understand the intention behind Hoyon's words. The boy bluntly explained that he would demand money from their master, not from them. Hoyon needed a formal apology and proper compensation for this mess. The event of Wishmayer making a demand for rights as a leader has been recorded. The man suddenly laughed loudly. You are truly a man of your reputation. If you wanted to deal with us here, it would be considered an act of self-defense. But by turning it into a special event like you just did, you're creating an opportunity to expand your faction. What a brilliant move. I'm very curious to see if you maintain this audacity during the meeting with the 6 great powers, which will take place in 4 days. Seeing Jave think the issue was being overcomplicated, Hoyon explained he just wanted to ensure the repair money was paid in full because the people in front of him looked very poor. In contrast, Seija was overjoyed, thinking that his master always brought about good results. Seeing him ramble on with congratulations, Hoyon really wanted to curse him out. That idiot agreed on his behalf without Jia even knowing. Very well, we will go to that meeting. It's a chance for the 6 great powers to subjugate my master. Seeing their subordinates speak with growing arrogance, Lena and Hoon were utterly stunned, silently cursing. A few words. The group on the other side smirked knowingly at the names Mayor and the Black Mountain Guild. Then the system announced that a hidden profile would be revealed when he took off his hat. In a classic manhwa reveal, his true identity was announced. Raymond, leader of the Antiquity faction, the first dark faction, of the 6 great powers. He acknowledged Hoyon's qualification to attend the meeting. Furthermore, a reminder was issued. If they tried to avoid attending, it would be considered an act of betrayal, and Black Mountain would be hunted down. The group, however, treated those words like a joke. Only he alone was feeling a massive headache about the unfolding events. The smoke and fire from the battle in the training room had nearly dissipated. Raymond left a message, I'll see you again in 4 days. The expressions on the 4 of them were priceless. Jave hesitated, I'm sorry for causing so much trouble. Despite this, Hoon didn't blame him, but simply wanted to know how to resolve the current situation. The answer he received wasn't very promising. Jave tried to guess his intention, asking, are you planning to find the person who commissioned your assassination? Hearing the word assassination, Jia immediately became enraged. At his mind a tangled mess because he had forgotten such a critical issue. The manhwa's system then displayed a few gameplay notifications. When a player becomes a leader, they can be targeted for assassination. Once marked, the mark only disappears when the commissioner withdraws the request or the leader is eliminated. If the target survives, they may become the target of another group. Finally, try to manage your target status and avoid assassination. This kind of high-stakes rule is common in a tense manhwa. Elsewhere, a white light was shining through a small hole. Vaden used the meager light source to examine his surroundings. He was very surprised that the 6 great powers had failed in their mission to subjugate Jia. Thinking of that player and his guild, a classic manhwa villain move, his hand unconsciously crumpled the paper in his hand. The current situation made Vaden even more tense. Suddenly, strange objects began falling from the ceiling. He stared up, bewildered by this strange development. In the next moment, the rock and debris above exploded into pieces, and Jia appeared from the opening, carrying Hoyon. His feet landed gently on the ground. As soon as he saw his opponent, Hoyon questioned the old man. Vaden. He growled in frustration, I'm sure I saw Jia kill you. Is this the power of a game master in this manhwa? The old man was surprised, and asked how they were able to find this place. Hoon didn't hide anything and explained that Raven had smelled the stench of sewage, coming from the assassin. Hoon felt that he hadn't overlooked a single detail, and it had truly paid off. These things were completely beyond Vaden's expectations. However, he had a more pressing question on his mind. How did you know I am one of the game masters? Jia slowly spoke. To be precise, you're the lackey of one of the game masters who is dissatisfied with how this whole manhwa game is being run. Vaden seemed to go mad, screaming for him to answer his question. You're the one who provided the personal information of the 6 great powers. Your real name is Yen Park, an intern at a branch of the company that runs this manhwa game in South Korea. To be more specific, a player manager. Only the former #1 ranked player knows your identity. He then revealed his own name, Lai Hoon, his anger no longer controllable. You scumbag, you. What kind of scheme? Elsewhere, at a place with 2 very large late-night eateries, customers were enjoying their conversations over drinks. 2 glasses. Glasses clinked loudly together in a festive ritual. Eden at this time was an intern at the Korean branch. Seeing him excitedly celebrating becoming the 100th ranked player, Hoon felt a bit awkward, and fueled by the alcohol, Eden began to ask more sensitive questions. Are you trying to maintain your reputation? Do you want to start climbing the ranks like everyone else? Hoon didn't think so. He wanted to explain a different philosophy to him. For him, a manhwa game should be for entertainment, and the act of following other players' paths wasn't fun at all. He held his glass out to him. If you get my meaning, pour me another one. Although he poured more alcohol, Eden still had some doubts in his heart. Suddenly he asked if Hoon had any requests for the game masters. Hoon's face went blank, looking a bit troubled. What do you mean? Eden bluntly revealed that he was a game master in the game, and this manhwa game would benefit greatly from player suggestions. Truly, in that fleeting moment, something had changed in the relationship between the two of them. Even though he knew Eden was trying to speed up his work progress, Hoon still accepted the deal. Eden was immediately delighted, knowing Hoon could help him with a few things. Looking back on it, he thought to himself, if I hadn't helped him and let him figure it out on his own, and if those achievements weren't influenced by Rodius's advice, would Ven have avoided such a tragic manhwa situation. A cold voice ordered the old man to stand up. The light from the hole above grew brighter, as if wanting to illuminate the truth. Since he was already tied up, Vaden directly admitted he was a subordinate of one of the 6 major powers. In the room, the two opposing sides were in completely different states, like a scene from a tense manhwa. Hoon began to understand the connection between the previous events. Vaden hesitantly questioned why Hoon didn't believe him. He retorted directly, would you believe a game master who claims he's the subordinate of a criminal organization? The old man was startled and immediately started to shout in his aged voice. Hoon didn't understand what that action was supposed to mean in this manhwa. Vaden suddenly mentioned Gray. He pointed out that he and Gray belonged to the same faction. Although Hoon acted like he didn't understand, his mind had already confirmed the girl from his memories. Vaden warned him about her, because she wasn't just an agent but an assistant to the highest level. He pointed out that there's no reason to hide an assistant's job, except to conceal a sinister plot. S-Class spoke bluntly, do you want to kill her when we get out of here? Hoon immediately stopped him, then turned to look at Vaden. But why did you want to assassinate me? The old man simply explained that he didn't think Hoon's wind bang could affect the city and become a nightmare for him. Hearing this, Hoon became enraged because to him, the old man was no different from a scoundrel, a game master working as a subordinate for criminals. Then, he brought up the 6 major powers again because they developed differently from the original purpose of this manhwa's game. Vaden confessed through gritted teeth, I just wanted to take over the 6 major powers, I just wanted a better life. Even though this game became a quick success, the company went into a nosedive, and I was about to be fired. Then the 6 major powers opened up a new path for me. However, if it wasn't for this monster, I would have planned to take over the 6 major powers by buying all the users and NPCs. That's why I borrowed money from players with violent tendencies, earning money from their pleasures. But everything in this monster manhwa changed when the Black Mountain Guild appeared, and the criminals were all wiped out. Hoon understood immediately. The old man decided he had to play a different way, because he was in danger. Was fired, and the old man wanted to deal with him because he had destroyed his client, and Vaden sullenly took all the blame and wanted to ask for forgiveness. Hoon coldly approached. No, Vaden, you're wrong. How long did you spend planning to cling to others? Did you think I didn't know you boosted your performance based on Rodius's advice? The only reason you're in danger is because of the disappeared characters, a common trope in this kind of manhwa. And furthermore, your goal of taking over the 6 major powers failed because they were commanded by the Soul Destroyer. He never expected to be completely exposed by his opponent. Hoon suggested he try harder at his job before it's too late. Afterwards, Vaden desperately begged to join Black Mountain. He didn't expect someone like him to make such a plea. Vaden tried to use their friendship to persuade him, because now he had nowhere else to go. The space suddenly fell silent, and a terrifying voice echoed, I was hoping you wouldn't say those words. He coldly stepped forward like a classic manhwa protagonist and reached for the weapon on his back. A brutal slash then came down on the old man. It's time for you to rest. The light above gradually faded, while in contrast, the scenery of the houses on the ground was illuminated by a warm glow. He stood alone in the middle of a bustling street. After everything was done, Hoon ordered Seija to come with him. However, he was very curious why he made that choice. He just nonchalantly said that he had cut ties with the old man. Besides, they had also obtained a huge amount of capital and information, thanks to him. Seija was pensive for a long time because of Hoon's optimistic attitude. The truth is that the main financial resource of the 6 major powers was Vaden, and now he had lost everything. In this manhwa, revenge is always a possibility, but regardless, he felt there was no need to worry. He thought that with the warriors Seija had recruited, they could hold out until the meeting with the 6 major powers. Hearing this, he immediately admired Hoon's wisdom. He quietly apologized for the losses they had endured because he couldn't stop Vaden. Suddenly, he asked curiously, I want to know why you complicated the matter. Have you finally acquired a taste for the sweet smell of blood? Hoon shook his head, saying he had never made a disadvantageous trade. Think about it. Didn't you say I would turn this into an advantage? In this labyrinth, there is a merchant who will belong to the strongest person. He was referring to the one who had provided the top-tier information. Hoon wanted to expand his faction and meet that person at the same time. In his mind, he yearned to become the greatest character in this manhwa and surpass even the 6 major powers. The scene shifts, a classic manhwa transition, to a place filled with the shouts of soldiers. The warriors on Black Mountain's side had faces full of confidence. On the other side, hundreds of soldiers began to charge with their weapons. Despite being at a disadvantage in numbers, they also charged forward fiercely. Inside the city, a mist was gradually covering the sky. Hoon and Seja coldly walked past the fallen soldiers. He looked around and only saw their weak state, which was certainly not normal in the world of this manhwa. He quickly deduced that the battle seemed to be over already. Seja scoffed a little, thinking that compared to their reputation among the 6 major powers, this battle was quite disappointing for a manhwa, wasn't it? Unlike you, the weaker they are, the better. He looked around, full of hatred. They dared to underestimate our Black Mountain. It's not too late for revenge. Despite that, he calmly said, no need. Afterwards, they followed the stairs inside. Yulin saw him and was overjoyed. Ah, Mayor, you've arrived just in time. Hoi! The protagonist of our manhwa had no idea what the other person was doing here. Then, a question was raised. Is it really okay for a wandering priest to be in a gang's base like this? He reassured him that he was here to provide medical support for his forces. Suddenly remembering something else, Hoyon asked further, what do you mean I arrived just in time? Yulin whispered for him to pay attention to the woman standing over there, and fearing he might get confused, he specifically emphasized that it was the girl standing behind Lena. Hoyon's gaze became thoughtful and scrutinizing as the whispers began to take place between the two men. Doesn't she look like a work of art? I mean, I've dedicated my entire life to worshipping the gods, but I've never seen anyone radiate such a beautiful, sacred aura. Yulin even explained in detail to Lena. She just suddenly appeared there, right where the sunlight was shining, like a scene from a manhwa. He was extremely curious about who that woman was to have captivated him so much. After getting his bearings for a moment, it seemed something clicked in his mind and in his heart. He silently exclaimed, why is she here? Seja suddenly rushed forward like a murderer, and she heard the movement and immediately turned her head. He used a threatening tone to ask for her identity, followed by another threatening remark. If you plan to leech off the master, then be prepared to risk your life. Hoyon frantically shouted, trying to stop his rude actions. Then, he quickly explained that she was the person he had mentioned, a major character in this real-life manhwa drama, the one whom even rankers and high-ranking officials try to curry favor with, the high-level informant. Seja continued to demand that she start talking if she wanted to live. Nearby, Yulin suddenly grabbed his sacred artifact and chanted for the recovery chain, and a golden chain immediately appeared right in front of Seja. Then, he was bound by the chain, and at the same time, a system notification appeared for the support skill, Cha-ins of Recovery, a high-level holy skill straight out of a fantasy manhwa that temporarily immobilizes the target. He could do nothing but stand there and curse at Yulin. However, Hoyon felt extremely scared. What the heck? That was really dangerous. The pendant was reverently brought for a head. Yulin knelt and pleaded, please accept my reverence. That submissive attitude immediately caused him turn to stone. He sincerely declared, I have dedicated my life to my faith, but the moment I saw you, I realized it was all meaningless. I offer you my faith, my body, and my heart. Please accept me. Even so, she still remained silent, a stoic beauty worthy of any historical manhwa. His ears rang as if struck by thunder from above, and he thought that this situation couldn't possibly get any worse. Then, Hoyon turned to Lena for help. What's the best course of action right now? She resolutely told him to let her handle it, because if they just ignored it, Yulin would be steeped in shame for the rest of his life. She immediately shot over there like a flash of lightning, while he was still lost in his infatuation. However, Jave pushed her aside and used his glowing polearm to strike Yulin. He didn't expect that Jave would also act so strangely in this chaotic manhwa scene, and Jave quickly explained that he had tried to ignore it, but in the end, he couldn't just stand by any longer. Then, the tone of his voice suddenly became very strange. How have you been? Then, everyone collapsed upon hearing him call out the word mommy. After that embarrassing incident was over, a serious conversation began, shifting the tone of the manhwa completely. This is all because of a moral duty, as you know. As an information broker, it means I have an incredibly important role. She then proceeded to explain her duty, guiding countless factions to the best decisions. Then suddenly, her voice grew somber, a common tonal shift in this kind of manhwa. But in times of war, this wasn't feasible. The truth is that none of her choices were right. Every decision of the information merchant stemmed from a sense of responsibility, but I couldn't save the lives that war had taken, leaving behind so many orphans. Thinking of her own powerlessness, she decided to follow in the footsteps of a legendary user from a previous era who had opened an orphanage and taken in orphans. Listening to her ramble on for a moment, he realized she was talking about him. According to the information merchant's story, after receiving Just's advice, she established an orphanage because it was the least she could do for the children who had suffered because of my choices. Thinking of Jave, her heart ached because what she had done still wasn't enough to heal the wounds of war, maybe because the outside world is too harsh, a recurring theme in this manhwa, or maybe due to past traumas. Those children, when they grew up, some chose a nomadic life, while others joined criminal gangs. She hesitated, then continued, "There's one more thing. I learned that the man who founded the orphanage before was exploiting the children, forcing them to participate in labyrinth attacks and causing them to die, a grim turn of— and that's when I realized it was time to reconsider my decisions." Jave stepped forward in anguish to question her. "Is that why you abandoned me? It doesn't matter anymore. Anyway, I get it. In the end, we were just pawns for you to assuage your guilt." Even so, the information merchant argued that even if that were the case, she never told those children to become criminals. Jave suddenly fell silent, a bottomless abyss seemingly opening up in his mind. Hoon rubbed his head and spoke up. "So that's why he's been acting so rudely? So you came all this way just to find your son?" His opponent arrogantly replied, "Why, Hoon, I am not someone who acts hastily over trivial matters." He figured a person like her wouldn't go searching for someone even if it was her own desire. Hoon confronted her directly, asking why she sought out the Black Mountain Society, a key faction in this manhwa, especially when they were preparing to wage war against the six great sects. He exposed the information merchant. "If this isn't for personal reasons, then what is your real objective?" His opponent was silent for a long moment, as if contemplating something. Then she immediately admitted that she came here following orders from her superior. She created a sphere of light in her hand and coldly declared, "It's a bit hard to explain, but I came here to carry out your sentence." A majestic voice spoke up, "Why Hyun from the Black Mountain Society." The woman wearing a mysterious mask slowly explained, "The reason I'm here is at the request of my superior. It's a bit complicated, but I've come to punish you." Her eyes turned fierce. A shining orb materialized in her hand, and the manhwa's atmosphere became more serious than ever. No one dared to make a sound. Hoon swallowed hard, knowing she hadn't come here for no reason, but he never expected it was to punish him. The sphere grew brighter and brighter, even emitting bolts of lightning, a classic manhwa power-up scene. In Hoon's mind, a thought flashed. Who the heck requested this? What for? Just then, a magic circle suddenly appeared on the floor, drawing the gazes of everyone around. Suddenly, from beneath the circle, a skinny hand emerged, a cliffhanger worthy of any great manhwa, startling Hoon and everyone else. Everyone stared wide-eyed at a hand. Just then, a strange creature suddenly leaped up, and Hoyon was even more stunned. It was that mysterious creature, with a human-like form and bright eyes, but other than that, there was nothing to prove it was human. Its eyes darted around, looking from one place to another. Hoyon was confused. What the heck is that? The mysterious creature spoke its first word, "Hello?" No one answered it at all. Everyone just stared, frozen stiff. The strange creature dazedly uttered, "Where am I?" Right after that, the door burst open. Seza and Lena rushed in with fierce expressions, calling, "Master." The mysterious creature turned with bewildered eyes. Who are you?" Both Seza and Lena froze solid, their eyes wide with incomprehension. Suddenly at that moment, the mysterious creature's face darkened. It narrowed its bright eyes, and Seza gritted his teeth, cursing. "That thing is a phony." Seza thrust his sword, grazing the mysterious creature's shoulder, then growled word by word, "I don't care what kind of punishment this is, but you will not lay a single finger on our master." The creature shrieked, "Don't bully me." Right after that, its arm stretched out and knocked Seza's sword away, startling them both with its manhwa-like power. Lena quickly threw the dagger in her hand towards the creature. The dagger plunged straight into its body, causing it to stiffen, its eyes dazed. The dagger sank deeper and deeper into it, as if it were being swallowed. Lena exclaimed in shock, "It's swallowing the dagger." The mysterious creature started to go berserk, its body shooting out pieces of flesh as it shrieked. "Why are you doing this to me?" It then continued to growl, "You're driving me crazy." Hearing this, Hoyon chuckled to himself. "It's totally lost it now." Hoyon anxiously turned and asked the information broker, "Is this the punishment you were talking about?" She calmly replied, "I am only here to inform, not to answer questions." "Whew, lucky." Suddenly, Lena shouted, "Master, be careful." Hoyon froze and quickly turned his head to see what was happening. The mysterious creature had thrown a piece of flesh, and it was heading right for him. That piece of flesh shot straight towards Hoyon's chest, making him jump in shock. Lena and Seza yelled worriedly, "Master." The mysterious creature stammered an explanation. "This is your fault. You're the one who made me like this." Hoyan's body trembled uncontrollably, sweat pouring down him like a waterfall, unable to speak. At that moment, a voice suddenly spoke up. "Not bad," accompanied by a tattered cloak fluttering in the air. "This manhwa is getting intense." The mysterious creature looked up and let out a perfunctory "oh." Seza angrily hovered above its head, gritting his teeth and said, "I'll give you credit for daring to attack our master, who has just awakened his ultimate martial arts." The cloak of his covered the mysterious creature. "Quickly," Seza said confidently, "if the sword is ineffective, then I'll just have to subdue you with my bare hands." His cloak wrapped tightly around the mysterious creature's body, making it unable to escape, and at that very moment, Hoyan was no longer under its control. He was startled, not understanding what had just happened. Looking at the manhwa-style notification that popped up in front of him, Hoyan was even more confused. "I wasn't injured. I just lost some money." "Is that all? Don't tell me." Hoyan turned his head to look at his two subordinates, suppressing the strange creature. Suddenly, from within the cloak, 2 points of light began to glow. Lena was surprised, its eyes are showing. Right after that, it snapped its head around and stared intently into Seza's eyes, startling him. The creature growled, "So this is how you want to do it." After hearing this, Seza briefly confused because he thought it was speaking English, when suddenly Lena rushed over and cut off a piece of Zijia's cloak, startling him. "What are you doing?" Lena ran off and shouted back. "Protecting the master comes first." Hoyan, who had been watching, gulped. "No way," his Xijia trembling with fear. He was even sweating buckets, while that creature continued to grind its teeth. "You're all gonna die." Hoyan continued to speculate, realizing he had been tense ever since he saw that mysterious creature. Despite Lena constantly asking about the situation, Hoyan was lost in thought. A moment ago, Zijia didn't recklessly charge in, which proved this thing was very strong. The creature continued to roar. "Do you know who my dad is?" Zijia trembled and muttered, "I don't know any English." Hoyan continued to analyze the situation. Seeing the way he was trembling now, it was clear that ferocious creature is. Hoyan's face turned pale. He must be about to figure something out. However, the words of the information broker cut off his thoughts. "Looks like you've realized it, huh? We mayor." Hoyan turned to look, and the information broker continued. "That thing is also just a normal player like you." She went on to explain that the gods had cursed him for excessively strengthening a specific stat, a plot twist worthy of a manhwa. Lena also seemed to have realized if he focused on just one stat to the point of becoming. "Like this? Does that mean?" The information broker nodded and replied, "That's right. At the very least, he used to be one of the top rankers on the board." After she finished, the mysterious creature snapped its head to look at them. Outside, it was still peaceful and serene as if nothing had happened. Hoyan stared at the creature, unable to believe his eyes. "Holy crap, I can't believe it used to be a top ranker. This entire manhwa world is just full of surprises." Hoyan glanced at the information broker and thought, "I still don't understand the punishment she mentioned." He suddenly shuddered. "Don't tell me that Top Ranker was sent to kill me?" Hoyan shook his head vigorously. "Something's not right. La once said that top rankers are forced to follow the requests given to them. The rules of this world are as strict as any manhwa plot." Hoyan was stunned for a long time. Even though he had a perfect chance to kill me, the only thing that strange guy did was pickpocket me. The mysterious player turned to stare at him. "What are you looking at?" Hoyan's eyes suddenly lit up. "Then I get it." Hoyan gave a sinister smile. "This punishment isn't to destroy me." Lena, standing beside him, cheered excitedly. "You're making that ugly face again. You just thought of something, right?" He walked while thinking to himself, "I've heard that players who are grounded can also recover through combat power. From this situation, I can conclude that this top ranker was sent to punish me. This system of punishment and combat power feels like a game mechanic in a manhwa, by robbing me of my combat power." Seeing Hoyan approach the creature, Zijia yelled worriedly, "Master, you must be careful. Even though you've awakened supreme martial arts, this thing is very dangerous. Even for the protagonist of a manhwa, this monster looks tough." Hoyan got close to the face of the mysterious creature and thought, if it really intends to steal my combat power. He secretly schemed, "I'll make Zijia's terror work for my side." So he whispered some sweet nothings into its ear. "The Black Mountain Guild is recruiting members, food and lodging included." The mysterious creature stared wide-eyed at Hoyan, silently cursing. "Are you crazy?" Even Xijia looked at him with doubtful eyes. "What the heck?" The scene was so awkward it felt like a comedy manhwa panel. An awkwardness. Zijia couldn't believe his ears either, hesitantly asking again, "Master, what are you saying?" But the creature, Mysterious One, immediately retorted, "Like hell I will." This startled Hoyan. He doesn't want to? At that moment, the top-ranking player began to bristle, growling each word, "That's not enough for me." While yelling, he unleashed a fleshy part of himself, causing everyone to be stunned. His scream echoed through the heavens, even causing the ceiling to crack open and collapse. Lena, while busy dodging the disaster, also reminded her master that the place was about to be destroyed. At this point, Hoyon was also sweating bullets, silently cursing this plague of a player, wondering who he thought he was to be so arrogant. Then, he looked over at the person trembling uncontrollably beside him in confusion. "Sarah, why are you so scared?" Hoyon looked at his own hands and sighed wearily. "Thinking about it now, it's a pain for me too. I know it'll be a huge loss, but I have no other choice now." So Hoyon continued to coax the top-ranked player. "I can guarantee you'll receive double." The atmosphere fell silent again as he seemed to be calculating internally. A second later, he retracted his claws and replied with a beaming face. "Really?" Jave blurted out in bewilderment. "Good heavens, are all top players in this Manhwa always like this?" The information broker was also speechless, and she continued to explain, "Although he was once the #1 player, it's hard to avoid the fact that people change. He's always been this way." Jave looked at her again with curious eyes. But that's not the only strange thing. Jave then asked, "Why does Zara seem so wary of that guy? Where's the recklessness she had when facing Toma?" The information broker also found it odd, nodding thoughtfully for a moment before she spoke. "I can't reveal it right now, but that is also an issue." The look in Jave's eyes widened in shock. An issue too? Back at the Black Mountain Guild's main headquarters, Hoyon, fuming with rage, confronted the information broker and growled, "This is the punishment you were talking about." He roared in anger. The headquarters nearly collapsed and we almost died. The information broker pulled down her mask and replied with a smile. "An interesting response. We mayor. Usually, the eliminated ones don't make a sound." Hearing this, Hoyon grabbed his head in fury. "If I hadn't paid attention to every single detail, my entire life in this Manhwa could have been over." The information broker replied calmly, "I'm glad you overcame that." Hoyon shouted, veins bulging on his neck, "You're glad? This is a major restoration." Hoyon sighed in despair, then took out a disc and said, "It seems you still don't get the problem." Just then, that top-ranked player turned around and cursed him as a plague, and Hoyon suddenly threw the disc past his head with a flourish. Hoyon's face darkened, and he ordered through gritted teeth, "Go and catch it." The top-ranked player was a bit hesitant. "You want me to do that?" The look in Hoyon's eyes was cold and somewhat malicious as he nodded, "Yes." The other player wasn't one to back down. He glanced back and said, "Fine. If you put it that way, it'll be a piece of cake." With that, he turned and dashed off like the wind in front of the stunned eyes of Jave. At that moment, a notification popped up. The information broker's punishment is complete. The reward for completion is a common grade pet. Hoyon slammed the table and roared, "A pet? You came all this way just to give me a pet in this Manhwa. The meeting with the 6 leaders is coming up. What the hell is going on?" The information broker calmly replied, "You have successfully subdued him. If you can break the rest of his curse, he will be very useful." Hoyon's expression turned serious as he replied, "But the Black Mountain Guild will collapse before that happens." The information broker feigned surprise. "Oh, really?" She nonchalantly and continued, "Then you can buy information from me on how to avoid your approaching fate." Hearing this, Hoyon grabbed his head and screamed. The information broker's electric orb from the other day, Hoon cursed inwardly. Damn it, so in the end, the electric orb was the most important thing. So even though she acts like she's from the upper class, in the end, she's just a merchant. She creates trouble while pretending to do a favor, but she gets paid for what she needs. The price for an elite information broker, the kind you only see in a thrilling manhwa, who orchestrates the rise and fall of the city, surpasses all human understanding. The remaining balance of Wilmire, the Black Mountain Guild, 234 gold, 8 silver, and 12 copper. Hoon couldn't help but sigh. There's just no chance, because I got involved in building the base, and before I knew it, I'd spent everything already. Hoon suddenly turned his head to look at Jave. There was no other way. First up is that slave kid. Jave broke out in a cold sweat under his gaze. "Master, what are you thinking?" Hoon speculated, surely, since he became close with the information broker, his value has increased. Hoon's face darkened menacingly, giving Jave goosebumps all over. "Master." As if snapping out of it, Hoon sighed and reminded himself, "What was I just thinking? I can't believe that just after a few days of being a gangster, my mind has already become so rotten." Hoon turned to the information broker and said, "Too bad, but forget that offer. We don't even have an emergency fund." The information broker coolly raised an eyebrow. "So you intend to leave the conflict with the 6 leaders as a never-ending uncertainty. Will you be all right, Wilmayor Hoon?" He clenched his fist. "I have no other choice." His voice became even firmer. "Not knowing what tomorrow will bring, isn't that more fun?" After saying that, Hoyon tilted his head up arrogantly and smirked to himself. "I must look so cool right now, like a classic manhwa protagonist." The information broker tilted her head and replied, "We can do it on credit." Hoon suddenly froze and stared at her for a long time, startled. "On credit? For real? In his mind, 1,000 thoughts began to surface. She's not an ordinary merchant. Someone who is so thorough about money would offer credit so indiscriminately? Hoon broke out in a sweat at his own thoughts. Wait, don't tell me. The information broker remained silent, letting this fool think whatever he wanted. He gave a sinister smile and said, "So you want me to do that, don't you?" The day of the meeting of the 6 leaders arrived, a scene straight out of a political manhwa. In the eastern slums, the sound of footsteps clattered on the floor in the quiet night. Ramen approached a person in a black cloak, who was standing and gazing at the moon. Ramen spoke up, "Soul Destroyer King." That king turned his head, and Ramen continued, "The conference is about to begin and I came to inform you. There's intel that the Black Mountain Guild has also arrived." The king was a little surprised. "They came too?" Ramen continued, "Let me add a few things. There's a rumor that the Black Mountain Guild's power fund has recently increased significantly, possibly because they stole the funds from Mr. Sen's organization. At that time, one of Sen's men warned us about the danger of the Black Mountain Guild, and he warned us that destiny would arrive sooner than we thought, like a classic manhwa plot twist." The king suddenly asked Ramen, "What do you think of this situation?" He continued to ask, "The Black Mountain Guild recently. Do you believe they are at a level befitting the position of the 6 leaders?" Ramen hesitated for a moment. That? His face turned sinister. "Obviously, my king. Of course that's impossible." The king turned away and muttered, "I see, today's meeting. If the Black Mountain Guild couldn't prove they were on the same level as the leader." Her gaze became more dangerous than ever before. She stated firmly, "They will be annihilated instantly." On a clear moonlit night at the conference, Hoion and his 2 subordinates barged in. Hoion looked around and asked, "Where are we?" Lena. Unable to contain herself, she turned and berated Zira. "We're lost again, you idiot. You're all muscle and have no sense of direction." Zira clenched his fists in humiliation. Hoion glanced at them, wondering to himself, aren't they worried at all? He looked up at the full moon, seemingly deep in thought. "Even though I received a crucial piece of information from the information broker, the most important factor is that revered soul destroyer. Someone whom even the information broker has no control over information about, if this is the Honor Guild's plan." An image flashed through his mind, just like a scene from a dark manhwa. That king turning to him and saying, "You're insane. What a nuisance. Just go die." Then Hoion would be dead in an instant. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. Damn, that's a real possibility. Hoion walked on anxiously. What should I do? Am I just walking to my death? Suddenly, Zira tapped his shoulder and called out, "Master." He grinned slyly and said, "It seems the time has come to show our true worth." Hoion broke out in a cold sweat. "Not this again," Lena chimed in enthusiastically. "He's right, I believe in you too." She whispered in his ear, giving him goosebumps. "Master, you've gotten truly strong now. You'll protect us if the Council of 6 Heads attacks, right?" Hoion froze completely, unsure of how to respond. In his mind, he was screaming, "Oh my god, I want to go home right now." Despite this, Hoion confidently reassured his subordinates, "Don't worry, that's not going to happen." Hoion confidently stressed, "Our Black Mountain Guild will seize this opportunity during the meeting to secure a seat on the council." Lena and Zara were both stunned, their jaws dropping. Zara uttered in amazement, "You mean?" Hoion nodded firmly. "Exactly." This bold declaration was straight out of a manhwa protagonist's script. He continued, "We'll take his head first." Then, Lena and Hoion would be laughing triumphantly at their successful plan, while the Demon King would stare at them like they were psychopaths. Hint: the information was indirectly relayed by the information broker as its importance grew. From that, they could deduce their intentions and turn the tables. 2 days ago, in the guild's secret study, Hoion activated a high-level information transfer skill. The information broker began to speak slowly. The highest quality information is X, which was completely sealed but is now partially unlocked. Thanks to the power of a high-level information broker, pages of information fluttered in the breeze. The broker continued, revealing the truth. It's information about a player's body compatibility ability. This is a popular power system in the manhwa genre. Hoion's eyes widened as if he just heard something incredibly shocking. Thanks to the information on body integration, a special event was reconstructed. The air was filled with noise and suspicion. The chairman is dead? How did he die? Rumors were spreading that he was betrayed by a trusted subordinate. Speaking of that one, it's obvious. We could see he was trying to slowly step away from the business for his daughter's sake. Those words reached the ears of a little girl clutching a teddy bear nearby. They continued speaking maliciously. "So, how should we dispose of the girl now?" Their gazes darkened as if they wanted to eat the little girl alive. They continued their discussion. "Since she's still useful, we have no other choice, other than to make her a real puppet." In a flash, 9 years passed, and that daughter grew up abandoned by everyone. A classic tragic backstory in a manhwa. Panan said coldly. Father didn't want me to take over his business because there was a significant side effect after he sold the anti-fatigue drug during the war. Although he became rich and prosperous afterward, the butler wore a grim expression. He replied, a side effect. Are you talking about the one that causes degeneration? She laughed and replied, yes. When my father was alive, he took me to the place that terrified him the most, a pivotal moment in this Manhwa's plot. I think perhaps that was where my father's regret and remorse resided. The butler remained silent, seemingly in thought. Panan continued, but even his only daughter didn't want to take over the business. Now she's playing the role of a figurehead, so his wish did not come true. Of course, I'm not the type to just sit back and do nothing. The butler asked in confusion, what is your plan? She stood up gently and replied, although I was abandoned and ended up like this, I must avenge my father. Her hand gently rested on the butler's chest. Then Panan whispered seductively, to do that, you must be by my side. The butler hesitated. After a long moment, he finally nodded in agreement. She continued to lay out her plan. Now go and tell them that I am dead. From now on, you will be my representative. The Manhwa scene shifts to a poor neighborhood where distant screams echo. Then, men who were drinking vomited blood and fell unconscious. One man coughed violently, unable to speak clearly. Don't tell me this poison is. The butler glanced at him without a word, just watching him struggle for his life. The man realized something, glaring at the butler with burning intensity. This isn't a poison you could make. His hand, he rasped. Is that woman still alive? I definitely ordered you to kill her. After saying that, he spat out a final mouthful of blood and died on the spot. His head slammed hard onto the floor, and just like that, his life was over. Meanwhile, in the potion-making room, the chairman's daughter whispered with a terrifying expression, so now is the beginning of my revenge. This whole manhwa is about revenge against the 6 leaders for turning my father into a criminal. He was only trying to ease everyone's pain. Now, it all begins. The butler seemed a bit hesitant about all this. That special vision ended, successful body adaptation complete. Hoyan's eyes went wide in disbelief. He was stunned as he realized the truth. So now one of the 6 leaders is an imposter, and the real one is trying to eliminate all of them. Hoy gave a twisted smile, a classic manhwa protagonist move. If I take advantage of this, it could become very useful information. After Zira burst through the door, the king stood hesitantly in the smoke, watching as they all infiltrated the conference. We can kick out that boastful imposter. Hoyan smiled with victorious confidence, and if I can prove he's a blatant fraud, I can completely turn the tables. XEG flashed a demonic smile, a terrifying sight in any manhwa, his eyes bloodshot, looking extremely terrifying. Just then, Hoyan suddenly realized something. Hey, hold on a second. Hidden behind the smoke, the cold face of the butler appeared, along with a severed head. The butler looked around in confusion, not understanding the situation at all. Hoyan was startled by this. Wait, that's not him? ZG was standing on the meeting table with the 6 great powers. That quick reaction from earlier was the right move and a shocking manhwa twist. The unlucky one who lost his life was Suzuno. Swen Seja's provocative action left everyone behind stunned as he casually gave a thumbs up and reported that the order was complete. Lena said he got the wrong target, while Hoyan, on the other hand, was terrified. Another hand reached out, and a thin layer of light began to condense around it as the Soul Annihilator, filled with killing intent, roared. How insolent. The anomalous power was activating, causing Hoyan's eyes to widen, followed by an extremely powerful aura radiating from just her finger, the immense pressure continuously bearing down on Seja, forcing him to struggle. Lena now realized in a panic that they couldn't stop it. Even though there were calls from around him, his entire body seemed to be frozen, watching the power before him slowly morphing into a demonic beast, like something from a horror manhwa. He didn't know how to deal with it. The weather outside also began to turn gloomy. A few minutes earlier, in the waiting room for the minions of the 6 great factions, Rasputin was silent and contemplative, not saying a single word. They were surrounding Habel and the old man, constantly mocking Habel for cooperating with Swen. Mago, thoroughly enjoying the scene, added a few taunts of her own, calling him a desperate, abandoned man clinging to any opportunity he could find. His face darkened, but he didn't retort. Kia stepped in to mediate, telling them not to make things more unpleasant as he got to the main point. As you all know, I've received information that a black market auction will be held after the meeting ends. Currently, Swen is the one running the black market. He might lay low for a bit after the first boss appeared, but he'll still have some influence. However, it seems he's feeling threatened by the yen attack from Black Mountain. According to the rumors, they're planning to release a few legendary items. A major plot point in this manhwa felt suspicious, believing they wouldn't put themselves at risk for such a fledgling gang. Another person felt that he was underestimating Swen too much. A question was raised after the appearance of the Soul Annihilator and the shift in the six great factions. Do you think Swen will just sit down and negotiate? This entire power struggle is like a complex Manhwa plot. The crowd thought he was insane for thinking Swen was trying to usurp the Soul Annihilator's position. Despite this, Habel remained perfectly calm. What can I expect from a motley crew like you, who can only see what's right in front of you? Rasputin, offended, brought his weapon down on his head, but Habel deftly dodged to the side and drew a sharp knife. Finding an opening, he flipped over and launched himself into the air. Habel then got behind the old man's neck and swiftly sliced his throat. Having finished his opponent, Habel didn't forget to curse Rasputin's foolishness for daring to face him head-on. Mago found this very amusing and summoned her demonic fire. It's always the weak ones who start the fights, isn't it? He instinctively turned his head as she unleashed her jagged spike impulse, launching dozens of fire spikes at Habel. The spikes pierced him, causing severe internal injuries and making him vomit blood. The technique to create a wide-area attack in such a confined space left him astonished. The scale of this fight was just like in a top-tier manhwa. Looking at his companions who were also injured, Habel became even more confused about their alliance. Kia shouted angrily, "Have you lost your mind, Mago?" She increased her power, but claimed she just wanted to burn all the men to death. Meanwhile, Habel couldn't help but suspect that Mago was a subordinate of Kia, one of the six great factions. It seemed he was planning to use this to stir up chaos, a classic political manhwa twist. Seeing that everything might lead to ruin, Habel thought of the items Swen had given him. At that very moment, Sage's face drew ever closer. He brutally sliced off the head of one of the six people sitting there, and immediately, Habel received a notification that Swen had died from X's surprise attack. The flashing light of the warning screen made him freeze, and in that moment, Kia also suddenly slashed across his body. After taking down the opponent, the next goal was to start a conversation with Margot. However, in a classic manhwa twist, the veins on Habel's neck suddenly bulged, and his whole body began to emit a strange light, his hands like monster claws. With a single swipe, a notification announced the death of Rasputin, and the conversation between Kia and Margot was also cut short. Habel transformed into a different form and lifted Do up. He aggressively opened his mouth towards Do's neck. The sound of biting and swallowing, and several notifications announcing Do's death rang out simultaneously. Nofatu, unafraid, dashed behind him and provoked him. "Habel of the White Dust, don't tell me you took the forbidden drug that induces a berserker rage?" Before he could continue his advice, Nofatu was also clawed to death by Habel. He was extremely surprised by this power, feeling as if he was one of the six great powers himself. This entire scene felt like it was ripped from a high-stakes manhwa. Now, he could understand why this drug put him on par with the strongest of the six great powers. Habel muttered, "I don't know what Swen is planning, but anyway, things have gotten easier." Then, he lowered his center of gravity onto his back leg. Habel launched himself past Kia and Margot like a rocket. He desperately wanted to become one of the six great powers. The action in this manhwa is relentless. After he was long gone, the fine dust kicked up by his speed still lingered in the air. Back at the conference of the six great powers, a giant magical beast was about to devour Lena and Hoon whole. She kept warning that they wouldn't be able to resist. Suddenly, something happened that cut through Lena's panic. Lena's panic was cut short. She tried to find a glimmer of hope that Hoon was formulating a plan in his head, but even as Lena started to act, she saw him standing like a statue. The overwhelming power passed right through Hoon's body. Habel had appeared out of nowhere. He was the one actually blocking the attack. This kind of last-second save is a staple in any good manhwa. Even in his mutated state, his body felt immense pain. Everyone stared at Habel in bewilderment. After the source of power was completely absorbed by Habel, his entire body looked like a piece of burnt meat. Hoon had no idea what he was doing here or what had happened to him. Lena, beside him, worriedly asked about his condition. Sarah suddenly lunged forward. He poured all his strength into his arm and struck down. However, the spot he hit was completely empty. Zara reacted extremely quickly, drawing his sword to slash at his opponent. The moment Habel saw him, he roared in fury, "You again, you bastard." Zara didn't answer, instead continuously changing his attack direction. This intense manhwa fight was just getting started. As he was swinging his blade, Habel quickly moved past him, his sharp iron claws hardening at his will. "I won't lose this time." The fierce wolf claws slashed out 4 streams of attacking energy. Right after dodging the attack, Zara gave him a meaningful glance. From a hard-to-see angle, he flashed a very mysterious smile. The system also announced that Zara's Buff 1 ability had been activated. The power scaling in this manhwa is insane. Zara directly used Tyrant's shield hand, grabbing the power that Habel was gathering. Hoon shouted loudly, wanting to stop him. In contrast, the people from the 6 great powers were thoroughly enjoying the confrontation. Both Zara and Habel grew more excited as they fought. O suddenly spoke up, Soul Destroyer. "I have something I want to clarify. Was this activation meant for him, and not we? Does this mean you're interested?" with the Black Mountain Guild, right? The fight with Seza is becoming more intense. A classic Manhwa showdown as wolf claws and a greatsword just clashed. Seza's giant sword blade brutally swept around, yet as it passed, Hale immediately caught it with his teeth. He even used more strength, clamping his jaw shut so the sword couldn't be pulled out. Seeing his opponent falter, Hale taunted him, saying he was incredibly weak for being unable to do anything. Seza's left arm trembled with rage as Hale continued to mock him for wasting time and taking superfluous actions to protect his weak master. The anger indeed gave Seza more motivation to pull out the sword. However, his opponent continued to humiliate him. How pathetic that you follow this foolish path, especially when you could easily defeat your own master. Hoon realized the situation was bad and screamed Seza's name. However, Hale's power was suddenly enhanced. He was like a crazed wolf from a dark fantasy manhwa, clawing and tearing at Seza's chest. The gusts of air from his swipes were enough to create mid-range air pressure. Seza's entire body was bleeding non-stop, and he helplessly collapsed to the ground like a heavily damaged machine. Hale let out a satisfied, cunning laugh. The system screen immediately broadcasted a warning that Seza of the Black Mountain Guild was dead. Then, Lena realized that Hale was shifting his attention this way. He suddenly teleported close to Lena, his triumphant voice declaring that the Black Mountain Guild was about to be destroyed. Ever since he made a mess in front of the 6 Great Powers and the Soul Reaper, it was obvious they would deal with him. Look at that face. He let that guy die and just stood there. I think when you're in danger, the same thing will happen. At those words, Lena fearfully glanced up, seeing Hoon clearly trembling continuously from fear. Hale wanted to persuade her to make a choice. 1, she could leave her life in this dangerous situation, or 2, submit to him, become one of the 6 Great Powers, and have the rest of her life unlocked for her. It's a classic manhwa temptation. The space suddenly fell into silence. Noticing she was wavering, Hoon worriedly called out to Lena, but the person beside him had already begun to step forward. She gently placed her hand on Hale and said, "Isn't it obvious? I desperately desire to get out of this place alive." He blinked, watching as Hale's hand was about to embrace Lena's body, when suddenly a sharp pain struck Hale's brain. Lena smiled cunningly after giving him a gift embedded deep in his chest, a truly shocking manhwa twist. Lena's assassin skill increased the damage by 250%. Being deceived made him go berserk and attack Lena. After returning to the boy's side, she continuously taunted him. "Why should I listen to you after we get out of here? I will monopolize all of the master's attention." However, he wasn't in the mood for jokes, knowing they were about to face danger. Lena quickly reassured Hoon, "We just need to jump into the spatial pouch in an emergency." Seeing how calm they both were, Hale became even more enraged. The sound of the fierce wolf's howl made Lena cover her ears in pain. This is the kind of area of effect skill you see in a high-stakes manhwa. Hoon, beside her, seemed to be on the verge of losing his sanity. The effect of that skill was to make any male with stats below a certain level go berserk. He gritted his teeth and pulled out the dagger. "You Black Mountain Guild scum! How dare you humiliate me like this?" Immediately after, the ground was stomped to pieces by him. As he launched himself forward, Hale was determined to tear him to shreds with his own hands. Seeing the wild wolf getting closer and closer, the two of them turned pale. This time, Hoon truly thought his manhwa journey was about to end under the wolf's claws. But suddenly, something stopped Hale in his tracks. Zira, who was thought to be dead, abruptly stood before him, a scene straight from a dramatic manhwa. He directly swung his sword in a long arc, halting his opponent's momentum. The light from the blade reflected on the face of Hale. The very next second, he spun around to claw at his opponent but was dodged again. Seeing that one hand wasn't powerful enough, this time both of his wolf claws were ready for blood. While clawing fiercely at Sarah, he roared, "How is this happening?" 3 beams of power from that attack immediately flew towards Zira. He lifted his leg forward, preparing to gain momentum. On Sarah's face was that familiar, brutal smile. Seeing the calm expression on that face, Hale wondered, why was his enemy still alive? The necklace emitting light was what had saved him. "Haven't you heard you're supposed to prepare support items?" Both Hoon and Lena stared blankly at Zara's back, astonished by the item that was emitting a sparkling light. Lena quickly recognized it as the recovery necklace her master had used to entice her. Hale gritted his teeth because of the damn necklace's function. To him, this was utter nonsense, because the ability to regenerate couldn't possibly work that easily, let alone through a necklace. Hale insisted that his enemy had used some shady tricks from the temple. Sarah coldly replied, "Recovery? Such troublesome matters have nothing to do with this fight." Hearing that, he knew Zira was completely unaware of the necklace. To him, this was an opportunity. The ability to resurrect was truly an excellent benefit if he could obtain it, but considering how he wasn't paying attention to it, there was still time before it activated again. He immediately activated his passive ability, Wolf's Territory. If he dealt critical damage exceeding a certain threshold while in werewolf transformation, his speed and basic attack would increase by 30%. Hale decided he would finish Exera before he noticed. A beautiful circle was formed by the slash of his wolf claws. Abel didn't hesitate, using all his strength to expand the power of the technique. Time for you to die again. His skill, Claw Storm, then made the destructive power of that slash even greater. The air was pushed away, creating a whirlwind that made it difficult for onlookers to stand steady in this intense Manhwa battle. In his heart, Hoon also thought that even though Zera had just been revived, he would be killed again. A strange sound. He never expected Zera to go on the offensive instead of trying to defend. Seeing this, he also charged forward recklessly. You realized you were getting a power-up during that time, didn't you? You pretended not to care but were acting behind my back. Zera bluntly cut him off. Things like power-ups and regeneration are for the weak. I don't care. Whirlwinds of power were about to engulf Zera's body, but in the next moment, a streak of metallic light flashed by. Then it gradually condensed into the power from Zera's sword, slicing Abel in two. The killing intent in Zera's eyes had yet to fade. Ah, I feel much more relieved now. The 6 major powers shot up from their seats due to the unexpected turn of the match. This was a twist, worthy of the best action manhwa. Very close to them, a brilliant pillar of power slammed into the ground. Kia shouted a warning, requesting everyone to find cover due to the terrifying attack. As soon as he finished speaking, the Soul Destroyer called out her butler's name, and she used a gravity skill, pulling him towards her. Realizing he was about to become her shield, the old man was terrified and started screaming. However, all he could hear were her cryptic words, "Well done," playing pretend all this time. 5 years. Suddenly, Hoyon's violent coughing shattered the atmosphere, and a worried Lena checked on his health while cheering for him not to die. A wave of disappointment washed over him. He was so weak. I can't believe my health bar dropped just from coughing a few times. After taking the shockwave, his health was now at 20%. After confirming his condition, Lena turned and cursed, "Hey, you ungrateful jerk. How dare you ignore our weak master after stealing all the recovery items?" However, she quickly fell silent, not daring to say another word. The atmosphere behind them grew heavier than ever. Seijiya sneered, telling them to say whatever they wanted to his face. Lucas spoke up, clicking his tongue, "Forbidden items and a regeneration ability. That was quite a show you put on, straight out of a manhwa. Why don't you ditch that Black Mountain group and join me?" A strange voice interjected directly, "Your actions are crude and lack finesse, but you still shine in your own way." Iraq was very interested in his method of attacking enemies without fear of death. It had been a long time since he had witnessed such a warrior. Seijiya retorted without a hint of fear, "Is that all you people can say? So the 6 great powers aren't as impressive as I thought." The Soul Slayer, a character fit for any action manhwa, asked him curiously, "Then what were you expecting?" Seijiya clenched his fist and arrogantly declared, "I was hoping to find out who's next for me to play with before I die." The people on the 6 great powers side remained incredibly calm, but Hoon's heart was in turmoil. He silently wished Seijiya would just shut his mouth. The Japanese-style sword glinted with a metallic sheen, and just a glance at it made him tremble. A sword thrust came from nowhere, but Seijiya dodged it with a slight tilt of his head. The Soul Slayer, full of fighting spirit, aimed her sword straight at him. Although she didn't want to, Hoyon probably guessed another manhwa-style battle was imminent. She was radiating killing intent. "Your name is Seijiya, right, you bastard? You have outstanding swordsmanship skills, excellent martial arts, and a keen combat intuition. Yet above all, you wish to serve a master. You act on instinct but have a cool head. However, your strength and talent have no real reason to be in service to another." Hearing this, Seijiya suddenly looked back at Hoon, then quickly replied, "You're wrong. My master has foreseen every situation and has a specific plan to deal with it." His answer left her stunned, completely baffled. Hoon covered his ears but still heard Seijiya clearly declare that he had telepathic abilities. The system's information panel then appeared. Powerful subordinates can act independently. They still affect the game's progress. This was a classic game system manhwa update. At this moment, he was truly devastated by the suspicion that he had a hidden ability. Seijiya's ears suddenly twitched, and he became more excited. "I hear it again. The master is giving me a secret order." Hoon's voice was clearly screaming for him to stop, but Seijiya insisted he was ordered to slaughter them all. A truly twisted manhwa development. He cried out in despair, "You idiot, shut up." The Soul Slayer witnessed this amusing spectacle. She just casually flicked her sword, creating a powerful wave of energy. That light, like a living creature, rushed forward and knocked Seijiya's weapon away in a spectacular manhwa fashion. The sword spun like a toy, flying farther and farther away. Following its trajectory, it would soon strike Hoon. Just as it plunged down, he managed to pull his leg back in time. Nearly losing a leg terrified Hoon. The Soul Slayer spoke in a hate-filled tone, the voice of Wee Mayor, the leader of the Black Mountain Guild. Both he and Lena were so tense they could barely breathe, but unexpectedly, she appointed Hoon to the position of a new member of the 6 great powers, And just like in a manhwa, the system window popped up with a new update for Hoon. Mayor, the leader of the Black Mountain Guild, officially joined one of the 6 powers on the Underworld ranking board, Bram. The scene then shifted to the outside, where the local residents could all see plumes of white smoke billowing, rising high in the distance. At the rickety tavern, which was almost completely in ruins, some members of the Black Mountain Guild were gathered. Because the durability index had dropped to a certain number, the entire workforce of the Black Mountain Guild naturally received orders to repair the place. A portly man there was strenuously giving orders, gruffly, urging everyone to get a move on. He continuously pointed and barked commands, while on one side, a few people were still standing around, marveling at how serious the building's condition was. What kind of manhwa-level fight could have caused this much damage? Saito appeared out of nowhere, looking fresh and cheerfully greeting everyone. "You guys are working hard." The other man took the initiative to greet him first. "First time we've met. I am the branch manager of the first headquarters, the Black Mountain Guild's Tavern." Saito, however, just cheerfully stated his name. The man waited a moment, and when Saito said nothing more, he was quite surprised that Saito only introduced himself by name, so the branch manager decided to say a few words to probe him. "I'm sure you know that I've heard of your reputation. I just didn't expect a wanderer like you to deign to be here." Saito cut him off directly. "Let's skip the formal introductions. Let me ask you straight up, have you ever thought about how long it'll take for you to stop eating someone else's dust?" Seeing Saito get straight to the point without any hesitation left the man momentarily stunned. Not knowing what to say, he started, "I know how you joined the guild." Once again, he was cut off by Saito. "Really? Then you understand what I'm saying, right?" The man's face darkened, and he decided to voice his suspicion directly. "So, you're planning to really settle things right here?" Saito didn't answer, his aura already blazing like a manhwa protagonist, his eyes bloodshot and filled with killing intent, as mist began to swirl densely around him, but a powerful smack landed on the back of his head. Soa, red-faced with anger, was scolding him. "You lunatic! You just met the guy and you're already rudely trying to pick a fight to the death." Then, while Saito was getting the stuffing beaten out of him by her, he was also being relentlessly berated. "Aren't we supposed to be a team? What kind of crazy stunt are you trying to pull now? We just secured our position, and now you're trying to get us kicked out." The other man watched this beatdown, completely bewildered. One of the staff members there leaned in and whispered, "I heard those two got together after the battle here." On the other side, Soa was still wailing, "I can't take this anymore. How could I have fallen in love with this lunatic?" As soon as she said that, she quickly blushed and covered her mouth, realizing she had let it slip. But what's said is said. How could she take it back? The two burly, oafish men standing nearby started gossiping back and forth. "Oh my, look at that. Looks like we have to concede. The boss was right." "Indeed, my thoughts exactly." And amidst So's embarrassment, the other two continued to get lost in their own romantic banter. Isn't it obvious? When these vibrant young people develop feelings for each other after fighting side by side, through life and death. "Oh, the boss is right. The beauty of youth is truly admirable." Soa overheard this and turned beet red with embarrassment. "Let me go. I'll take care of them." Saito struggled to hold her back, while the man remained completely engrossed in the situation. "After our Black Mountain Guild achieved the 6th rank, we've heard nothing but good news. Even the grunts are laughing along cheerfully saying, 'Have you seen, sir? Our guild is thriving, and to make up for the trespass on this place, they said they'll guarantee a supply of powerful manpower.'" The sky was slowly turning to night, and from a distance, a figure stood watching the billowing smoke. A one-eyed man with a somber expression stared intently at them. At the sight of the ruined house, the atmosphere was still bustling with people coming and going to carry out repairs. The leader continued to urge everyone to get to work quickly, straining his voice to yell, "This is our chance to show the entire underworld the power of the 6th-ranked guild." Then he laughed heartily. "Let's get ready to welcome any scumbags who dare to set their sights on us." Meanwhile, that mysterious man slowly approached. Someone from behind saw him and moved to block his path, but before they could even touch him, they were sliced to pieces by his killing aura in the blink of an eye. Everyone flinched and turned to look in stunned confusion. Saito even exclaimed, "What the? How did I not sense his presence at all?" Yet the man calmly walked forward, and anyone who stood in his way was instantly reduced to dust, though he hardly seemed to lift a finger. This character is overpowered, just like in a manhwa. He looked straight at the branch manager, his voice dripping with killing intent as he asked, "How have you been?" The manager was now trembling uncontrollably, his forehead drenched in cold sweat, his pupils constricted, and he stammered, unable to form a complete sentence. In an instant, the man stood towering before him, completely unscathed, and said in a cold voice, "You look well, my old comrade, or should I call you a traitor?" What a pathetic bunch. His deadly gaze seemed to pierce through everyone present. This was a classic Manhwa villain entrance. His name was Amon Zusa, a high-ranking leader of a criminal organization. Not giving the branch manager a moment to prepare, Zusa leapt forward, closing the distance to attack. In a flash, Zusa was right beside him, leaving a single comment. "Perhaps I've been silent for too long." And before anyone could even register his movement, Zusa's blade swept through, completely severing the branch manager's head and limbs. Back with Hoon's group, they were all leaving together. The way. It was clear that not everyone was happy with the Soul Reaper's decision. The plot of this manhwa is getting intense. As Hoon was walking, someone hurried up beside him. Old Lucas, puffing on a cigarette, blocked Hoon's path, saying, "Hey Mayor, you've got a blank look on your face." Seeing the old man, Hoon's expression soured instantly, and he muttered under his breath, "You should just shut up and get lost." The old man just laughed heartily, slapping Hoon on the back and booming, "Look at this spirit. Do you have any idea what this world is like? You plan on just running away without knowing a single thing?" Lucas didn't hesitate to speak his mind. "You know, watching your playstyle, it's obvious you're a newbie, but who's backing you? I've never seen anyone level up a subordinate as fast as you. The power scaling in this manhwa is crazy. Are you one of those crazy gamers who abandon a legacy character from a previous version?" He clicked his tongue. Sometimes things are just like that. Some players do crazy things just for fun, but with the exorbitant fees these days, there's a place for ordinary people, and as he was rambling on, his hand was suddenly gripped tightly. Zegia, with his overwhelming presence, warned the old man in a deep voice, "Can you shut your mouth? You're being a bit long-winded." Hey, even as Zegia spoke, his grip didn't loosen at all, making Lucas tremble, but the old man's expression didn't change, and he spoke in a calm, sarcastic tone. "Oh, so you plan on breaking my hand just like that?" As soon as he finished speaking, the old Lucas didn't hesitate to forcefully fling his hand away, creating a massive sound. Without a single wasted motion, he immediately spun around, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and a demonic smile aimed straight at Zegia. Zegia couldn't react in time, and the old man's hand was already on his neck, and he had no intention of stopping, directly launching an attack that temporarily paralyzed Zegia. The old man still advised in a mocking tone, "Watch and learn." Then Lucas unleashed a powerful blow right at Zegia's face, and the shockwave from the attack was no joke. Fortunately, he didn't intend to harm Zegia. The force just blew away the ancient tree behind him, scaring the daylights out of Hoon. Insane. This is absolutely insane. He could only exclaim in his mind. The old Lucas, with the same cunning expression, continued, "Because this is just the beginning." Zegia's blood boiled with rage, but Hoon quickly stepped in to clarify. "Wait a minute, what do you mean it's just the beginning? I thought this was over already?" Despite his panic, the old man calmly and slowly replied, "Well, yes, for a newbie like you, that's probably all you would know." His face took on a bizarre expression, straight out of a horror manhwa, as he continued, "My story is about the black market. According to history, in the eastern region, before the Legion of Destruction appeared, battles big and small occurred daily. Whoever was stronger won, so the simple rule was kill or be killed. This brutal world was a common theme in many a dark fantasy manhwa. Even the slightest opening could lead to betrayal right after a victory. And just when everyone thought everything was on the brink of self-destruction, a powerful figure suddenly appeared, like a classic manhwa protagonist, and changed the situation drastically. This person was accompanied by Lapin, a heretic who once lived in seclusion, spreading his teachings. Together, they recruited various races from across the continent and brought them to Bram, so they could regularly test their strength against each other without causing physical conflict. A black market was opened. Oh, and of course, they also appointed a suitable mediator. Old Lucas continued, "By the way, are you curious who made all those wise decisions?" Hearing this, Hoon felt a sense of foreboding. His face paled slightly, and his heart skipped a beat. Old Lucas delightedly pointed to himself and declared, "Here, that person was me, this very Lucas." Hey, while the old man was lecturing, Lena had fallen asleep ages ago, and Zegia's face was still as black as the bottom of a pot, while Hoon was pale as a sheet, thinking to himself, "What the hell? Shouldn't he be one of the 6 great powers?" Old Lucas, enjoying this scene like a reader of a thrilling manhwa, saw the boy's sweaty face and became even more interested in intimidating him further. "Ah, that's right. Didn't your master just bring trouble upon himself by sticking his nose into that fight earlier? It seems all this chaos is simmering in preparation for the black market's opening day. This whole setup feels like the start of a new manhwa arc. Is fun, don't you think? Or maybe they'll realize that all this bloodshed isn't a good thing, who knows, right? They might even target the newbies before they get a chance to grow stronger." Hearing that, Hoon and the others could only turn pale. Damn it, the event is finally happening. The black market is actually opening to gather all the leaders of Bram's underworld, so they are forced to participate. There, transactions are conducted with complete freedom, without needing to follow any rules. And even if conflicts arise during the event, no one will step in to help. And right now, at the pub that was just filled with laughter. There are now bodies strewn everywhere. Everyone has lost their lives. Only a single survivor remains, sitting there listlessly, cradling the body of a young woman. At the Black Mountain Guild's stronghold, Bobo's kitchen pub, Hoi-on stared at the gruesome scene, speechless, as the stability index dropped to 18%. Saito was the only survivor, crying out to the sky in agony. Soa, who was just joking around with him, was now just a cold corpse. Hoi-on could only click his tongue in regret. We tried to get here as fast as we could when we received the trespass alert, but it seems we were too late. One of the warriors there remarked, "This looks like the work of that guy Yusa." If that's the case, it all makes sense. But to think that someone who's been in hiding for so many years would reappear like this. You should probably be careful coming here, leader of the Black Mountain Guild. Hearing his detailed analysis, Hoi-on grew angry, his voice trembling as he questioned, "So you all hid and watched the show, huh?" The other guy immediately retorted, "Hey now, don't jump to conclusions. We only arrived after everything was already over. We're just some grunts sent by the Destruction Corps, so our simple duty is to make repairs and then leave." Seeing him speak so casually made Hoi-on tremble with rage, gritting his teeth as he glared, unable to form a rebuttal. "Just some grunts? Bullsh times T? Who are you trying to fool? Grunts carrying that much heavy weaponry like that? I don't know who this Yusa Amin is, but I can confirm he followed the trail that my people accidentally left behind." Thinking of this, Lucas's cunning face unconsciously appeared in my mind. Playing dirty, aren't they? Has the Black Mountain Guild become their next target to tear apart? This entire Manhwa-like setup felt despicable from the start. But Hoi-on quickly regained his composure and ordered a nearby wounded soldier, "You there. First, give me a brief on the situation and the damages." The man immediately complied, then reported, "As you can see, 90% of the pub staff were killed. During the fight, a squad leader of the Big Bow squad, Sir Soa, was sacrificed. Other than that, the building didn't sustain any further damage." Just then, Lena also discovered something on the floor. The wounded soldier finally added that someone had been taken hostage. As soon as Hoi-on heard, he scolded him. "Why are you only mentioning this now? Who was taken?" When Yusa left, he was actually carrying someone over his shoulder. It was Jave, the one who came to supervise the repairs. He took him. Hoi-on was instantly stunned, unable to believe his ears. Jave was taken hostage? Just the thought of it twisted his face into an ugly expression. The truth is, I've shown Jave special favor because of his connection to the information broker. Moreover, I overinvested so many of my precious shares in him, because he always did a solid job, was smooth-tongued, and a great negotiator. I was even planning to make him my trump card when the black market opens. This is the worst plot in any manhwa. My god, what am I supposed to do now? Lena also. Upon hearing the situation, she immediately ignored the tavern incident and coldly proposed to Hoi-on, "Let me go find him." Lord Zira suddenly appeared from behind, scolding her directly. "What nonsense are you spouting? How dare you ask the master about this?" Lena's face darkened as she slowly asked why. Hoi-on was quite surprised that she was so agitated she wasn't thinking things through. "Don't you see the problem here? If that madman could massacre this place like this, do you think you'd survive a confrontation with him?" "I would also suffer a great loss if something were to happen to you," Lena replied gloomily. "I understand that, but can't you just let me fight him just this one time?" Seeing Lena's unusually somber attitude made Hoi-on wonder, why is she so irritable with me today? After a moment of silence, Lena, with an icy expression, questioned Hoi-on until, "When will you stop treating me like a child?" Looking at Lena now, her face filled with killing intent, her whole body radiating, a terrifyingly cold aura, leaving Hoi-on completely bewildered. This sudden character shift felt like it was pulled from a different manhwa. Sigh, Lena must be going through puberty. Without waiting for an answer, Lena decided to just go straight ahead. "Whatever, just don't get in my way. I'm going to find him." Hoi-on hurriedly ordered Lena to stop, but when she didn't listen, she took another step and ran right into the massive figure of Zera. He asked sternly, "So you dare to defy the master's orders?" Lena was visibly annoyed, yelling, "What the hell? Get lost. Don't make me get physical." Those words provoked Zera, who showed no mercy, continuing in a low voice, "Anyone who dares to defy a superior's command must be executed on the spot." Lena, however, was not afraid at all, her pupils constricted, and her emotionless face replied curtly, "Try me." And right after that, the two of them engaged in direct combat, a scene straight out of an action manhwa. Lena struck first at Zera, but he quickly dodged. He didn't hold back, continuously swinging his blade towards Lena. With her agility, Lena was able to both evade the blade and spin around Zera with ease. Using her aerial advantage in an instant, Lena didn't hesitate to plunge her sword straight down at Zera. He tried to dodge, but the attack was immense and incredibly fast, so by the time Lena launched herself into a spectacular midair spin to land, it was also the moment Zera could only stand there frozen. He had been hit and had no strength left to attack. After dealing with Sarah, Lena had to catch her breath, but Hoyan had already quickly moved in front of her. He held up a sword before her, his fist clenched in anger, saying, "Lena, I don't understand why you're acting like this." But before he could finish, Hoyan brought a club straight down on Lena's head. Everything happened in an instant. After taking such a critical blow, Lena could only lie completely collapsed on the floor. It seems Hoyan intentionally said a few words to distract her, thinking it was best for Lena to get some rest. Afterward, Hoyan held his head, thinking about the dangers from the black market, Lucas's relentless threats, and the sudden attack by the gang leader Zusa. And finally, Lena's sudden rebellion. One baffling event after another kept occurring, a classic trope in this kind of manhwa. It was as if it were all part of a pre-calculated plan. The plot of this manhwa was getting thicker as Hoyan's expression darkened. He rested his chin on his hand and told himself, "I can't keep wasting time like this." Rattling and rumbling sounds then began to echo from the base. At the ruins of the Black Mountain Guild, while everyone was busy repairing everything, Hoon sat still, like a classic manhwa protagonist, in one spot, wondering when he would finally get to activate the labyrinth screen. Suddenly, a Legion lackey discovered something that made his jaw drop. Hoon was still lost in his own worries, completely unaware, until that guy walked over to the strange object and called out to him, prompting him to finally look up. "Mayor, we found something." Hoon calmly asked, "Something? Did that Yusa guy leave something behind?" But the response to his question was a strange expression from the lackey. "Your Black Mountain Guild is truly a mysterious place." Another man standing behind shouted, "Hey, you, hurry up and bring it over here." And not long after, a hand, clearly in a pixelated state, appeared. It was an entire human figure, completely in the state of an unfinished character, a sight straight out of a bizarre manhwa, waving at Hoon. Hoon recognized it, not even expecting to see it here. The thing just pointed at his face and stammered, I'm so bored." Sijia happened to approach just then, which made the thing visibly terrified, although you couldn't really see its face. Then he resorted to his old perverted tricks to torment it, his voice full of mockery. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" Sijia then directly threw the stick in his hand, the pixel being immediately rushed to catch it, only stopping when the stick finally hit the ground. While Sijia looked smug and amused, Hoon was completely bewildered by this manhwa-like turn of events, the embarrassing thing it had just done. It stammered in anger, "You, what do you think you're doing?" It rushed in front of Sijia and screamed, I won't do that anymore." But Sijia just picked up another piece of wood and laughed heartily. Then he once again threw the stick far away. The pixel creature still couldn't control itself and pounced to catch it, running and screaming, "Why won't my body listen to me?" Hoon watched, bewildered. Is being a pet like a slave contract? I remember I hired it under a full-time employee contract. This entire manhwa scenario is getting ridiculous. When the pixel creature returned, Sejia even struck a domineering pose, grabbing its chin and praising it with a sly smile. Good boy. This image was a real shock to Hoon. He thought to himself, I shouldn't just stand by and watch this. That pixel thing is a high-ranking being, a classic hidden gem you'd find in a good manhwa. The information broker even described it as a punishment. Hoon's face turned pale at this thought. Doesn't that mean it? Terrified Sejia himself before the contract was made. Pixel ending up like this is probably due to the game master's restrictive regulations. But if I can find a way to remove those restrictions now, I could probably make good use of Pixel. Thinking this, his eyes widened. He hurriedly checked the system panel, and Hoon found a way. In this day and age, money is everything. Hoon gulped when he saw the price he had to pay. Sometimes, the system will temporarily remove the constraints. Definitely, if you throw enough shares at it. That's right. Every event in this manhwa must have led to this very moment. While Hoon was still hesitating and considering, Sejia was still happily playing fetch with Pixel, and finally, Hoon made his decision with tears welling in his eyes. With one decisive action, he spent 1,500 with determination. Let's do it. This is the only way. While Pixel was still desperately running back and forth, it suddenly noticed a strange transformation in itself, directly flying straight into the air, as the system also displayed a notification that when a mayor, master of the Black Mountain Guild, had deposited 1,500 shares for this mysterious character. The system then continued to announce that thanks to this amount of shares, the binding restrictions imposed by the Game Master would be temporarily lifted. The super player domain cost 100 shares per day. Hoyan had used up all his assets, so right now he was officially broke as a joke. Aside from that downside, Pixel's information was now changing constantly, with many hidden features, which were previously restricted, now fully restored, from her language and appearance to her stats, features, and even her equipped items. It was unclear if this restoration process would cause any harm, but as a large amount of updates, he screamed his lungs out. Finally, after the process was complete, Pixel's 2 legs also took the shape of a clear pair of legs. She was a blonde with an incredibly stunning body, and Pixel was staggering unsteadily, unable to believe what was happening. Hoi-an, who was standing to the side, saw her and his face immediately flushed, and he even got a nosebleed. The girl seemed to glow with a gorgeous face and a smoking hot body, looking like a character from a popular manhwa as she turned her tear-filled eyes toward Hoi-an. Stunned, Hoi-an could only scream internally, "How can she be so beautiful?" Inside the dilapidated house, with a little bit of morning light filtering through the cracks, everyone seemed frozen in place before the incredibly magical transformation. Syria, formerly Pixel, seemed to be enhanced immensely by the morning sunday. She just stood there as curious people gathered around, and Syria herself was admiring her new body. Brushing her hair back from her temple, her face flushed slightly, and her flirtatious eyes and pursed lips spoke in a sweet voice. "Finally, I've returned to my true form." The sight and her words made everyone's heart flutter, and Hoi-an was no different. He was completely dumbfounded, and his face also turned red. At that moment, Syria remembered Hoi-an, and she rushed over to cup his still flushing face, calling out loudly, "Win him." Syria just kept squeezing Hoi-an's face with her soft hands, while he did not even dare to look straight at her in his state of joyful excitement. She rattled on, "How did you do that? Don't tell me you spent all your precious shares on me? You are more reliable than you look." Meanwhile, the Legion's subordinates whispered to each other, "What is this? What just happened?" One of the quieter members of the group said after a moment's hesitation, "We must report this to headquarters." Over here, Syria was still reveling in her new body, turning to blow a kiss at the wounded soldier. This manhwa plot twist was unexpected, was enough to make the guy stare blankly, his face turning red as his nose started to bleed. He quickly made an excuse, claiming it was because of his injuries. But Syria was only concerned with showing off her skills to Hoi-an. "See? Did you see that? Even my god tier abilities are back." Hoi-an was truly speechless. He could only stare at Syria, thinking, "Damn, she is as beautiful as any manhwa heroine." To explain more specifically, this situation was due to the emergence of third-generation virtual reality games, where the boundary between virtual reality and the real world gradually blurred. As a result, a growing number of people started exploiting this to create. This is a common trope in many sci-fi manhwa, fake identities. They likely did this for the realistic experience it offered, but high-level cases of impersonation became increasingly common, and so the situation gradually worsened until it became a social scourge. Realizing the seriousness of this issue, the government once again imposed a direct restriction on games. It had to do with synchronizing the user's real-world appearance with their virtual reality character. Hoon was now staring at that Sarah so intensely he was drooling. Of course, players were allowed to make minor adjustments, but the final result still had to resemble the real person. And Sarah was truly beautiful, a beauty worthy of a manhwa heroine. Hoon admired her beauty and thought to himself that with a face like that, she could probably play this game for free. So why was she under restriction? Hoon decided to check her information, but on Sarah for a moment, and then he suddenly realized a painful truth. This beautiful but airheaded girl, why were her stats so terrible when her level was at the veteran rank? It was a strange contradiction, even for a manhwa. While he was cursing internally, Syria closed in on Hoon, asking why his face was so long. Then she twirled around, asking what he was thinking, and why he had to spend so much to bring me back. Syria chattered on endlessly, and whenever she touched Hoon, he would instantly turn into a stiff log. "You seem different from those old perverts, huh? They're all crazy about, whoa, men. But if you're hoping for something more to happen with me, well, you should just forget about it." Then Syria cupped Hoon's face, much to his surprise, and said with eyes full of deep meaning, "I mean, you don't want to be a fly dying in a honeypot like those other scumbags out there, right?" The moment she finished speaking, a loud smacking sound rang out. This sudden turn of events was straight out of a thriller manhwa. Syria had slapped Hoon with incredible force, which finally snapped him back to his senses, but he was still completely stunned by the shock. Syria's face now wore an incredibly freakish smile, like something from a horror manhwa, as she looked at him, and at the same time, a deep, gruff and very angry voice rang out, "Hey you, what do you think you're doing?" Seja had witnessed everything and couldn't contain his rage. Hoon could only clutch his swollen cheek, looking utterly pathetic, while Sarah put on a cute and fawning act for Seja. "Oh my, I knew I sensed the presence of a tall, brawny man, and it turned out to be you." Seja, like a true stoic man one night, seemed completely unfazed by her charms. He simply gripped the sword in his hand, fully prepared to attack at any moment. With the same angry face and deep voice, he said, "Watch your mouth, you wench." But Hoon quickly realized something and screamed internally. "Then why are you hiding behind that pillar to say that?" Meanwhile, Syria was delighted, saying that Seja looked familiar. Hoon jolted when he heard her words, thinking there was no way they could possibly know each other. This unexpected connection is a classic Manhwa twist, but while both men were still dumbfounded and couldn't react, Syria made her move. With a flirtatious air, she purred, "Oh, the golden years between us. I knew no fear in the arms of the ruler of the demon world." As Seja listened, sweat started pouring down his face. His expression was grim, but he was clearly starting to get scared. Syria closed in on Seja and said, "But you look exactly like him." "How can that be? It's unbelievable." Seja was completely on the defensive as she began to touch and seduce him. "And it would be very interesting if your body is just like his, especially in the places only I know about." But Hoon immediately threw cold water on Sarah's fantasy. "Stop dreaming. Seja is my subordinate. The image you're seeing now is something I sculpted with my own hands." This revelation changes the entire dynamic of this manhwa chapter. Besides, Seja wasn't created that long ago. Seja was still frozen stiff, unable to say a word in the face of her seduction. Upon hearing this, Seria's expression changed in an instant. "That's right, I knew it. That's impossible. But why did you suddenly turn to question Seria? Why did you spend so much money to restore my body for me? Are you planning to use me to trap someone?" As he spoke, Hoyan's face turned cold, his aura becoming oppressive as he asked directly, "What is your hidden stat? I know you're restricted because you deliberately cheated to enhance a single stat, a common exploit in this kind of manhwa. But when I checked all your other stats, they were nothing but garbage. In other words, their points were too low for your high level. So there's only one possibility left. You're hiding a stat, intentionally not showing it to me when you signed the contract with me." Hoyan's expression was extremely grim as he confronted Syria. "And there's no reason they would impose a restriction so large just because you maxed out one stat. So tell me the truth, Peeg. What did you really do that made you so pathetic?" Struck a nerve, Syria's face flushed and she was a bit stunned. After deciding what to do, Syria spoke up. "Have you ever heard the story of a woman whose beauty could topple an entire kingdom? It's a bit embarrassing to talk about myself like this, because I was once that woman who could drag an entire kingdom into ruin." As soon as he heard this, Hoyan's entire body trembled uncontrollably. He had realized something because the story sounded terribly familiar, like a plot from a famous manhwa. His face started to contort even more, and a bad feeling rose in his heart. He had begun to vaguely guess Seria's identity. At this moment, Seria smirked triumphantly. "Those rulers and leaders had unceasingly tried every way to possess me. They all tried their best to impress me by showing off their power. A few others also did it because they fell in love with me at first sight." Seria was simply recounting this, but somehow it made Hoyan feel called out. She continued to be immersed in her own glorious past, while some others wanted to use me for political purposes, because I was like a symbol of the one who possessed great power. A classic femme fatale in this kind of manhwa. The chilling feeling from Syria's narcissism didn't just affect Hoyan or Sira, even the subordinates of the Destruction Legion were also silenced. Syria stood there still recounting, and there were many more. The men who wanted to take me as their own possession all shared the same fate, their reputations ruined, losing everything, or even the fall of an entire empire. Hoyan's expression, drawn with such detail in this manhwa, was truly changing unpredictably. He seemed to be falling into despair or panic. He was almost certain of Seria's identity, because in this entire manhwa's labyrinth, there was only one player who fit all the descriptions above, and before he could compose himself, Seria grabbed his face and cooed, "Oh, Winmayer, this time is different. I am the one who needs you, your shares. My hidden stat is Charm, a high-level enchantment ability, a power you only read about in a top-tier manhwa." Seria said as her face was almost touching Hoyan's. She was truly using her enchantment on him. "Usually, just a little skin contact is enough for men to fall head over heels for me. But you're not like that, so will this be effective?" As she spoke, her lips directly pressed against Hoyan's. He was completely unprepared and offered not even a hint of resistance. And just like that, in a scene straight out of a romance manhwa, Seria kissed Hoyan passionately. With the hidden stat, the charm stat finally appeared and was a whopping 13,400. Everyone else there was dumbfounded. Sira was so shocked her eyes were wide and her mouth agape, and the minions on the other side weren't much better. After the passionate kiss, Hoyan immediately passed out, falling backward. Hoyan's mind was in such shock that he couldn't find the words to describe it. That woman was just too terrifying, like a villain straight out of a horror manhwa. The scene now shifts to late that night, at another headquarters of the Black Mountain Guild located in the Eastern District. The wounded man was recounting the story he had witnessed that morning to his comrades, looking truly shocked. In response, the other person spoke up. "Really? Was that wench really that shameless?" The soldier sighed and replied, "I think that was the master's first kiss, too." Just as he finished speaking, Lena walked right up and asked in a low voice, "Is that so?" Her sudden appearance startled the soldier so much that he accidentally screamed. He hadn't sensed any trace of her presence at all, but Lena didn't seem to care. She just walked straight to Hoyan's room. Feverish and lying in his sickbed, Hoyan kept talking in his delirium. Oh, my precious shares, don't go away. You can't steal my first kiss. Why are you making sounds as if you're being forced? Lena's face darkened upon seeing such panic from Hoi-an. Still in his dream, Hoi-an was crying pitifully over his financial losses. Seeing this, Lena gently took the cloth from Hoi-an's forehead and pulled it down to cover his tear-filled eyes. She whispered, I am truly worried about you. There will be no one else here to take care of you like this. Goodbye, master. Then she silently turned and walked away. I wish you all the best. Lena was determined to leave, but it seemed she had been crying. At the end of the second generation, during the war between humans and demons, the first warrior to defeat the Demon King was corrupted by a great power and chose the path of evil, ultimately becoming the great Demon King of the long third generation. This backstory is a crucial part of the manhwa. Countless warriors risked their lives to confront the Demon King. Eventually, the Demon King was defeated and strictly sealed away in a labyrinth-like prison, specifically on the deepest floor of the abyss. However, the Demon King's formidable dark power remained a threat. Monsters born from that darkness continuously poured out, so eventually, a portion of the power used for the seal was converted into defensive magic, laying the foundation for a city. And during those long, dark days, when the fourth generation was born, the generation of the Labyrinth City, the warriors of the fourth generation were very strong, but despite their advance to the deepest floor of the labyrinth, they were defeated by the Demon King's overwhelming power. The art in this manhwa really captures their despair. The Demon King was about to emerge into the world once more, and just as he was about to engulf the entire world, the fifth generation, called the World of the Labyrinth, began. The plot of this manhwa is getting intense. At that moment, Hoi-an had woken up, but he was still in a daze, and was continuously using her deadly charm skill, as she found it strange that he had no reaction, which had never happened before. My charm skill is intended to make everyone fall head over heels for me, regardless of gender or species. But if this kind of attack doesn't work on you, then Saria directly pushed Hoi-an down onto the bed, provoking him. It must be because you're too greedy. In that case, let me try again with higher intensity. The manhwa certainly took a spicy turn here. Absolutely. Hoi-an looked extremely miserable at this point, his eyes sunken, as he was approached intimately again. Hoi-an's body trembled more and more violently, sweat poured down like rain, and his eyes started rolling back. This manhwa really knows how to build tension. Just then, a red alert appeared, and Saria began to wonder about Hoi-an's physical reaction as the system made its announcement, detected a state of excessive mental stress. At the same time, Hoon began to cough violently, completely unable to control his drool any longer, letting it flow out freely. The warning sound blared again. The player's neural synapses are overheating with a risk of fatal shock. Seeing this, Saria laughed like a maniac. What's this? Don't tell me you're about to die? Dream on. I won't let you die that easily. And with that, she frantically tore at Hoi-an's clothes. As the piercing warning sounds grew even more intense with an extremely urgent status, the player's neural synapses are about to reach their dangerous heat tolerance limit. Saria seemed unable to accept this situation. She screamed in desperation, "Do you know how long I've waited for this moment?" Then she lay completely on top of Hoi-an, lowering her voice. I was so close to reaching the Demon King. Then she slowly placed her hand on the face of Hoi-an, who was on the verge of death, and that touch instantly sent Hoi-an into a state of death. When he jolted awake, he had returned to his real body, completely logged out of the game. But the place Hoon was in wasn't his room, but a pure white space. He groggily sat up with a splitting headache, then looked up at the ceiling in surprise. The entire room was completely empty, from the surroundings to the ceiling. At this moment, Hoi-an suddenly realized a problem, a rather serious problem, causing his face to darken. Damn it, did I really die? Tears and snot just started streaming down his face. An overwhelming feeling of despair welled up inside Hoi-an, making him unable to sit still. He staggered to his feet, trying to take one step at a time, and then dashed forward like a moth into the unknown. Hoi-an just ran for his life, not knowing where he was or if there was any end in sight. Inside Hoon's head, he continuously recalled the events that had occurred, trying to piece everything together, like the information broker's warning about the accompanying penalty. Hoon just kept running and crying in despair and self-reproach. But isn't a penalty like this too much? Hoon felt aggrieved thinking about it, because Saria's charm skill didn't affect him at all in this manhwa. He even thought he would be safe, thanks to his extremely low synchronization rate. He even knew he had recognized her when he saw her face up close, and that woman. At that moment, he was shocked, because he knew for sure she was Saria, the Queen of Mercenaries, a high-level player from the fourth generation. She was a player of terrifying power, but was assimilated by her own character in this manhwa, just like Rodius. Saria often used her charm skill to seduce and defeat any of her enemies to finally reach the Demon King. Thinking of this, Hoi-an suddenly remembered something and stopped, panting heavily. He was thinking about a possibility. Had Rodius ever met the Demon King? Hoon kept questioning himself and his heart skipped a beat. Why can't I remember anything? And, why did I escape the labyrinth city in this manhwa's plot? He was desperately trying to rack his brain to remember. He clearly remembered finding an orphanage and then spending time playing happily with his subordinates. He remembered that, but it was clear that Hoon's joy in getting beaten up was also quite strange. Hoyon then recalled that after all that, he had logged out of the game, but shortly after, he decided to start over. He remembered himself saying, well, I couldn't resist back then. Who could do anything to me? It was like, because this super gamer, Hoon, now had some free time. Truly calming down to think, he still wondered why he logged out and gave up on that character in the first place. Hoon tried to close his eyes and reminisce about everything he could, but then he remembered his two subordinates, Katza and Lena. In that moment, his emotions shifted to a somber mood, and now he felt so foolish, bonking himself on the head, telling himself it didn't matter anymore since he was already dead. He decided to be positive, shaking off all those stray thoughts from before, and ignore everything. After all, being dead wasn't so bad, since there was nothing to stress about anymore. Hoon lay there, relaxing, telling himself that unlike last time, his whole life didn't flash before his eyes. It was a peaceful moment in this action-packed manhwa, probably because I lived a full life and didn't have any big regrets. I guess I can finally catch up on sleep for all these past years. Hoon gave a satisfied smile of someone who had finished their life's journey and at the same time was moved by himself to the point of tears. Suddenly, a notification window appeared. You will be released from the special subspace named Reminiscence, and it pulled Hoon out of his peaceful dream. Immediately, he shot up forcefully, constantly wondering, what subspace? So I'm not dead yet? The plot of this manhwa just took an unexpected turn as another wave of teleportation began. Hoon's entire body immediately became unstable, and the system announced another notification, detecting an impact from an external force on the player's entity, initiating an immediate logout, and Hoon was dropped into an endless void. Outside, someone's voice was continuously shaking and calling out to Hoon, and only when that person shouted his full name did he finally snap out of it, truly logging out of the game and finding himself in his room in a complete mess, back to reality. This was a classic return from the game manhwa trope. In a bustling city packed with traffic, inside Hoon's attic apartment in a modest building, Yen was already there, and was carefully handing a glass of water to Hoon. After he woke up, Hoon suddenly called out Yen's name, startling him a bit. In a terrible state, with a pale face and dark circles under his eyes, Hoon asked in a hoarse voice, "Why are you here at this hour?" And Hoon's attitude gradually became a bit agitated, asking again why Yen was in his room. As for Yen, being questioned so suddenly made him a little flustered, and he replied with embarrassment, I came to apologize to you." Hoon, still not fully lucid, looked on in confusion. Yen became even more flustered and hurriedly explained, "I'm serious. It's not just for the mistakes I made when you were playing as character R, but also for the times I ambushed you." Yen's face turned quite serious as he said this, continuing, "But when I got here, I saw your whole body was convulsing violently." Hearing that, Hoon realized that Yen must have arrived right when he was receiving a series of warnings from contacting Syria. This manhwa plot was getting complicated, as Hoon himself didn't know that reaction would happen to his real body too. After a moment of flustered explanation, Yen still tried to properly apologize to Hoon again, and this time Hoon was more relaxed in accepting it, even asking a few questions. "Do you remember Syria?" Yen looked a bit dazed after hearing that name, seemingly surprised that Hoon would bring her up. Hoon took the chance to remind him, she was once infamous in the gaming community for King other players and following the Demon King. She was a legendary villain in this manhwa's world. Syria ran rampant during the 3rd generation, but when some restrictions were imposed on her, in the 4th generation she became like a drifter. After talking for a while about Sarah, Hoon suddenly paused for a moment, his parched lips moving hesitantly. Looking straight into Yen's eyes, he asked, "Besides, do you remember why I quit playing last time, Yen?" Yen wasn't sure either, just saying, "Well, I'm not really sure what happened after you cleared the final stage on the deepest level of the labyrinth." Hearing this, Hoon seemed to have an epiphany. Seeing his agitated reaction made Yen's face turn pale. "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong again?" Hoon just gave Yen a brief answer before sinking into his own thoughts, a look of undisguised shock in his eyes. Because his suspicion was correct? My God, really? I really did reach the deepest level of the labyrinth. I just kept thinking about it. Now it's clear. I completely lost my memories after reaching that deepest level. After a moment of agitation and trying to calm himself down, Hoon prepared to log back into the game, a pivotal moment in this manhwa. Yen was quite worried and had to ask again, "Are you sure about this?" Not only did Hoon confirm he was fine, but he also had an extremely important reason behind it, which was Syria. Without him there, who knows what she might do. The thought made him grit, his teeth, his chest tight with anger. Yen then asked hesitantly, I was also wondering, why don't you continue with the character? Rodius? Hoon, of course, didn't answer, and just asked why he was asking that. Yen was quite flustered, stammering, as he explained, well, I think it would be easier for you to continue conquering the game if you kept the character Rodius. He's like a true Manhwa legend. Hoon thought so too. Yen continued, so, thinking that, I actually wanted to tell you this. It might be a good idea if you continued playing this game as Rodius. Hoon sensed something was off and started to sit up. Asked for a clearer explanation, while Hoon was trying to explain that his only goal was to clear the labyrinth, and then wondered why Yen had made such a sudden suggestion. A hand reached toward where he was lying. Yen placed his hand on Hoon's virtual reality machine, as if to stop him from sitting up, and said, if your goal is really to beat the labyrinth, then that's one more reason why you should seek out Rodius. I'm truly sorry for everything, Hoon. I used you before, and I wasn't even grateful. As he spoke, Yen directly interfered with Hoon's login process, causing him to panic a little. Hey, what is this? Why are you suddenly doing this? Who provoked you? But Hoon couldn't hear any more answers. The game had been activated, and his entire body was being forcibly pulled into the game by the system, like a classic manhwa protagonist. He could only scream Yen's name before passing out, cursing inwardly, this son of a b. I bet he knows something. And after that, the system quickly brought Hoon back into the labyrinth world, a setting straight out of a fantasy manhwa, with the option to cancel the login. But just a second later, Hoon woke up with a start, in the body of Win Hamir, even shouting, cancel. But it was too late. He was helpless as he saw the notification in front of him. Cannot cancel login because the player is already connected to the server. Looking at it, Hoon trembled with anger. Then why the hell did you ask? Before he could recover, a familiar, sweet voice rang in his ear. Oh my, you look much more lively than before. Hoon immediately whipped his head around, and when he saw Saria's face, his expression instantly contorted, but he was even more startled, and had to scream because she was tied up in a corner, a classic damsel in distress manhwa scene. But it seemed Saria wasn't too bothered, still in the mood to laugh softly and ask him, sleep well? Another hand reached out and gripped Hoon's shoulder tightly, making him freeze. CG from the shadows, breathing creepily on the back of his neck. I tied her up before she could harm you, my lord. Now all you need to do is say the word, and I'll kill her instantly. Sha hid behind Hoi-an, grinning bizarrely. Not only did this scare Hoi-an, giving him the chills, but he couldn't help but wonder, how could he act so tough when he was clearly terrified, and when did he even get here? Sai grew more enthusiastic. She may be a formidable opponent, but I'm always ready to take her down with me using my ultimate bedpan attack, a move worthy of a manhwa. As he spoke, Sha began to activate the skill, causing Hoi-an's eyes to bulge as if they would pop out. He scolded him, are you trying to kill me first, you idiot? After being scolded, Sha calmed down, standing in a corner with a guilty, sulking face. Hoi-an held his head in frustration and asked, so how did you manage to tie her up? When you said you could only defeat her with that ultimate bedpan attack, did she not resist at all? I couldn't do a thing. Saria spoke up, answering with a seductively delicate posture. She said, he looks so much like my lover, so I couldn't bring myself to use my power on him. Hoi-an's face darkened as he watched her ride like that, a look of disbelief on his face, like he was watching a cringy manhwa scene. He then slowly approached Saria, step by step, and when Hoi-an spoke, the strangely deep tone of his voice startled Sai a little. Speaking of lovers, do you mean the Demon King? Hoi-an stood looking down at her from above with an incredibly heavy gaze. Hit right where it hurt, Saria was speechless, her lips freezing up, unable to say another word. Hoi-an's suspicions were further confirmed. His face darkened as he commanded in a cold voice, Sha, get out. But Sha seemed a little reluctant. Hoi-an no longer had his earlier relaxed demeanor. He looked at Sha coldly and ordered decisively, get the hell out. In Sia's eyes, this annoyed expression was a symbol he worshipped from his master, so he immediately chuckled to himself in delight and obeyed. After the door closed, the atmosphere in the room suddenly grew heavy, the pressure becoming immense, just like in a thriller manhwa. Saria spoke first to dispel the tension with a smirk. Why did you hide me here? Are you plotting something? But Hoi-an's response was an unforgiving expose. You are Saria, the queen of all mercenaries, aren't you? Saria was truly shocked by Hoi-an's knowledge. This manhwa was getting too real for her, and she struggled restlessly, asking a barrage of questions. How do you know that? Who are you really? Hoi-an calmly said, in truth, in this entire manhwa, there's only one brainless fool who sided with the Demon King and uses a charming skill. So now I'll ask you directly. Do you remember anything before the limiting effect was placed on you? That question made Saria fall silent, and she furrowed her brow and pursed her lips, saying nothing. After a moment of thought, she had to admit to Hoi-an that she herself couldn't remember anything either. And right after that, Hoyon moved closer, saying he was the same, which surprised her. He untied her and continued, "The reason you're desperately searching for the Demon King, is it to regain your lost memories?" Once freed, she lunged forward and shouted, "How do you know that? Tell me. You're the game master, aren't you? This whole setup is like a predictable manhwa. Cooperate with me." Hoyon made his offer while Syria was still stunned and unable to react. Then he repeated it, extending his hand towards her and saying, "Let's go find the Demon King together, because I am Rodius Erigo and I've lost my memories just like you." A classic manhwa protagonist. Syria placed her hand on her chin, looking at Hoon with suspicion and a thoughtful voice. "As I understand it, we lost our memories at the very end of the labyrinth, and if we go back there, our memories will return, right?" Hoon, standing before her, confirmed that this was absolutely correct. Faced with Hoon's calm demeanor, Syria asked why he wanted to get his memories back, but Hoon just rubbed the back of his neck, dodging the question and asking Syria in return what her reason was for wanting her memories back. Faced with Hoon's question, Syria fell silent and stared at the ground. Her face darkened as she hesitantly opened her mouth. "I am the same. It doesn't matter what the reason is, but I know I was very happy back then." In Syria's memory, an image of herself fighting confidently appeared, with her sword pointed forward, an incredibly carefree smile on her face. The flashback ended, and Syria covered her mouth and giggled, looking at Hoon and saying, "It would be a shame to forget all that excitement, wouldn't it?" Seeing Syria like this, Hoon seemed evasive again. He agreed with her perfunctorily, which seemed to displease her. Syria suddenly grabbed Hoon's chin and forced him to face her, startling him. At the same time, Syria said, "I'm very happy that we share the same goal. I need you to keep a secret from me." Hoon's face was forced close to her enchanting and dangerous gaze. Hoon hesitated and asked what the secret was. At that moment, Syria's face took on an unusually dangerous expression, like a villain from a dark fantasy manhwa, and she said, "The fact that I am Syria." Instantly, a shiver ran down Hoon's spine, his face turning pale as cold sweat poured down. He quickly pushed Syria away and stammered his agreement. In contrast to Hoon's fearful reaction, Syria just smiled as if she had been joking. Seeing Syria turn away, Hoon clutched his chest and breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "I thought she was going to use her enchantment on me again. Did I just team up with someone who wants to harm me way too quickly?" He watched Syria's back as she walked out, then her voice suddenly echoed from the doorway. "You just made things easier. I was originally planning to drain you dry and then toss you aside and enter the labyrinth by myself." Syria revealed her plan with a treacherous smile that terrified Hoon, a classic moment in this kind of manhwa. He was silently grateful that he had formed a team with her. After Syria left, Shah asked Hoon if he was done talking, and Hoon replied that they should get going. Hoon rubbed his chin, contemplating their next move. Meanwhile, Shah suddenly flashed a terrifying smile and exclaimed, "I was so moved. You quickly discarded your weak but loyal subordinates for your own ambition. It's wonderful." Shah's smile had a sick, twisted quality, like a character from a psychological manhwa, and then he suddenly burst into a maniacal laugh. "I thought you'd stick with that wench and that brat, but you're not even planning to look for them." Hoon was stunned by Shah's confession and didn't understand a thing. He looked at Shah as if he were looking at a madman, and in a flash, he was horrified to realize the truth that he had completely forgotten about Lena and Jave, and his mind screamed in agony. This manhwa is full of twists. The scene changes to a dark dungeon. Lucas burst through the door with an unfriendly greeting. Hearing the noise, Raymond was startled and turned his head to ask who had broken in. He was furious, but instead of an answer, what met his eyes was an unconscious person being thrown at him, which made him momentarily gasp. Lucas watched the man slam into Ramen, his anger simmering and ready to explode. He growled, "Where did you get the nerve to plant someone in my place? A spy, no less? A crime boss digging up other people's dirt is pretty pathetic, don't you think?" Lucas's face was as dark as a storm cloud, wanting to make mincemeat of Ramen. Seeing this, Ramen broke out in a cold sweat as Lucas's fury erupted, making the air feel tinged with a deadly aura. He spoke sarcastically, "You look like a cowardly rat." Following Lucas's questioning, Ramen, the lowly, despicable demon, knelt before him and hastily explained that he had his reasons. Lucas looked at him and the still unconscious spy, which made Ramen even more frantic, urgently insisting that he truly needed the help of Lucas. But Lucas didn't seem convinced. His gaze was full of contempt as he asked what Ramen's reason was. In his fear, he screamed, "The Soul Reaper is hunting the Black Mountain Guild," but his words had no effect on Lucas. He indifferently stated he didn't care if the Black Mountain Guild disappeared, but then Ramen questioned him in return. Half his face shrouded in shadows, his expression unreadable. But what if the Soul Reaper doesn't want to eliminate them? What if the Soul Reaper joins forces with the monster named Zia? For a moment, the faces of the Soul Reaper, Hoon, and Sieja appeared in both their minds. Ramen's words were tempting, as he painted a scenario of Hoon ordering both Sieja and the Soul Reaper to charge into battle, a vision where all of them were defeated, while the other three stood tall as victors. At the same time, Raymond's voice rang out, "Of the 6 powers, only the 4 of us remain. Do you think we have a chance of winning?" As if by Raymond's words, provoked, Lucas gritted his teeth in anger, veins bulging. By now, Raymond was standing on equal footing with Lucas, who asked him what he wanted. Ramen looked at him seriously, then said in a low voice that he wanted to form an alliance with him. In the gloomy setting of the room, Ramen slowly revealed his plan to Lucas. "We will use the upcoming black market as an opportunity to eliminate Hoon." On the table, a stark white skull lay as if it were Raymond's death sentence for Hoon, but it didn't stop there. Raymond continued to persuade Lucas to cooperate with him. Unfortunately, Lucas wasn't so easily swayed. As he said, if they disappear, Zija will go berserk, and that's an opportunity. But Ramen remained extremely resolute, his gaze unwavering and his voice without a hint of hesitation. "As long as we claim we acted under the orders of the Soul Reaper, then he will unleash his wrath upon him." Hearing this, Lucas let out a grim, amused smile. The cigarette butt crushed between his teeth, and then he burst out laughing, completely satisfied with Ramen's plan. Lucas looked deep into Ramen's eyes and asked what the others had said about this plan, but Ramen just coldly told him he didn't need to worry about that. Footsteps were heard. It was Sigma and Isaac approaching. Lucas followed Raymond's gaze, and at the same time, his voice rang out, "We've all been waiting here." It was unclear how long the two had been there, but they looked unusually calm, not at all surprised by Ramen's words. In an instant, Lucas realized Ramen had calculated every detail, a plot worthy of a manhwa detail. Finally, he got serious. Lucas took the cigarette out of his mouth, looked at the other two, and asked Raymond to tell him the detailed plan. The scene shifts to Hoon's group headquarters, where night had fallen with a brilliant starry sky and bright lights. The main doors of the headquarters opened, and Hoon, leading the way, asked his comrades again about the information on Yusa. He rubbed his chin, frowning to himself. The guy's insanely strong, so he'll be hard to take down, right? Seeing this, Sato interjected, saying that he was a former member of a criminal gang, but Hoon turned and disagreed. They still have Jiaja, who isn't weak either. Saito didn't argue, but just said that Yusa also. There were hostages, and it wouldn't be easy for Shah to defeat him either. According to his story, an image appeared showing Lena and Jave captured by Yusa Hoon. Hearing this, he had no choice but to tell everyone to head to the market first, thinking to himself that the place was rumored to have countless valuable items, so he just needed to find the right item or a new ally there before rescuing the two of them. At least, that would increase his chances of winning. Thinking this, Hoi-on clenched his fist and smiled with the extreme confidence of a shonen manhwa protagonist. Soon, the door to the black market was right in front of him. Hoi-on confidently threw it open, brimming with faith and hope. At the same time, his inner voice declared, "Once I bring Lena back, I can enter the labyrinth." But just as the door swung open, all 4 leaders of the black market were standing there with joyful faces, as if they had been waiting for a long time. Instantly, Hoi-on slammed the door shut, plunging the area into a dead silence. His expression froze as cold sweat poured down, and with a forced smile, he completely rethought entering the black market, deciding he should probably find Lena first instead. Beneath a sky full of twinkling stars, the moon hung high, casting a soft glow that was obscured by the bare branches of trees. The moonlight cut through the cold night mist, where on the deserted road, a solitary figure walked forward. It was Lena, who lifted her head and looked up with an expression that was hard to read. She was staring at a dilapidated old mansion that looked like a scene from a horror manhwa, as if it had been abandoned long ago. Passing through the ruined gate, Lena stepped into the gloomy mansion. As she advanced, the interior of the villa was revealed to be old and rusted, covered everywhere in thick dust. Upon reaching a certain spot, Lena let out a soft sigh and removed her hood. Her eyes gazed ahead at a giant portrait. The person in the painting appeared to be of high status, a common narrative device in many a manhwa, but their face was obscured by a red curtain and could not be seen clearly. The curtain's shadow was cast over the figure's face, and after countless years, the fabric had become tattered, as if to speak of the cruelty of faded glory. Lena gazed sadly at the painting in a moment of complete silence. She was lost in a memory, seeing the back of the person in the portrait as immensely broad and steady, and a voice spoke. "As long as we're happy, that's what's important, Lena." Back then, she was just a child, and upon hearing those words, she stood stunned, staring blankly ahead while ignoring the smoke and fire behind her. Back in the present, Lena looked at the painting with sorrow-filled eyes. She choked up, hugging herself, and said, "I miss you, Rodius." The manhwa flashes back 10 years, according to the labyrinth's timeline, to a time before the Imperial War broke out in the Western District, when all things were still peaceful, untouched by war. Moonlight streamed through a barred window into a basement, from which the sound of harsh clanging could be heard. As the moonlight illuminated the room, it was revealed to be a training hall with iron hooks and wooden training dummies. At the same time, The sound of weapons clashing echoed non-stop. Yusa stood in a corner of the room with his arms crossed, speaking coldly to the person before him like a classic Manhwa antagonist. You still can't let go of those useless emotions. It's clear you don't even meet the basic requirements of an assassin. Before him was a small figure, their back turned, with heavy panting echoing through the dim space. Their expression was unreadable. Then in a flash, the child whipped their head around, their eyes cold and sharp, as the dagger in their hand shot forward like the wind, but with a mere flick of his hand, Yusa easily deflected the surprise attack. The blade of the dagger plunged deep into the wall, creating a brilliant spark that showed the incredible power levels often seen in this manhwa. Yusa turned his head to look at the child before him. It was young Lena. She maintained her defensive stance and glared fiercely at him, her eyes filled with killing intent. She asked Zusa in an ice-cold tone, telling him to shut up about any feelings that weren't related to food. Seeing Lena so angry, Zusa just casually teased her for being the kind of assassin who only works on a full stomach, which made Lena furious, pointing a vegetable straight at Zusa's face, as if she wanted to put him on the chopping block right then and there. However, Lena's anger instantly deflated when she saw the piece of bread Zusa tossed over. He criticized Lena for being gluttonous while telling her it was time for her first mission. However, Lena didn't care at all. She struggled to chew the rock-hard bread, not paying any attention to what Zusa was saying. He didn't seem to mind much either, and simply told Lena to follow him. By now, the sun was high in the sky, making the two figures leaping across the rooftops stand out, a scene straight from an action manhwa, incredibly conspicuous. Lena took off her hood and stared in surprise at the place before them, at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Zusa opened his mouth to criticize her for being slow, which infuriated Lena. Then, the two of them stood on the rooftop and talked. Zusa asked if the building in front of them had caught her eye, and Lena said yes, asking if it was a fortress. Before them stood an unusually massive and imposing building, almost like a castle from a fantasy manhwa. At the same time, Zusa's voice rang out, "No, this is an orphanage." Hearing Zusa's explanation, Lena was curious about what an orphanage was, which made him pause and think for a moment before blurting out that it was the most useless place in this country. The light cast Zusa's face in shadow, making it so no one could tell what his expression was as he said those words. Down in the orphanage's courtyard, a group of people were playing with each other. One child threw a ball to another, and a baseball bat sent the ball flying, creating a loud crack. Lena saw this and her eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Are they practicing throwing too?" In an instant, the bat hit the ball away. Suddenly, a figure cheerfully ran out, calling the children to come eat. The ball soared in an arc through the clear sky before curving back like a lightning bolt and smashing right into the face of the person who had just appeared, cutting off the words he was saying and replacing them with a The figure stumbled backward amidst the chatter of the children below. This wasn't the first time he'd been in this situation. This comical scene, fit for a gag manhwa, made Zusa hesitate for a moment before informing Lena that this was her first target. Lena let out a breath and replied with a look of contempt, "You mean that weakling who can't even dodge a ball? He looks like he's about to die." As if to illustrate her point, Rodius was lying flat on the ground, not moving at all. Zusa was unfazed and said that was her only target. Hearing this, Lena averted her eyes with a smirk, and she cheerfully said that she would take care of this mission quickly. In contrast to Lena's relaxed demeanor, Zusa fell silent, his face darkening and his voice hesitant. The initiation test for the crime syndicate won't be as simple as it seems in a manhwa. "Good luck, Lena. It's time to prove your worth." But she was already far away and didn't hear his words. Lena's face was cold as she looked down below. It was only then revealed that she was currently just 6 years old, an enforcer for the crime syndicate and a subordinate of Zeus's. The orphanage lay within Lena's sight, the quiet scene reminiscent of the calm before the storm in a suspense manhwa. Inside a room at the orphanage, Rodius was groaning in pain. Outside the room, the servants gossiped among themselves, surprised to see him taken down by such a small ball. The male servant seemed suspicious, while the maid denied it immediately. Gil asked Brambach if something had happened in the labyrinth, because she thought Rodius seemed weaker than before. But Brambach was hesitant and unsure, saying he always found him weak. Behind his back, a small figure was silently watching, and while the two were busy gossiping about Rodius, Lena had already tiptoed inside like a cunning little mouse. Like a passing breeze, she quickly hid in a corner of the hallway, cautiously glancing around as she placed her hand on the door to Rodius's room. Seeing no one nearby, she immediately placed both hands on the heavy wooden door. Closing her eyes for a moment to center herself, Lena's body began to emit a soft, magical glow. A moment later, she passed right through Rodius's door by activating her unique assassination skill, a classic manhwa trope called spatial separation. Although the skill was useful, it left Lena feeling dizzy, and she walked in a staggering way as if drunk, telling herself she didn't want to use that skill again. Suddenly, she noticed her target lying on the bed not far away. Lena instantly sobered up and glanced around the room, her attention landing on a giant portrait of Rodius. Lena couldn't help but silently curse that Rodius was a real weirdo for hanging such a huge painting in his room. In his delirium, Rodius kept groaning, urging the children to eat. He had no idea that he himself was in danger. Lena reached for her dagger, wondering why she had to be the one to take care of such a strange person like Rodius. Even so, Lena's hand was steady as she raised the sharp dagger, her eyes cold as ice, ready to plunge it into Rodius's body. This is no time for complaints, she told herself as she thrust the blade down. The heavy thud would have sent a chill down anyone's spine, followed by a ripping sound. Suddenly, feathers began to drift through the air. It was these feathers that had stopped her blade, and Lena frowned, not understanding what was happening. The dagger was embedded deep in the pillow. The gleaming blade seemed to announce her failure in this Manhwa scene. Rodius was still sound asleep, but the way he turned in his sleep left Lena extremely confused. She wasn't sure if he had just dodged or not, but it didn't really matter to Lena. She looked at Rodius's unguarded back and raised her dagger high, preparing for her second attempt. Rodius was still sleeping deeply, seemingly unaware that a blade was aimed right at him. Lena activated her consecutive strike skill, a common power in many a manhwa, and the dagger in her hand struck down repeatedly. At the same time, a skill notification informed her that she had executed 3 consecutive strikes. The sharp, murderous thrusts rained down, but not a single one managed to hit Rodius. He dodged them all simply by turning in his sleep, which Lena found completely incomprehensible. Witnessing her repeated failures, Lena was in such a state of panic that she had to ask herself if Rodius was truly asleep, especially after seeing him dodge her killing blow once again. She raised her dagger high again, intending to continue her assault on Rodius. Failing to kill Rodius with her fatal strikes forced Lena to make a decision she hadn't originally intended to make. She gritted her teeth and focused her power to activate her ultimate skill, Wasp Sting, an ultimate move that made it impossible for the opponent to dodge. But at that very moment, the door opened and a man's feet came into view. The sound forced Lena to cancel her technique, her expression instantly becoming wary. No need for silent curses, the scene became incredibly awkward. The person who just entered was about to call for Rodius, but instantly fell silent because of the sight of Lena holding a knife, while she maintained her gaze full of murderous intent on the newcomer. It turned out the person who had just opened the door was Brownbox, and he froze at the scene before him. Lena was no different, looking at Brownbox with annoyance, unable to speak. After that moment of awkwardness, Brownbox's brain started working again and he cried out with a pale face. A scream from Lena, seeing she had a witness, also rang out at the same time, her expression like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. The scene changes, like a panel shift in a manhwa, to an image of Zusa, coldly giving instructions to the assassin not just to eliminate the target but also to sow fear in others and let that terror haunt them relentlessly, a privilege that only we assassins possess. Those words were deeply engraved in Lena's mind by Zusa since she was a child. Back in the present, Rodius had woken up and was startled, not believing his own eyes. He couldn't believe that the child who was tied up before him and struggling to get free was the culprit who tried to assassinate him. Even though Lena was tied up, she still tried to threaten to kill Rodius, making him feel somewhat helpless against her aggressive attitude. But it was that very attitude that made Rodius somewhat believe her identity as an assassin from a criminal syndicate, a common setup in action manhwa. Realizing this, Rodius suddenly chuckled because he saw that Lena had underestimated him. In the empty and spacious dining hall of the orphanage, devoid of people, Rodius's voice rang out very clearly. "Listen, you're not the first person to come to this orphanage to assassinate me." Rodius looked down at Lena and calmly stated this harsh truth, causing Lena to fall silent for a moment. After Rodius finished speaking, Gil also spoke up, agreeing with Rodius that he had been underestimated by that criminal syndicate, which is why they sent Lena here. Gil squatted down, using a friendly tone to ask why Lena came here to assassinate a useless person like Rodius, but Lena just grumpily demanded food and cursed directly at Gil. That curse made Gil's face darken immediately. Behind her gentle smile was an indescribable chill. Gil's anger had completely erupted, a frightening sight in this manhwa. She rolled up her sleeves and started mocking Lena, forcing Rodius to hastily intervene, saying that Lena was just a child and she shouldn't take it personally. But Gil was not deterred by his words, believing that even if they let Lena go, she would just come back anyway. Although, Rodius quickly stopped her, saying they couldn't kill Lena. However, those words didn't make Lena feel grateful at all. She gritted her teeth and acted fierce, but Gil thought they should teach Lena a lesson. Hearing that, Rodius suddenly realized something. He stopped holding Gil back and, while putting an arm around her shoulder, shouted towards Lena, offering her to become his subordinate. This very shout made the entire atmosphere fall silent. Both Lena and Gil looked towards Rodius, a dramatic pause often seen in manhwa. Lena's attitude changed. She looked over at Rodius and asked him, not understanding what a subordinate was. But at this moment, Rodius couldn't answer Lena because he himself was being hit by Gil for this habit of recruiting people as his subordinates. This comedic moment broke the tension of the manhwa. Rodius tried to start explaining but couldn't. Right at that moment, Lena spoke up, interrupting them and making both of them stop and look at her. Lena looked at the two of them with the curious eyes of a child, asking them to explain the words subordinate to her. The tone of the manhwa shifted instantly. Rodius, hearing this, scratched his ear and said that becoming a subordinate meant Lena would get to eat for free. This made Gil immediately. Rodius's words terrified Lena, but she hesitated and asked again about the free food, drool unconsciously dripping from her mouth. In an instant, Lena's face brightened, and she asked Rodius to make her his subordinate. Lena's bright expression stunned Rodius. He was amazed by her sudden change, and after a moment, Rodius burst out laughing. He welcomed Lena as a member of the orphanage. Meanwhile, Gil could only sigh helplessly, a stark contrast to Lena's joy. But just then, Gil cut in and reminded Rodius of the promise between them. Rodius turned to look at her. He seemed to have no memory of his promise to Gil. At that moment, Gil landed a heavy slap across his face and reminded him. The promise was that he would get slapped if he brought any more children here. At the same time, the system's voice announced that Lena had become Rodius's subordinate. Outside the orphanage, the system explained the mechanism for acquiring subordinates, a classic manhwa trope. It allows a player to create or form a contract with an NPC, which is only nullified if the player dies or voluntarily ends the relationship. Inside the orphanage, Gil was explaining the rules to Lena, the main one being to obey Rodius. At the same time, the system also dictates that subordinates must obey the player without question. Currently, Lena had been given new clothes and was following the order to eat well, sleep well, be friendly with everyone, and be happy, just as Gil instructed. According to the rules of this manhwa system, if a contract isn't mutually agreed upon, it will be dissolved upon a new invitation. Gil then led Lena to the bedroom and told her to find an empty bed to sleep in. Lena obediently listened. Gil whispered that she would introduce her to everyone tomorrow. As Lena looked for a bed, the system announced another rule. A player can have multiple subordinates, but a subordinate can only have one master. Lena curiously touched the bed in front of her. The moment she pressed down, she realized how soft it was. After settling onto the bed, Lena pulled her legs up and flopped down, her eyes wide open as she stared into space. The cold figure of Zusa appeared in her mind. She lay there, suddenly realizing she was thinking of Zusa. The scene abruptly changed in a way often seen in a manhwa. Lena's face was filled with shock, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She was an adult now, and in front of her stood Zusa, holding a sword that was piercing through her abdomen. Blood gushed from the wound, staining the lower half of her body. She looked down at the wound in her abdomen as Zusa's voice rang out. "I knew you would come here. Your only strength is your apathy." Lena's eyes blazed with fury. She growled Zusa's name, but before she could say more, Zusa pulled the sword out, causing her to cough up blood. The only thing that remained was his cold voice, personal feelings. They will lead you straight to death. Zusa's face was completely devoid of emotion as he spoke. The blood splattered on his cheek, only highlighting his cruelty. Then, Zusa turned and walked away, leaving Lena to stagger and collapse as she died. Lena weakly mumbled an apology for not being able to protect her master. Her face was filled with sorrow, and the long streaks of blood on the ruined floor seemed to say that her life was fading. Images of Sigma, Lucas, Isaac, and the Soul Reaper appeared one by one. They were the 6 great powers, who ruled the criminal underworld of the labyrinth. Moonlight bathed the building owned by this underworld, as a voice narrated softly. In this place, the 6 great powers rarely appear together. That's just how it is in the black market. But at this very moment, in a classic Manhwa power display, Faraman and the Soul Reaper stood side by side on a high rooftop, surveying the scene. Down below, directly beneath them, figures were scattered like ants across the vast plaza as someone's inner thoughts echoed. This is the metropolis for the underworld's criminal gangs, a classic setting for any action manhwa. And to survive here, one needs to be extremely cunning, and it is in this very place that I, Raymond, will wield my sword for my own purpose. Raymond gazed down coldly, his scheme becoming crystal clear. The Soul Destroyer stood right before him, and deep within, an ambition ignited to eliminate the Soul Destroyer, and the Black Mountain Guild to protect the stability of the 6 great powers, as well as his own goals. Then, Raman suddenly spoke up, asking the Soul Destroyer, "Are you satisfied?" To Raman's question, the Soul Destroyer casually replied, "I am very pleased, because now that the Black Mountain Guild has joined, we have become stronger." Both of their gazes were directed downwards and towards Hoi An. His dejected appearance was visible to them as Raman spoke. "You seem to hold that guy in high regard, don't you?" Raman's seemingly displeased remark prompted the Soul Destroyer to explain, "I'm sure you are also well aware that the reason the 6 great powers exist is to destroy order, to maintain destruction." As she said that, her eyes were like a bottomless abyss, utterly terrifying. The silhouettes of both Raman and the Soul Destroyer seemed to merge, creating an iconic Manhwa image. Meanwhile, the Soul Destroyer's words continued. Strength alone is not enough. We also need the attention and influence over others. That's why the existence of the Black Mountain Guild is necessary. Their reputation is what we need. The Soul Destroyer looked down. With a cold and ruthless expression, her purpose completely laid bare to Raman. The figures of Hoyan's group of 4 entered in their line of sight. They were completely unaware of the Soul Destroyer's scheme as she continued speaking to Raman. Order will eventually collapse. Therefore, I hope this won't lead to me pointing my sword at you. After hearing the Soul Destroyer's words, Raman fell into silence. Shadows draped over him, creating an unpredictable aura. Then, the Soul Destroyer turned to leave, and Raman, not knowing where she was going, asked. But the Soul Destroyer only replied coldly, "My business here is done. I'll leave the black market in your hands." The Soul Destroyer said this without even bothering to look back. Her silhouette blended with the deep darkness, as if she intended to sink into it. The scene shifted, like a panel transition in a manhwa, to Hoi-On's strained face as he looked ahead with frustration. Beside him, Sarah was struggling just as much as Hoi-On, panting heavily to catch his breath. Deep inside, Hoi-On let out a curse. All around Hoi-On's group were deep craters, as if something heavy had slammed into the ground. With a look of horror, Hoi-On silently questioned what was happening. He began to recall the moment he and the others entered the black market. He had clearly been very cautious, but when the 4 members of the 6 great powers appeared, he felt their gazes were like they wanted to eat him alive. Even though they didn't attack, the tension in this manhwa is palpable. Their expressions were enough to intimidate anyone. Hoi-On hesitated, thinking he had been docile enough as a new member of the 6 great powers. But unlike Hoi-On, Sarah calmly said she felt something was wrong. Her words made Hoi-On pay attention, looking at the criminal gang members lined up neatly and fully armed, and the monsters that were fumbling around, screaming and attacking Hoi-On's group. Standing in the center, surrounded by 3 members of the 6 great powers, Sarah's voice also came to a clear conclusion. "They're closing in on us." A moment of hesitation appeared on Hoi-On's face, but serious still, continuing the discussion about the trouble they were in. High above, Raymond stood imposingly and called out to the members of the 6 great powers. Sarah looked at him with a knowing gaze, a smile forming on her face, as if they were about to ambush us. As if confirming her words, Raymond ordered them to attack with a blank expression. A chill spread through the air, and the minions of the 6 great powers heard Raman's command and immediately rushed forward to attack. But just a moment later, one of them was flattened on the ground, unable to believe his own eyes. A large shadow loomed over him, and he screamed in fear of their group's true strength. The power on display was like something from a top-tier manhwa. If Sujia was right in front of him. Following that was a chilling slash, as the great sword in Sujia's hand swung, causing countless men to fall down. He was enraged that someone dared to attack his master, and with a whoosh, he swung his sword. The face hidden deep under his hood enhanced his terrifying presence, and in an instant, the blade slashed down with frightening power, sending the surrounding people flying in all directions. It was a fatal blow. After clearing out some of the enemies, Sujia quickly turned his head back to check on Hoi-On's condition. He told Sarah that he was fine, but Hoi-On didn't notice someone swinging a sword at him from behind. Suddenly, several blades shot out like lightning, and the one who was about to attack Hoi-On was struck and killed instantly. It was then that Hoi-On noticed what had happened behind him, a person with blazing red eyes. A pink aura clung to his body. He was the one who had stabbed the person trying to ambush Hoi-On. 3 people who were supposed to be enemies were now standing around Hoi-On, protecting him in the center. He looked at them in complete confusion. This entire manhwa is full of unpredictable alliances. The ground moving with grace. At the same time, a voice stopped Hoi-On, "Stay back." It was Sarah, and she was casting a wide area charm spell and said, "They are after you, Winham." Under the influence of the charm, the minions who were originally from the 6 great powers seemed to go berserk and screamed as they attacked others. All of them began to slaughter each other. Sarah looked on, leaving only a satisfied silhouette behind. The battle had not yet reached its end, and all the minions of the 6 great powers were still fighting with fierce determination, with figures clashing everywhere and bodies lying scattered next to numerous deep pits. While people were fighting in the distance, Sarah looked annoyed at being dragged into the trouble, while Hoi-On was terrified by her power. Hoi-On wiped his sweat and said uncomfortably, "I don't even know if this is their plan or not." Suddenly, a laugh from somewhere broke out, making Hoi-On frown. Lucas was laughing as he approached him and praised, "The Black Mountain Guild truly lives up to its name. I'm really impressed. Your growth is like that of a manhwa protagonist." Lucas's face was filled with extreme interest. At the same time, a system notification appeared, clearly stating Lucas's identity as the person ranked 3rd among the 6 great powers. Suddenly, footsteps approached from another direction, a pair of small feet came into view, and a voice softly said, Your soul reeks of blood and slaughter. You want this too, don't you? Isk, the second-ranked person of the six great powers, appeared with his subordinate. His appearance was elegant yet stained with a thirst for blood. Another direction, he also appeared, the one ranked fourth among the six great powers. Right in front of Hoi-On, a figure appeared with a declaration. The six great powers will not go down so easily, because we will destroy you first before you attack us. Ramen appeared in an attack stance. The system notification identified him as the leader of the six great powers. Their sudden appearance made Hoon scream in fear. Deep down, he was incredibly desperate, with tears streaming down his face, because initially, he only wanted to compensate for the damages he had caused. In the middle of the empty square, four leaders of the six great powers stood facing Hoon's group. Raymond was gathering a sphere of dark magic in his hand and spoke his mind. As the mastermind of the Black Mountain Guild, I figured, you were well aware of our plans. Evil was never the sole objective of the six great powers. Hearing this, from the middle of the crowd, Hoon stared in utter confusion. His face looked constipated as he cursed inwardly. I wasn't thinking about anything at all, was I? Suddenly, a steely hand clenched as if it had just realized something. It was Ex's hand. His eyes glinted menacingly as he broke into a cryptic smile. So you had planned it all, Master. At the same time, a disdainful smile appeared on Shriya's face as she said, Did you really think my ally, we, couldn't figure out your plan? Shriya and Exja, flanking Hoon, they were brimming with fighting spirit, while he himself drooped like a plucked chicken. He was crying his eyes out, helplessly letting them do whatever they wanted, like a side character in a tragic manhwa. Suddenly, a voice caught Hoon's attention. Then let this moment mark the first step in eliminating arrogant players like you. Esma unleashed iron chains from her body, which shot towards Hoon as Esma screamed, Today is the day you fall. Hoon watched her attack, the whole scene unfolding like a dramatic manhwa panel and not understanding why she would say that. All four members of the six great powers charged forward to attack, and even as Esma's hook was right before his eyes, Hoon's only thought was a classic manhwa trope. Why did the NPCs want to eliminate the players? A terrifying screech rang out, sparks flying as Exja blocked Esma's attack. Seeing her attack fail, Esma hurled an insult at Exja. Even if you're strong, you're still just someone else's dog. Exja's hands tightened around his greatsword, making a heavy sound. He angrily swung his sword at her to shut her up, but she didn't flinch, calmly criticizing Exja for being too slow. For a moment, Exja was distracted, completely unaware that Lucas was launching a sneak attack on him from behind. The old man charged forward with his fist raised, an excited smile on his face as he said, What's wrong with a sneak attack? Because war is a team game. His fist, glowing with an aura typical in this kind of action manhwa, held an explosive power and landed squarely on Exja's stomach, causing him. It was so powerful that it sent Exja flying and crashing to the ground. Seeing this, a panicked Hoon called out Exja's name in fear. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings caught his attention. Isk was flying right above Hoon and warned, You shouldn't get distracted. He dove towards Hoon as fast as lightning, his dark claws ready to tear him to shreds in a scene worthy of a top-tier manhwa. But just then, Saito appeared in front of Hoon. He said sternly, Isk, don't even dream of touching Hoon. The barrier created by Saito blocked Isk's claws, creating a powerful shockwave that made Hoon clutch his head in fear. When Saito saw that Isk couldn't penetrate his barrier, he smiled smugly and mocked the six great powers, a classic case of premature celebration in a manhwa. However, Ramen immediately unleashed a giant sigil down on them. That terrifying dark power collided with Saito's protective barrier, and he gritted his teeth, using all his strength to withstand the blow, but it was all in vain. Ramen's technique shattered the barrier and struck them directly, ending the chapter on a classic manhwa cliffhanger. Saito screamed in pain, while on the other side, Seiza rose from the rubble, letting out a heaven-shaking roar, to gather more strength and swung his greatsword fiercely at Isra. The blade swept towards Isra's face, making the man frown in concern. A sudden whoosh was heard as something shot past. It was one of Sigma's tentacles. He had pulled Isra high into the air to dodge Seiza's attack. The missed attack shot straight towards Saito and Hoi-On, causing Saito to let out a terrified scream. The force of the slash sent both Hoi-On and Saito flying, creating a deafening explosion. Hoi-On lay sprawled on the ground and desperately realized his subordinates had absolutely no sense of teamwork, a classic betrayal in any action manhwa. In his mind, the images of Lena. He suddenly remembered the past, how Lena had been the one to support everyone while he was defeated. A figure was standing before Hoi-On. It was Saria, standing in front of him with an angry expression as her voice rang out, What the hell is going on? Are you telling me these NPCs dare to eliminate us players? Beneath Saria's calm facade, a tempest was brewing. She activated her enchantment spell. Ramen charged forward with a dark magic orb in his hand, a power often seen in a dark fantasy manhwa, screaming, That's exactly what we mean. The magic orb rested in his hand, radiating an incredibly terrifying power. Suddenly, Raman's mind was shaken, his thoughts turning momentarily blank. Saria coldly ordered him to tell her everything he knew right then. Raman realized he had been hit by the enchantment spell and raised a hand to his own throat. Instantly, Raman fell to his knees before Saria. She told him that if he refused to talk, he would lose his life. But before she could finish, Lucas appeared from behind and punched Saria in the head, stunning her. He bluntly asked, "Why are you all racking your brains? We're sick of this and just want to end it." From the force of Lucas's punch, she was sent flying like a tattered rag. Saria passed out and lay groaning on the ground. At the same time, Lucas's voice rang out, "If that happens, this world will disappear forever." Hoyon's face paled upon hearing Lucas's words. He quickly questioned him, saying that if the world disappears, then NPCs like them would vanish as well. But another voice answered, "That's exactly what they want." The speaker was shrouded in darkness, waving menacing iron tentacles. She said she'd rather disappear than be led around like a dog. A sudden tremor, but struck. Hoyon watched the scene pensively, wondering when they had all become so strong, like final bosses in a manhwa. On the ceiling, the surface cracked as if it was about to collapse. Then, just as Kia, with eyes blazing red like fire, was shouting in fury, the ceiling collapsed on top of her, before Hoyon's stunned gaze. His face showed utter confusion at this turn of events, a dramatic plot twist even for a manhwa. He wondered if Kia was dead, seeing her lying crushed beneath the rocks. The impact had knocked her mask off, revealing an unconscious face with blank, white eyes. Standing atop the pile of rocks was a woman with an immense physique, a truly imposing figure from a manhwa. She said to Hoyon, "I trust I'm not too late. This must be the infamous black market." The image pans to a brawny, muscular chest with massive arms and powerful, sturdy legs planted firmly on the ground. Dust and smoke obscured her face, making it impossible to see clearly, but her voice could be heard saying she had heard much about this place. Amidst the rubble and billowing smoke, a foot stepped out, and a voice declared, "I am the guardian of Lady Dorothy of the Jizz family, and I am here to find a suitable future husband for her." Guy stood imposingly amidst the rubble, her aura unusually terrifying. Hoon stared blankly. He didn't know what to say anymore. Then suddenly, a system window appeared beside him, catching his attention. Hoon glanced at it with clear annoyance. It notified him that Lena's health was critical, and that the Black Mountain Guild's headquarters was currently under attack by the leader of a criminal gang. If he couldn't defend it, he would be penalized with a loss of reputation. Seeing this, Hoon lowered his head in deep thought about what he needed to do, finally letting out a helpless smile, as two streams of tears rolled down his face while he thought to himself, "I should just die here and quit this dying game for good." At that moment, Hoon's expression darkened, as he seriously considered whether he should just log out of this game permanently. That was the conclusion he reached, after realizing his reality. But then he shook his head vigorously to dismiss the thought. Before, the Black Mountain Guild had been attacked by Ragusa, the leader of the criminal gang, at which time the entire door of the guild's building was shattered in their fight. Back then, Jave had been kidnapped by Zusa, tied to a wooden post with a distorted face, while Lena, suddenly, said she had something to do and left to find Ragusa. In Hoon's memory, Lena's face was incredibly determined, and he recalled Saito's warning about Zusa's danger, a classic setup in any action manhwa, making him realize Lena couldn't face Zusa alone. This was why Hoon had entered the black market, hoping to find a useful item that could help him find Lena. But the black market turned out to be an NPC alliance tasked with eliminating players. This whole setup felt like a grim manhwa plot. Hoon fell into a deadly situation, and at the same time, images of the leaders of the 6 great powers who had attacked him flashed in his mind. All these events piled up, pushing Hoon into an abyss. He was tearing his hair out, on the verge of going mad, and to top it all off, the one who added fuel to the fire was Zusa, who broke down the door. He charged in, slashing and killing, because he had decided to launch another attack on the Black Mountain Guild. The chaotic scene was like something straight out of a manhwa. In the midst of this chaos, a woman who looked strikingly similar to X-Jaw suddenly appeared. She was Gil. At that moment, she was warming up to prepare her attack, then suddenly launched a fatal punch straight into Isak's stomach. Her terrifying fighting posture, straight out of a martial arts manhwa, was a stark contrast to her slender frame. Immediately after, Gil's hand chopped into the back of Lucas's neck as fast as lightning. He didn't have time to react, his head lolling to one side as if it was about to fall off. The subordinates of the 6 great powers saw this, and rushed forward to kill her, but Gil's expression remained unchanged as she brought her hands together, focusing her energy. In the instant she struck, she sent all her attackers flying. Gil continued, leaping up, amidst a cloud of smoke that billowed from her footsteps. In less than a second, her fist intimately collided with Raman's face. The punch was so powerful it grotesquely deformed his face, and Raman was sent flying into the air by Gil's blow. At that moment, Outside the black market headquarters, the night was still strangely peaceful, but it was immediately followed by a deafening sound. A corner of the building was impacted, sending debris flying, as Ramen was plastered against a wall, panting heavily, his face a bloody mess. He couldn't believe a fighter this strong existed, a character worthy of her own Manhwa series. Hoon witnessed the entire fight of Gil unfold, frozen in place like a statue. In front of him was Isaac, who had fainted in a deep crater, and Lucas, who was sitting, half-conscious and dying. Bodies were strewn all around, with only Gil standing tall as if nothing had happened. The hole she created allowed the moonlight to shine down on her, a classic manhwa panel enhancing her majestic and imposing figure. Hoon could only think that this woman had single-handedly defeated the entire 6 great powers. She turned her head slightly in disappointment and whispered to herself that this bunch wasn't worthy of being her young lady's husband. Then Gil looked over at Hoon. Her eyes flashed as if she'd spotted prey, and said she wanted to see how strong he was. However, Hoon instead volunteered to help Gil find a suitable candidate. Gil silently looked at Hoon with a puzzled expression. She wasn't sure what his intentions were. At this moment, Hoon was like a slick salesman. He lowered his stance and asked Gil with a smile if what she just did was a test to help find a husband for her young lady. Just then, the system window appeared, a classic element in any good manhwa, announcing that his mental ability had been activated. Gil was influenced by Hoon. She nodded, showing that Hoon was right. Meanwhile, Hoon continued to prompt her, asking her to listen to him for just a moment. Then the scene shifted to a shot of Hoon's outstretched hand. He was speaking enthusiastically, using body language with the goal of pitting Gil against Yusa. It was an exceptionally clever idea from Hoon, but Gil wasn't falling for it. She spoke up to warn Hoon, but Hoon wasn't fazed at all. All Gil could see was his confident thumbs up and his voice assuring her that Yusa would be the husband perfect for her young lady. Hoon had calculated how to use a monster-like person like this, straight out of a manhwa, to deal with Yusa. He puffed out his chest, giving assurances with a fake smile, and asked to tag along. The scene suddenly changed, now outside the headquarters of the Black Mountain Guild. Looking at it, you could see the ruined door and a soft voice spoke. I want you to remember this well. That is, there are 3 criteria for judging a good husband. Following Gil and Hoon, outside the Black Mountain Guild, she explained as she led him along, even though he was trembling like a leaf in fear. His face was pale, but he still had to reply that he was listening. He wondered what on earth she was about to say. Gil held up one finger, symbolizing the first point, and Hoon immediately recalled the chop Gil gave to Lucas's neck. After hearing her say, first, he must be tolerant of his wife's nagging, he hugged himself and trembled. Contrary to Hoon's fear, Gil sighed in disappointment because everyone she had beaten at the black market failed to meet this requirement. Hearing Gil's definition of nagging, Hoon froze, unable to believe she could define it that way. But that wasn't all. Gil covered her face shyly and said the second requirement is that the husband must know how to speak words of endearment, while Hoon was just horrified. As they entered the guild, Gil stated the third requirement. At that exact moment, Yusa sensed something, his eyes darting with a cold, sharp gaze. In front of Yusa was a pile of scattered bodies, a grim scene even for a dark manhwa, and he casually said that even if Hoon called for more help, he still couldn't win. By now, standing not far from Yusa, she crouched down slightly, like a runner's starting stance. In a classic manhwa move, with a whoosh of wind, Yusa instantly turned his head toward the sound. There, Gil was charging forward, launching herself with terrifying strength while stating the third requirement. The husband must ensure a comfortable life for his wife without her having to lift a finger. Shifting to another location, the soft sound of someone's footsteps echoed. A pair of feet in dress shoes appeared on the brick path. An elderly man in aristocratic attire exclaimed in astonishment. Before him were the recently defeated members of the 6 great powers, his voice filled with unconcealed surprise. I can't believe you were all defeated. When Ramen saw the old man, a new character in this manhwa arc, he tried his best to Ramen begged for his forgiveness. The man standing before him was Broke, whose expression was as cold as ice. Half of his body was shrouded in darkness, adding to his ruthless and unfeeling aura. He turned away and sighed. I sacrificed so much to put Zusa on the board, yet it all came to nothing. It seems you all aren't as strong as I thought. His footsteps approached Ramen, who watched him cautiously. Brambok suddenly crouched down, bringing his gaze level with Ramen's. This scene is straight out of an intense action manhwa. Ramen was half kneeling, focusing on every word he said, when Brambok's hand suddenly shot out and grabbed his throat, accompanied by a voice that was chillingly cold. Or is the Black Mountain Society just that much stronger than you? The power he channeled into his hand was so immense that Ramen couldn't break free no matter how hard he tried. He desperately pleaded for Brambok to hear his explanation. Ramen's trembling voice rang out as he struggled to speak. Sir, a woman suddenly appeared and ruined everything. Hearing this, Brambok's expression shifted slightly. The strange woman in Ramen's story had caught his attention. The plot twist in this manhwa is getting good. He released his grip and demanded that Raymond describe the woman's appearance. Raymond quickly prostrated himself before Bram Bach and described a sturdy-looking woman in a maid's outfit. Just from that description alone, Bram Bach immediately furrowed his brow. It seemed he recognized who she was. A sinister smile appeared on his face, as he guessed that the woman was probably Gil. Bram Bach rubbed his chin, amused that Gil had finally revealed herself to the world, completely ignoring Raman still kneeling before him. Hearing this, Raman hurriedly asked if Brock knew the woman, despite having just escaped death's door. A smirk appeared on Bram Bach's face. He confirmed that he knew Gil, saying she was the one who worked with him at the orphanage. This Manhwa backstory is getting deeper. Under Rodius, an image of Rodius, Gil, and Branno flashed by. With that thought, Bram Bach turned to leave. His voice held a hidden glee. It seems Lord Rodius's plan is finally unfolding. I should go and prepare, before it's too late. But before he could get far, a pair of hands grabbed his leg. It was Raymond, pathetically pulling at his leg, desperately asking what they, the six great powers, should do now. He claimed they could no longer fight against the Soul Destroyer. The scene panned to Lucas, who was slumped over unconscious, and Izurk, who lay with eyes shut as if dead. Hearing this, Brock just turned his head and said cruelly, "A bunch of incompetent fools. You don't have to worry about the Soul Destroyer anymore." Raymond's eyes widened in shock as Bram Bach finished his last sentence. This is a classic Manhwa cliffhanger. That guy is already dead. Somewhere, an image appeared of the Soul Destroyer impaled by a sword. Meanwhile, in another location, Zusa was raising his sword to parry a blow. His face was tense, but he still taunted. "Is that all the power you have?" Zeus's opponent was now Gil. Her fist was stopped by his sword. Hearing his taunt, Gil didn't get angry but instead flashed a smile. She was pleased, saying Zusa had met the first condition in her criteria for choosing a husband for her young lady. This Manhwa has some strange matchmaking rituals. Then, after that exchange, the two separated and retreated. Gil cracked her knuckles, wanting to see if he could meet the second requirement. Outside the battle, Hoon was helplessly answering Seria's question. She was asking the bizarre question of what kind of husband Gil was looking for her young lady. Paying no mind to their chatter, Gil, focusing the power in her legs, her muscles bulged as she shot forward like a bolt of lightning, her presence overwhelming, unstoppable as she shouted, "Let's see if you can survive round 2. But instead of being afraid, Yusa simply opened his mouth to apologize first. Gil's aura was terrifyingly immense. She was already right in front of Yusa with her mountain-like physique, preparing to land a punch on Yusa. But he remained completely unfazed, and in a flash, his body flickered like a shadow. Before Gil could even realize it, Yusa had already dashed towards Hoyon, declaring him as his target. The sudden turn of events was so abrupt that Hoyon couldn't react in time. By the time Yusa was on him, he had just managed to turn his head, his face pale with terror as if he'd seen a ghost, and a bright red system window, implying a warning, appeared. It was immediately followed by a system notification that his subordinate had sensed his master was in danger and had awakened his bloodline. In that instant, Zeta roared like a ferocious beast, a classic power-up in many a manhwa, his eyes blazing with fury. He hissed a curse through his teeth and lunged forward, delivering a powerful sword strike at Yusa, yelling, "How dare you touch my master?" The blow sent Yusa flying backward, forcing him to hastily land on his feet. With an annoyed expression, Yusa clicked his tongue and spat. On the other side, Hoyon, standing behind Zeta, was showering him with praise and encouragement, his face beaming as if he'd struck gold. But instead of being pleased, Zeta only grew more enraged, thinking Hoyon was mocking him. Seeing this, Hoyon immediately stammered and pointed a finger at himself. "You're going to protect me, right?" In response, a glaring red system window popped up, a common sight in this kind of manhwa. It warned that Zeta might not recognize his allies in his current state. And just as it said, Zeta went berserk and charged towards Hoyon to attack, forcing him to run for his life while yelling for help. After dodging a slash with an unbelievable posture, Hoyon couldn't believe Zeta was still doing this to protect him. He thought he was just furious about being defeated at the black market. Lost in thought, Hoyon managed to dodge another hair-raising slash from Zeta. After a series of dodges, Hoyon felt utterly hopeless. He leaped into the air to avoid Zeta, while the others just cheerfully chatted, which infuriated Hoyon and made him demand they save him. Seeing this, Yusa quickly seized the opportunity as Hoyon fell. He was ready to rush in and finish Hoyon, declaring he would be the one to take his life as he charged towards him. This out of the frying pan, into the fire situation, a common trope in thrilling manhwa, terrified Hoyon. Attacked from both sides, he didn't know where to dodge, cursing inwardly. He completely froze, thinking this was the end of his life, but at the brink of death, Hoyon's instincts kicked in, reminding him of the time when Rodius became a ranker. Hoyon suddenly regained his senses. In his memories, Rodius's back was clearly visible as they raided the dungeon. That memory took him back to the past, to the time when they were all preparing to clear the dungeon. The authoritative figure of Rodius seemed to give him strength. Hoi-on felt like he had found a way to survive. He suddenly became serious, growling a command at the frenzied Zeta who was still charging at him. Hoi-on used all his might to shout the command, "Calm down, you damn demon." To explain this, in the image, two people are shaking hands, and next to them, a system window appears, explaining the subordinate taming mechanism, a core concept in this manhwa. It is the unique system of the labyrinth world where contracts are formed between players and NPCs. The system explained this core manhwa mechanic. Through the story of Rodius, he trained Pen Bower and invested in intelligence or unexpected luck, allowing a player like him to acquire subordinates whose power far surpasses their own. This was followed by an image of Pen Bower charging into battle, and with Rodius standing on high ground like a god. Facing Pen Bower, the system stated that as a master, the player must also live up to their subordinates' expectations to unlock their full potential, which is why there was a Pen Bower raising a sword that held immeasurable power. And only by satisfying those conditions could a master use the special skill, command, to control their subordinates. As if to prove this, Rodius's eyes emitted a strange purple light. Ultimately, by using this mechanic with countless subordinates, Rodius was granted the position of a top-ranked player, a legendary tale in this manhwa. An image of a confident Rodius looking forward appeared as an illustration. To some, Rodius might seem like a strict, authoritarian, and extremely cold person who made others bow before him, but to others, he was like a friend who could drink beer, chat, and joke around with his subordinates like Pen Bower. Following in Rodius's footsteps, the system's narrative explained that even if he showed a different personality to each subordinate, he could still bring them all together under his command. Right behind Rodius's back were countless followers who trusted him, and that was the reason he could issue commands to all of his subordinates. His subordinates were all unwaveringly loyal and obeyed his orders. And so, it was this ability that led Rodius to become a legend, recorded in the history of the Labyrinth World's guidebook. The figure of Rodius stood at the pinnacle of fame. Recalling that story, a classic manhwa trope helped Hoon in his current predicament. He now knew what he had to do with Seija. Then, Hoon clenched his teeth as if determined to do something momentous, and when his eyes snapped open, they held a strange purple glow. In his heart, he thought that if Seija wanted him to become a demon king, then that's what he would become. He would give Seija a command meant only for him. With that thought, Hoon watched Seija charge at him to strike, completely unfazed. Seija, who had lost his reason in a fit of rage, heard his master's commanding voice. "Snap out of it, you blasted demon. Are you really going to let your master die?" Hoon coldly commanded Seija, ignoring the fact that Yusa's blade was about to strike him. In that peak manhwa moment, Seija suddenly regained his senses and called out to his master. The system immediately displayed a notification that the command skill for Seija had been unlocked. Thanks to Hoon's demonic presence, Seija's rate of executing the command increased to 200%. In an instant, his raised arm froze as if a switch had been flipped, followed by one knee bending to gather momentum. In true action manhwa fashion, Seija changed his stance and dashed forward like lightning, stomping so hard that rubble flew everywhere. He had snapped out of it, and his face was filled with extreme rage at seeing someone dare to touch his master. In just a moment, Seija closed in on Yusa, taking the man completely by surprise. A heavy, air-splitting slash knocked Yusa's sword away, sending it off course. Yusa quickly retreated. His opponent had now changed to Seiha. He was utterly bewildered to see that his speed had increased so much. From behind, Hoon's voice rang out like a warning to him, "Don't act like a failure anymore," making all that noise without landing a single hit. When he said this, Hoon's face was extremely cruel and emotionless, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Seeing this, Seija broke out in a cold sweat, his face filled with confusion, as he hurriedly asked again Hoon like a child who had just done something wrong. Hoon briefly considered his own physical advantages and fighting abilities along with his experience leading subordinates before giving a proper answer. He crossed his arms and said, "You're asking the obvious, just fight, like I told you." He crossed his arms with authority in the true dictatorial style of Rodius, a classic power move in this kind of manhwa, how to be overbearing with his subordinate. Instantly, a notification appeared that the command skill had been activated, and Seija charged forward immediately following Hoon's order. He had told him to use a sudden burst of speed to close in on the opponent, and in the blink of an eye, Seija was in front of Yusa. The man was momentarily stunned, recalling Hoon's instruction for Seija to feint to threaten the enemy. He tightened his grip on the sword realistically and swung it, and Yusa immediately adopted a defensive stance and lowered his guard, just as Hoon had said. The man was distracted by the sword as Seija suddenly let go. The moment his opening was exposed, Seija immediately obeyed Hoon's command to use his own skill to strike. His fist was like a blue lightning bolt, striking straight into Yusa's exposed abdomen. The man couldn't block the blow and coughed up a mouthful of blood, in extreme pain and utter astonishment. Although Seija had lost his sword, his fist was even more powerful than a blade, gathering a terrifying strength reminiscent of a top-tier manhwa protagonist. Fist rained down blows on Yusa. A blue sphere appeared in Seiya's hand, and Yusa stared blankly at the attack about to descend upon him, helpless. At the same time, Hoon's final command appeared, stating that if he fought like that, the opponent would at least be locked down by his skill. This entire fight scene in the manhwa was brilliantly choreographed. Ji praised how he had shifted the enemy's attention to the attack in front, and then the enemy would be forced to retreat to avoid close combat. As that praise was uttered, Seiya was about to unleash the blow he had been preparing for so long upon Yusa. In contrast to Seiya, Yusa was now at a complete disadvantage. He realized that he could no longer use his sword or defend himself, and so, he could only try to dodge Seiya's fatal attack. At this very moment, both Ji and Hoon smiled because Yusa had done exactly as they had predicted. Now, he would be within range of Seiya's sword. In Yusa's eyes, all that remained was the image of Seiya's descending blade, a man wearing a terrifying smile. With confidence, he brought the sword down, and Seiya laughed sadistically in delight and thanked his master. Following that, his blade descended powerfully. Instantly, a shocking explosion occurred, and dust filled the air, but even though Seiya had succeeded, Ji seemed to find something strange. The system, a staple in this manhwa, announced that Seiya's command skill had been deactivated. That made Hoon wonder what had happened. Right before their eyes, a stranger appeared, catching the heavy sword of Seiya, preventing it from landing. Seiya gritted his teeth in anger, asking who the person was. The person before him was Bram. The new character's entrance was as dramatic as any manhwa, as he stood calm and unafraid, then said with a smile, "It's been a long time since someone asked for my name." Right after that, with just a gentle flick of his hand, he sent Seiya's sword flying. Silence fell, and in the distance, Yusa had been unconscious for some time. A moment later, a voice rang out, and Bram smiled and announced his name, saying that he himself was the mayor of Bram, the Labyrinth City. He stood majestically with a dignified and arrogant air, like a final boss in a manhwa, declaring, "I have come here to end this war once and for all." After Bram blocked Egza's attack, the ground cracked and kicked up clouds of dust. Everyone around gulped as they heard him shrug and say that all crimes cannot be so easily erased. They couldn't just stand by and watch the civilians worry and panic. Suddenly, Brambach turned to his left and asked Hoon if he had anything left to say. "We Mayor, the Alliance of Darkness," a name straight from a dark fantasy manhwa, left Hoon stunned. He was utterly in disbelief to see Brambach here, wondering to himself why the old man was present. Hoon's expression gradually worsened. He silently gulped, because even back when Brambach worked at the orphanage, the man had been very strict about enforcing the rules. Hoon suddenly recalled the times he had been scolded back at the orphanage. He was certain he would be crushed by the man if he was recognized as Rodius. After a long silence, Shaw turned around to ask his master if he could put Brambach to sleep permanently. But Hoon quickly broke out in a cold sweat and retorted sarcastically that it was impossible. Hearing this, Shaw moved to stand before him, his stoic face showing no signs of shock upon hearing Hoon say he couldn't stand against the man. Finally, Shaw understood what he meant, turning his head to glance at Brambach and agreed, saying that for now, he would have to retreat as Hoon advised. Hoon looked at him as if he were an idiot, wondering to himself 1,000 times, "Seriously, dude, now's the time you choose to back down?" Just as Hoon was about to say something, a voice cut him off. In a classic manhwa twist, Mrs. Gill, dressed as a nanny but with a muscular build, slowly approached from behind him. Her sarcastic voice rang out, saying it was hard to believe that Mayor Brambach himself would appear in a place like this. Gill stopped once she was face to face with Brambach and asked him directly, why would the reclusive mayor, who rarely appears in public, show his face now? Gill couldn't help but think that Brambach was hiding ulterior motives, but Brambach didn't seem to be paying the newcomer much mind. He smirked, chiding her for being too conceited. The two stood face to face after he nonchalantly asked, "You want to believe I came for you, don't you?" Gill shot back immediately, certain that it was true. Otherwise, why else would he be here? Hoon's face drained of all color watching their tense manhwa-like standoff, as if he wanted to beg them to take their fight elsewhere. Because Gill was still injured and Jave had been kidnapped, his subordinates were on their last legs. Suddenly, Saria pointed in that direction and pouted, wondering if Hoon knew the sanctimonious man. Hoon's eyes glazed over as he fell into a distant memory. The man's name was Brambach, and he had been an advisor at his orphanage. The memory from this man was past came flooding back of the day the man had vehemently confronted Hoon about accepting new orphans, since Hoon had promised him he wouldn't take in any more. Despite his sleepy face, Hoon nonchalantly denied ever saying such a thing, making the younger Brambach's blood boil with rage. After all, Hoon had taken in over 70 more children. Brambach scowled and berated him, his gaze growing fiercer, because at that point, Hoon couldn't even control who was being accepted. And while they called it an orphanage, This was a classic Manhwa trope. It was actually a combat organization designed to conquer the labyrinth. Obviously, their funds would run dry long before they achieved that goal. In the present, Hoon shivered at the memory. That man was always a relentless nag, a character type common in this manhwa, very useful but also terrifying. Surya made no further comment and turned. Go ask Hoon if he knew the woman, but he quickly denied it. Guk Mi, looking suspicious, asked how Hoyan could be so sure, given his amnesia. Hoyan just stared pensively at the woman and said that if they had such a warrior, as ferocious as this, they would have defeated the Demon King ages ago, like in some epic manhwa. Looking at the tense atmosphere, Hoyan couldn't understand why. Things had gotten so tense. Gil clenched her fist so hard that veins popped, stating she had made it clear that if Bram Bach ever showed his face again, he would meet his end. But hearing this, the old man just seemed amused, casually retorting that she had also promised not to interfere in the city's affairs anymore. Gil, having been called out directly, her face darkened like a thundercloud, making the excuse that she was searching for a suitable husband for her Lady Dorothy. Bram Bach acted as if it was only natural, saying he was doing the same since he was the mayor. But before he could finish his sentence, Gil snapped 2 words at him, nonsense, which shut him up completely. Her brows knitted together, her expression incredibly irritated, like a villainess in a manhwa, as if she would beat Bram Bach to a pulp if he uttered another word. This was because no matter how many times he spouted Rodius's ideals, he was still someone who had betrayed his comrades. Hearing this, Hoon's eyes widened in shock. Just then, in a scene straight out of a manhwa, Gil grabbed the old man's collar in a fit of rage, but instead of being afraid, Bram Bach challenged her, saying she was only scared because of Rodius's desire to reform the world. She continued to glare furiously, warning him with a menacing look that if he kept spouting nonsense, he shouldn't expect to keep his tongue. The tension was palpable, just like in a high-stakes manhwa. After scolding him through clenched teeth, she shoved Bram Bach away. The old man closed his eyes with a slight smile, agreeing, then adjusted his own collar. Immediately after, he gestured behind him, offering to take the criminal away. Gil couldn't be bothered anymore and turned to leave decisively. She just wanted him to get lost along with the terrible candidate for the position of the lady's husband. Just as a smug Bram Bach was about to leave, someone suddenly shouted, stopping him. It was Hoyan. He called Bram Bach back, asking about the phrase Gil had mentioned, the ideals of Rodius, which he didn't understand. His eyes were filled with a determination that suggested he wouldn't let it go without an answer. Bram Bach sneered, mocking that it wasn't something a criminal like him should be concerned with. Seeing the old man about to leave, Hoon quickly asserted, perhaps I'm connected to Rodius. The corner of Bram Bach's mouth twitched into a smirk, a classic manhwa antagonist move. He then let out a sigh and suddenly burst into laughter, pointing a finger at Hoyan. He stood there, massaging his forehead while laughing as if he'd heard a hilarious joke, mocking the boy for also imitating Rodius's game strategy. Suddenly, he dropped his hand from his forehead and squinted at Hoyan, slowly stepping closer to pat him on the shoulder, warning with a dangerous expression. If you misuse that respected name, the entire city of Bram will turn against you, for he who wears the crown must bear its weight. The old man continued to pat Hoon's shoulder a few more times, promising they would meet again soon, master of the Ancient Guild. The plot of this manhwa thickened with every word. After Bram Bach had walked some distance away, Hoon finally turned his head to watch him go. Suddenly, he recalled Yuden's strange words. Back then, Vaden had been lying in bed and told him he should seek out his past as Rodius. As night began to fall, Hoon stood frozen in place, pondering the cryptic words like a true manhwa protagonist. Suddenly, from behind him, Ra ran up with a pale face, shouting, Master. Hoyan jumped and turned around, surprised to hear him say that there was bad news. He was so frantic, he was stuttering, his eyes filled with despair. Jave had reported that the breathing, Lena's life force on the other side, was fading. After being brought to Yen, they were still trying their best to heal Lena, whose body no longer had any scratches, but she just couldn't wake up. For 3 days and 3 nights, Yen and the healing mages worked tirelessly to cure Lena, pulling her back from the brink of death. On the night of the 3rd day, Hoon was finally allowed to visit Lena. Hoon's face was filled with self-blame, his lips softly mouthing her name as he watched her sleep peacefully. Jave had told him that Lena had faced a fierce battle, a scene straight out of a brutal manhwa. While there was a long history between Yusa and her, something about Bram Bach seemed to have changed, and on top of that, that Nanny had decided that Hoon would be the young lady's future husband solely because he could command Seza, but that was probably better than Hoon merely accompanying Lena and Seza. Hoon raised a hand to cover his emotional eyes, and while he choked up, lamenting that he just wanted to enjoy the game peacefully, someone slowly approached. That person suddenly spoke, making Hoon freeze in his tracks. His pupils constricted slightly. The person standing in the shadows gently chided that, after all, Hoon didn't know a damn thing. When the light illuminated the person's face, Hoon saw she was wearing a demon mask, like a villain from a manhwa. He quickly drew his sword, shouting and questioning if she was an assassin sent by Brown Bach, but she immediately answered no. Instead, she was an old player who had been forcibly logged out by that old man. As she closed in on Hoon to answer, the Soul Destroyer sent a chill down his spine by saying he should be protected by Seza. As expected, Hoon was punched so hard he slammed into the wall by the window, the impact even denting it. Hoon, gasping in pain, wondered why she did that. She stood proudly and told him to perk up his ears and listen. To Hoon's horror, she slowly explained that Brown Bach had planned a rebellion with the NPCs, and the creation of the 6 great powers was part of it. The old man had instigated the rebellion while Rodius was facing the Demon King in the deepest part of the labyrinth. Hoon was tense and stunned upon hearing this. He couldn't comprehend it all, as this manhwa's plot was becoming too complex. The Soul Destroyer quietly continued the story. Brown Bach had killed Rodius, but then went into hiding and continued to carry out his plan. He gradually gathered his minions and united them under Rodius's ideals. Hearing this, Hoon frowned in confusion. He had been sitting on the floor listening but still didn't understand what it had to do with him, but she pointed the tip of her sword at Hoon's neck, forcing him to be wary. She asserted that he was deeply involved because the children in Hoon's camp had to bear the brunt of it all. If only Hoon hadn't trained them to be so strong, those misfortunes would never have happened. Finally, she pressed the sword to his neck, drawing blood, and called him by the name Rodius Arago, leaving him stunned. The Soul Destroyer leisurely suggested that Hoon should collect more shares, because only with enough shares could he exchange them for his previous character data, a classic game system in this manhwa. And when Hoon takes over as the head of the orphanage, Brown Bach and his minions will submit to him as they did in the beginning. Hoon's expression was one of utter disbelief. She was blaming him for everything just because the minions rebelled. After finishing her story, she slowly took off her mask. Her face was steeped in sorrow, a truly emotional manhwa panel, because only Hoon could stop their plan. She slowly turned towards the door, not forgetting to let out a sigh about how strong the minions were. Before leaving, she suddenly paused and said she had prepared another gift for Hoi-an, revealing that both Lena and the nanny came from that orphanage. Hoi-an went from one shock to another, his initial surprise turning into full-blown panic as Lena still lay fast asleep. The drama in this manhwa never stops. On the stone bed, Hoi-an stammered in disbelief, asking how he could possibly believe that Lena came from that place or that he had never met that nanny before. But she only said that much, telling him to find out the rest for himself by investigating the nanny with the name Gay. Hearing this, Hoi-an's eyes widened. That's right. If it was Gay, it was very possible because she used to be a caretaker at the orphanage. Hoi-an shot to his feet, trying to force out the question of how this mysterious person knew Gay, but she just turned her back and evasively replied that she only joined the game to ruin Brown Bach's plans, and that was all she could say. This was a twist worthy of a manhwa. Hoi-an angrily gritted his teeth. He tried to run and hold her back for a moment longer, just as Hoi-an touched her shoulder and asked her what she got out of this. As quick as a flash, she spun around and struck him on the back of the neck. Hoi-an only had time to let out a cry of pain before he quickly collapsed to the floor. She calmly put her mask back on and quietly replied that he should just consider it as if she had lost her friend. She only hoped that Hoi-an's current subordinates would be stronger and more talented than before. In the end, she left, leaving Hoi-an sprawled on the ground. As dawn broke, under the dim lights, in Brown Bach's office, Good Luck quietly asked the old man about Hoi-an returning as Rodius after everything that had happened. Brown Bach frowned thoughtfully. No matter how much he had changed, it was clearly him. She also quickly approached to ask about their next move, but the old man just chuckled, his finger tapping repeatedly on Hoi-an's photo. No matter his identity, he was still Winham. The plot of this manhwa was getting more complex. Suddenly, Brown Bach crumpled the newspaper. What he said meant that Rodius was still alive, and he shot up from his seat, ordering CL to speed up the plan before Winham could reclaim Rodius's position. This manhwa villain was determined to eliminate him first. One morning in the following days, Hoi-an was practically dying from the mess of his own chaotic thoughts. It seemed he hadn't slept for days. The more he tried to sort things out, the more tangled they became. Lena was still recovering but hadn't fully woken up. Meanwhile, Pixels was wandering everywhere, investigating something, and Kerr continued to torture himself and his comrades. This training arc in the manhwa was intense, with grueling training sessions at Bibo. Having returned to his room, Hoi-an hesitated in front of the door. It took him a moment before he cracked the door open. Inside, the muscular nanny Gay stood silhouetted against the light, welcoming him back with the name Winham. Hoi-an looked at her dangerous expression and broke out in a cold sweat. He had clearly timed his return, but Gay was still waiting. She immediately asked about the request for him to find a husband for her young lady. He quickly put on a pleasant act and sweetly said he needed more time. Gay didn't press him further, only hoping he could find someone soon. Suddenly, Hoi-on stepped closer to her. He gave a sly grin and pretended to whisper. This tense scene felt straight out of a psychological manhwa, telling her that Gae was really something for having worked at that orphanage. As soon as he finished speaking, her face soured as if she'd swallowed a fly. Then Hoi-on was startled, terrified of his fate, when Gae asked back why he was so curious, but she calmly confirmed it, which couldn't help but surprise him. For a moment, Gae turned her back to him and in a low voice recounted that Gae was her name, a name once associated with managing and cooking at that orphanage, but now everything was gone. She even mentioned Lena, the girl who grew up there. Hoi-on was slightly stunned. Everything that old player said was true. The manhwa's mystery was finally unraveling. Thinking of Lena, Gil suddenly felt sorrowful, hiding her teary eyes. Her small, lovely Lena had grown up at some point. Hoon stood silently for a long moment, then he resolved to ask about everything. Gil knew that in this manhwa world, he was once the master of the orphanage as well, just like Lena, so she calmly turned back to answer, telling him about the past of the Rodius orphanage on the outskirts of Bram City. It all began on that day, the day Rodius summoned everyone to the hall. When his subordinates had fully gathered, he then slowly sat down. First, Rodius thanked everyone for their efforts for this orphanage, saying how proud he was of them, the people he had painstakingly trained. Suddenly, one of his subordinates, Ben Bauer, ranked 129, spoke up about this action because Rodius had summoned everyone instead of individuals. When he saw Rodius signal him to continue, the man then dared to voice his speculation, wondering if the next mission was related to the recent directive. Rodius had only been summoning their Team 1, ordering them to attack the deepest level of the labyrinth. At that time, Gil was standing right behind him, and she could never forget that day's moment. Rodius pondered for a moment, then called out to Hagris. Since the old man was also here, he wanted to hear his opinion on attacking that place and eliminating the Demon King. Hagris smiled faintly as his master gave him the opportunity to decide the situation. Obviously, the old man stood up and agreed with attacking that place, completely different from the others here. Ben Bauer was about to speak up in protest, but was coldly cut off by Rodius. Hagris, seeing his chance, pressed forward and quickly reported that the team of level 20 players sent for ranking had been wiped out, even though they had only reached the 8th floor. Rodius frowned, considering the difficulty of that floor, but was more surprised when Hagris gave a dangerous smile, saying that the team was killed by another player, having nothing to do with the labyrinth. Rodius narrowed his eyes in disbelief, looking up at the old man. Hagris continued to affirm that their killer was a mysterious female player on the 7th floor, with stats so high they seemed straight out of a manhwa, who made all of them log out. Ben Bauer stepped forward in alarm to confirm, but it was true, just as Hagris said. She even killed other players. Rodius shut his eyes in annoyance, because another mysterious person had appeared, making the labyrinth attack even tougher than he thought, but he had no intention of canceling the plan, only finding another way to attack. At that moment, Ben Bauer shouted to stop him because the biggest challenge was that they needed to have enough power. However, Rodius paid no mind to his words, only insisting that this plan could not be delayed any longer. Everyone craned their necks, waiting for a valid reason. But Rodius suddenly shot to his feet. On his face was a despicably ecstatic expression, like a classic manhwa antagonist. He said just one short sentence that left the entire hall stunned, because I feel like it. And that was the absurd expression forever imprinted in Gil's mind. Hoon, who had been listening, was at a loss for words. That's him, all right, no doubt about it. Hoon was bewildered to realize he remembered nothing about the deepest level of the labyrinth. He briefly shuddered as he realized Gil's words were so accurate. It was like a narrative trick from a manhwa where she could read his mind. Hoon rubbed his forehead and sighed, telling himself there was no way Rodius's ideal could be real. At this point, even Gil had to admit that Rodius's face back then was truly absurd, but Hoon still didn't understand where the mistake was. She quietly emphasized that it wasn't wrong, but it was the cause of all the trouble. In a classic manhwa trope, Rodius's subordinates were too strong and had started to develop ambitions. Hoon raised an eyebrow in disbelief, having to ask again to confirm what the old player had said. Gil lowered her eyes, sadly explaining that those subordinates had another goal more important than their master's thoughts, and she continued to tell the rest of the story. At that time, Ben Bauer indignantly stood up to refute Rodius's strange reason, but Pross immediately stopped him. This wasn't a discussion but an order they were forced to obey. Ben Bauer was accused of panicking. He argued that he was only protecting Rodius's life. Over the past 3 months, more than 10 high-ranking players in this manhwa had lost their lives in the deep levels of the labyrinth, a place too dangerous for him. But faced with the frighteningly calm demeanor of the others, Ben Bauer continued to argue that Rodius shouldn't sacrifice his talented subordinates just because of a personal whim. However, Rodius didn't listen at all, merely repeating his reason. Perhaps Ben Bauer was right. This could be a suicide mission, but Rodius still glared at him, fury burning in his eyes. Ben Bauer was momentarily startled when he met that gaze. Rodius angrily questioned what was so wrong when he had invested all his shares. To upgrade them into warriors, his face was full of despair, trying to appeal to their sense of gratitude. His voice trembled as he vented all his resentment about being nothing but a figurehead, with no one doing the work but all the responsibility, weighing heavily on his shoulders. Initially, he just wanted to play the game for fun, but this Manhwa's plot forced him to shoulder all the heavy tasks. Rodius pointed at Ben Bauer, screaming that they only knew how to use him, draining his time for nothing. Good. In the end, he collapsed to the floor, crying incessantly, repeating his foolish wish over and over. The subordinates were stunned, and the atmosphere froze. Only much later did Rodius calm down, but Hgur just watched him silently with eyes that held little sympathy. In the end, the meeting concluded ambiguously. The large room sank into silence in the twilight. Gil asked worriedly, but Rodius remained as calm as ever. When it was just the two of them, he explained that he had to go to the labyrinth. It was simple because any high-ranking player in a Manhwa would want to challenge the Demon King, an undeniable truth. The subordinates who were dismissed couldn't understand why Rodius had to do it, or perhaps they were just afraid for their own lives. Rodius looked up, smiled, and said he only wanted to bring those who were truly willing, and that was precisely the purpose of this orphanage's existence. Seeing Gil's sad expression, Rodius still entrusted everything to her in this complex Manhwa. The terrible thing was that she agreed with that plan. Because Rodius was a player, he would surely be different from NPCs like them in this Manhwa world. But something had changed. As Gil left the meeting room, she accidentally ran into Brown Bach outside, who immediately stood up upon seeing her and left right after, but not without asking what she thought after hearing Rodius's words. At that time, Gil couldn't understand his hidden meaning. Bach just gave her a cold look, sighed, and turned away, as if he didn't care at all, because he didn't believe a butler could understand such matters in this kind of Manhwa. But Gil knew one thing clearly: death for an NPC meant complete disappearance, and obviously, the subordinates could not agree to that. That was why their ambitions began to emerge. In the following days, Rodius remained lost in his own world, a common trope in this Manhwa. He stared blankly at the children playing baseball in the yard, then sighed and accepted everything. As he opened the window to call the kids in for lunch, a baseball suddenly bounced up and hit him straight in the face, making him scream in pain. The children below weren't panicked at all, just amused, discussing whether they could hit him again next time. Because this was already the 15th time, Gil had become more sensitive in those days and quickly detected Lena's presence as she was trying to assassinate someone. At this point, she suddenly stopped, cutting off right at the crucial part, which infuriated Hoon, but before he could question her, he was startled when Gil suddenly clapped him on the shoulder and told him to treat Lena well. He was stunned to hear this, but Gil just laughed and clapped his shoulder once more, then smirked and declared that he would become Dorothy's husband. No more searching needed. Hoon felt like he'd been struck by lightning, a mix of emotions flooding his face because of her absurd conclusion, especially since it had nothing to do with the story she just told. After that day, Hoon went to Saria to beg for help, but she refused, even though he pleaded desperately, as this was a serious matter that would affect his entire life. Saria still turned away, shaking her head again, saying her charm skill was unstable, and Gil was completely immune to it. Hoon grew more and more desperate, as if his fate in this Manhwa was sealed. Saria ignored his clenched teeth, casually mentioning an important detail, that her charm skill only worked on men. Hoon collapsed, kneeling on the floor, fully understanding his fate was sealed. He would be sold off, bound in a marriage to an NPC, and this playthrough in the Manhwa was as good as over. Saria stood by, calmly thinking that everything would get better, but Hoon's desperate gaze only deepened because he saw nothing but imprisonment in a virtual relationship. Seeing his despair, Saria decided to tell him what she had learned during her travels, where she used her charm skill to extract information from men. Thanks to that, she learned that Dorothy's entire family was wiped out by Cross and Hegard when she was just a child. Her family was famous for clearing dungeons, a key element in many action manhwa, but after that disaster, Dorothy lived alone and was adopted by Gil. The other villagers also stepped up to encourage her. Hoon just looked more and more bewildered, which annoyed Saria, who called him an idiot. She sighed, pouting in frustration before getting straight to the point, saying that if he just treated Dorothy well, he could win over the warriors protecting her. Hoon was stunned for a moment, then immediately narrowed his eyes in suspicion. He understood Saria well. She probably didn't just want to help him, but also intended to charm those warriors to make them her private army. This Manhwa had some interesting characters. In response to his scrutinizing gaze, Saria just smiled knowingly and praised him for not being that stupid. A few days later, Hoon arrived at the appointed place, standing silently before a large gate, unable to believe he was actually here. He swallowed hard, telling himself Dorothy might be a noble, but while he was lost in thought, Gil suddenly appeared, slapping him hard on the shoulder, making his whole body stiffen. She instructed him to behave well with Dorothy, Hoon mechanically turned back and asked weakly, "What if she doesn't like me?" Gil just responded with a threatening glare, coldly warning that after meeting Dorothy, no man could ever leave this place. Hoon's eyes widened in panic, feeling like his life in this manhwa was as good as over. As he entered the castle with Gil, he braced himself, ready to be on high alert, but then the sight before him left him stunned. When Dorothy appeared, her eyes briefly glanced over him, making Hoon unconsciously feel that this situation might not be as bad as he thought. She turned back, smiled a welcome, and immediately the image that hit what met Hoon's eyes were solid blocks of muscle and a web of scars on her body, on Dorothy's hands. She was even more solidly built than him, and Hoon smiled bitterly, realizing he had been too naive, fantasizing about Dorothy. How could the sole survivor of a prestigious family, a character straight out of a manhwa, be like the delicate ladies in his imagination? From behind, Gil gently showered Dorothy with praise, making Hoon so angry that he ground his teeth, believing that it was all Gil's fault for turning Dorothy into a buff woman just like her. At that moment, Dorothy's voice called out from behind Hoon. She asked if his name was Wingham. Hoon was so panicked his heart nearly leaped out of his chest, but he still tried to calm himself enough to answer. He tremblingly extended a hand to introduce himself, his palm drenched in nervous sweat, but Dorothy didn't notice his fear at all. In her eyes, Hoon's demeanor was incredibly cool, exuding a powerful aura, a captivatingly badass vibe, even if a bit robotic. Seeing this, Dorothy clenched her fist over her heart, her face. Flushing bright red with embarrassment, she shyly yelled, blaming Hoon for daring to approach her with such a handsome face. Immediately after, the hand meant for a handshake turned into a swift punch straight to Hoon's face, and a second later he was sent flying. A red liquid poured from his nose, his mind filled only with question marks. Meanwhile, Dorothy grew even more flustered, telling herself that since Hoon made her blush, she had to punch him, which was perfectly logical. But to Hoon, that logic was truly not understandable at all. He fell heavily to the floor, hit so hard that the system, a common feature in this kind of manhwa, had to sound a warning about the amount of damage taken. Elsewhere, Lena, who had been bedridden for the past few days, suddenly stirred and slowly opened her eyes. She scanned her surroundings and her eyes widened when she saw the figure of Rodius before her, hastily calling his name. But alas, it was just a hallucination in her delirium. The person actually standing by her bed was Zejia, who frowned and asked why she was screaming like that. Lena, whose temper was as fiery as any manhwa heroine's, shot up in anger, not hesitating to loudly call him an idiot. Zejia, who was kindly looking after her, immediately flushed with anger and nearly drew his sword to settle things, but as soon as he mentioned it was the master's order, Lena's attitude instantly changed. Her expression softened, her eyes filled with anticipation, and then she sighed softly, accepting the reality that even though Rodius was gone, she still had a master to be loyal to, and her spirits quickly lifted. Lena joyfully asked about Hoon, but the answer she received was like a plot twist in a dramatic manhwa. He was getting married soon. She was stunned, her gaze turning dangerous as she asked again for confirmation. Zejia naively repeated his words and then casually turned and walked away with a cunning smile. As a professional villain, he had perfectly executed the first step of seducing the beauty, but behind him, Lena was seething with rage, her mind filled only with the vision of being abandoned by Hoon to marry someone else. Meanwhile, in a classic manhwa scene shift, Hoon was still sprawled on the ground, not yet recovered from Dorothy's punch, when the system board began to flash repeatedly, warning that Lena was in a state of extreme fury and needed to be dealt with immediately. Once he had recovered a bit, Hoon was invited by Dorothy to a tea table in the garden. She softly apologized for getting too excited, while Hoon was still trying to act tough, but his body had gone cold. He forced a smile because one more punch like that, and he would be a goner. After pouring the tea, Dorothy sat down gently, her eyes downcast as she expressed her wish that she had been waiting for someone like him for a very long time. Hoon, trembling, lifted his teacup while trying to act natural and replied. He glanced to his left and saw Ji standing guard by a distant tree, her eyes as sharp as knives. One wrong move and he was a dead man. That direction was dangerous, but the person in front of him was even more challenging. Dorothy shyly continued to tell Hoon about the curse she was under. Hearing this, Hoon was so scared his teeth chattered. Dorothy didn't dare to look at him, so she didn't see the expression on his face. She just blushed as she recounted how her Jis family had been cursed by a wicked witch for many generations. Members of the family were forced to marry before the age of 25, meaning that regardless of who they loved, their social status, or whether it began with love or money, after marriage, they were doomed to suffer endlessly until their graves. Dorothy slowly wiped her tears, explaining that the sweeter the love, the more tragic the curse became. Gay, on the other side, was also moved to the brink of tears, but to Hoon, it was all gibberish. He was bitter and angry, feeling like a side character dragged into a tragic manhwa. Dorothy gently explained the reason G was traveling everywhere to find her a husband was mainly because she wanted her to have a happy family, and they both needed to be strong enough to resist the curse. When Dorothy saw Wynnum, she realized that, because Hoon was the leader of the Black Mountain Guild, he must be very strong. The more Hoon listened, the more he couldn't believe it. Until now, they had all aimed their attacks at him, calling him filthy and despicable. No one in this manhwa had ever praised him for being strong enough to reach his position. But Dorothy was different. She believed that Hoon would be able to overcome this curse. Hoon felt completely helpless because he couldn't understand how Dorothy saw a connection between the two things. Suddenly, he looked at his system notification and saw it was warning him of Lena's intent to kill her master. Along with the notification, the rustling sound of someone rushing across the grass could be heard. Dorothy looked at Hoon intently and saw he was sweating profusely, looking extremely uncomfortable. The sound of a knife being drawn rang out. The action in this manhwa was ramping up as Lena rushed towards Hoon at the speed of light, a smile full of rage and killing intent on her face. Both Seza and Saria couldn't keep up with her. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Hoon shot to his feet just as Lena was within arm's reach. Dorothy gently raised both hands, then slammed them down on the round table with the force of a strongman, shattering it in two. At that very moment, she also blurted out that they could spend their first night together. After saying it, Dorothy was so embarrassed that her eyes welled up with tears, her face as red as a boiled shrimp. The plot twist was worthy of a top-tier manhwa, and Hoon was completely dumbfounded, unable to process it. Even Lena, who was charging in a mad rage, heard it like a clap of thunder. G, standing behind the tree, was so proud she was practically beaming. In a study elsewhere, a man was reporting on his surveillance of Gay. The old man chuckled in admiration because what Brambach had said was true. Rodius had returned. Bros suddenly stood up and asked his subordinate if everything was ready. He immediately reported back that word had been sent to the council members. Hearing this, the old man praised him and went to the window to look down at the courtyard, which was filled with strangers whose faces were marked with terrifying blood-red veins. This was the army he had prepared to fight against the players, and this arc of the manhwa would end the current hellish world before Rodius returned. After a moment of satisfaction, Bros then asked for more information about H. Grice. The man hesitated for a moment before daring to reply that H. Grice had entered the labyrinth within the labyrinth. H. Grice had encountered a monster straight out of a fantasy manhwa, shaped like a bull several times his size, which asked in a booming voice, "Why would Hagrid dare to appear here?" The two old men were walking into their own graves, but not only was he unafraid, he also casually replied to it. Outside, Cross jumped in shock, angrily asking why old Hagrid would leave at such a crucial moment. At that moment, the man broke into a sweat, trying to recount how he'd heard a rumor that Hagrid went there to convince the monsters to join their side and destroy the players at Dorothy's castle. Lena trembled, unable to stand steady, but she was still losing her mind, screaming and asking what the hell was happening here. Just as the sword was raised, someone dashed forward, standing protectively in front of Dorothy, and in a classic manhwa move, grabbed the blade with her bare hand. When Lena saw Gil, she was utterly astonished. She gently told Lena she hadn't changed a bit, still rushing in without a second thought. Then, Gil gave her a gentle smile. Hearing her speak, Lena was momentarily stunned by the familiar voice and quickly asked, "You're Gil, aren't you?" She didn't answer but gently asked, "Have you been well, Lena?" Her voice trembled, unable to believe Gil was still alive. Lena became even more emotional, her eyes stinging, and after a moment, her vision blurred as tears of joy streamed down her face. Lena choked up and asked, "Where have you been all this time? Why did you choose to appear now? After abandoning me?" Lena hung her head and sobbed. "For all these years, Benbow and everyone else left, one by one. I couldn't control my emotions," she screamed. "I had to endure it all alone. Everyone abandoned me and I had nowhere to return to. And that forced me back to that criminal gang under Yusa. Do you have any idea how lonely I was?" Suddenly, Lena pointed her sword at Dorothy, saying, "You've been protecting her this whole time? Have you forgotten your promise to him? He tasked you with protecting the orphanage to the very end, but look how it all ended." Gil slowly reached out and placed a hand on Lena's shoulder to calm her. She gently pulled her into an embrace and apologized. Gil began to tell Lena what happened that day, and her words, like a scene from a tragic manhwa, left Hoon stunned. The day Rhodas failed to raid the labyrinth. When the army returned, they were intercepted by 3 strategists, who did not participate in the raid. Those men were Prost, Hard, and Brock, subordinates from the second team. The ones I left behind to protect the orphanage were led by these 3 figures. And when the remaining members of the combat forces from the first group returned, they were slaughtered by that team. Flames raged towards the sky, as Gil's worst fears became reality. She quietly fled with the children, only managing to cast a hateful glare back at the castle. Gil clenched her fists and continued her story, saying they had to live in hiding, swallowing their tears in pain. Back then, she wasn't strong enough to defeat them. Since then, Gil spent all her time on a training arc worthy of a manhwa, practicing relentlessly deep in the forest until her hands were stained with her own blood. She still refused to give up. Gil pushed herself every day, fighting for her life until one day, the birds and beasts fled in terror. She had finally overcome her fear and toppled the ancient tree she once dreaded. With her sword of vengeance now sharpened and ready, Gil planned to target Prost first, but in a classic Manhwa twist, she failed miserably. And there, Gil met Lady Dorothy, who also shared a similar fate. At that time, a frail Dorothy knelt beside her and pleaded, "Please, help me become stronger, because I want revenge." But Gil could only respond listlessly, defeated, saying she had already lost, because she too was weak. Dorothy, bursting into tears in agony, "I can't go on like this anymore. I can do it. There's nothing left that can scare me." After she finished her story, the entire garden fell silent. She bowed her head slightly to apologize to Lena. "I'm sorry, but I plan to find all of you kids after my revenge was successful." Suddenly, Hoon's voice cut in. "Is everything you just said true? Completely without any lies?" Gay turned around, growling the word lies. She grabbed Hoon by the collar and screamed through gritted teeth. "How would you know how important that orphanage and Rodius were to me?" Hoon calmly stated that he was just asking. His expression, like a character in a dark manhwa, gradually turned furious as he asked, "So my underlings dared to do those things?" The beautiful memories of those days, everyone hanging the picture of Rodius on the wall, then asking him how he felt. Rodius's lip twitched as he pointed at the painting in disbelief and asked. Ben Bauer just laughed heartily, explaining that since they got a new headquarters, they needed a gift. Rodius slumped over because his face was as big as the door. He knew for sure that everyone who came here would see it and he'd be rumored to be a narcissist. Seeing Rodius so desperate, everyone just sighed and shook their heads. To others, this might have just been a game, but those moments were truly precious to Hoon. They were happy and unforgettable memories from when he left the game, and even though he promised himself he wouldn't go any further, he eventually started again. He wanted to experience those memories one more time, but in the end, the people who had shared those memories with him, his own subordinates, dared to do such a thing. It was a betrayal worthy of a dramatic manhwa. Ji also found it hard to understand when she heard Hoon say with such hatred that they were his people. After returning to her room, Ji punched the wall hard, trying to reconfirm that Hoon was Rodius, but he casually turned his back as if it was obvious. Hoon glanced back slightly, naming each person one by one, Ben Bauer, Asa, Levi, even Gil and Bram. They were all people Hoon had personally chosen. Gil suddenly sighed and rubbed her forehead, saying that everything Hoon said matched her memories. But why had he only appeared now, and why did he appear in this form? Hoon turned away for a moment, gritting his teeth in regret, silently cursing his ancestors thousands of times. How was he supposed to know this would happen? Even though he had suddenly lost his temper. How could he have known things would get this serious? What a thoughtless fool. If Guy understood Hoon like that, there was no need for him to say anything more. Seeing Hoon's silence, she also sighed in acceptance. This entire situation was as complicated as a manhwa plot. After all, if he really was Rodius, he wouldn't have expected this to happen because he was a kind person. Suddenly, Guy grabbed Hoon's shoulders and warned him, "If you have any sense of responsibility as Rodius, don't you dare abandon Lena again, whether intentionally or not." Tense, Hoon replied with a tremble that he understood. That girl had been abandoned with layers of trauma, and now she had finally found someone she could follow. Hoon forced a slight smile, telling her he understood so she should let him go, because he was about to suffocate. Guy complied and released Hoon, asking what he planned to do next. Hoon half closed his eyes and smiled after catching his breath. He stretched his body slightly and said he would start fixing everything. That was the duty of a master, after all. Ji was surprised that he would say that after everything that had happened, but she had to admit that was exactly what Rodius would say. Hoon slowly walked out of the hall, toward the light of the setting Sunday. Indeed, he would fix it, but according to the methods of the Hukjian society. Once outside, Hoon softly called out X's name, and the man immediately bowed to him. Hoon asked him right away if he was ready to become the ruler of the underworld, ready to become a true demon king. This was a classic development, straight out of a popular manhwa. X immediately grinned. He smiled with excitement, as that was a given. Then Hoon walked past him and went over to Lena, who was still sobbing. He gently placed a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. Lena tearfully said that Rodius had promised he would return, so was that why until now? Hoon had only just returned. She was still full of hope, thinking that Hoon was late because of those subordinates and had only just managed to get back. Hoon gave Lena a determined look, confirming for her that now was the time he had returned for revenge and that they should do it together. Lena finally stopped crying. Hoon was the master they had all been promised. Saria, who was nearby, also rushed over, eager to hear the news, wondering why Hoon had changed and what motivated him to be so determined. She shot him a seductive glance, then got close to him, asking what the plan was this time. Hoon immediately smiled and said the fun game mode was over, now it's time to fight. This part of the manhwa is getting intense. Suddenly, Hoon turned and called out to Dorothy. He excitedly pointed straight at her and said, "Let's spend our first night together." Alone, Hoon walked down the long, wide hallway, briefly thinking about his engagement to Dorothy. The strategy was excellent, as she would become a bridge for her supporters to trust him, if her family was one that specialized in clearing dungeons. They would surely have many experts, and obviously, Hoon could gather even more NPCs under his command. In the Labyrinth game series, there are things that can only be accomplished by people of high status, like a noble council. This manhwa really dives into political strategy. During his conversation with Gil, Hoon had heard about Bros and Hrid. Bros had become the Grand Duke, while Hrid had become the Prime Minister. In a free Labyrinth city, when the Grand Duke and the Prime Minister have voting rights, their influence would spread everywhere. Currently, there was no chance of winning by force alone. Kaiser needed to grow stronger. In this situation, if he became the representative of the noble Jis family through his marriage to Dorothy, then even if his status was only nominal, he would be in the perfect position to approach them. Hoon still thought everything was going well, thanks to those traitors. He would let them witness his ingenuity. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and Dorothy shyly entered. Seeing her blushing beet red, Hoon decided it was better to focus on her now. He slowly sat down on the bed in the room. Due to the low synchronization rate, you probably wouldn't see anything. But this was a mandatory event, an essential event. Hoon decided to ignore her shyness and told Dorothy to just get straight to the point. This manhwa scene is about to get wild, and Dorothy listened. She lunged forward with incredible speed and landed a blow right in Hoon's solar plexus, making him spit up blood. Shocked and in pain, not understanding what was happening, Hoon shakily backed away, managing to ask Dorothy what she was doing. But she just swayed shyly, teasing Hoon for his naivety. She balled her hands into fists and then continued to punch at Hoon. Although he dodged it, the blow left a large crater in the wall. Dorothy bashfully explained that Gil had taught her about what a man and a woman do on their first night. She said that when the lights go out, the husband and wife stay together through the dark night and clash bodies until the sun rises. What a wonderful death match, or so Dorothy thought. This is a classic manhwa misunderstanding. After she finished speaking, she was confused by Hoon's serious expression. Hoon despaired even more upon hearing Dorothy's own interpretation, and her intention to seriously fight him. On the castle roof, Lena sat alone, listlessly gazing at the moon, when Sirius suddenly approached and mocked her. "Are you going to wallow in your feelings again?" Lena pouted and told him to get lost if he was looking for trouble, but Sirius just stayed there, reasoning that his master hadn't retracted the order to look after her. Lena's face flushed slightly before she just let out a soft sigh. A sound. She stood up, stretched her muscles, and took the opportunity to thank him for that. Gil simply remained silent, as if accepting her thanks. Just as he was about to leave, he added a sentence that left Lena stunned, saying that person wasn't Rodius but Wee Mayor, the one his master served. She had to choose whose subordinate she would become, and just that much was enough to make Lena fall silent. The path her current master intended to walk was one of evil, and she had to make her own choice. Hearing this, Lena slumped down, and after a moment of contemplation, she broke into a smile. That's right, there's no need to waste time, thinking, one thing is certain, those bastards destroyed Lena's home. In this dark manhwa plot, she would get her revenge alongside her master. In another scene, Hoon was trembling, secretly overjoyed at having obtained the G's family crest after a series of terrifying beatings from Dorothy, which left his face distorted. Gil approached sympathetically to ask if he was okay, only to be met with a look of pure terror from Hoon. He was on the verge of death, and he was being asked if he was okay, but Gil just casually turned away, saying that everything would be fine. Lena arrived just then, excitedly asking Hoon when they would make their move, almost as if she was a character in an action manhwa. Lena fiercely drew her dagger and asked, "Who's the first mission?" But Hoon just gently patted her head and said it wasn't time yet, because they had to return to society first, and he would train Dorothy's people into the best subordinates. Wee Meyer's game mode, like something from a system manhwa, officially began. Entering the Grand Hall, Hoon's current subordinates were already waiting there. Reunited, they were constantly laughing and talking cheerfully. Gil and Dorothy, watching from a distance, also felt happy for them. She gently covered her mouth in anticipation of her future life in this place. The old woman's face, however, darkened, but Gil had to accept it. Looking at Hoon now, he wasn't any different from before. A moment later, Hoon turned to them and introduced the two as new colleagues, Nanny Gil and Lady Dorothy Jis. He added that they might also want to know that he and Dorothy were getting married, but Hoon only received silence and suspicious looks from Jave's group. Hoon's expression was like, "Ask me something." Could it be that what he said wasn't surprising to anyone at all? Jave then nonchalantly replied that it was because Hoon, the protagonist of this manhwa, always did the unexpected, and the moment Hoon returned meant he had already resolved everything. Jave had also overheard Hoon talking to the nanny about the marriage, but more importantly, what was going to happen to them from now on. When he asked that, the entire hall fell completely silent. Even Hoon wasn't sure where to begin, but perhaps it was time to tell the story that defined this manhwa's new arc. After gathering everyone, Hoon began to present some details regarding the Legion's system. Xia would be the commander of Legion 1 with Big Bo, Dojang under her command, while Lena would be the commander of Legion 2 with the crime syndicate under her, and Jave would be the advisor. Hoon slowly continued, saying he would explain why the Legion system was created. He looked over at Saito, the group from Bibo Dojang, and in a very dramatic manhwa moment, he bowed to offer them an apology. The entire group was completely stunned by Hoon's action. Then, they heard more words from him, that they were also a part of this, but he hadn't been able to care for them more. And from now on, Hoon would not lose anyone else. Saito bowed slightly in response. He also couldn't believe that Hoon still remembered those things. He gently wiped away a tear lingering on his eyelash, having already forgiven the main character of this manhwa. Hoon and Bibo's group also cheered in unison from behind, but then Hoon turned to the group from the criminal gang. Hoon calmly told them that ever since Yusa appeared, it was probably time for them to step up, and he was very grateful that everyone had held their ground. They all exchanged hesitant glances for a moment, then suddenly had to widen their eyes when Hoon said he would give them other special benefits, at which point no one had any intention of leaving anymore and hailed Hoon like a savior, followed by the rest. Hoon asked the family if they were truly finished, right? And if they had nowhere else to go, they should listen and decide for themselves, because from now on, all of us will abandon our weak nature. We will be reborn with a completely ruthless disposition, because I will set a new goal, and that goal is to eliminate the rotten part of the maze world depicted in this manhwa. Hoon's eyes were filled with determination. They would dissolve the Bram Crime City, and the system also. Quickly popped up a notification activating the target order from Hoon. On Big Bibo's side, there was sudden confusion, because dissolving Bram was a prating huge deal. The subordinates were in turmoil for their own reasons. Some found it exciting, others felt it was a bad idea. At the end of the meeting, Hoon announced he would give them one last chance. Anyone who wanted to leave could do so, and now they would begin professional training. Legion 1, formed by Bibo and Jiang, will train large-scale combat personnel when the sunlight disappears. Our target will be the darkness. As a result, Legion 2 will focus on training assassins to control the underworld. They will strip away all the dark paths of the old criminal organizations, and they will specialize in operating in the shadows, standing in front of the target board. Hoon wondered to himself if he should just do as he pleased. Brock, Hagris, and Bros were all a bunch of fools. He would show them what true dignity is. While he was concentrating, Syria rushed up from out of nowhere and hugged him, asking with a sweet smile about the plan he was preparing. She pressed her advantage, ceaselessly cooing the name Winham Mare, but Hoon emotionlessly pushed her away and slowly explained he would find the flaw in Bram's plan. It seemed their intention was to take advantage of in the sunset and act in the dead of night, but Hoon would do the opposite. He would swallow the darkness and then move to the sunlit area. The first major battlefield of this manhwa is set for the Legion commanders, which is to eliminate the 6 great powers and take their place. The old prime minister of the HRD government worked day and night to block the flow of money from the kingdom. Meanwhile, Bros had also seized control of the nobles' voting rights. He had enacted new laws that only benefited them. On Brambach's side, he wasn't sitting idle either. As the prime minister of Brambach personally went down to the streets to greet the people. He is currently responsible for entry into one of the most important mazes in this manhwa's world. After distinguishing between players and NPCs by going down the street, whether he was certain or not, Brambach would send people to tail the players. The moment a player let their guard down, his henchmen would follow and directly end their life. In this grim manhwa, the player would silently disappear, leaving only a cold corpse in a small alley. There were also rumors that the tattered list of players had been heard countless times during the day. Brambach's expression became increasingly gruesome after achieving his goals. The question was, which assassin in the world had he hired to do these things? Saria looked curiously at the photos Hoon had posted on the board, a classic scene in any strategy manhwa. When she wondered if that person was from the underworld, he immediately confirmed that they were. Hoon looked thoughtful, saying that the goods distributed in recent months have been divided by level, which could only be achieved when the scattered powers were centralized. He wondered if this was the result of the players holding grudges and fighting against each other. Sarah asked in return, "That's not entirely impossible, is it?" Hoon stroked his chin thoughtfully and confirmed that it was true. He said that this system game, a world straight out of a manhwa, was different from other games, as the number of NPCs in here was even greater than the number of players, so it would be very difficult to divide them due to many factors. He and Saria left the room. Hoon thought that those fools were aiming for true freedom. He mused that if players were allowed to create the rules for this game, Then the NPCs would also have the ability to create rules for the entire world. The world building in this manhwa is getting intense. Hoon emphasized that. Brown Box Group was trying to create chaos according to their will. Saria tilted her head, suspecting that they were trying to create dark powers for this chaos. He confirmed that it was true. Hoon believed that the management of those dark powers belonged to the 6 most powerful people. He worried if the black market and those 6 powers would continue to develop that way. The current problem, a classic manhwa trope, was the appearance of a genocider who wanted to gather all 6 powers together. Saria suddenly moved. She gently walked towards him with a smile on her face, and she asked him if that person had revealed themselves yet. He thought that person must first hide their own race and approach. Bram, despite having been missing before. Saria pressed close to him, curious if the commander knew where he came from. Hoon, despite her clinging to him, showed that he didn't know but was certain that the underworld was developing in the direction he had speculated. Saria whispered praise that it was an excellent plan, but did he really trust his team to go to war with the 6 powers? She also reminded Hoon about the time his achievements were stolen. Unexpectedly, he sneered, asserting that, like a true manhwa protagonist, he was ready to become one of the 6 powers himself. Saria was a bit dazed listening to him. What they needed wasn't just a simple war, but a change from the 6 current great powers into a government system. Thinking of the current chaos, Hoon said that what he sent them was just a proposal. His subordinate was also very good at negotiations. At that moment, Zijia stormed into the tavern. He threatened Lucas. "Is it time to talk now?" The old man trembled and fell to the ground, not expecting him to be so strong. Zijia read the old man's letter out loud and snorted with laughter, because he said from now on he would become the one to relay orders from the boss. Lucas threatened him back, asking if he thought he would be safe after attacking one of the 6 powers. Zijia didn't care. He told Saito his thoughts. He didn't think Hoon, the main character of this manhwa, was ready to talk about this matter. Hearing this, he also agreed. Seeing them get into a stance as if to execute him, Lucas hastily begged them. Zijia, however, felt extremely excited, because this expression was exactly what he wanted. He didn't hesitate to swing his giant blade. For Zijia, this was just a warning. Lucas's blood-curdling scream echoed as his life was coming to an end. But, as Lucas panted, trembling as he opened his eyes, he saw another person standing in front of him, blocking the attack. It was from Sega's last attack. He reached out, calling for the person to wake up. Suddenly, Hoon's voice rang out as he identified himself as the master of Hook San Hu. Even as a terrified, Lucas clung to the body of the one who had just protected him. Hoon was still full of menace as he voiced his thoughts on the issue of the 6 forces system. The more Lucas listened to Hoon speak, the more he felt himself trembling. Hoon appeared before the old man completely shrouded in a cloak, a classic look for a mysterious manhwa character, declaring that Huk San-hu was striving to become a single, powerful system, and if Lucas would show his loyalty to the Emperor, Hoon's representative would come to meet him. Hoon stressed that if Lucas refused, his life would no longer be guaranteed. Over with Lena, she was holding a knife and asking the man opposite her what he thought and whether he was ready to follow Hoon's words. Isaac was unwilling, but he couldn't escape her threats. Seeing this, Lena seemed a bit wistful. She found it strange because she had been told this negotiation would go smoothly if she just did as instructed. As she spoke, the knife in her hand brushed along Isaac's neck. The scene widened, revealing countless people surrounding them. Lena coldly suspected that Isaac was resisting her master's brilliant plan. The man panted, indicating he understood, and said he would send the documents to her later. Lena immediately jumped for joy that the negotiation had succeeded. Meanwhile, Lucas had also accepted the proposed deal. Esra then turned to ask Hoon for the next mission he wanted to issue. Seeing this, Lucas grew fearful. He yelled, asking if it wasn't over yet. Shiga then grimly stated that he wanted all 6 masters to be rendered incapable of fighting and captured. This was the second mission. Lena's side had also received this task, and Esra, a character straight out of an action manhwa, showed clear excitement, brandishing the blade in his hand. A satisfied smile appeared on Hoon's face as he arrogantly asked the man before him about their earlier conversation, asking if it wasn't wonderful. Hoon scoffed arrogantly, saying the dialogue was indeed wonderful. The group of them, Yak and Lucas, covered in wounds, obediently agreed. Suddenly, Lucas's expression turned hateful. He couldn't believe that after taking his status and money, Hoon was still not satisfied. Lucas screamed, demanding that Hoon kill him to let everything end. Hoon coolly asked why he should kill him, when he had been appointed as the group leader with their full consent, right? As if provoking Lucas, Hoon stated they didn't need to fight or kill. Instead, from now on, their organization would be protected by the Alliance. The ultimate goal Hoon was aiming for was to rule the entire underworld, a classic ambition in this type of manhwa. He hoped they would all achieve this together. Lucas was stunned upon hearing this, and Yak was completely speechless. Hoon then dangled a lure, promising that if the two of them wished, he would provide a way for all three of them to become stronger. Lucas still didn't dare to place his absolute trust in the boy. He had to ask again just to confirm, but Yak at his side suddenly called it absurd. He frowned, reminding everyone how Hoon had used force to coerce them, and now what he ultimately wanted was what? Hoon crouched down in front of Isaac, praising him for being truly intelligent. A moment later, he suddenly lunged and grabbed the heads of both men. Hoon whispered in their ears, confirming that their suspicions were correct. He stressed that what he wanted was actually very simple. It was all the assets that both Lucas and Isaac currently possessed. You see, the maze game is an incredibly realistic game, a common setup in a system Manhwa, where players can purchase equipment with in-game currency, though it cannot be converted back into real cash. But I can exchange corresponding in-game items for shares. That's how Hoon planned to get a firm grip on the money. Just like that, Wingham began to receive large amounts of cash in the form of equivalent items every week, and Hoon called it a protection fee. He ignored the helpless expressions of both Lucas and Isra, casually praising them for doing a great job. All that money would be converted into shares, which would be used to make the Alliance stronger. Gil had also gone to the Alliance, starting his training regimen for the members, and that was precisely the method known as Nanny Gil's training, which Hoon had permitted. And so, he lived through days of continuously pouring money and investing relentlessly to constantly strengthen his alliance. And before this model became widely known, it had already reached the ears of the players, spreading faster than a viral manhwa series. Along the bustling streets, Syrah curiously asked Hoon, as she wanted to be sure if things would definitely be okay if he continued like this. Sarah also asked if Hoon was treated by the people in the Alliance as a colleague or if they even gave him shares. Unexpectedly, Hoon made a request for her to be more proactive. He said he would go capture monsters and take care of them in a flash, like a true manhwa hero, while Jave would handle the operations of Huck-san, and he guessed the boy was working very hard right now. Hoon hoped Sarah would keep an eye on Hograte and Pros for him in his absence. She frowned, not expecting that after she asked to leave her master and start gathering information, he would emphasize that it was a very suitable job for her. Sarah reluctantly complied, returning to her confident demeanor, and asked what she had to do. Hoon proposed a hypothesis. If he could control the other 6 associates and rule the underworld, a plot worthy of its own manhwa, Bram would be able to assert himself from there. But the problem was they lacked information, and Brambach refused to open up to Hograte and Pros. He ordered Sarah to find out what they wanted and report back to him. She seemed intrigued, promising to do her best. As she spoke, Sarah moved closer to Hoon, saying she would get enough shares for this mission, but she still had many more things to do. Before Hoon could react, Sarah directly wrapped her arms around him from behind. She wanted to confirm if this mission was just about gathering information. Hearing this, Hoon understood what she wanted, so he casually allowed Sarah to create an army if she wished. Elsewhere, Seja was training hard in his room. Hoon suddenly approached and called out to him, remarking that he was always training so diligently. Seja asked him back, what was it all about? Seja couldn't hide the look of interest on his face, admitting he had been disappointed by Hoon's past actions but now felt a bit of anticipation. This whole situation was more exciting than any manhwa he had read. Seiji became obsessed with the idea of eliminating all the weak so that the world would be a place only for the strong to survive. Hoon tried to maintain a calm expression, but inside he silently cursed him as a madman. Seija asked him again, what do you ultimately want to do? Rule the underworld? You sound like the main villain in a manhwa. Hoon placed his hands on his hips and let out a long sigh as if releasing his fatigue. He said it was a good position and they needed to attack the Demon King. Despite Seija's startle, Hoon hoped they could do it together. This team-up felt like a pivotal manhwa moment. He lowered his head, and a series of savage laughs rumbled from his throat. Seija clenched his fists, unable to hide his excitement. He reached out and touched the hilt of his blade. Vowing that Zero would become Geom's sword, he raised his blade high, ready to cut down anyone in his way. At Hoon's command, the system immediately notified him that his subordinate's loyalty had increased. Whenever he walked the path of the demon, Zero's loyalty would always increase. The requirement had been unlocked. As his loyalty increased, Hoon couldn't hide his joy at this good news, happy that he could now treat Zira as a true subordinate. Hoon turned to leave, calling for him to come along, as they both headed to the final semi-final match. Hoon even turned back to reveal they were going there to find Draman. An evening that should have been quiet was broken by Zira. Ez's booming voice as he exclaimed how the Black Mountain Alliance had grown so significantly. The number of Alliance members was also steadily increasing. Hoon was frightened by his expression, his posture seeming to tell the man to stay away from him. But Zara was just excited, seeing it merely as admiration. Hoon calmed himself and wondered, wasn't the experience any different? Hoon knew the reason the Black Mountain Alliance became more successful than that orphanage was because it was the second alliance he had created. Hoon thought that based on the investment fund he had established back when he was Rhodius, he felt even more confident seeing the alliance's current growth. Hoon recalled, the strategy guide he had once published had been read by countless players, becoming a legendary text in this manhwa world. Even a chapter from that old book, titled "A Few Techniques I Used to Use," was helping him gain more subordinates. Hoon mused that it was like playing a management game straight out of a manhwa. To him, everything was like an investment. The key was to develop the right techniques at the right time. If one only focused on increasing their own physical stats, it would be easy for the leader to be ignored by their subordinates. On the other hand, if one only cared about increasing subordinates' loyalty, then the training costs would increase exponentially. A foolish obedience could easily destroy everything that had been built. At that point, one would end their life alongside those foolishly obedient subordinates. Thinking of this, Hoon wasn't worried at all, because his method was completely different. Hoon had established a unified reward for his subordinates during their training. Only when they reached a certain level were they sent out for practical combat experience. Each mission in this manhwa was tailored to the individual's skills, making them feel a sense of fit and growth. Hoon also had his subordinates turn in the items they received from their combat practice to the Alliance, and in return, they would receive a corresponding number of shares. In this process, the Alliance would receive 10% in commission along with their items. This could be seen as a blatant betrayal, but no one cared. The reason was simple. Players received a level of growth that was hard to find anywhere else, a classic power progression in this type of manhwa. It was something all players were excited about and could only be found in the Black Mountain Alliance. And of course, his subordinates could also invest shares in themselves. Players always spread the word that when their bodies were strengthened with power, they also needed to improve their agility to keep up with that strength. Even their intelligence stat was given attention. This made the players become more and more immersed in the system Hoon had created, a perfect game loop for any manhwa reader to enjoy. You even created a stock share ranking system, like something from a Game World manhwa, for the Alliance members to view every day, so that your subordinates would enter a race to see who could use the most share coins possible. It's thanks to this ranking board that the members' motivation to train their abilities increased, and at the same time, their loyalty to the Black Mountain Alliance was also strengthened. Hoon felt lucky that he didn't have to spend too many shares on increasing the loyalty of his subordinates. As the Alliance members became more and more excited, immersing themselves in the setup he created, Hoon came to understand even more clearly that human obedience is always just an act on the surface, and those who try to create obedience without understanding this will only end up being betrayed. Suddenly, Lena appeared out of nowhere and rushed towards Hoon, happily boasting about her brilliantly successful negotiation. As soon as she finished speaking, Lena's attention was drawn to the newly updated ranking board, and she teased Exja for having dropped to second place. He flew into a rage, yelling loudly that he had to carry out a special mission assigned by the master, and he wasn't about to fail it just to climb that ranking board. Hoon watched them bicker from the side, musing that at least these two wouldn't betray him. He spoke up, telling them to briefly recount the negotiation and move on to the 6th round. Lena ran up and asked Hoon if he would go with her, because he had always just taken that giant with him. X-Shy immediately lunged forward and knocked her away, declaring in a classic manhwa villain style that the master needed him more than Lena, and that he, Exja, was Hoon's sharpest sword. But Hoon spoke up and said that this time, the one going with him would be Lena. Hearing this, she widened her eyes and screamed with joy. Hoon thought that he had already spent a lot of time with Exja, and now it was Lena's turn. He climbed onto the roof to look at the system board, feeling that everything was great. On it were comments from other players, like a forum discussing the latest manhwa chapter, praising the Black Mountain Alliance for having so many strong members, and that they had even recently captured Lucas. Hoon exclaimed, feeling a little intimidated by the thoughts of so many people. He then remembered the Holy Demon Temple, a place that received direct protection from Brownbee. This place was entirely for creating NPCs and using them as enemies for the players. Hoon thought with a sigh that this was truly a powerful guild, the kind of antagonist organization you'd find and focus solely on seeking real power. Therefore, he also came to a very accurate conclusion. Assuming Hoon could defeat Raymond from the Holy Demon Temple, everyone would know much more about his Black Mountain Alliance. At this thought, Hoon stretched out his gradually numbing arm high into the air. He also slowly stood up, muttering that it was time to get ready. Hoon shouted Lena's name, signaling that they should begin their new journey. He casually allowed her to do as many crazy things as she wanted, and in return, he received Lena's blissful satisfaction. She stood on the high rooftop, then turned back towards the edge. Lena's long, slender legs bent slightly before she leaped from her spot, a classic action manhwa scene as Hoon's farewell echoed through the mystical dark night. She, along with countless other Alliance members, launched themselves down. Lena showed no sign of confusion or fear. On the contrary, she stared intently at the ground below. She and the others successfully shattered the building's glass and stormed inside. The people inside, dressed like monks, revealed expressions of utter shock. Lena nonchalantly greeted them. She held a sharp knife, declaring that this was the moment they should disappear. In the middle of the wide hallway, Cross appeared with Brownbee. He asked if their faction was in trouble. They replied that Hoon had already gained control of both major powers. As Bram Bok described how everything had long since fallen into the boy's hands, he noticed that Prost's mood seemed a bit too good. He turned away, casually offering to help with a few things. Bram Bok stressed that if Hoon was truly the person they knew, his development, like something out of a manhwa, would endanger them both. Recalling Hoon's clueless appearance when he appeared before him, he was still filled with dread. If one day the boy truly returned to his rightful place, then both of them would have to obediently submit to Hoon. They both concluded that their future plans, this entire complex manhwa plot, would crumble to pieces. Prost revealed a sinister smile, wondering what he would get in return for letting his army assist Bram Bok. Hearing this, Bram Bok's eyes widened, not expecting Prost to make such a demand. Prost then nonchalantly suggested they could create a disturbance with the black market, and all Bram Bok would need to do is participate half-heartedly. Bram Bok couldn't take it anymore and suddenly moved his fingers. He grabbed Prost by the collar, angrily saying that Prost had overstepped his bounds. The man just laughed loudly and asked, "Overstep my bounds?" Prost emphasized that as a prince, he had long stopped caring about Bram Bok's finances. This entire power play felt like a scene from a manhwa. He squinted with a doubtful smile, wondering if Bram Bok was even capable of handling the dirty work of nobles. He directly slapped away Bram Bok's hand from his collar. Ignoring the man's face, which was distorted with rage, Prost continued to taunt him, calling Bram Bok someone who only knows how to pray and scheme behind Hoon's back. He swirled the wine in his glass, telling Bram Bok he should pray that their plan goes smoothly, otherwise he would have to face all the players, a classic manhwa trope. Prost then poured out the wine in his glass, contemptuously stating that nothing Bram Bok wanted would ever come to fruition. Bram Bok was speechless, staring intently at Prost, unable to get a word out. He tried to calm himself, understanding that Prost had never wanted to be in the same boat as him. Surprisingly, Prost then said that their alliance hadn't changed at all and what he had just told Bram Bok wouldn't affect the final outcome. As he finished, Prost revealed his wicked nature like a true manhwa villain. He even dared to issue a command, demanding that Bram Bok act more precisely. Bram Bok looked like he was about to explode, his eyes bulging ferociously. Before Bram Bok could say a word, Prost ordered his servants to see the guest out. Two soldiers unceremoniously dragged Bram Bok out as commanded. Before he was hauled away, Prost suddenly looked like he wanted to reveal something else. Seeing Bram Bok struggle to look back at him, he just calmly clenched his fist and then softly said it was nothing. His clenched fist then changed into a shooing motion, dismissing Bram Bok. Bram Bok couldn't endure it any longer and violently threw off the hands of the two soldiers holding him. He stressed that he would clearly remember the humiliation he suffered today, then turned and arrogantly left the Prost estate. Prost, watching him go, felt this whole situation was becoming a fascinating manhwa. He looked on with contempt in the direction Bram Bok left. In his mind, he recalled that Bram Bok had never mentioned that Hagrid had been to the labyrinth. He appeared thoughtful, speculating that if Bram Bok truly didn't know this, then there was nothing more to say. Prost glanced at Bram Bok's figure quickly disappearing across the grounds, remarking that he hadn't had this much fun until now, and to think Bram Bok had so easily let his allies leave. So why was that? Why couldn't he do the same? Prost also knew that Bram Bok always created paths different from the plan, and right now he was also enduring a barely contained rage. Bram Bok gritted his teeth, not expecting the plan this time to change. He ordered his subordinates to quickly contact Rid. Scene change, two members of an organization were fighting frantically. Seeing their opponent charge fiercely, they moved straight out of a battle manhwa. Both quickly went on the defensive. The two of them continued to attack each other violently. This entire scene was observed by Bros from the sidelines, and he remarked that this is truly amazing. If he himself had soldiers like these, he certainly wouldn't have to bow down to Brock anymore. As he finished speaking, his eyes darted to the side, and he offered a scheming thank you. Bannon appeared beside him. All right, Bros felt very satisfied. She remained silent for a few seconds without replying. Then she suddenly asked why Bros wanted to eliminate his own allies. Unexpectedly, he replied that he had never called them allies. He sensed that Bram Bok was obsessed with power and that H-Grite had lost real authority to him. A classic manhwa power struggle. Bros also felt very proud that he was the only one who knew how to maintain boundaries with Brano. With that, he smirked, remarking that now he had to jump into this mess before everything was destroyed. Bannon looked grim, asking again why Bros could speak so casually. Suddenly, he moved in close to her. Bros boasted about his abilities in front of her. He even ignored her murderous glare and, in a classic manhwa villain move, reached out to touch her smooth skin. Bros laughed sarcastically, not caring if she knew his secret. Bannon didn't argue, and directly admitted that what he said was true. With that, she turned away coldly, just telling Bros if he needed more of the drug to create the undead army, he should just let her know. Bros flirtatiously said that if she felt lonely, she could also look for him. Bannon felt her skin crawl, gritting her teeth and muttering that he was disgusting. She moved away hurriedly, and when she reached a corner, she didn't slow down and slammed right into the woman in front of her. Banan stared up with wide, bewildered eyes. Saria looked at her and greeted her in a gentle tone. She immediately felt threatened, her body instinctively taking small steps back. When she turned around, 3 undead soldiers, looking like they'd shambled right out of a horror manhwa, were sluggishly walking towards her, their pupils glowing a fiery red, completely different from the undead army she had created. Banan felt terrified, her body trembling uncontrollably, unable to understand who Saria was. The woman, a mysterious character straight out of a thriller, Manhwa, leaned down and whispered that her own plans were not important. The reason she came here was the key. With that, Saria cupped Banan's cheeks, brought her face close, and ordered her to tell her everything. Saria emphasized, it had to be everything Bros had told her, including, of course, the undead army in that garden. There is a principle set for assassins that they must strictly follow. An assassin will always quietly hide behind the target's back and observe them, and their principle when eliminating a target, a core tenet in many assassin manhwa, is to never reveal themselves. That way, the target will perish silently and unknowingly, without ever knowing who eliminated them, and missions taken by professional assassins will only be considered missing person cases, rather than murders. However, Lena is a special case in this dark manhwa world, in the world of assassins. The bodies she disposes of can be found scattered all over the streets. They can go, ending their lives with jaws agape, either facing the sky or planted firmly on the ground, surrounded by pools of crimson blood. To Lena, an assassination is only successful when there are no witnesses left. Meanwhile, Raman was in a state of utter panic, ordering his men to rush towards the main hall. The priests, covered in wounds, that still struggled to follow his command. Hearing this, Lena let out a sound of surprise. She hadn't expected there to be another main hall. Lena then mused aloud, if everyone is flocking there, doesn't that mean something interesting is happening? The priests immediately grew wary of her. Without waiting any longer, Lena started sprinting towards the hall. When she and her subordinates arrived, they found countless priests gathered there. One priest shouted, ordering the others to hold their ground and buy more time. They coordinated perfectly, simultaneously raising their hands to cast spells as orbs of energy of various colors began to form in their hands. Soon, the entire room echoed with their strange, muttered incantations. From the god of darkness to the lord of demons and blood essence, they prayed for their deities to manifest and accept their rituals. One priest began to undergo a grotesque transformation, a body horror moment right out of a dark fantasy manhwa. His body bulged with green veins, and his eyes widened in agony as blood spewed from the corners of his mouth. But Lena wasn't about to let his transformation complete. She lunged forward and severed the priest's arm. She shot them a scornful glare and asked, "Did you really think I'd just stand by and watch?" With that, Lena mercilessly cut down countless priests. Her subordinates weren't idle either. Some attacked the enemies before them, while others rushed towards the other priests, swinging their blades. Lena herself punched another one squarely in the chest, but her sword arms suddenly froze. It turned out, a mysterious voice had echoed, catching her attention. It spoke of making the opponent before her suffer unending pain. Lena's pupils constricted, and her brows furrowed involuntarily. It turned out, Raman had used her moment of distraction to cast his spell, a pivotal moment in this manhwa. When Raman opened his eyes, they were both stained a brilliant crimson as blood spurted from his orifices. It took a moment for his pupils to fully adjust to the new color and reappear. Then, he lunged at Lena with incredible speed. In a flash, Raman was right in front of her, wielding the azure water blade and swinging it at her. Lena was stunned, horrified by his speed, a power-up that changed the entire dynamic of this manhwa fight. As Raman's mana was about to hit her, a thought flashed through her mind. If she tried to block it with her own strength, she would surely die instantly. With this realization, Lena reacted in a split second, taking several steps back and leaping away. Just before the explosion Raman created could detonate, Lena managed to create a safe distance. He panted heavily, but kept muttering that it wasn't over. In an instant, Raman used his incredible speed to vanish, a classic move for a powerful manhwa villain. He now wielded a weapon that looked like a long, black lightning bolt and aimed it straight at Lena. She asked her subordinates if everything was ready. They answered with their actions, immediately taking a combat stance. Seeing Raymond in her sights, Lena ordered all of her subordinates to leap high into the air with her, a coordinated attack that looked stunning in the manhwa panels. As they dove down to ambush him, a few of her subordinates were inevitably struck by Raman. Lena, however, landed gracefully on the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, she slashed across Raymond's abdomen with a fatal blow. He was wounded, his face contorting in pain. At that moment, another of Lena's subordinates also held a weapon lunged from behind him. Raman couldn't react in time and was struck with another deep gash on his back, causing him to gasp and spit out a mouthful of red blood, his eyes widening in shock. Another sharp blade appeared at his side, revealing that two more of Lena's subordinates were already in position, simultaneously slashing at Raymond's flanks. He tried to compose himself, but realized that countless assassins were still rushing toward him, making Ramen break out in a cold sweat. Lena then appeared like a fleeting shadow, materializing before him with her sharp blade. She speculated that his current strength was not yet at the peak level of his master. Hearing this, Ramen angrily gritted his teeth. Lena looked amused, her eyes glowing red with bloodlust as blood splattered through the air, mingling with her taunting voice. Soon enough, you'll find a better master on the other side. Hoon was standing alone outside the temple. Lena quickly threw open the temple gates, leading her subordinates out. Seeing this, he immediately praised her for a job well done. Lena didn't expect him to be waiting for her here, and her eyes couldn't help but light up. She rushed forward and threw her arms around Hoon's neck, expressing how truly happy she was, not forgetting to ask why he was hanging around here. Outwardly, Hoon just laughed, but in reality, he was there for a mission, just like a quest in a system Manhwa. The mission was to help Lena increase her speed stat. She was overjoyed, feeling like she was on cloud 9, and asked him what her next task would be. Hoon took her arm, telling her it was time to let Bram know of their existence. Before leaving, he couldn't help but remark on how large and beautiful the temple was. Hoon put on a playful expression and asked Lena if she wanted to see some fireworks right now. The purpose of these welcome fireworks was to display any words you wanted in the sky when they were launched. After Jave explained this, Hoon bit his lip in regret. He couldn't understand why he had to spend a mountain of gold on these kinds of fireworks. Jave hesitated for a moment, and they both looked at the pile of fireworks placed around the castle. Hoon had already splurged on 1,000 of them. He crossed his arms and explained that it was just enough for the whole guild to see the show. Jave, at a loss, could only ask what message Hoon planned to send to everyone. He glanced at Jave with a sly, secretive smile, saying he would see it when it exploded. That night, a huge crowd gathered in the courtyard in front of the castle, and the men among them wondered why the Black Mountain Guild had assembled everyone, but no one seemed to know. They just thought Hoon was about to boast. A common trope in this kind of manhwa. They figured he was just bragging about fighting against the evil god faction. Hoon stood in front of the building, and without turning around, he just asked if Zijia was ready. Zijia gave a thumbs up, assuring Hoon with a confident smile that everything was set. Hoon chuckled and rallied everyone's spirits, telling them to light the fireworks together. Zijia climbed up high, raising his sword into a ready stance. He shouted, "Light it up," and brought his massive, pillar-like sword down on the prepared fireworks. A crackling sound echoed in the night, and from behind the castle, pale yellow sparks continuously flew into the air. The scene was incredibly cinematic, like a panel from a popular manhwa. The entire castle erupted with booming explosions. He stood calmly silhouetted against the light, slowly announcing that this was a new message from the Black Mountain Guild. The largest fireworks shot up, a display so vibrant it looked like a panel from a full-color manhwa, astonishing everyone with its colorful announcement. It declared that the Black Mountain Guild was recruiting new members with the goal of defeating Bram. Jave looked up at the sky, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. The sheer shock of the goal was enough to make him faint on the spot. Hoon rushed over to catch him, feigning a look of deep concern. Chokingly asked if Jave was about to kick the bucket. Moved by his own dramatic manhwa-like performance, he kept promising he would fulfill Jave's last wish. Just then, Jave moved slightly, refuting Hoon's disgusting behavior. Hoon still wouldn't stop and continued to support him, promising to go have a showdown with Bram right away, saying that if they failed, they would confess that Jave was the mastermind. Jave was so angry he tremblingly held out his hand. Seeing this, Hoon grabbed his hand tightly, telling him to say something, anything. Jave smiled with satisfaction, sarcastically telling Hoon to just drop dead already. Seeing Hoon fall into disappointment, Jave's face darkened as he asked if Hoon was out of his mind, but Lena didn't see it that way. She just smiled and explained that their master had always liked to be dramatic like this, as if he were the main character of a manhwa. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, catching Jave and Hoon's attention. Saria approached from a distance, asking Hoon if the announcement about conquering Bram was a joke. The moment he saw her, Hoon immediately tossed Jave to the ground and rushed to ask if she had brought anyone back with her. Jave, who had fallen to the ground, could only bitterly curse once before letting it go. Meanwhile, Saria grinned from ear to ear, saying she had brought back a top-tier, absolutely epic companion, and that new friend slowly stepped forward. She was introduced as Panan, a petite, black-haired girl. Hoon's head was full of question marks. He was stunned and asked why she was here. Instead of a greeting, a moment later inside the castle, Panan put down her teacup and began to recount the reason for her appearance. Taking another small sip for encouragement, she said she wanted revenge on the leaders of the 6 major powers, the ones who had killed her father, a classic revenge plot for any manhwa. Therefore, Panan had been strengthening herself. She had worked tirelessly to eliminate them on her own. Then one day, a man named Bros came to see Panan. He was the true power behind the 6 leaders and the black market. He He provided Panem with information that Bran Bok was their leader and proposed an alliance. The plot of this manhwa thickened as he promised to help her kill both Bran Bok and the executioner, the one who had murdered her butler. In return, Panan gave Brost her family's forbidden drug. It was a potion that made soldiers dozens of times stronger, but it robbed them of their consciousness. But once Brost had built his army, it seemed he no longer cared about Panan's revenge. That's when Panan realized she couldn't trust this bastard anymore, and she concluded by saying that Syria was the one who kidnapped her from him. Hearing this, Syria postured and defended herself, saying it was just a proposal for cooperation. Syria flew over and hugged Hoon under Dorothy's annoyed gaze. She whined, asking if the information she provided was useful or not. And that old fox Brost was plotting something. Hoon pushed her away and agreed, then said to Panan that his goal was to attack Bram, and he needed Brost for that. Syria, beside him, asked if he was racing against the mayor or something, her tone full of mockery. But Hoon, like a true manhwa protagonist, answered coolly that he wasn't aiming for such a measly position. He was aiming for the king's throne. With that, Hoon waved his hand and told Panan to lead them to Brost's place. She was quite surprised, but Hoon was extremely confident that no matter how strong the drug soldiers were, his subordinates were much stronger, a classic power-up in any action manhwa. Inside Brost's castle, the man was sitting and sipping tea. Then suddenly, a servant ran in like a bat out of hell, shouting that they were in big trouble. Brost tilted his head in confusion, asking why he was so panicked. The servant fearfully replied that Wyndham of the Black Mountain Guild was leading an elite army straight towards this manor. Brost, the master manipulator of this manhwa, chuckled, saying that was good, that it was all according to plan. He leaned standing by the window. He proudly looked at his own army, expecting Hoyon to see how strong his soldiers were. But one glance, and he froze. The courtyard below was engulfed in red flames. He turned and angrily questioned his servant, only to receive the same answer. The answer was that the Black Mountain Guild was coming, but what Brost was really asking was why his entire garden was ablaze. The figures of Hoyon's powerful subordinates, looking like they walked straight out of a manhwa, gradually emerged from the smoke and dust, and the one leading them was none other than Gay. Not only her, but also Xgia and everyone else on the team. Gay casually cracked her neck. Seeing this, Hoyon gulped and asked her if she was okay, or perhaps because she was so high level, this was just a trivial matter. Just warming up, Gay simply replied that she would take that as a piece of advice, and immediately after, she charged forward like a vanguard, clearing a path into the castle. Watching Gay punching people like they were punching bags, Hoyon was stunned. He knew she was strong, but since when was Gay this powerful? What kind of intense manhwa training had Gil undergone to become so overwhelmingly strong? Was it because the zombie soldiers used drugs, or was it all Syria? Seeing this made him even more eager. He quickly drew his sword, unable to just sit back and watch anymore. Hoyon stood waiting below, watching them charge forward one after another and wishing them good luck. Seeing his subordinates so ridiculously strong, he felt completely at ease, as if he were the protagonist of his own manhwa. Suddenly, Hoyon's attention was caught by a gaze from the upper floor window. He responded to the old man with a vicious smile, and thought to himself, just you wait. After that, Hoyon pointed directly at him, declaring he'd be there soon. Brost's lip twitched, disbelievingly, asking his servant again if Hoyon was pointing at him. The servant confirmed that he was indeed declaring war on him. Hearing this, Brost turned and grabbed him by the collar, yelling as if he thought he was being mocked. Anyone can see Hoyon is obviously challenging me. Why are you stating the obvious? The servant's face turned pale with fear, and he quickly mentioned the elite troops. Reminded of them, Brost got annoyed, and told him to summon them immediately. He hesitated, looking out the window, hoping this would buy him a little more time. Not for anything grand, but for the cowardly Brost to escape. Seeing his guards lying dead in the fiery dust, he was terrified. He never expected Hoyon's subordinates to be this strong. The whole scene was like a power fantasy manhwa unfolding before his eyes. Just as he reached the castle gate, Hoyon was blocked by the elite troops, Brost, consisting of 7 people. They were a mixed force of rankers and NPCs. Hoyon scoffed, asking, he put up a shield just to buy time to run, didn't he? He knew that old man all too well. Saying that, Hoyon scratched his head. I guess Brost really underestimated my subordinates. He smirked. Call up our mosaic, Syria sighed, but still stepped forward to clear the way, constantly retorting that she was not his subordinate. The group of men, he looked down on her for being a woman. They all pointed their swords at Syria, yelling that no one shall pass. However, things changed the moment she used her charm spell, a classic ability in the manhwa genre. They were all as if hypnotized, the light of Cupid flooding their brains. Now, they only had eyes for her. Syria gently stroked her chin, teasing that she only wanted the strongest one. As soon as she finished her sentence, all 7 of them were ready. They looked at each other warily for a moment, and then, as if driven mad, they started stabbing each other just to win Syria over. It was a chaotic Manhwa panel brought to life. With chaos erupting at the castle gate, Hoon leisurely opened the door to find the rat. A moment later, someone suddenly dropped to their knees. Seeing the old man tied up, Hoon laughed and asked, "For someone who plots behind his master's back, being tied up and forced to kneel is nothing, right?" Brost's downfall was as satisfying as any Manhwa villain's. Humiliated, he continuously shouted insults, cursed, and asked how Hoon had killed the old man so easily. Hoon feigned innocence, scratching his head and saying that was all in the past, adding an explanation that Prost had helped him a lot, and asked if he would cooperate with him from now on. Prost trembled, asking how Hoon knew he would surrender. Hoon stood up, giving him a dangerous look. "It's not like you were chosen. However, I could still choose Panam with Sarah's magic potion, and if I choose neither, I'll test the medicine. My special treatment from Gil and Xja." Before he could suggest anything more, faced with that ferocious expression, Prost quickly surrendered, promising he would do anything he needed. Prost was baffled to hear that Hoon only wanted to hold a noble council meeting. He frowned, flattering Prost by saying he was the chairman of the noble council and a duke, so he could definitely do it. Prost admitted that was true, but he still wondered why Hoon was asking for so little. Hoon just nodded, indicating that was all he needed, for now. Prost then said hesitantly, "According to the rules, non-nobles are not allowed to enter." Before he could finish, he was cut off. Hoon called Dorothy out and pointed, saying she was a noble, Dorothy, the head of the G's family who had just joined the Mayer family. She shyly confirmed that she was now a member of the House of Mayer. Prost observed this and quietly asked Hoon what his plan was. Hoon just smiled and sat down in the chair opposite him, telling him he didn't need to know that. Suddenly, Hoon flashed a dangerous smile, his entire demeanor shifting like a character in a thriller manhwa, implying he needed pressure to get things done, right? Prost felt a chill and sat up straight, earnestly promising to convene the meeting immediately, begging to be spared. The council meeting was quickly convened. Prost, at the head of the round table, hastily greeted everyone and announced that the meeting would now begin. He then leaned aside, announcing that the next speaker would be the gentleman present. One of the members spoke up in disbelief and annoyance. He thought the emergency meeting would be about something serious. He wore a contemptuous expression, sneering that the respectable Lord Prost was now being manipulated by some thug. Hearing this, Hoon began to count each person one by one. When he finished, there were only 12 people. He commented, "An even number like this makes a tie more likely." The man who had just insulted him looked around in confusion, but very quickly, his head was severed from his neck by Lena's sharp blade from behind. The spray of blood made the entire council watch in horror, a scene straight out of an action manhwa. One by one, soldiers armed with swords appeared, slowly closing in on the council members, causing everyone to panic. The plot of this manhwa was escalating quickly. Hoon then tapped the table to draw their attention and announced, "Let's resolve this peacefully." He gave a dangerous smile, as if his malicious nature was surfacing, and said he would only say this once, so they should listen carefully. "There are too many corrupt officials here, those who have been committing crimes for too long. People who only care for their own gain and neglect the citizens are truly despicable. Therefore, I have decided to make some changes myself. According to what I know, the Noble Council has the authority to hold a mayoral election." Hearing this, everyone finally understood Hoon's purpose. Their hearts leaped into their throats. Hoon wanted to hold a mayoral election. A dead silence fell over the room, until a bald-headed noble hesitantly spoke up, saying he understood his point, but why didn't Hoon consider becoming the head of the Noble Council? The others immediately chimed in, saying that position offered far more wealth and prestige than simply being mayor, making it more arduous with little reward. Hoon thoughtfully leaned on the table and repeated what he had said. He was only making the announcement once. Did they really want him to say it again? Seeing Hoon so angry, their faces turned pale, not daring to be defiant any longer. He leaned back slightly, announcing there would be a vote, and anyone who objected should raise their hand, but Hoon didn't guarantee what would happen next, because the swords of the surrounding men were already drawn and held close to the nobles' necks. They gritted their teeth and lowered their heads, not daring to voice any opposition. Hoon smiled gleefully, clapping his hands as if everyone had agreed. Then he turned sharply to call for PR, who immediately and obediently responded. Hoon pushed his chair back, stood up, and signaled for the old man to announce this throughout Brams that they would hold a re-election for the mayor's position, and the candidates would be Wee, Mayor, and Brown. With that said, he turned and left, hoping to resolve this matter fairly and transparently through a vote. Ross watched his receding figure and muttered to himself, wondering what scheme he was plotting this time. A classic manhwa protagonist move. It could be a good thing. Maybe it would cause Bram to fall apart in the process. Over on Brambach's side, he was furious after hearing the news. The old man had no idea what the hell was going on, a corrupt mayor and whatnot, and a re-election for the mayoral position. Hoon didn't steal or attack them. Instead, he wanted to resolve everything fairly through a vote. Brambach resentfully gritted his teeth, wondering if Hoon really thought his position was that weak. This whole political plot felt like a dramatic manhwa. But just then, a servant ran in to report a major problem. Bram Bach, who was already fuming, had to ask what had happened to make him so panicked. The servant, panting, reported that the Black Mountain Guild was distributing money on the streets. It was the dirty money of the former mayor of Bram, confiscated from those 6 tycoons, and they were using all the recovered funds to improve the welfare of the people of Bram. He begged Bram Bach to handle the situation. Meanwhile, on Hoon's side, he was slicking his hair back with gel, looking sharp, and flashing a charmingly wicked smile like a true Manhwa anti-hero. Distributing money for a fair competition, candidate number 2, Wee Mayor, but he promised the public he would create a clean and prosperous Bram. Hoon wanted to confirm with G if she was sure. Why the sudden question? Gay was certain, explaining that she knew his true nature because Bram Bach was no ordinary man. Jay then recounted the situation to him, explaining that he had joined the ranks of mages. She continued to narrate what she knew, and that he was capable of easily blocking Sage's attacks, a feat worthy of a top-tier Manhwa character. Furthermore, while serving as mayor, Bram Bach had gained immense trust, even if some people later changed their minds. Jay lowered her head and asked Hoon, "Can you really do this?" Hoon didn't answer, but instead turned away nonchalantly, despite knowing she was very worried for him. Suddenly, Hoon smiled with immense confidence. "Aunt, do you think I don't know what my subordinates are capable of?" He gave a thumbs up, assuring her they would handle it with the confidence of a seasoned Manhwa guild. The conversation ended, leaving him in high spirits, but it was the opposite for Bram Bach, who wore an expression full of killing intent. When the crowd saw the two face to face, in a scene straight from a dramatic Manhwa, they began to gossip, whispering amongst themselves. Bram Bach stared at him coldly. "Ain't nobody trying to run for mayor." Hoon raised his hand in a provocative gesture towards Bram Bach. "Isn't that what freedom is about? At least I don't do shady things like you." Hearing him say that, so he flew into a rage, shouting, "Don't slander me with baseless rumors." However, he quickly lost all his confidence when he heard there was incriminating evidence. At his call, Lucas and Isaac reluctantly emerged from the crowd, but Lucas still put up with his grand introduction. Then, Hoon very theatrically gestured, his hand towards the remaining figure, and his voice rang out, "This is Isaac from Jimon Whippa." After that, he revealed their positions. These are 2 members of the top 6, figures you might read about in a dark manhwa. They are the supreme leaders of criminal organizations. The next part of his sentence struck a nerve, and also subordinates of Mayor Brock. Hoon suddenly changed his tone. "Everyone has heard of their notoriety, haven't they? Ah, but luckily they have turned over a new leaf and now work for the Black Mountain Guild. But just think about how many people were harmed." Seeing Hoon continuously putting on an act made the 2 behind him very disgusted. "That bastard, he's the one who beat and robbed us," Bram Bach retorted defiantly. "That doesn't change the fact that you're just a guy with a terrible reputation." Hoon continued to strike dramatic poses, provoking his opponent a little more, like a classic manhwa protagonist. After he couldn't keep up the act any longer, he let out a sigh and stopped. His expression suddenly did a complete 180. "You are right." Then, Hoon stepped forward and spoke. "A dangerous group of people, harboring a criminal organization, monopolizing the 6 elite factions and the black market." But he was very calm about it, because he quickly posed a question in return. "Isn't that how this labyrinth works? Everyone is free to do whatever they want, to live as they please." Next came the accusation against Bram Bach, plotting to dominate players, extortion, and only distributing NPC power to strengthen his faction. "Don't pretend to be the protector of justice in this world. You're no different. You're completely filled with the desire to rule." Hoon walked past him and declared, "If pursuing pleasure is considered evil, then I will walk that path." Then he boldly addressed the crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen of Win Mayor, I don't care about the criticism." His speech was as charismatic as any manhwa hero's. Everyone found his words to be very true. Just having fun is enough. Things have been so boring lately anyway. The crowd gradually shifted the topic to electing someone new to make life interesting again. At this moment, Bram Bach finally spoke, in a stern voice. "So that's what everyone wants?" Then, he gestured towards him. "Very well. How do you want to hold the election?" Hoon calmly replied, "A fair and square duel. What do you think?" The crowd loved this manhwa-like development, this impressive selection method. Despite the doubts about his strength, Hoon was extremely confident he could do it, flashing a provocative smile, which was his way of entering a fight. But with something else in mind, he suddenly said, "A ruler will have a mighty general by their side." He looked around, seeking agreement. Just as he finished speaking, a ferocious-looking figure appeared. According to Hoon, he would have SG issue the challenge. Hoon was extremely pleased, wondering who his opponent would choose. Faced with this incredibly arrogant attitude, Bram Bach just scoffed, and then he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Bram Bach jeered, "This is my chance to finish off a parasite like you." Then, he called out his most trusted subordinate, Arlov. Someone immediately descended from behind him. A shadow landed next to Bram Bach in a flash. His subordinate appeared with a giant blade, a scene straight out of an epic manhwa. As soon as he appeared, he flashed a bizarre smile. Grok, amused, ordered him to take care of it. Seeing that everything was going according to plan, Hoon grinned from ear to ear. XG also wondered whether the opponent was strong or not. Righty Law said nothing, just laughed loudly. Grok and Righty Law were extremely confident in their side's abilities. We'll just have to see. Hoon cheerfully agreed, and made the decision that the match would take place in 1 week's time. Meanwhile, the crowd was enthusiastically shouting and cheering for the mayoral election. The Soul Slayer couldn't understand why she kept thinking about Righty Law's appearance, recalling the moment she was stabbed in the stomach by a sword, a monster obsessed with death and destruction, a scene common in this type of manhwa. A saber and a sword suddenly clashed very powerfully. Even while holding her weapon, she could feel that the opponent's strength was terrifying. Righty Law closed in on the Soul Slayer, and certain of his victory, he laughed savagely. A thought suddenly crossed her mind. Could it be? But then, in the blink of an eye, Righty Law disappeared. When she suddenly saw the enemy's position, the Soul Slayer immediately thought that he wasn't human. He licked his lips and then dashed forward at high speed. The movement speed of Righty Law was astonishing, but she didn't panic, instead gripping her weapon, because in this kind of manhwa, the Soul Slayer knew she only had exactly one opportunity to attack. She declared she would take the enemy's life, then launched a very powerful strike. The Soul Slayer's internal energy had completely enveloped Righty Law's body. Following that, a thick cloud of smoke rose up. Righty Law collapsed to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. Just when she thought the match was over, Righty Law slowly sat up. Snap! Next, he got to his feet despite his body having just received a very powerful blow. The long gash was constantly oozing black blood. In a miraculous twist worthy of a fantasy manhwa, it sealed itself shut in the blink of an eye. He laughed, savagely, looking at the Soul Slayer. She truly couldn't believe the bizarre thing that had just happened. In that moment, Righty Law gripped his saber tightly, raising it high in preparation for a counterattack. A powerful slash came down on the Soul Slayer, and she quickly leaned back to dodge it. But behind her mask was an expression of complete bewilderment. How could he copy her technique? While she was distracted, Righty Law had gotten extremely close. A mighty slash came down upon her, and the Soul Slayer collapsed to her knees, her weakened hands dropping her sword to the ground. He retracted his saber and stared at his defeated foe. Then, the weapon of the Soul Slayer was picked up. She had been stabbed with her own weapon. After delivering the blow, Righty Law crouched down, his hand aggressively grabbing his opponent's head. Just as Righty Law was about to strike, a voice from out of nowhere stopped his action. He gritted his teeth and turned to look. The order given was very concise. Do not kill this one, she is still useful. The man turned and told him to leave. The Soul Slayer was left lying there motionless. Back with Hoon, he wonderingly asked, "What do you want me to do?" At that moment, the Soul Slayer took off her mask and asked back, "Don't you sense the danger?" The tension in this manhwa was palpable. Hoon leaned back in his chair and calmly replied, "Not really. But frankly, you're not the strongest person here, so should I worry about myself just because you lost to him?" He sighed, looking at her, but Black Mountain isn't a living room where you can come and go as you please. The Soul Slayer slammed her hand down in anger. "I didn't come here to joke around." He leaned in close to her face, showing that he was also being very serious. Hoyon's expression was full of danger as he said, "I use a different method than you do. My weapons are people." The Soul Slayer stared at him thoughtfully for a long time, realizing this manhwa was more complex than she thought. Suddenly, Hoon stood up. "I will show you something that neither you nor Bram Bach could ever predict." Hoon only left a message telling her to wait quietly. As if remembering something, he paused and with a smile, advised her to treat her wounds first. The Soul Destroyer argued that she still had much to do, but he just replied gently, "I'll let you go up, now get some rest." While treating her wounds, he asked her how to achieve her goal. Time passed very quickly until 1 week later. Then, as soon as Righty Law appeared, the sound of shifting armor came from the opposite side. Seja and his opponent, Righty Law, prepared for battle. Bram Bach eagerly wanted to start the match, and Hoon, not to be outdone, replied, "Of course, anytime." At this moment, the surrounding space, like a scene from an epic manhwa, erupted with the cheers of the spectators. All around, they were eagerly awaiting the first one-on-one battle to compete for the mayor's seat in the labyrinth world. The rarity of this event had attracted countless people to witness this one-of-a-kind duel. Furthermore, the opponent of the current mayor, Bram, was the most famous among the dwarf mayors from the Black Mountain Guild. Bram Bach spoke up, "Without any abilities of your own, the life of your dependent subordinate will end here." Hoon retorted just as sharply, "Are you talking about yourself, you bastard?" Bram Bach, infuriated by the taunt, ordered Righty Law to charge at full speed. From the opposite side, Hoon also sent Seja charging into battle. The old man covertly ordered his subordinate to show off his abilities. while Hoon simply asked his subordinate to tear the opponent apart. The sound of clashing metal, along with a shower of sparks, showed the immense power of both fighters, a classic Manhwa showdown. Their weapons ground against each other in a contest of strength, then both simultaneously created an explosion between them and retreated. Without resting, Seija continued to swing his sword, feeling the thrill of the kill, but his strike was easily blocked by Rid Laf. However, not stopping there, Seija ducked down and unleashed a surprisingly powerful magic attack into the center of Rid Laf's chest. The blow caught Rid Laf off guard and injured him to the point of coughing up blood. Immediately after, Seija frantically executed a flowing sword dance, his powerful slashes making it difficult for his enemy to defend. Lena, standing next to Hoon, excitedly commented on the overwhelming movements of their side, saying that this would surely be a decisive victory, right? But Bok spoke cryptically. Rid Laf is a monster who lives on the battlefield. Do you really think I'm like those subordinates who only know how to practice swordsmanship? Back in the battle, Seija was still continuously attacking while relentlessly spouting taunts, but his opponent suddenly blocked his attack path, a classic Manhwa turning point. Then, in a fleeting moment, the corners of Rid Laf's mouth curved into a smile. A bad premonition extinguished Seija's confidence, and he quickly retreated, but Rid Laf immediately rushed forward after him. He cunningly swung his blade to its highest point, the powerful weapon slashing straight down at Seiya. Seizing that opportunity, he bent down and channeled internal energy into his hand. Seija was immediately hit with a similar palm strike to the chest, and just like Rid Laf, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lena was also stunned because the enemy had just used body sing. Wasn't that Seija's signature move? Not only that, but the monster was repeating it again, like a terrifying Manhwa villain. He was precisely executing every movement Seija had made in the fight. Indeed, he was struggling against his foe, as the relentless slashes were now being returned upon him, his body. Lena then realized the man was even stronger, and seeing this, she thought their side would lose. But Hoon just told her to keep watching. He confidently asserted that they would win. However, at that moment, another sword thrust went straight into the middle of Seija's chest. The cunning Rid Laf smirked triumphantly. As Seija's face contorted with a hatred like never before, he roared and swung his sword with all his might, his colossal slash about to connect with Rid Laf's face. Lena was captivated by the fight, a scene straight out of a brutal Manhwa, silently praying for victory, but the sword was easily blocked with just one hand by Rid Laf. Seija himself was stunned by this, and his opponent used the momentum to retreat, after which Rid Laf gathered power into his sword, causing it to be enveloped in a layer of swirling purple magic. Immediately after, he unleashed a spell in the shape of a great beast, and the technique quickly enveloped Seija before exploding. Witnessing it all, Grok couldn't help but laugh out loud. What do you think? Rid Laf has the ability to copy combat techniques and skills from his opponents, and after learning them, he uses those moves in subsequent battles. Rid Laf has fought countless enemies on the battlefield. The skills he has learned are innumerable, which is why your subordinate is losing. Hoon smiled, acknowledging that power, and then he took out a spherical mass of energy. Bok, don't you remember how you became so strong? He brought out over 1 billion gold coins and declared, "Now, you experience it for yourself." The Manhwa-style notification panel began to confirm the full investment, enhancing all of Seija's skills. Immediately, 3 powerful beams of light shot out from his eyes and mouth, the immense power nearly illuminating an entire section of the sky. The intense light made Bok ask in astonishment, "What is that?" Hoon smirked and said, "You must have been feeling triumphant for a moment, huh?" The newly drawn weapon now radiated a brilliant aura, and the recovery of Seija was his answer. Your fun is about to end. Cash is king, that's the motto of life, and the system here operates on that exact principle. Just pay to win. The labyrinth world in this Manhwa is inherently a barbaric place, so it actively supports a pay-to-win structure. However, when spending money to buy skills, it's usually extremely expensive. The price can be so high that most players don't dare to use this feature. But Hoon was different. He had accumulated a lot of shares from the activities of the entire Black Mountain Guild, so investing a huge sum into Seija's skill stats was completely within his means. And of course, the result of this battle was that Seija's power skyrocketed as if he were reborn. He thoroughly enjoyed this benefit from his master. All Hoon had to do now was stand by with his arms crossed and throw a few insults. Only Bok's face was distorted with emotion, but trembling with anger, and so shocked that his mouth hung open. With his abilities enhanced to a god-defying level, just a single strike from Seija was enough to pierce through Rid Laf, an extremely fatal blow. Even though he tried his best, it was Rid Laf's bad luck to run into Seija and Hoon playing this kind of cheating game. His blood continuously spurted out after that lightning-fast attack, and then, having lost so much blood, his entire body gradually became unable to stand firm. Finally, as Rid Laf collapsed, Seija stood up straight and looked excitedly towards Hoon, thanking him profusely. That Rid Laf guy really. It was a crushing defeat, and with just one final blow, he gritted his teeth in bitter frustration, plotting as he tightened his grip on the blade in his hand, and while Seja was distracted, he launched a treacherous strike right at Sage's neck, intending to take his head with a single slash. Brambach, watching from the side, was ecstatic, his spirits soaring as he cheered wildly. However, his smile vanished in an instant when he finally got a clear look at the situation. Ritav himself was stunned, unable to believe his own eyes, even though he had attacked with his full strength. Despite exerting himself so much that his hands trembled uncontrollably, Seja was completely unharmed and even chuckled back at him. This kind of overwhelming power is classic in an action manhwa. Hoon, witnessing the whole thing, sneered, "Did you really think I spent all that money to power up Seja just for fun, huh?" Ritav completely lost his composure at this point, driven mad with rage and the sheer humiliation of this harsh reality. Like a cornered animal, Ritav no longer cared whether he was about to die or if his attacks had any meaning. He just kept slashing relentlessly at Seja, but Ritav's attacks were now no different than scratching an itch for Seja. Seja didn't even bother to dodge, taking one slash to the left and another to the right, as every blow was simply repelled without Seja losing a single hair. The situation, reminiscent of a power fantasy manhwa, became so absurd that Seja simply spread his arms wide, letting Ritav do whatever he wanted, because none of his attacks could possibly harm Seja. Seeing Seja having too much fun but running out of time, Hoon coldly ordered, "Finish it." "As you command, master." As he spoke, Seja's hand shot out and caught Ritav's wildly swinging blade, while his other hand performed a professional-looking forehead flick. And thwack! A sharp yet deceptively gentle sound rang out as Seja's finger connected with Ritav's head. But to Ritav, that flick, which looked as light as a feather, actually carried an unbelievably terrifying force. It was so powerful it sent Ritav flying clear off the stage, and he went an incredible distance too. His previous injuries were already severe, and this attack utterly pulverized his internal organs, so before he even hit the ground, Ritav's body was already spewing mouthfuls of fresh blood. Then, he slammed hard onto the ground, dead. Watching his guard get beaten down and killed as easily as swatting a fly, Brambach's entire body froze in shock. This brutal scene is common in this type of manhwa. He couldn't believe his eyes, repeatedly muttering to himself, "No, this can't be. This isn't right. How could this be?" He gritted his teeth, his jawline tense with fury. Hoon had no intention of giving Brambach a moment to recover. He walked straight up to him with Lena and Seja in tow and pressed his advantage. "Now, make your choice. If you renounce your position as mayor, I'll at least spare your life," he bluntly threatened. Lena, clearly disliking the man, didn't wait for a reply and advised Hoon to just finish him off to prevent future trouble. But Hoon wanted to see him weep and beg for his life. In his mind, however, he was calculating. He wanted Brambach alive, because only then could he track down and capture Harris. The very thought of that old man made Hoon's expression turn cold. Brambach then tried a diversion tactic, chuckling knowingly, which made Hoon ask, "What are you laughing at?" The old man tried to sound confident, saying, "Do you think I don't know your intentions? You plan to kill me, but just." As he said that, he was met with a heavenly slap from Hoon, so hard it nearly knocked his face sideways. Old man Brambach lay sprawled on the ground, clutching his swollen face and wondering, "No, that's not it." Hoon remained emotionless, continuing to apply the rule of the right hand, raising it high and striking down just as hard as expected, knocking old Brambach's face to the other side again. And just like that, Hoon delivered dozens of slaps in quick succession, saying each word clearly as he hit him. "You are not allowed to die." As the last word left his lips, the old man's teeth came loose, his face swollen and red with a mouthful of blood, as Hoon looked down at Brambach with contempt. Hoon instructed, "You are forced to live and escape from here." The old man lay there, not understanding what the hell was unfolding, his face beaten until tears streamed down. At that moment, Hoon flashed a bright smile, gently instructing his young child, "Escape from here, but don't bring your parents. Bring your commander here instead." A few days later, the inauguration ceremony to announce the second mayor of the Labyrinth world took place, and of course, it was to announce the successor, mayor. This whole plot feels like it came straight out of a manhwa. The citizens also flocked to see the new mayor take office, with everyone buzzing with chatter. Standing on a high platform, Hoon loudly proclaimed, "To all the people of the Labyrinth world, from this moment on, I officially declare the name of this city and the entire territory of Brown Box will be called the Mayor Nation, and I also officially announce the transition of this place to a national system." Hearing those powerful words, all the citizens couldn't help but stir with murmurs and chatter, but Hoon didn't care. "You can feel free to call this a dictatorship run by a villain or whatever you like. Just know that from now on, I will reduce all existing taxes and fees by 5% and declare the abolition of the system controlling entry and exit to the labyrinth. From now on, good will flourish, and evil will simultaneously become more exposed. This kind of grand declaration is a classic manhwa trope. This labyrinth will now be freer than ever before. Every word Hoon spoke made his members incredibly proud. Their eyes sparkled and proud smiles bloomed on each of their lips. In front of everyone, Hoon declared loudly, his face showing clear confidence, "I myself will create these things so that you can enjoy them as you wish." Hoon sat arrogantly on his throne. He calmly listened to the person opposite him question his plan, but that composure didn't last long, because Lena immediately started shaking him like crazy, demanding an answer. With no other choice, Hoon had to repeatedly agree with her. This whole scene is so dramatic, like a manhwa. The crowd around them was also eagerly awaiting an explanation. After getting away from Lena, Hoon took a moment to catch his breath before saying that Brambach would never act alone, and that behind him must be Hegris, the one who holds the real key, and is also someone they cannot underestimate. At the same time, an image of Hegris appeared in Hoon's mind, looking profoundly terrifying. The art in this manhwa really captures his menace. It was for that very reason that Hoon created a nation. Hearing this, Lena rested her chin on her hand in deep thought and asked Hoon again, finding it hard to believe that he created an entire nation just to capture Hegris. Instantly, Hoon confirmed it to Lena, saying he wanted to establish a nation similar to the Black Mountain Guild, but on a much larger scale. As Hoon spoke, the headquarters of the Black Mountain Guild appeared, and at the same time an illustration explaining the mechanism Hoon desired also materialized. According to him, the basic mechanism is that he will use tax revenue to pay for shares and then reinvest those shares back into the citizens of the nation in order to win the upcoming war with Hegris. This is a very intricate plot for a manhwa. Hoon is planning to turn every citizen in the country into his subordinate. It was an extremely clever move, a masterstroke worthy of any manhwa protagonist. His pawn's on the current strategic chessboard, and to achieve that, he wants everyone to start training right now. After hearing Hoon's plan, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Lena trembled because she never expected her master to have such thoughts. In this manhwa, Hoon confidently continued to lay out his plan, saying that if Seja cleared everything out before then, it would be perfect. But as soon as Seja heard his own name, he immediately acted, thinking it was a command. Seja's rash action made Hoon's face turn pale with panic. He hurriedly grabbed his arm and explained that he had misunderstood his words, but just then, a hand was placed on Hoon's shoulder to stop him. It was Gil. Her expression was unreadable, but her voice held a suppressed pressure. She asked Hoon if he had given up on recreating the name of Rhodius, but Hoon didn't flinch. He casually turned his head and admitted that recreating the name of Rhodius wasn't difficult at all. It's just that he found winning with the old methods to be boring. He even mentioned Brambach and Hagris, believing that both of them were enjoying themselves in their own ways. Gil looked at him silently without responding. At this moment, Hoon's face was incredibly radiant. He said that no matter what happened, as long as it was fun, he would do it, and that was his way. In a classic manhwa twist, in contrast to Hoon, elsewhere, Hagris was crossing his arms with a displeased look. He replied that this wasn't his way, but Brambach yelled that it didn't matter. What mattered was that they were about to die. His expression was extremely urgent, but Hagris didn't see it that way. He coldly turned away and ignored Brambach. He said that only Brambach was at death's door, and it wasn't his problem. Hearing this, Brambach angrily gritted his teeth. However, Hagris believed they needed to speed up the plan. On his half-bearded face, a smile appeared. Brambach looked at him in fear, hesitantly asking if Hagris was planning to summon the Demon King. Upon hearing that question, a delighted smile immediately appeared on Hagris's face, a truly chilling manhwa moment. But then Hagris lowered his head. In the vast, gloomy space, a dark aura surrounded Hagris as he said that if he couldn't get what he wanted, he would destroy everything. Following his words, a loud rumble echoed from behind him, and the shadow of something massive approached. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, no one could clearly see their true form, but it was enough to terrify Brambach. In the darkness, the eyes of beasts glowed brightly, like a predator's eyes spotting its prey. Countless such eyes appeared one after another, a classic manhwa trope for overwhelming numbers. They were dense and incredibly frightening. They stood in the cave, watching Brambach and Hagris from a distance. Their expressions were unclear, and everything was summarized by Hagris's resounding answer that this was the path he had chosen, to open the labyrinth's gate. The beasts were still growling, eager to escape, as if they could wait no longer. Their roars, a staple of monster manhwa, echoed throughout the labyrinth city, like a death knell for others. Just a few days later, the streets were engulfed in the flames of war. There were the injured, and there were those crying out in extreme agony. Amidst the burning buildings, bodies lay scattered everywhere, and the citizens ran in all directions like a scattered anthill. The monsters in this manhwa are shown rampaging freely throughout the entire city. Soldiers tried to suppress their fear to fight back against the monsters, but it was useless. This manhwa makes it clear that human strength against monster strength was like throwing an egg at a rock. They killed people as if they were just playing. With every swing of their arms, a life was taken. From a high platform, someone was witnessing the chaotic scene. That person lamented to himself, "It seems everything has begun." That person's hands clenched tightly. At the same time, he said, "So he really did join forces with the monsters?" Immediately after, the face of Hoi-on was revealed. He glanced behind him and asked his subordinates if they knew how much effort he had poured into them or not, and now was the time for them to prove themselves. Hoi-on looked forward, eagerly anticipating this moment. Behind him, Lena and she were ready for battle, and they shot forward at Hoi-on's command. Seeing this, the corner of his mouth curled up in satisfaction. He watched his subordinates charge towards the battlefield, their figures blurring as they moved with determination. The scene shifted to Zira, placing his hand on his sword's hilt, forcefully drawing out the great sword and immediately dealing with several monsters in a single slash, like a scene straight out of a brutal action manhwa. Amidst his satisfied laughter, monster after monster fell. It seemed that before Exara's true power, these monsters were nothing. Then suddenly, Lena zipped past Exara, making him take notice. She was telling everyone to get out of her way. Right after, XG could only watch helplessly as Lena's figure held her sword and charged. Her speed was on another level, a classic manhwa trope, as she passed through the monsters while they just stood there, dumbfounded. The bewildered monsters watched Lena's retreating back, seemingly not understanding what had just happened, but a moment later, the heads of the monsters dropped like harvested wheat, with red blood splattering everywhere. This entire manhwa panel was a testament to her power. At the same time, Lena's feet screeched to a halt, and she cheered excitedly, just like a child who had just done something well. In contrast to Lena's appearance, the monsters hiding behind a wall trembled with fear. They could only watch her from a distance, not daring to get closer, unaware that elsewhere, XG and Dorothy were hunting them down as if playing hide and seek. Their eyes glowed with a terrifying red hue, a detail often highlighted in a dark fantasy manhwa. Upon seeing them, elsewhere, someone's footsteps were leisurely strolling. Hoi-on had entered the city, and behind him were two monsters trying to launch a sneak attack. But before Hoi-on could even notice, Saria appeared, a smile on her lips as she said they were making a mistake. In that instant, she activated her charm spell, causing both monsters to become her pets. She stayed there playing with them, while Hoi-on had already walked quite a distance away. He quietly told himself that he had finally arrived. Before him was a vast square, a place extremely familiar to Hoi-on himself. At the same time, he also thought, whatever those people are planning doesn't even matter. As he spoke, Lena appeared behind him like the most loyal guard, and Hoi-on's voice continued to ring out. He said he would now show those people the power of his subordinates, a classic manhwa protagonist move. He wanted them to see with their own eyes what his subordinates were capable of. A smile spread across Hoi-on's face, and at the same time, Zira also materialized. Right now, before his eyes was the gate to the underworld, and behind him were his loyal subordinates, a truly epic manhwa moment. It was then that Hoi-on declared, now is the time for them to conquer the labyrinth. After that heroic and spirited declaration, when Hoi-on finally stepped into the labyrinth, he was just standing there scratching his head. Hoi-on's face was so bewildered that he had to ask himself, is this really a labyrinth? Because the scene unfolding before his eyes was just too unbelievable for any manhwa. Zira was smoking monsters like cigarettes, and XG was smashing the goblins' heads like swatting flies, while Lena had already crushed another monster with a single stomp. Their entire formidable team, assembled with so much effort, cleared out the so-called maze in the blink of an eye. Lena even had to ask Hoon what to do next, and Hoon's face could only twist in disbelief. How could the maze be this easy? Staring at the scattered monster corpses, Hoon kept asking himself, was the Black Mountain Guild too strong? Or was the maze he had always known about actually not that big of a deal? This was the maze they had poured their hearts into, a classic dungeon from a fantasy manhwa, but in the end, it turned out to be unbelievably easy. Hoon just stood there silently, staring at everything without saying a word. So much so that Saria had to approach and comfort him. Come on, don't look so gloomy. This is just the entrance. The later levels will surely be a completely different world, you know. But of course, Hoon didn't cheer up much, slowly kneeling down to examine a slain beast in front of him and retorted in a low voice, no, this isn't right. Hoon calmly took a sparkling, glowing stone from one of the monster's eyes, his expression unchanging, and said, do you know the gem called the Tear of Sorrow? Saria honestly replied, no, what is it? So Hoon began to explain calmly, the Tear of Sorrow is an extremely important material for crafting the Blessed Necklace, and that very necklace grants the wearer's body resistance to pain and also creates a temporary strength-boosting effect for a certain period. And because this gemstone is the main ingredient for creating something so powerful, this is a top-tier manhwa item. It's obviously considered extremely precious and rare. Saria looked at the stone Hoon was holding and replied, naively, really, that's great. We found something so expensive here. But Hoon's expression wasn't happy at all. In fact, it was terribly grim. He looked like a manhwa protagonist about to awaken a dark power, furious about something, and the source of that rage was what he was seeing. All the corpses around them had the rare gemstone he had just mentioned, things worth a fortune, yet they were dropping from the weakest monsters lying here. That's what was infuriating. And right after that, Jave discovered many other things scattered all over the place, like the fairly light scale of steel. Although it's not very durable, it's one of the essential components for crafting high-standard armor, or Rasta moss, which is a type of special moss that, when consumed, can increase your health and doesn't wear off over time. And all the items mentioned are classified as extremely rare items in the world of this maze. Yet now, they were witnessing a scene where all of those things were concentrated in one place, lying among these low-level monsters. Syria was now also beginning to understand the problem, rubbing her chin in thought. So there's a reason why Bram and his other teams tried to control the entrance to the maze. They've been hoarding all these things for themselves, breaking the balance of this Manhwa world. The more Hoon heard, the angrier he became, his hand tightening around the stone as he growled. I can understand betrayal or backstabbing, but they shouldn't have made the game this boring. This ruins the entire Manhwa's progression. As Hoon spoke, he seethed with an aura like he was about to eat someone alive. Seeing him react so strongly took everyone by surprise. Even Gay just stood there with a furrowed brow. Seeing that everyone no longer seemed happy with this victory, Saito mustered up his courage and stepped forward to call out to Hoi-an. But before he could say anything, Hoi-an gathered all his strength and yelled out an order for all members of the Black Mountain squad to listen. Gather all these items. Saito was about to offer some comfort, but was left with a giant question mark over his head, not understanding if Hoi-an was angry or happy, and Hoi-an himself felt he was being too unusual, so he had to awkwardly explain, well, we're gathering everything here for the labyrinth world. And so, just a moment later, the group had completed their duty and proceeded to the next floor together. Everyone was now laden with a huge sack, filled with gemstones and other valuable items. Jave was quietly following behind the group, his expression seeming somewhat worried, but soon after seeing a light ahead, he cheered up considerably, his face showing clear determination. The team had now reached the next floor of the labyrinth, and everyone's eyes widened in surprise at what lay before them. The gate ahead was many times larger than the first one they had seen. It stood imposingly, and was astonishingly tall, like a scene straight out of a fantasy manhwa. Suddenly, Hoi-an noticed something in the fog before the gate. A dark figure gradually emerged and approached the team. It was a hunched old man leaning on a staff, clearly the gatekeeper and no one else. At this, Hoi-an calmly and emotionlessly walked straight toward the old man. The old man began to speak in his hoarse voice, threatening them. Beyond this place is the source of demons and the grave of resentment, a place where the souls of forgotten heroes and fallen monsters mingle, the fortress of death. The footsteps of those who came before become milestones. This epic monologue is classic manhwa material for those who follow. But are those milestones the right path? You will never know. You could be the one to sever this vain hope and painful entanglement. It could be you. The old man was trying to shout as loud as possible, but at the climax, with a thwack, his head flew cleanly off his neck, rolling to a stop at Hoi-an's feet. The suddenness of this is a trope often seen in action manhwa. A sudden silence fell after that spectacular monologue. Even Hoi-an was stunned by the overly drastic turn in the bizarre situation he had just witnessed. And the person who turned that epic ballad into a horror show was Cha, who stood there awkwardly apologizing, saying he was too noisy. Well, what could Hoi-an say now? He just had to mumble a word of praise for Cha to make him happy. After cutting down the gatekeeper, the team's mission now was to figure out how to open the massive door. After a while of trying and even using increasingly powerful attacks on it, the door was finally blasted wide open. As the dust settled and in the dim light, the two warriors who had spearheaded the effort to force the way open could be seen. It was Cha and Gil, a perfectly matched pair, striking a pose. Their dynamic is reminiscent of a popular manhwa duo. They were directly blocking their small master behind them, which made Hoi-an's face a little unhappy. After shooing the two hulking figures aside, he turned back with a cheerful expression and declared boldly, "From now on, we're going all out."